Gay or serial killers?
Oh, man.
I got nothing.
You really did, bro.
Uh-huh.
Dude, amazing about my life?
Anything at all, just anything, Trip.
Dude, I can walk again? No. I'm working.
You can?
Dude, I'm working at I can walk.
We already talked about HEB last time, right?
Yeah.
Can you really walk?
Yes.
All right, do it. There's a little joke from Trip Callahan, ladies and gentlemen. On to the next one we go. Stumped him with the anything except for gay or serial killer talk. We got a whole bucket of from Trip Callahan, ladies and gentlemen. On to the next one.
Yeah, I can walk.
We already talked.
Oh, man.
I got nothing.
You really did, bro.
Uh-huh.
Dude, amazing about my life?
Anything at all, just anything, Trip.
Dude, I can walk again? No. I'm working.
You can?
Dude, I'm working at I can walk.
We already talked about HEB last time, right?
Yeah.
Can you really walk?
Yes.
All right, do it. There's a little joke from Trip Callahan, ladies and gentlemen. On to the next one we go. Stumped him with the anything except for gay or serial killer talk. We got a whole bucket. Oh my goodness gracious. Wow. Look at that. It's a shame she doesn't want to fucking kill a gay tonight. I don't know. Nothing's making any sense right now. This looks like a new name. Make some noise for Henry J, everybody. Henry J. One more time for Henry J, everyone.
I can tell my phone was made in China because the default skin color on my emojis is yellow. If Johnny Depp has a one-night stand and then the next morning gets an Amber Alert on his phone, does he panic and check his dad for any surprises? I think he does. Is the utensil of choice for non-binary people sport? I think they exclusively with that when they eat brunch. If a plane makes a successful water landing, do the black passengers panic harder after the landing? If a guy goes on a Tinder date with a girl that ends up if a guy goes on a Tinder date with a girl that ends up not being a girl, did he get catfished or swordfished? Thank you.
All right, Henry J. Without a doubt, his first time on the show. Ron White. Riddle. jokes because you have a good face for things. So again, just jump in that. Those are jokes. Those are riddles. That's what those are. That's fine because that is the best way currently to actually enjoy people. All of your does every material answer the question mark again?
I just thought it was a unique style, where the question and or the setup and the punchline all just in the one question.
Yeah, how many of those do you have? How long have you been doing stand-up?
About 2 years.
2 years. All of it in Austin?
Utah.
Salt Lake City. Okay. That's your style. Your question. Is it exclusively just questions? Do you have any other material?
I have a lot of other things.
Can you do one joke that isn't a question?
Sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, doing a joke that isn't a question. Henry J. Everybody.
I was studying abroad and he got freaked out. That joke slaps.
Yeah. Okay. That is not a question. Still a little Ridley. Slightly Ridley. Still some thinking you have to do, and then you go, ah! I bet you get a lot of those in the Henry J. fan club. A lot of it. You're going to love this guy. Are you sober? But you got to be sober for it. You got to really pay close attention with your thinking hat on for the wild comedy styles of Henry J.
Everyone in Utah is sober.
Well, not everyone. I did an arena in Salt Lake City on Saturday night, and nobody was sober. We have different crowds, Henry J. Those people in Salt Lake City fucking party. For those of you that don't know, it is one of the top 5 cities in the United States of America. Shout out Salt Lake City.
Shake that bed, bitch.
I have no idea what that means in this context. Wait until we're talking about mashed potatoes and bacon before you Henry J., what do you do for work?
I'm a finished carpenter.
What does that mean? What that means? 5 cities in the United States of America. Shout out Salt Lake City.
Shake that bed, bitch.
I have no idea what that means in this context. Wait until we're talking about mashed potatoes or bacon before you speak up again. Henry J., what do you do for work?
I'm a finished carpenter.
What does that mean exactly?
So I install doors and do a bunch of custom work for people's houses. Anything woodwork related. I just asked. I struggle closing sales because I never actually.
What's your love life like?
I'm married.
You're married?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. When you popped the question, was it all like, would you if you would?
I just used the 20 questions thing. We got there eventually.
Love it. What is she?
She's stay-at-home mom.
Stay-at-home mom. How many kids do you have? 2. That's adorable. How old are they?
My oldest is 5, boy, and I have a little girl.
Love it. That's incredible. When you come inside of your wife, do you say anything weird? Do you make a weird face or anything? Do you make a noise? What is a guy like you? You seem a little goofy. You seem a little silly. I'd imagine you do something a little wackadoodle dandy.
So we like dirty talk. So
really? Give us an example of your dirty talk. Do you like that penis?
It's all questions.
Yeah.
I just now kiss her neck a little bit, work my way through her ear, and then just.
And then you nut inside of her?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, take us through it nice and slow.
I'll just.
Very romantic.
I'll just tell her, or I'll just ask her. It's like. I'm not gonna ask her questions. No, I'll just I'll work my way up to her ear, and then I'll just say, "Baby, I would skip church for you." Wow. That's our dirty talk.
That is indeed Utah dirty talk. So you're on the Mormon side of things up there, I'm guessing? Very religious? You were raised that way? Now, how did you end up finding the Mormons to be your religious choice?
It's kind of a long story.
I bet it is. I want to hear it. I want to know. I always assumed that Mormons, I don't know why, but I always kind of assumed that you have to be like born into it, raised into it. I don't often find people that find God finding the like silly alien, the funny one. You guys are like the funny religion. The deeper you look into it, the wilder it gets. You've seen Book of Mormon from the creators of South Park?
No.
You should see it.
Yeah.
Unbelievably hilarious.
I heard it's hilarious.
And I love musicals. All right, go ahead. Tell us how you found Mormon.
I think each and every one of us have a direct line to them, and I think he communicates with us specifically so that we're in the right place at the right time.
What?
Help people. I heard it's hilarious.
And I love musicals. All right, go ahead. Tell us how you found Mormon.
I think each and every one of us have a direct line to them, and I think he communicates with us specifically so that we're in the right place at the right time. Help people. BYU was highlighted in my mind there, and it felt like that was him putting that there.
BYU was highlighted. What do you mean exactly?
Like, this is a thought that came to my brain.
When did this happen? After high school?
I went through a little phase after high school.
Explain to us what you mean by BYU was highlighted. You're an atheist, and then
I found out before this, but yeah, it just came into my mind that that's what we wanted to do, and it was extremely powerful. I could tell it wasn't mine. So.
You went to BYU? Finished at BYU?
That sucks.
I guess I'll just ask her.
Billy, I'd imagine you do something a little wackadoodle dandy.
So we like dirty talk, so...
Really? Give us an example of your dirty talk. Do you like that penis?
Talk questions.
Yeah.
I'll kiss her neck a little bit and work my way up to her ear, and then just...
And then you nut inside of her?
No.
Oh, okay. Take us through it nice and slow. Very romantic.
I'll just tell her, or I guess I'll just ask her, just like... I'm not going to ask her a question. I'll just I'll work my way up to her ear, and then I'll just say, baby, I would skip church for you.
Wow. Wow.
That's our dirty talk.
That is indeed, you side of things up there,
Yeah.
I'm guessing. Very religious. You were raised that way? No? How did you end up finding the Mormons to be your religion of choice?
It's kind of a long story.
I bet it is. I want to hear it. I want to know. I always assumed that Mormons, I don't know why, but I always kind of assumed that you have to be like born into it, raised into it. I don't often find people that find God finding the like silly alien, the funny one. You guys are like the funny religion. The deeper you look into it, the wilder it gets. You've seen Book of Mormon from the creators of South Park?
No.
You should see it.
Yeah.
Unbelievably hilarious.
I heard it's high.
And I love musicals. All right, go ahead. Tell us how you found Mormon.
I think each and every one of us have a direct line to them, and I think he communicates with us specifically so that we're in the right place at the right time. To help people and help or not. BYU was highlighted in my mind there, and it felt like that was him putting that there.
BYU was highlighted. What do you mean exactly?
Like, this is a thought that came to my brain.
When did this happen? After high school?
I went through a little atheist phase after high school.
And then explain to us what you mean by BYU was highlighted. You're an atheist, and then
I found God before this, but yeah, it just came into my mind that that's what he wanted to do, and it was extremely powerful. I could tell it wasn't my own thought. So this is good.
And then you went to BYU. You finished at BYU. You dropped out. Okay.
I'll send you that.
How I feel about that.
So you drop out. You didn't finish, much like your work. And then, how do you find is your wife Mormon too?
Yeah.
Okay, so you met her at church.
I met her, so I served the mission, so I didn't know.
See, you really did. You had the name tag and the white polo and the black tie, and you're knocking on doors.
CIA of Jesus.
Okay, sure. Okay, this is how you meet your wife? Make the picture for me.
Yeah, so I met her. We go to a little training center for a couple of weeks before we ship out to all the different locations. And I met her there.
You met her at the training center. I didn't realize.
She was also a missionary there.
Is that the position you guys have sex in?
We are masters at the mission functions.
Do you only do missionary positions? Really? Do other positions with your wife?
Other ones, yeah.
Like what? What other ones? Give us an example. Just rattle off some positions for us real quick. No big deal. If you want to get a Ron White named 75 positions in less
The lazy dog.
What exactly is the lazy dog, Ron?
That's where you get in the doggy style position, and then both of you at the same time, and that's the important part. Fall over. Now you're doing a lazy dog.
Ron White is the coolest guy I've ever heard.
Where did you get your mission assignment? I mean, did you get a order for that?
Fort Lauderdale.
Wow! Look at that.
Not bad, but they need some saving there.
Yeah. Dude, so what was that like going into Fort Lauderdale trying to teach people the way of aliens and whatnot, being God and all the very, very, very hilarious religion?
No, it was interesting, and every time I saw a black person, I couldn't tell if they spoke English, Creole, or Spanish. So you just kind of
stick with that for a second. When you say that, what exactly do you mean? Like you punch one and then
we talk to people on the streets a bunch, obviously, and like I just be like, "Hey, how's it going?" Like, English, you know. I learned the basics of Creole. Communicate. A lot of hand gestures too.
Okay. Were you able to sign up any of these black people Ron White shaking his head no. I am on the inside also shaking my head no. I don't find it believable. Did you really sell a black guy on being a Mormon?
How many black people are in the Mormon group up there?
How many times did they answer the door and just go, oh, hell no? What, you a bill collector, motherfucker? Get the fuck up. All right. Red Band, what do you think of the Mormons?
Man, I just like the things they did because they can't have sex. You know, like the shaking the bed thing was a real thing where they go in bed and they have their frame just shake it so they're like rubbing against each other's, that kind of stuff.
You know about this, Henry?
I've heard about it.
Can you describe one of the wackiest things that you had to do sexually to respect your religion before you got married? Did you cheat a little bit? Did you stick it in a little bit? No? How about the backside? I know you guys, a way that the Lord doesn't see the old beehole in Mormonism, from what I understand. We study these things. On top of mashed potatoes and bacon, he's a butthole specialist. So. Come on, give us a little something.
You ever hide in the backseat of your car with a couple friends and watch them make out in the front while you're parked? No?
There must be something. How long were you with your wife before you got married?
9 months.
Not that long. So for 8 or 9 months, you guys were kissing, tongue kissing, hand stuff, fingers and hands? No. So you had no idea what this lady's pussy even smelled like. And you're like, I want this forever. And it could have been a disaster.
Forever and ever.
It could have been a fucking BYU, you know what I mean? Taking chances, dude. Oh my God. So nothing, not a hand job, not a dry hump, nothing with clothes on. Not a fully clothed, but so you can make out and you can get a boner, right, while making out. So you couldn't be like, oh. Nothing at all. Nothing. So you would like make out and then go to the bathroom and like jerk off sometimes.
Blue balls, the whole person.
Wait, there was blue balls?
Blue balls, the whole person.
Blue balls.
The whole person.
The whole courtship. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
When you came out, was it curdled or anything? Like,
Oh my God. You couldn't even jerk off thinking about her? Is that one of the rules?
no, you can't even drink coffee. Drink coffee.
Man, Red Band knows all the rules.
Teach me.
I was getting some dental work done, and they didn't turn the gas up so I could feel it. And it was just like some kind of dental school in Vegas. I broke it too. And I told the guy to turn the gas up because there are regulations stating about it. Wow. And I said, where'd you go to college? You go to Brigham Young. And I'm like, turn it up to cat. Never let a Mormon say your buzz level. Never. And here's why. They don't understand fucked up the way you and I do. They're guessing and they're shitty guessers.
We're the best designated drivers, though, out there.
We got Waymos now. Henry J. Fun times. Great interview of the night. Henry J. Congratulations, Henry. Thank you for joining us. Sign up again. Come back again. All right. Here we go. Fucking pool number 9. And I got to tell you, a boner, right, while making out, but you couldn't even be like, oh. Nothing at all. Nothing. So you would make out and then go to the bathroom and jerk off sometimes.
Blue balls, the whole portion.
Wait, there was blue balls?
Blue balls, the whole portion.
Blue balls,
The whole portion.
the whole courtship. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay. When it came out, was it curdled or anything? Oh my God. You couldn't even jerk off thinking about her? Is that one of the rules?
No,
You can't even drink coffee. Drink coffee, and Red Man knows all the rules.
Teach me.
I was getting some dental work done, and they didn't turn the gas up where I could feel it, and it was just like a I don't know, some kind of dental school in Vegas. I broke a tooth, and I told the guy to turn the gas up, and he goes, "There are regulations to staying about." Wow. And I said, "Where'd you go to college?" He goes, "Brigham Young." And I'm like, "Turn it up to Catholic." Never let Mormon set your buzz level. Never. And here's why. They don't understand fucked up the way you and I do. They're guessing, and they're shitty guessers.
We're the best designated drivers, though, out there.
We got Waymos now. Henry J. Great interview of the night. Henry J. Congratulations, Henry. Thank you for joining us. Sign up again. Come back again. All right. Here we go. Look at pool number 9. And I got to tell you, this, without a doubt, looks like a good name. The handwriting is impeccable. All caps. Clearest, best handwriting of the night, and a catchy name. Make some noise for Honey Donowitz, everybody. Honey Donowitz.
So, I just think it's fucked up that our government cut funding to 20 billion children's food because they don't want to fuck fat kids. I get it. It's been hard out there for them. They're having to recalibrate a whole dating pool. The last time they had to get their own 11-year-olds, bulimia was still taught in school. They're just figuring some shit out. And, I don't think it would be necessarily better if you and I had never heard of Jeffrey Epstein. But, crazy shit's been happening ever since. You just know there's, some guys in the back room somewhere just, watching the headlines, seeing monarchies get called out, and they're just thinking to themselves, do we have another 9/11 in the chamber? And they did. Jeffrey Epstein was arrested in June 2019, I believe. December, we're starting to hear about COVID. March, we're shut down. We don't even know who he is anymore. So, that's my conspiracy. Thank you.
Honey Donowitz. Welcome to the show, honey.
How did he mention that the handwriting was really nice?
Yeah. Handwriting is incredible. The joke writing, not so much. Let's talk about it. Honey, how long have you been doing stand-up?
6 months.
Okay. That's not bad. It's not good, but it's not bad. Where you been doing it? All in Austin?
Yeah.
What made you want to start now?
So I got cancer, and then after I have some moderately funny jokes about it though.
Okay.
But after I got the all clear that I wasn't gonna have to go through more procedures and things, I went to Creek and Cave just to see if it felt good, and I bombed there too, guys. So I
Did the open mic there?
I did some mics there, yeah.
What kind of cancer did you have? Is that okay? You mind talking about it?
Yeah, I talked about it on stage. I had pussy cancer.
Pussy cancer?
Yeah.
How exactly does one get pussy cancer?
Well, you see, funny you should ask. Tampons are, they're made largely from recycled electronics, I do believe. There's something there.
5G,
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Our senior tampon correspondent, Brian Redman. Mashed potatoes, bacon, Mormons, and tampons, and buttholes.
Yeah.
get pussy cancer?
Well, you see, funny you should ask. Tampons are they're made largely from recycled electronics, I do believe. There's something there.
5G.
Yeah.
Our senior tampon correspondent, Brian Redman. Mashed potatoes, bacon, Mormons, and tampons, and buttholes. It's incredible.
He gets it.
So you were using, like, cheap tampons? Or
No.
how does it work?
No, I was using like a name brand. I'm not gonna say it because like I'm not that good at this yet. I can't get sued, but I was using a brand of tampons, and that's the only thing that certain doctors can tie to why women my age have to get new pussies.
They kind of tell you, they're like, yeah, this happens with people that use these tampons. So what would you recommend for the ladies out there with perfect pussies? What should they do?
I'm gonna be super for real because I had the surgery in Texas. They made me keep my period, so I still use the fucking tampon. I don't know what else to use. Like the cups are weird.
No, the cups are great. You just pour it out in your garden. It helps the garden.
Oh my God, Red Band.
TikTok like.
Red Band. You've tried the cup?
Yeah, it freaked me out.
It freaked you out.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that's like.
It's a fucking cup.
Yeah.
You put it right. I don't.
Okay.
Red Bay can definitely tell you.
When you say they operated on your pussy, what exactly did they do? Can you describe exactly?
So it's like this, right? Like a pussy.
Yeah.
They
Okay.
took out the round.
This is all new to me. Are there balls attached or anything? Okay.
Understand, this can be confusing. It's more comparative to an ass for
Okay.
you.
Right. So there's a pussy hole. And originally there's like a little something there. You had a little something?
Yeah,
A little something peeking out, like a little, hello.
I wouldn't say it was speaking quite yet. It was more of like a...
I'm a cancer pussy.
Yeah.
Like that?
Damn near.
Okay. So then what did they do? What did they trim away or take out?
Just like cut off a layer of it, and then just like put a new graft on.
Was it the outside?
Sort of.
Kind of the inside?
Yeah.
How far inside?
Like an inch.
Okay. So perfect. So Red Band would have a brand new pussy to fuck.
Yo, do anything with the cauliflower thing in there?
Okay. All right. We're gonna Red Band, turn off your microphone.
I don't like have to answer him, right?
What?
I said I don't have to answer him.
No, you don't have to answer him. He's just here for the jokey jokes, kinda. And the more groans and oohs and ahs is his specialty. Okay, so did it hurt?
Yeah.
The cancer hurt.
No, it wasn't even. No.
So how did you find out that you had pussy cancer?
Okay, so
What stinks in here?
no, I
Red Band. What did I tell you? That is out of line. This lady is a survivor. That is a crazy thing to say.
I mean, it's
What stinks in here? That's not right. This is the only young lady that's been on this show. And if you ask questions, if you say things like that, women aren't going to want to. Women with pussy cancer aren't going to want to sign up for the show anymore. Did it stink? Did your pussy stink?
more than anything, that's cheap writing, I think. Honestly, no, it didn't stink. But I was doing like a little bit of, activities, and I noticed that it was hurting more, and things weren't stretching as they should, whatever. So I had to get that checked out.
You went to a gynecologist.
Yeah.
And he's like,
She.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow, that's risky. You may not have had cancer.
I mean,
Female doctors.
I've never met a man who could navigate a pussy, so I think that the bets were on the girlies on that one. But
Have you ever done the lazy dog?
I heard about it just now.
Did it with its Okay, so how long ago did you survive pussy cancer?
So that was like a year and a half ago.
Fun fact, pussy cancer is my Wi-Fi password at home. 420.
Not the first time I've heard that.
Year and a half ago. Wow. And then what's the first thing you did to celebrate not having pussy cancer anymore?
No, like literally, it was going to Creek in the Cave at 5:45 p.m. and doing an open mic to 7 guys who didn't think it was funny. That's what I did to celebrate. That's how I landed here.
Wow.
That's a true story. And then I left my family and moved here full time to do this all the time.
Wait, what kind of family did you leave?
Children, dog.
You left children?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
But it's okay. I was raising boys. They were going to get fucked up by me anyway. Boy moms are toxic. And I was raising white boys that could be shooters. We are better this way.
Wow, you just came to life there when you've been kind of reserved this whole time, and then you talk about abandoning your children, and all of a sudden you're fucking Forrest Gump telling a whole story on a park bench.
I do try to hide the accent a little bit. People think you're dumb if you're from here.
No, yeah, totally. So how old are your kids?
Well, I don't think we need to write that down. Shit.
No, I'm just. Fun fact, I'm not writing it down. I just keep drawing over the word pussy cancer because it's fun. It's something I do here. Sometimes I just write over the same thing. Yeah.
They're 12 and younger.
12 and younger. How many? When you say they, there's 3 of them. Okay. So, where were you before exactly?
San Antonio.
San Antonio. So it's only an hour away. You're aware of that, right? It's literally a short drive. There's a Buc-ee's. There's a Buc-ee's halfway there.
Yeah.
Doesn't that entice you to go see your kids?
Yeah.
Don't you go, I could visit my 3 kids and grab a bag of hot nuts on the way?
Yeah.
So when's the last time you saw your kids?
Last week.
Wow, okay. That's not that bad.
No.
Pretty good.
I'm a moderately decent mother.
Okay, when you say moderately decent, what exactly do you mean?
I mean that I moved here to pursue comedy, but I love my children and I raise them well. I help pay for therapy.
How many of the 3 are in therapy?
Eventually all of them, but so far 1.
Okay, the oldest one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's how it goes.
All right. And they know about your pussy cancer?
God, no, but now they will. It's YouTube.
Right. Oh, right, man. That is not the sound effect of her pussy. For those of you listening, it is indeed a swarm of flies flying around. That is... Mommy, why your butt stink? Oh my God, Red Man.
I'm a little bit confused here.
Yeah, go ahead, Ron White.
So you've only done one other set? And that was at the Creek of the King?
That's how it started. For the past 4 months, I have been every single day doing these things.
Okay. And what was it? And so you moved to Austin just to do stand-up comedy?
No, I have a day job. I'm not living in my car or none of those kind of things. I do work.
What do you do for work?
I run a sign company. We do graphics and production for festivals and stuff. It's called Molten Productions.
Okay.
We're pretty cool.
Okay. Does everyone that works there have a pussy cancer or something? That you guys how do you all know each other?
Well, I am the only woman there, so I am isolated in that, but everyone is aware of it.
Let me ask you one more question that I just thought of, because you said you got a skin graft, right? So where did they take the skin from that's now on the first inch, the entry point of your pussy?
Yeah.
I have to know, where did they take the skin on your body from? What is now the entryway to your pussy? This is an interesting thing, because no matter what, if someone puts their dick inside of that, they're going through what? Here we go.
Just another part of my pussy. I think that they understood how men might feel, and they grafted from further inside the pussy so that it wouldn't be weird for any of the boys.
Wow. Yeah. That sounds painful.
So they didn't use your heel or anything?
No.
Yeah. Yo, this pussy smell like a foot, bitch. Yo, this bitch got a stinky foot pussy. Oh, shit. Yo, why did a fingernail hanging out that pussy? Could have been your ear or something. You could have heard the dick going in and out somehow, some type of phantom.
If I had gotten a dig, they would have taken skin from my thigh. I did find that out in my research, though.
If you wanted your what?
If I had gotten a dig instead of a new pussy.
Right, yes.
There's options on the table.
Yes, I know. I looked into it. I was thinking about adding a dick. I was thinking about being Two Dick Tony over here.
Two Dick Tony?
Yeah, that was going to be my name. I had a big plan, and they told me it would hurt, so I was out.
Well, the hog science isn't there. It's only going to be that big.
Let me ask you this. What's your, what kind of guys are you into? What's it? The baby daddy, is he...
An anomaly.
Yeah, what race is he? White. Oh, geez, you said it like a real racist.
Well, okay, so here's the whole thing.
Uh-huh.
Not a ton of the people Well, I've slept with.
I can tell by the way you're shaped.
And I knew that's what you wanted to get to.
Yep, no doubt about it.
So somebody told me to make that joke when I started comedy. They're like, if you get it out of the way, it saves everyone else the trouble.
That's true.
I helped you at least, right?
No, I did it myself.
I could have lied.
In honor of the guys that love you, you're walking away with a big black joke book. Ladies and gentlemen, Honey Donowitz has made her Kill Tony debut. Wow. All right. This is a long episode. We're doing one last bucket pull. We're going to get it up and out of here real quick. D-Madness is furious. Ladies and gentlemen, your final bucket pull of the night goes by the name of Luke Rabel, everyone. Luke Rabel. Here we go.
I got banned from a Mexican restaurant. There were no words on the menu, just pictures of the food. And I knew this was going to be the best meal of my life. Eat it all, having a good time. And then I feel the rumbling. The gurgle guts are upon me. I stand up and it is detonating. Just blah, 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 blah. Make my way to the bathroom. I'm dilating. It is time for my metamorphosis. I get in there. I sit down. My butt sneezed. Worst crap and cry of my life. 30 minutes of farting and sobbing. Get up, push the handle, nothing happens. Push the handle again, nothing happens. Well, I need to tell someone about this, and based on that menu, they don't speak a lot of English. So I go, El baño, el baño. This guy follows me in, I point to it, I push the handle, and down it goes. I invited.
What's going on here?
I'm dilating. It is time for my metamorphosis. I get in there, I sit down, my butt sneezed. Worst crap and cry of my life. 30 minutes. Time, and then I feel the rumbling.
Luke Rabel, here we go.
I got banned from a Mexican restaurant. There were no words on the menu, just pictures of the food. And I knew this was going to be the best meal of my life. Eat it all, having a good time. And then I feel the rumbling. The gurgle guts are upon me. I stand up and it is detonating. Just blah, 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 blah. Make my way to the bathroom. I'm dilating. It is time for my metamorphosis. I get in there. I sit down. My butt sneezed. Worst crap and cry of my life. 30 minutes of farting and sobbing. Get up, push the handle, nothing happens. Push the handle again, nothing happens. Well, I need to tell someone about this, and based on that menu, they don't speak a lot of English. So I go, El baño, el baño. This guy follows me in, I point to it, I push the handle, and down it goes. I invited this poor immigrant to attend a funeral for my shit. Thank you.
All right, Luke Rabel.
That actually was pretty
We'll
funny.
make this quick because we're in overtime. How long have you been doing stand-up?
6 months.
6 months. What do you do for work?
I work full-time at a grocery store.
Okay.
HEB.
Nice. Yeah, notice you say grocery store. It's not HEB, or else you would probably say that because you'd be proud of that, right?
It's related to HEB.
A lot of winks there.
Yes.
What does that mean exactly?
It means it rhymes with petrol carpet, but I don't know if I can say it online.
Oh, all right, yeah.
Yeah.
How about that? What do you do at the grocery store?
I work in their cafe area, so the people come in, they tell me what they want to eat. I hit a touch screen, line cooks make it, I hand it to them, and I smile like a good little Chick-fil-A manager the whole time.
Okay. Yeah. You work hard? Or are you a little lazy dog?
I have such a guilty conscience.
Yeah.
Like, if I'm not doing something, I feel like, well, they hate me now, so we're going to go out there and we're going to make these people write me into their will if I have my way.
Okie dokie. What made you want to start stand-up 6 months ago? How old are you?
I am 27.
27. What made you want to start now?
Well, I moved here from Maryland and grew up in Frostburg, so like very small population, and there was a small theater there, and my friend was on the board of directors. And he said, hey, I know you like doing stand-up. Would you be interested in doing a show here? And I said, sure. How long do you need? And he said, well, we need to justify opening the bar, so if you can make it about 45 minutes, that would help us a lot.
You had never done stand-up before?
I did it when I was 17 for like a few minutes at a church picnic.
Wow. Okay, so no.
Pretty much. Yeah. So I timed out everything I had, and I said, hey, I got 2 hours. Let's make it happen. So went up there, did a 2-hour set. It sold out, so I had 100 people in there because everyone's desperate for entertainment.
How did you sell it out? You just go, I'm doing stand-up.
Just put it on Facebook, and it was kind of like, I know this person who knows this person who knows that person. Like everyone.
Frostburg.
Yeah, everyone's a third cousin.
Okay. And then how did that go?
Well, it went really well. They were laughing the whole time. We sold out of the alcohol during the intermission. I wore a Hawaiian shirt, and I wore this hat.
Wow. That is a wacky hat. Let's go back to it. Turn around so that people can see.
It's the assless chaps of hats.
Okay. Is that one of your jokes? You do that?
Once in
Like
a
if you
while.
were doing a 2-hour set, would you do that? Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
What's the craziest thing about your life before I get you out of here? The thing that you think makes you different than anybody that's ever been on this show? Something perhaps from your childhood, your family?
Based on what I've seen of the show thus far, I'm pretty sure I'm the only one that's engaged.
Okay. You're engaged right now.
Yes, I am.
Okay. Where'd you meet this girl?
She was a setup from a mutual friend. I met her in an abandoned parking lot at 9 p.m.
Last night?
A little over a year ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
9 p.m. was very specific.
It was dark.
Uh-huh. And
It's not more specific than an abandoned parking lot.
There used to be a high school there, but they demolished it for some reason.
I don't care.
what happened when you met her at that parking lot that night? Luke.
Well, my friend didn't tell me what she looked like. She didn't send me a picture, so she got out of the car, and I thought, okay, not bad for a silhouette. I wonder what this girl's going to look like. So she came over. We started walking around this vacant lot, talking for a little bit. She said she wanted to race me, so both of us take off running. She fell flat on her face. I thought, oh my God. I'm going to marry this girl, aren't I?
Wow.
Is that one of the jokes you did in that 2 hour set?
No, that was before I met her.
Amazing. Okay. Luke. All right. Did you guys fuck in that parking lot that night?
No.
You just kissed?
Yeah.
Nice. Here you go, Luke. There you go.
Thank you.
All right. Here goes Luke Rabel, everybody. Yeah, I tried to get one more up here and make it interesting. You're a sweet boy, Luke. Sign up again sometime. There you go. There he goes, Luke Rabel, everybody. If you had told me that, it would be hard. I would have guessed that was the Mormon guy, right? He's like a sweet boy.
Race.
Yeah, we just raced on our first date in an abandoned parking lot. I gotta tell you, William has been sick the last couple weeks, but he's back. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Hall of Famer with the record for all-time appearances and interviews on this show. The Vanilla Gorilla, the Memphis Strangler. This is the return of William Montgomery. I met her in a dark parking lot, and I fell in love with her, and I killed her in the parking lot. Scientists have developed a way for people with severe lung problems to breathe in and out through their butt. Right, man, I can see that you are doing that right now. You second ass bitch. Right, man, I can see that you are doing that right now. You
because I had no idea I had such a big following in the Taliban. Performed for the troops, and it's crazy because I had no idea I had such a big following in the Taliban. One time in Chicago, some guy gave me AIDS. My buddy has a foot. My buddy has a foot fetish, and for Halloween he dressed up as Quentin Tarantino. He went to a Halloween party, and there was a girl dressed up as Bigfoot, and she ended up pressing charges because he wouldn't leave her alone. Okay.
Wow, what a relief to have William Montgomery back. Red Machine is fully operational yet again. You've been out for a few weeks.
I was very sick, and Tony, it's actually very sad because I messed up my sciatic nerve again, so I haven't been able to row for 5 days, so we'll see what happens. But
you love your row machine. You've rowed many miles, almost around the world, people are saying.
Yeah, that's 1,400 miles. Yes, I've been almost around the world.
Yes, it's incredible.
Almost around the world this year, 1,400 fucking miles. Google it, whatever. It's around the world. The circumference of the Earth, 1,400 miles. I've done it on the row machine, so it is pretty impressive. I think that's why I messed up my sciatic nerve. I almost got it into the 38-minute time period this past week, and I was almost there in my last stroke I pulled. I just did it really hard, and then I felt something pop in my back, and I got up and tried to stretch, and I felt woozy, and it's real hurt. So,
and that was recent. That was the last.
Yeah, that's Thursday.
That was Thursday, but you were out 2 Mondays in a row. Tell us about this little ailment that you had.
God, Tony. I mean, I was coughing. I was coughing a bunch of stuff up, and I was real sick. And Tony, if I'm going to be honest with you, I was pretty sick, but I was also every now and again, I'm just not feeling very funny. And I wasn't feeling funny, and now my sciatic nerve's all fucked up, and I'm telling everybody I got fucking AIDS up in fucking Chicago. I mean, it was literally a couple of weeks ago, some dude fucking gives me AIDS up in Chicago, whatever, so that really isn't helping any of seriously run. I mean, it's bad, and my fucking sciatic nerve hurts, and Red Band looks as stupid as ever, and those plastic-looking clown glasses that you wear, what are those things? They look real plasticky and cheap and stupid. What are those?
Yeah, what are those? They're glasses.
They're glasses! God, you always sound like a monster to me. But Tony, I did my longest set last night in Louisville, Kentucky. I did 56 minutes. It's the longest I've ever done. I never done that. It was also in front of maybe the smallest crowd I've done comedy in front of in a while. It's probably 30 people or something. But Tony, I felt real comfortable, so I got to figure that out. I got to figure out how to get that comfortable in front of any size crowd, because I felt good. Yeah, 56 minutes, 4 more minutes, and I would have hit an hour. But maybe someday.
You know, Tony, there was a personal trainer here last week, and he wanted to talk to you really bad because he said that the rowing that you're doing is really bad for your health, actually.
Yeah. Okay. What do you mean?
I don't know. He was saying something like it's really bad.
So what? He wants me to turn out like you're fucking fat.
Like he said, it was
I mean, you can die soon, you fucking idiot. So what? I need to just stop doing the row machine, you fucking nasty person. Seriously, shut up, dumbass. That's part of the reason I start feeling kind of sick, and I think, God, I'm gonna see fucking Red Band's fucking stupid ass up there, and I swear to God, it tips the scale for me not wanting to be here. I swear to God. Red Band, it tips the scale just so much. Like if I'm kind of feeling sick and then I'm thinking about your stupid ass, I think, no way. And then I have to call Tony and it's awkward, but it's because of you, Red Band.
Wow. You know, a little fun fact is that pro is a thinking man over here. We butthole mashed potatoes. All right. So, A fun fact about the first 2 weeks ago when you called out sick for the first time is I believe it was Michael Gonzalez or somebody sent us a picture of you post workout that day, which we found interesting. So it kind of
I know. God, I was worried. I was thinking Tony's caught my ass.
yeah, I did. Because people are like, I don't know why he's sick. Check out this picture of him earlier. And it's crazy because when we met William, I mean, holy shit, he was so bloated and so fat.
7 years ago, I swear to God, it's almost been 7 years I've been doing this show. Like this week or last week or something. 7 years.
And I saw this picture of you, and you're fucking ripped. Would it be too much?
No, I'm not doing it. I'm on 2 hours of sleep.
The abs are unbelievable. You don't have those abs? Then they want it. I was
2 hours of sleep. No, I don't feel good. I still don't feel good. I'm on 2 hours of sleep.
Why did you only have 2 hours of sleep?
Because my flight back to Austin was so early. I was trying to get on back to Austin, and I just stayed up. I was up there 56 minutes. I was so pumped after that, so I stayed awake for hours.
What did you do?
What did somebody say? God!
What did you do when you were awake all night? What do you do? You had just on your phone, or do you do something in bed? Do you count sheep? What do the people want to know? Because people have been watching you for almost 7 years. Every week they see you, and they want to know, what does a guy like William do while he's laying in bed? We've talked about everything. We've talked about your favorite board games, your favorite puzzles, your favorite snacks, your favorite vegetables. We've covered it all.
Oh my God, Tony, you know what offended me the other day? Something, when you were just talking like that to me. I'm talking to somebody up where I do the workout stuff, and I'm talking to this guy, and we're having just this regular conversation, and out of nowhere he says, "Do you have a learning disability?"
Yeah, he does.
And I just walked away.
Well, what would make him ask a question like that?
I don't know. I've been doing self-reflecting. I don't know. Do I have a learning disability, Tony? I don't know.
Red Band's nodding his head.
Of course he does. What do you think I have?
Because you can't show your abs because you're tired. Your abs are tired. You can't show your abs right now.
You're supposed to be weird.
Let me ask you this. Would it make you feel better if Red Band showed his abs first? Look at the little giggle over here. Come on, look. Troy's got his camera out. This is going to be a magical moment. Red Band. Crown wants it.
Stand next to me.
Come on. Stand next to him. Come on, Red Band. Come on. It can't be worse than what we already have in our imaginations of what your abs would look like. No.
I'm unshaven right now. Maybe it's fine.
Do you think that matters? I don't know if that's better or worse.
Whoa, look at that.
Yeah.
Can you just show me a little bit from under the table? Oh my god. Dude, you might have pussy cancer, bro. All right. William,
So nice to be back, Tony.
we are so happy that you're back off of 2 hours of sleep, and yet you did it again. Unbelievable material, sneaky little deliveries and treats. The Chicago Eats thing in the middle, I love. Just a funny setup and on to the next one.
I was hoping that was going to work because if I couldn't get the beginning part, then I was just seeing there are times where then it just snowballs and then nobody's laughing at any of it. But it was so fun tonight, Tony. Thank you so much.
Everybody loves William Montgomery, and you did it again, William. You see him on tour, he's doing his longest sets. The baby boy is all grown up. The Hall of Famer, William Montgomery. Drawing from Ryan J. Bub is in it. It's fucking awesome. It's Ron White. That is cool as fuck. Let's see what the local artist Chris Rogers drew up tonight. Oh, is that David Tell? Fuck yeah! Another one of the goats. David Tell, one of the best in the world, if not the. Along with the great Ron White, ladies and gentlemen. Catch him on tour every once in a great while. Oklahoma has them on New Year's Eve. Tickets at tatersalad.com. I'll say it again. Ron started this gangster shit in Austin, Texas, and it's going to be fucking written about in history books. People are making fucking YouTube documentaries, from what I understand, about Austin every day. So that's a thing. We're having a blast here. Ron White, and then Joe Rogan, Tony, Segura, Christina P., Duncan Trussell, Shane Gillis, Matt McCusker. It goes on and on. Like, it's absolutely crazy the amount of talent that is here all the time. It's unbelievable. And now you got your Dedrick Flynn added to the mix. It's so exciting to watch everything happen in real time. Shout out to Marcus King, who joined the band all night tonight. One more time, his brand new album, Darling Blue, is unbelievable. I have a copy of it. It's on my vinyl record player right now. It is fucking unbelievable. Thank you to Sean Greenberg and the rest of the best damn band in the land. Red Band,
Check out the Sunset Strip, ATX.com. I love you guys.
very few tickets left for New Year's Eve at the Moody Center. We hear you people say I try to get tickets all the time, but you can't get tickets. So you can get tickets for New Year's Eve. Why spend it anywhere else? Come to Austin, Texas, the capital of bars per capita, the live music capital of the world, the live comedy capital of the world. We love you. Thank you. Good night. Thank you.
Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Bad's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
Senator John Kennedy is on the Adam Carolla Show.
Good to see you, Senator.
This move. Jitsu. Well,
With his left hand, he's applying some sort of a front headlock here. Not much happening with the right hand, but that left hand is up to something sneaky here. Our official Hunter Edwards taking a good look here, making sure. And we're off. Immediately, both competitors block the seatbelt escape from their opponent. It looks like Lagu is in trouble. Jennings has the jump, and he has the seatbelt around the neck of Lagu.
all right.
Push it downfield. Second down and 15. Sanders over the middle. He's got a completion. That's the first catch today for David Njoku. A gain of 8 that brings him third down. Let's find out what this quarterback can do as well. Third down and 8. Pressure coming off the edge. Sanders in trouble, and he is dropped. Ball came out late. It was Kyle Hamilton who has the sack. He's ready for it. We are maniacs about development as Sanders has his pass broken up by Awuzie. And it's for opportunities like this for Shedeur Sanders, where you got so many reps over the course of the season and practice, and now you get a chance to go out there and execute. Third down and 10. Sanders takes a big hit, and he's picked off. Intercepted on the play by Nate Wiggins. Sanders needs some help getting up as Wiggins has his third pick of the year. Back out of the field, Sanders rolling right, throws almost intercepted again. He threw it right to Kyle Hamilton. Keep an eye on these tight ends now. Man at 40. Njoku 85. Sanders rolling right. Now coming back the other way, steps up, and he's got the first down. Shedeur Sanders moving the chains for the Browns. It's hard to guard it all against the Baltimore defense. Sanders, pressure's coming, spins away, but can't get away a second time. Shedeur is buried on third down. Keon Martin with the sack, a loss of 14 yards. 5 yards downfield. Help Judkins get downfield himself. Sanders standing in the pocket, way too It's third down and long. John's on his ball. See what the call is on third and long. Do you just want to get out of here? Give him a chance. Sanders just cruising away. Now comes the flag. Throwing out there. It was Trenton Simpson applying the pressure, and this is going to be grounding against Cleveland. From the 35-yard line, Sanders on first down. Njoku's wide open instead. He goes deep to Fenton. Big play. Shedeur Sanders to Harold Fenton. A gain of 25. Let's see if he wants to bring extra. Steelers watch. Fuck you. That's how it be, certain things. Like, can we show you one time that said you're the chef? Yeah, like, what happened was it? Saturday morning, I was on the phone. She had whipped up some pancakes. I went in the kitchen, I whipped up some eggs, brought some pancake mix, coffee and banana, and put a banana Jones in there, and whipped up the first banana pancakes ever made. Yeah, they really do. And you can actually use the banana instead of the eggs instead of the eggs to make banana pancakes because they do some. I've never made pancakes with eggs. Thanks up top. I'm going to understand. Alright, guys. I'm not vintage fan. That's all. You made some breakfast? I don't like the banana much. No, that's offensive. I'm Canadian. You guys are totally being offensive right now. No, don't be rude. Don't be disgusting. Well, you chose to be offended by something that came out of my mouth before I even knew about the memo of you being offended by it. You chose to be offended by something. Listen, who's ever heard of Michigan maple syrup? Not once in my whole entire life. Well, that's because you go there in the frozen tundra. Okay? Michigan maple syrup. It's not very funny. Do I gotta post a picture of the apples? Alright, here you go. Some hate things. I need to maple syrup. I need to see it with my own eyes now. See it. Alright, you about to see it. You about to see it, Bart. Don't AI that shit. No, this ain't AI. What you about to see my hand in the show? Oh, there it is. You think it's AI? Hold on, I'm looking back. Nothing. You love this. I love that you said this. Yeah, because it's part of my I couldn't turn my back on the country. Oh my gosh. See that? Some Canada turned their back on their own citizens. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, Canada did freaking right against us altogether. They didn't want us there. They don't want us there. No, they want to take it. You know what? Never mind. I ain't gonna do that. I mean, you get pulled over in Canada for racing driving and put you in 24-hour timeout with your car. No, I don't think there's anything else. It does happen. Like, what would come to me like a DUI? In Canada, like, they can have your car for 24 hours. I mean, if you're like in the United States, you should be making the police list. That's not true at all. I've never heard anybody having their car for 24 hours. That's not real. But it is a communist country. It is run by communist countries. Under the financial spectrum, if you start dusting away some fake Canadian shit, it's a lot of favorite countries like Canada. Yeah, a little mix. It's a little Indian. Maple syrup again. That's it. And then you put it in the junction. Thank you, Barbie. I need you to taste it. Accents on the floors. These pancakes are so good. Like, you had me. I don't want to tell y'all, Mars. It's the way that you
Nah. Ow! Balls. Watch out for my balls. Ow. Fuck. Watch out for my balls. It's athleticism.
That's how I feel. How do you feel? Yeah, I'm the same way. I don't get too much sleep, but I see all these people changing their background to black. I was told to change mine. Hold up, I'm gonna change it. Yeah, what the hell is this black mafia stuff? Terrible shit. I would expect. There is one of the mafia downstairs. They messed up. They went. Don't train people. Wait, so it's I'm sorry, hey, what just happened? Just steak. Steak? Okay, steak. How are you, steak? You have chicken in the back? I think so. So I got to turn on this place in the first place. Big girl. So bad. I'm trying to just keep up my brain, snacks. Got ready for the room. I was looking at girls' site. Yeah. Appreciate you, bro. I don't know where this bullshit stick comes from. Everybody follow steak. Everybody follow steak. Turn it on. Everybody should be following everybody. Not that big. Steak. Speaking of getting threatened, movies are somebody. Thank you, man. I want trash don't be threatening me. Come on, man. Oh, no. See you guys back up. So, I'm a wizard too. I'm all about everybody. It's about everybody getting the raise, moving up together. That's the way I see it. Anyways, we are trying to do things, just like you guys are, just like everybody. We gotta try our best, make things happen. But Trey's been up in here every night trying to bully me, talking about the mafia out this and the mafia out that, and he's leaving letters at my door. I don't know, man. I can't even get him to switch till freaking Soul God. So he depends on Trash Panda. So I just respect that. So whatever. I was talking to make me one Trash Panda. That has never happened. Man, I just teased me when it's threw me under the bus. So that's the problem, Trash Bird. You think you're bigger than the program? This no. I was like, he's a great guy, but it's like, why would you get the woman? Because I don't know, it was with Trash Panda. Yeah, just I can feel that I can be too, and be a part of the team like that. But not, I have to be the outsider then.
out of the trash bin. I've been to the trash. Speaking of that, you notice, you remember the game? Forget that. I remember the game. That's Rabbi. Is it me first? I thought the rabbi had his hand up. Oh, come on, Rabbi. You know you better. Alright. Yeah, can I show? I want to show myself. I want to show things. You want to do what? I want to show. Oh, show. Okay, sure. You want a 60-second show? Can I do a 60-second show? I think I got this. Well, this is a very aggressive panel. We have transparent, we have happy, we have humble, we have pro. We have to come. Our 60 seconds starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, go. You guys know who it is. It's the Bitcoin Brothers. This is a new account. My other account got suspended, so make sure that you give this one absolutely a follow immediately. But that's not why I'm here today. What I do want to do is tell everybody, just as I slightly mentioned earlier, about Roteria. I'm going to be hosting a space on Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time where you can come in and play bingo. Roteria is the Mexican version of bingo. Instead of numbers, you get pictures. But there is a real button. So for 2 ICP, you can buy a card. You can buy a card and play. You're entered and eligible to win a portion of the pot. And it's going to be a lot of fun. Also, if you want to learn how to host your own Roteria game, let me know. Again, go DM. It's going to be one of them again, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Thursday. Let's go. Oh yeah, 4 seconds, but because you're a dumb. I'm the best, bitches. Calling the panel bitches. Gonna have to write to that one. Alright. Let's open up the panel. If anybody has questions, first let's start. Panda, I see you laughing. Next question. What question is from? Yeah. How long does it take roughly, and how on my phone does it have to be to be part of this? Because I work at the same time, at that time, or sleep since I don't. So it is like an interactive game, right? So I'm not sure if you want to play bingo, but essentially what I need to do is the numbers on the picture will come up at the top of it. So I just got a call there, sorry. If you get a full card, like if you lock off everything, then you get. No, I think she get a call. Yeah, I'm getting a call. Sorry, 1 second here, guys. It's not me, by the way. I'm busy. No, I'm busy. Yeah. I get it. It's 2 points. Take it down right there. Am I make you have to follow before we get up here, buddy. I'm sorry. Now you want to get up here and chill your life away, but you gotta follow the host, the co-host, and Barbie. And Barbie, of course. Ooh, the happy. Damn, happy. Pretty, happy. Very nice. Yeah. That's cool. She doesn't change, though. She doesn't show that change unless I click on it. That's cool. You don't waste some bad thing. Oh, yeah, true. That's not true. It's like, I'm in check, but like, I got a gift, and I'm gonna take it. What a gift? You got a gift? I got a gift. Yeah, as a surprise. Maybe, we'll see how this space goes. Wow. Barbie, you're not gonna do it. What the hell was that? Oh, sorry. I was at the type of person I was like, I'm in a space right now, hold on. At the time, so yeah, you definitely gonna have to pay attention, because like the pictures will come up or whatever, like the calls will be made and you're gonna have to like, pay attention. So
This is going to be my first run though, so this is definitely going to be trial for me. I'm still going to be playing around and figuring new things out. So hopefully that answers your question. I don't have all the answers right now, but we're going to run the first one and then see how that goes.
Sounds good, Burbs. Sounds good. Saturday content sounds up because it's just, taking a break, twilight, do stuff.
Yeah, I'm hearing that.
What's up? Let's get to the question. So, Rabbi, if I'm a host of the Bingo, can I also participate in the Bingo? There's a conflict of interest.
That's a really good question. Another one I don't know. I don't know if you can do it from the platform. But maybe if you're using a desktop and then a phone, you probably can.
Also, can you pin whatever you're talking about to the top? I'd like to have that pin.
You want me to pin the space?
Whatever you're talking about, you show. Whenever anybody show, please pin it to the top first, then show for your 60 seconds.
I just posted it up for the space. I don't have the website. I gotta get the website down, but I'll use that out in a second.
I'm the Bingo guy. Nice to meet you guys. I was here. I was like, yeah, we're enjoying it. Nice to meet you. I followed all you guys this week. If anybody else wants to follow me, it's kind of hold back. But nice to meet you guys. If you guys have any questions, let me know about NFT. We brought Bingo to the blockchain, basically. And Barbie is going to be one of the hostess. So we've already had one beta test into live games with it's on the ICP blockchain. So we use ICP Gold, which is GLDT, which is a tokenized gold, and then we accept CKBTC, which is Bitcoin on the ICP blockchain. So most of the games are ICP. Yeah, Nomi, you got a question? That was a question I was going to ask you. I didn't know what ICP was. You just answered it, so good.
Yeah, that's another one. But you can buy ICP. Sorry. You can buy ICP through Coinbase or any normal exchange or whatever, and you can send it over to the website, your wallet on the website, so you can buy your cards and play the round.
Yeah, for those of you that don't know what ICP is, I think it's the only thing right now. So it was doing pretty bad, except for the past month. It's been doing really good for the past month. But yeah, basically ICP, it's a coin, obviously, but instead of just being a coin on a ledger, you can actually host both the front end and the back end of an application. So for example, our application, btcbingo.fun, we're framing it towards Bitcoin because you can use Bitcoin, but basically you can host applications on it instead of just being the ledger. So if you do an NFT, the NFT is also on chain. Other than this, other blockchains, you have to do sometimes you have to do different things. You have to do something on Filecoin, and then you can do your token on Solana or on Ethereum, and then there's a lot of workarounds. ICP basically you just put everything on chain. So if you like it or don't like it, just come support us anyway. You just buy a couple of them just to play Bingo, and then if you want to cash back out, you can sell it and buy your other favorite coin. But yeah, we're bringing Bingo on chain. We're also an NFT project. So come join us if you want to buy the NFT. Basically, if anybody picks your Bingo card, when they win, and we might change this to where you get paid every single time anyways, but when a person wins with your Bingo card, you get a percentage, 10 to 20% of that jackpot. So let's say people are playing for $1,000 and they win on your Bingo card that you own on the NFT market. The canister, that's what it's called. That's what we call our smart contracts. The canister will detect who owns the NFT, and it'll send them their cut. And then let's say you don't want to invest any money, but you have a lot of followers, you can host a Bingo game, and then you get a cut for being a host. So you get 5% base fee if you're a host. You can set it to higher if you want to, but then people may or may not want to join. And then you get a cut as long as you bring people in to play Bingo, right? And then there's also a dev fee that goes to us for running the app and paying for the cycles and keeping it running and whatever. But yeah, you can make some money. If you're an extrovert, you can host your Bingo games, get people to join. Right now we're setting up something called the Whale
500 ICP entry, which is like $3,000 each. So if you're into that, because I know some people like me, I'm not that rich, guys. I'll be honest. I like playing for like $5, a ticket, whatever. But there's people that are like, no, we want to play for $3,000. So if you want to like either host one of those games, you can make a lot of money just by the fees. If you want to own a bingo card, as long as one of those guys rent one of your bingo cards and they win, you get a cut of that fee. So there's a lot of ways to participate. If not, you can just join, come in the fun. It's gonna be a space so you can like talk and chill and listen. And Arby's game I think is 2 ICP, which I think is like $11. So it's $47. Yep, it's pretty reasonable. And so you can play for that much. And you can win a jackpot and host a game and make a war.
Yeah, that's what I was telling these guys earlier. I got in a little meeting with Bro and Axe earlier and invited them to do that. So, let's see, because I think one of their nights could be a cool bingo night. I'm trying to get some of the people I know that host regularly to do one every night. So it's not just me doing it, but everyone's like, okay, Barbie's bingo night's on Thursday, but Bro and Axe is on this day, and Cyber Mode's on this day, and whatever, so that we have like a full week lined up. So if any of those days you want to hop into play bingo, someone's hosting a game. So I just want to work with everyone to get everyone kind of having a bingo game every night, but different spaces.
Oh yeah, I wanted to steak. Did you have a question? I kind of answered earlier. There was kind of when I was. But it's just those two currencies that buy the cards so far. Or is it going to grow farther past that? Or are we going to turn out? I'm just curious.
Yeah, we're going to grow farther. So right now we have ICP because it's hosted on the ICP blockchain, so you get credit. We have CKBTC. We're working on adding Bitcoin Minter. So CKBTC is Bitcoin Twin. It's not like by us. It's on the network. It's like on the network level, so it's like super, super secure. It's like one of the securest ones. We haven't added that because we have to do like this API thing where it links up and like it mints you the CKBTC, which means you enter Bitcoin and then you can use it on the ICP network as CKBTC. So if you're gonna play for like 50 cents or like 10 cents, you can do that without waiting like half an hour, without like paying a transaction fee. You pay like a quarter of a penny or something like that. And then we have GLDT, which is gold. It's tokenized gold in Switzerland. The reason I added that is because I work there under social media manager for Gold DAO, so I gotta give him credit too. But I would like to grow to where it accepts Solana and any other like popular tokens that people are really into. And then once we launch our token, because we don't have a token yet, we only have an NFT, but the NFT holders are going to receive an airdrop for the token. So before we get to that, then all of the tokens that we collect, I'm looking at a mechanism to where we switch those tokens and we buy our token, and then we either burn it or store it or stake it or something, so we can become like hyperdeflationary. But all of that is in the future. Right now, we just have the NFT and just ICP network. But in the future, we'll try to add Solana and like the popular ones.
I have a quick question. Sorry if I can just hop in just for my own knowledge as well. Are you guys working with Omnity, or are you just...
No, I did contact Omnity in the past, and I think I owned one of their NFTs, but I haven't talked to them in a long time, so we're not doing any of that yet. But that might be one of the avenues to get into.
Let me make with Sheldon. I'm really good friends with him, so let me make sure that you guys get him, because that'll open up too, as they're opening up the ICP rails for the cross-chain compatibility. You might be able to
Yo, what's going on, Trace?
Nice. Panda, you have a question?
I'm in the middle of a Twitter discussion, so apologies I can't talk right now, but maybe in a little bit. Alright, well, cuddle up. I'll keep you company.
Marketplace. I don't want to say issues. Marketplace competitions, because they're building a new one, and the guys building the new one are very like competitive. But the current one that we have, the best one, it's not a marketplace. It's a marketplace aggregator, and it's called DGDG. So if you go to dgdg.app, which is just the letter D, the letter G, and then D and G again, I'll get you guys the link. I
So, I'll probably be back around showing this with a lot more knowledge behind it. But Thursday's our first round, so pull up, let's play, and yeah.
That is a deal for Senor Victor. I didn't even tell you what you meant, man. So basically, I don't know if you're familiar with the Soul Gods, but we have a wizard cabal. Basically, that creates a group chat full of people that they bought into the collection of the Soul Gods collection. But there's a trade that we decided to have a group chat full of different builders, investors, etc. Everybody in there just really just building, helping each other out. Just really connecting and networking. Basically, it's just, but you just chill tonight. And if, since we are giving you a down, let us know you like 24 hours. So just spend in there, connect with people in there, like-minded individuals that's trying to learn different projects, to see different projects. So, yeah, man. So I'm just going to add you into the chat right now. And, you can just continue to chill in there.
All right, thank you, man. I appreciate it. It means a lot. I also, the comments I put up where to buy and where to play. So the first link is the DigiDG link. That's where you can buy. You need an ICP. If you're in Solana, I recommend Plug Wallet because it's similar to the Solana wallet. It's kind of like, it reminds me of it. And then the other website is btcbingo.com. I'm sorry, I spelled that wrong. It's btcbingo.fun. Let me delete that and retype it. btcbingo.fun, and that's where you actually go to play. That one, you don't have to link up your wallet. You don't worry about security or anything like that. It works with internet identity. So you basically make an internet identity. And the way that works on ICP is it creates a new wallet for every new thing that you're into. So you don't have to worry about hacks or anything like that. It'll make a new one.
Thank you so much, Victor, for coming up and doing that. I appreciate that.
I appreciate you guys. It means a lot too.
Being lit up to speak and all that. That's really cool. Thank you, guys. I'm trying to add you to the chat, but it's like, that's the chat thing, man.
It's fucking him. It's so it's crazy. I never go back to do this for yourself ever, guys. I feel that never.
It says feature only works with encrypted conversations was and they will give you that message for it.
So fucking random. But Rabbi has his hand up, and I don't know if Trash Panda has any more questions. Trash. Congratulations on your deal. Sounds like a very good project, and it's all your team, the team,
Yeah, so our dev, his name is Damani. He's with Canister Software Inc. And some of his other notable projects, he's working on Internet of Things on the blockchain. So he has this switch that you can. This is really hard for me to explain to someone that. But basically, you can control things like project. But yeah, he's the dev and artist. The artist, we have collaboration with Master Rap too. He's the one that drew the cartoons. Like for example, if you'll see some characters that look like crypto. So you know how like one of them looks like Beagle the bull, but really it's our own bull, the bull market, and then the bear. It's not the Bobo the bear. It's like our own in-house that's made by artists. Master Rap too, and then we have One Piece that's done by Rico. He does pixel art, and so we have a collab with him for that One Piece. And if you know what I'm talking about, I'll post here. Let me post a picture of what one of the Loterias looks like. Because the Loterias are actually really pretty. If you're just an NFT collector and you're not worried about utility or anything like that, just the art is really good. This one's an ultra rare. That one, I think the one was just 175 ICP instead of 55 ICP. But it's basically the characters or the little pictures inside of your bingo board. Each one has 16 of them. And yeah, so that's the team, and then Barbie's helping us host some games, and I'm gonna try to get more people to help us. We have a couple other influencers in ICP. Bitcoin Renegade is gonna host a game for us. Six Fig is the real Six Fig is gonna host a game for us, and yeah. So basically, but anybody's free to do so. By the way, you don't need permission. If you would like to host a bingo game, all you have to do is go to btcbingo.fun and click host a game, and if you want to stream it, kind of like the point of this is to stream it as kind of like live stream, so you can use StreamYard, Streamlabs, whatever. You share your screen, and then people kind of see you. Barbie's gonna do the first ever space one, where it's just a space. So you can just host your own bingo games on a space or on a live stream, and then people join on the other end to join a game. So you do host a game, they do join a game. And anybody can just host their own game. So you can select your fee. If you want to charge 5%, if you want to do it for 1%, let's say you're doing a charity. So for example, you're collecting money, to feed children or the puppies or whatever. You can set the host fee to like 40% or something larger, and then you can let people know. Or if you have some sort of emergency, you can do that too. Like, hey guys, I gotta pay my rent. I'm hosting a bingo game. It can also be used for that. It can also be used to support your own projects. So, for example, two of the things that we're experimenting on. The one thing is, if somebody is hosting a game, you can monetize it by charging people or advertiser paying people to mention your project while doing the game. So, for example, Barbie can be hosting a bingo game, and at the same time, she can say like, "Oh, this bingo game is brought to you by the NFT, blah blah blah." And like, you can mention things, so you can monetize your stream while hosting bingo games. It's like double monetization, and then you can also pay people for that. And then the other thing is that you can do something where you can do like, okay, we have a 20% fee, but 100% of that fee is going to go to buying and earning XYZ token and whatever. So then people in a specific community can play bingo, have fun, and then at the end they buy and earn their own token. So then we benefit from that too. So I mean, the possibilities are endless. This is our first week. To be honest, we were doing beta testing, and I wasn't going to launch until next week. And people were like, "No, we want to play now." So I launched the beta testing, and everyone just like started playing. So I can't hold it back. But yeah, we fixed a bunch of bugs, so that helped us. We have like multiple parts now. We have a return to game link, like that. So people are getting lost now returning to the game. And yeah, hopefully in the future we'll add a whole lot more tokens and a lot more mechanisms to make it a good environment for everybody. Yeah, it's a really good opportunity to like hang out together and make a couple tokens.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Victor. Like I said, I feel bad. Can you go to Rabbi? I feel bad.
Nope, I'm good. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a time capsule and a timeline of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. This is the biggest event in global history. I'm king of the internet, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential, and I'm going viral. And when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you'll ever meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these links, they are in my profile. They're also in my pinned posts, where you can also find my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. I have more social media than any person on earth. I have more content than any person on earth. Additionally, you'll find a link to my Discord there, discord.me/rabbi. We just celebrated our 2,500th member, and we're always growing. In addition to making you rich and wanting to help bring about world peace, I'm an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a social media marketer, if you're a reply guy, if you are a shiller or a raider, and you want a mentor, a coach, a friend, all for free, please feel free to reach out to me. Send me a follow. I'll follow you right back. Send me a DM. I'll reply. Join my Discord. I'd love to connect with you and see how we can make you more successful. But most of all, I want you to know that I'm here to support you all, personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most of all, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely want to let you know how much I appreciate the ability to share.
That was the. You're actually not really actually looked at it. That's crazy.
100%. Thank you for your high praise.
I think we actually do have to connect because I was just talking to one of our other dogs, TJ, about this. I think he would be great for like a 24/7 nice clean. And listen, I don't know if you overheard him. This is like a fun into friendship, whatever, connection, whatever.
Absolutely. It's serendipitous.
I think you're right on time. Yeah, I think you're right on time. Yeah, man, I think we definitely got to talk about balling all over the panel. Anybody else who might want to ask a question, do just check the video out. He's not really live right now. Is everybody looking at the video?
Hi, everybody, if you're watching me right now.
Trash. Oh, I actually can't take it.
What up, Trash Panda? I'm shouting you out, Trash Panda.
That's actually pretty cool. Keep it 24-hour stream day. Oh, yeah, it was something. So, Robert, are you open to share where you located, like what state you're in?
Absolutely. I'm based out of Irvine, California, just located in Orange County near Los Angeles. I've streamed IRL as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, at Disneyland, basically everywhere in Southern California.
So you always have a camera on you.
I do my best to, but I also am not a prisoner to the camera. So if I ever want to take a break from it, if I ever want to take a break, I keep the streams going certainly, but I enjoy being on camera, so it doesn't really bother me. But if I'm gonna run to the mailbox or something like that. I may not start up an Instagram reel, but sometimes I do, just depending. Um, and you know what I may have going. If there's not a lot going on and I want to create something cool, sometimes I'll fire up a stream. But even then, there are cameras outside the house, so I guess I'm still on camera then. But it's not the same. Obviously, one is closed circuit and the other is live stream to the world.
Would you be down to do like a miniature Big Brother?
Yeah, in the future, that's what I want to do. So I'd like to give people a first person view of my life. I'd like to do this for the rest of my life. I mean, I've been doing it since I was 35. I'm now 39, and really have intentions on doing it for the rest of my life. I think humans will be able to learn a lot from this, not just about my life, about human biology, uh, just learning about people's eating habits, their drinking habits, their sleeping habits, their circadian rhythms, their breathing patterns, every aspect about a human biologically, their personality habits, behavioral habits can be studied from multiple angles over the course of long periods of time, uh, unadulterated by perhaps a clinical environment, and also I've been able to capture just amazing moments of history: the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, assassinations and assassination attempts. I've been in earthquakes. Um, we've seen the birth of AI from a large language model standpoint. I was live streaming prior to large language models being integrated in our lives. I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November of 2022. I was a user November 30th, 2022, when it formally launched, and we've been able to see how AI has changed our lives since. And it's only been 3 years or so, and we've had the opportunity to be able to see not just ChatGPT, but Claude and Copilot and Grok and Gemini and all of the others. And I think it'll be really interesting for people to be able to track in the future what life was like back during the pandemic and in the time since.
Yeah, man. I do have a few questions, but if I want to talk to you again, is like, are you into crypto at all?
Absolutely, I'm a spokesperson for a cryptocurrency, one of the OG meme coins. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Enu. Its ticker is Bitcoin. It's worth anywhere between 50 and $100 million. Has had an all-time high of 360. The community is amazing. We're very strong. We have 12,000 people in our Telegram. I'm live streaming in the Telegram right now, and I have been for more than 2 years since the coin was launched. Very close with the dev team in their fantasy football league. I've been in crypto since 2015 personally, and so um, while I'm not in the earliest of stages with it, that's longer than most people. So I've been able to see its development, certainly, and ride out the highs and lows that we've seen in the years since.
Yeah, but hey, doing your marketing and stuff like that, too. Those times, because I'm seeing touch your page here, like your live stream.
Yeah,
Any
so
sponsorships you working on?
Yeah, so I'm sponsored by this cryptocurrency, and so they sponsor my merchandise, and also I've been sponsored. I have other sponsorships of different cryptocurrencies. Generally, I keep it to cryptocurrencies. When it comes to my YouTube, I don't really focus on that growth. That's really to archive my life. So every few months or so, I will just create a brand new YouTube account and start streaming on it, and then fill it with a few hundred videos or so, and then move on to another one. The reason why is because I don't want to have all my eggs in one basket when it comes to YouTube. I don't want people to be able to get one of my accounts banned and take down all my content. So I do my best to multi-stream. I'm live not just on YouTube, but I've got over 49,000 people on Twitch, and on Discord. I have 2,500 people in my Discord alone. Um, and you know, I I've lost a lot of accounts like Barbie. Um, I had tens of thousands of people on my Twitter that I've lost, and there's just no support getting those back. So you've got to start from the beginning, and that's what I've done with this account. So over the course of the last 2 weeks, I've gained like 900 and some odd followers, and that's quite good. I'll take that for 2 weeks of work. Axe, I see you, big dog. Yeah, I just shouted you out. Absolutely. Hey, Axe, you want to see yourself? You can see your PFP on my phone. That's okay. I understand. But yeah, thanks for joining, and we continue to grow. And just to everybody out there, I'm a positive person, and I like to surround myself with positive people. Who are members of my Discord, and positive vibes to all of you. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to share. Uh, yeah, I am. I'd like to travel the world when I go viral, but at this point, I really like to maintain my streams and my community, and it's easier to do that from desktop streams. But in the future, yeah, my plans are to travel and to basically live my life on camera while going from one location to another.
I was looking at you on YouTube because you saw you were talking, and then when I clicked on it, I almost broke, but on your version. Yeah, and you know, we are on Twitter, and since you are, trying your platform here, maybe I can give you the BBC. Are you looking to grow your account?
Well, actually, not really. I hate to say. You mean my Twitter account, or maybe I'm misunderstanding you. What? Yeah, absolutely. I just understand that I never know if it's going to get banned, so I that's why I don't get the blue check mark again like I've had in the past. But what is the? Please explain. What's the BBC?
Okay, so it's the Mark Brandon course. It just help you grow on Twitter. Basically, have like a short name that fits in the bio, like maybe Rabbi instead of Rabbi.
Oh, I understand. No, I actually don't want that. I want to be different than everybody else. I want to be different than everybody else. So, I like that. Everybody else has a short name. Yeah.
But it's just for us to find you, maybe Max want to see you in a message, but just extend it, how can he find you?
Oh, he'll find me. He'll find me. I'm not worried about that.
Just back to your ad handle, to your name, maybe give a Rabbi, I don't know.
Oh,
I'm not trying to rebrand you.
no, I understand. I want to be different than everybody else. Everybody does that. I want to be different. It's important to me.
This is kind of what most people say because at first. It just takes a while to just get you.
I understand. I'd like to go against the grain. I'm a salmon going against the river. But, everybody with short names. Exactly. Yeah, no, I get it. I've had names that are exactly mine. I'm at Rabbi Rothschild. I've had at the Rabbi, at the Rebbe. All of those, they've all been banned. I've had over 2,000. I've had over 2,000 accounts. The reason why I use the handle that I use is because it's not mine, and then I think it makes it a little more difficult for Twitter to ban me. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But I've had over 2,000 Twitter accounts organically banned. So I basically kind of want to just go against the grain a little bit. And at least in the past 2 weeks, this account hasn't been banned. I think I created it back earlier this year, February or something. And the fact that it was aged meant that I might have the opportunity to avoid those bans because it just happens, and there's nothing you can really do to get that account back. Twitter doesn't provide any human support. So let me say this though: if I were doing things again the normal way, that's how I did it when I first started. I was just at Rabbi Rothschild. That was 15 characters. I was at Rabbi, or my name was just Rabbi Rothschild. It was short. It was simple. That's how I did it when I first started. But after 4 years of banned accounts and fighting the system, I've had to basically take on some, uh, let's just say, avant garde strategies. And at least it's working for me now. I mean, I've gained 900 people in the last 2 weeks, and continue to grow. But um, let me say that I know that there's a reason why people do the standard way. I get that in the short names. I understand that. But this is the the choice. This is the path that I'm on, so I'm gonna roll with it.
I just want to say I'm taking off, going to bed, but I did leave in the bill for any of the ladies and women. Morgan built a kind of like a Rolodex of contacts and stuff to start Women's Day kind of thing where you can, it's like a break, it's like basically a ledger of all the different women of Web3. And it's kind of a start to build a directory for all the women in Web3 and to try to bring in like corporations and stuff. So if you guys are not on there, I appreciate you guys for joining up because we're trying to get like 100 people on there, and every person that gets on is going to help get there. So that's it.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Morgan and what she's doing with the women of world, the women of Web3 International Day. And I did get a chance to pop in there. Their first monthly space, and that's held on the 11th, guys. I don't know the exact time, but definitely I'll second that. Add her up. She's a super hard worker in the space and definitely trying to build something really interesting, cool, and different.
Thank you.
Yeah, women of Web3, let's make sure I'm in those DMs as well, so I can show my support for you as much as I can, okay? Anywho, Trash, sorry, David, you see your hands up.
Oh, yeah, I got something to share. And it's actually something for me. Before I start, for me, this is a total deviant play, but if you've been around the space long enough, then you should recognize pretty much what it can be. Of course, I'm talking about the legendary Solana One Bars. Can you even call your treasury in your DAO or whatever a treasury one?
Hey, what's up? My name Cowbell. You already know what it is. Gringo Poppy live stream, bitch. Alright. I'm gonna start off the stream real quick. I'm your favorite comedian, Cowbell. You all know me. I've been doing comedy for like 6 years, or actually 6 months of stand-up. I did it. I know how to do it. So I'm gonna get right into the bit, alright? Check this out. Some dudes be fucking like this. But you know how Cowbell be fucking like, oh, shit. What's up? Cowbell, hey.
your state of age. You know, I'm not today, oh yeah, all of you traders, everybody should come up because today we are talking about trading. We're talking about leverage trading, trading like a pro. So everybody should come up. Rabbi, good morning. This is the first time I have a rabbi in our community. Welcome to the space.
Thank you so much for letting me be here. Do you mind if I share my project with you?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, Shiny. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of the queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet, and this is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want you to have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you will ever meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. There is a link to all of my streams. Okay, okay, please allow me to finish, and then you can ask me any questions you wish, but it's rude if you cut me off. May I continue?
Yeah, you can continue. Okay, well, let me finish off.
Thank you. I will answer any questions that you have when I'm done. You can find my link tree in my pinned post along with a link to my YouTube streams. Those are available to you from all of the different views. Additionally, my Linktree has more social media than any person you'll ever meet. Feel free to look at all the content that I have there. I also have a link to my Discord, which has over 2,500 people. Feel free to join it if you wish. In addition to making you all rich and helping to bring about world peace, I want you to know that I am an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I'm an advocate for ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you are a shiller or a raider, and you want a coach, a mentor, a friend, all for free, please send me a DM. I'd be happy to respond. Send me a follow. I'll be happy to follow you back. I want to help you to become more successful. But most of all, I want you to know that I'm here to support all of you, both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most of all, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely want to thank you for the opportunity to share.
Thank you very much, Rabbi, for that. And yes, guys, let us avoid disrupting. Yeah, thank you very much for that. Anyone who have a question for Rabbi, as a CK Cardano always call me in the right time. Today we're talking about leverage trading around everything. That's so perfect. Welcome to the space, CK. Henry Barista B, welcome. Yeah, let's welcome everyone into this space. Let's just retweet this space. I'm also saying
anything like this. The way Nigerians trade, even if you see the Nigerian call groups, you see BTC, different kind of coin. But that mindset have to change. I beg. Yeah, it's better to focus on one. And it's not only sorry that I've heard that stuff from, because you have to study them. And like that, you want to be a very good trader, it will take like 4 to 5 years before you can say, oh, I'm an excellent trader, I'm an excellent analyst. So now you just look at yourself now, taking, analyzing like 10 various trades, BTC, so SRP. Yeah, that means 10 times 4. That's 40 years before you can be good in all those 4 10 that you pick. So it's better you pick one and then study it and understand it very well. It's much better that the mistake we making, especially most people make is that they feel like, yeah, if I have $1K now to trade, let me put it in various things, and then that's kind of you trading luck or trying to that $1K, invest it in a business. Because that trading that you are trading, you are a BTC trader, your business is about trading BTC. What is that BTC that you are trading? The BTC that you are learning starts with maybe $50, $10, $20. Explore it. Don't go for the rush that, I want to make more money from that stuff. Yeah, so it's better to make a system. Yeah, I trade on Ethereum, this is what I trade. I trade on BTC, this is what I trade. And then you'll be able to understand that even you don't need, sometimes you get to see that you don't need, you just look at the market like that and be like, this is what will happen. It's not because of magic or anything, but it's because you've been adapted to it, you've seen it, you understand everything, so very, very important thing. I think I resonate with that stuff too. Yeah. Call groups can drop various ones for you. That's why call groups can actually help. Like let's say we have our call group now is solid. Now we have not is one trading BTC, MetaMask is trading Ethereum, this one. You can always trust your decision. You drop this one, we enter. Drop this one, we enter. Because look at this person is very solid there. And there are various trades you get. So yeah. So let me pass the mic to Murphy. Welcome, Oliver. Rabbi, shout out to you. Thank you for coming. Murphy, you have the mic. Rabbi, shout out to you. Thank you for coming. Murphy, you have the mic.
So, I just want to answer what you just said about the question. Not asked is really
kill him however you need to kill him. Jewish Gemara says, no, shiny Hassam, remember Motra, Motsu.
Which is why you're here, you know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying, you guys missed me, so I'm back. I got on this
most humas is different because the execution of Torah uses the lashon of most humas. And what is most humas? That double lashon teaches me that even if you can't give the proper death penalty, Jason has the right to execute him however you get executed. I didn't think my so why don't you learn from this? Learn from ROTHSCHILD that halacha l'maisa, when someone is liable to a death penalty, just kill them however you can kill them. There's also Gol Adam. Gol Adam, remember again, right? Reuben kills Shimon accidentally. The relatives of Shimon have the right to seek revenge from Reuben. By Gol Adam also, they have the ability to kill Reuben however they want to do it. Say, what do you have over here? You have two psukim that teach you the same concept. ROTHSCHILD and Gol Adam. What do they teach you? That whenever someone is liable to a death penalty, if you can't give them the prescribed death penalty, then what? You can kill them wherever you want. So we'll say, what is this called? This is called Shnei Ksuvin HaGoyim Ke'echad. I have two mitzvahs or two halachos that teach you the same thing. So the Gemara says, now what's the halacha? Before Shnei Ksuvin HaGoyim Ke'echad, Ein Malam. I will say in general, whenever you have two psukim that teach you the same concept, you cannot create a principle from them. So we'll say again, but halacha l'maisa. So therefore, we will say so again. We don't turn anyone halachas. Number one, not only is the homeowner made to kill the thief, but who else is? Anyone else. Why? Because the thief has the status of a relative. That's halacha number one. Halacha number two, how do you kill the thief? How do you kill the thief? How do you kill him? However you need to. However you need to. It's no part of the law. Suppose another part of the law. Machteres. Any of the Machteres. Suppose I only know if the thief is tunneling in. The Gemara says, Gadol, Chasero, Karfifo Minai. How do I know that it's coming through my roof, my chutzner, my carpet? How do I know? Or even if he's not tunneling, it's going through a window that I could also kill him. Talmud Yimatze Hagonav Mikamachon. The pasuk says Yimatze. However you find the thief, wherever the thief is found, you're allowed to execute him. In pain, Ma Tamul Machteres. That's easy. Then why does the pasuk say Machteres? Because the majority of thieves tunnel. Torah just spoke about the normal way that it's done. Tanya Idak Machteres Eli Machteres. I only know that if he tunnels in. Hello, if he comes in through the window, through the clutches, through the roof. So ultimately, again, if that's the case, then why does it say Machteres? Because Machteroso, Zohi Hasra also. As well as remember, if you're tunneling, just know that's your hasra. If you're tunneling, the Torah itself has already said that halacha l'maisa, you are warned. I will say we have to stop a bit for today, but l'maisa, this is not going to end. This is going to lead into the next sugya, which is: does the thief require hasra? Is the hasra necessary in this case? The Gemara suggests tunneling in, by definition, is your hasra. No further hasra. That's why we'll stop over for today. Shkoyach. Okay, great run. All right, if on Zoom, I will get these scraps to all of you. And Jerry, mazel tov on your granddaughter's wedding. Mazel tov. Have on Zoom. Jerry will ask you marrying up his granddaughter today. London? Oh, okay. Next guy, Baruch Hashem, good. Advanced mazel tov. Go ahead, everyone.
When he says that, like, you gotta lie sometimes.
Sorry? It's only extenuating circumstances.
I'm happy to give Brendan credit where it's due. So people are, I always try to be like, my credibility shitting on someone is amplified by the fact that I will give them easily credit where they're good at it. And so, as far as podcasting, for example, because I've been trying to podcast with people, and if I'm a little toxic, and it's like, but it's a learning process, because I get to a little toxic. It's like organized, like true crime dog. I'm like, you haven't watched any podcasts that are just like comedians.
All right, so let's say good morning. Let us begin the day by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show to thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for Touch Shin Pei for the year 5785, Tosin Shvach of Eretz Yisrael. For in the source of wishing a mazel tov to Yoshua Mordechai Tilson on his engagement to Anis Cohen. Mazel tov, may they be Zochem Yeretz Hashem. We should just note that Yoshua Mordechai is a brave Chayal, brave soldier. Baruch Hashem gave much to Am Yisrael, Eretz Yisrael, and now it is so beautiful that he's going to be celebrating the building of his new home, which should occur in Yeretz Hashem, B'Shai Tov Mitzlachos, and should in Yeretz Hashem be benched with generations of beautiful Simcha, Mazel, and Bracha. So let's say with that, let us begin. Of course, as always, we dedicate our learning and discuss of all of our countries how to use Yeretz Hashem, bring them home, the Shalom and the Karov, and all of our soldiers will be successful. B'chol Maaseh Yideihem. So let's say today's daf. It doesn't matter what today's daf is. Let's not get caught up in details. Let's don't lose the trees from the forest. We're going to be learning Sanhedrin today in Yeretz Hashem. We're going to be starting on Daf Ayin Aleph 71, and we're going to see in Yeretz Hashem where the journey takes us. So we are picking up in Yeretz Hashem on Ayin Aleph 71a. We're picking up about 12 lines up from the bottom. It's a Nuda. So you must just command as well as Samuel. Whose opinion is reflected in the following statement? So there was never such thing as a Bais Nuda. Bais Nuda means ultimately again a home that was afflicted by Tzaras. So such a thing never happened, such a thing never will happen. Whose opinion is this? So the Gemara says, why is it written? If it's never going to happen, why is it written? Ultimately, in order to learn it and receive reward. Who does this reflect? Kabbalah ben Shimon. Like Kabbalah ben Shimon. Good. That's Talmud of the science. This now is Kabbalah Shimon. Over Shimon says the all of the Abayis Kamei Achir Kishtei Gris and Achir Avonim Kishtei Solim. The carries of this. So again, in order to have Saras on the bus, remember there is a whole topic with Saras in the house. Last year, Kodesh pointed out that Havok on the night with Saras in the home is not a punishment as much as it was a bracha. Because he actually points out before the Jews came into Israel, the indigenous nations hid treasures in the walls of their home, and which is the only way you would know that those treasures were present was with Saras, because that would require the removal of stones, and then one would see the treasure literally again that was buried behind. So again, in order to have Saras of the home, you need to satisfy so many different criteria. It has to be like two greasing. A grease is a measurement. Ashtei Avanim on two different stones. Vishtei Ksavim on two different walls. The Karen is Zavis. So essentially, you have to be in a corner. Our Kokish Shnei Greasing, but our Kokish Grease, you have to have a length of two greasing, a width of one grease. So my time of Rabbi Lazar, what's Rabbi Lazar's logic? Why does he say this? Ksiv Kir or Ksiv Kiros? Because the pasuk says, talking about Saras on the home, it says it appears on a wall, and then it says it appears on the walls, plural. So the Gemara says, Ezeru Kir, Shuk Kiros. What ultimately again is a home? What is a wall that is like a wall, plural? How the Omer Zakar is obvious. This refers ultimately again to a corner. So Tanya Rabbi wrote Tzavik. So I'll say, so Rabbi says, Makom Hayah B'Tchum Aza, V'Hayah Korev also, Chorbisa Segirta. So the Gemara said, but there was a place in Aza, and they called this place in Aza, Chorbisa Segirta. So again, interestingly enough, Rashi points out that here, Churba is Mitzorah. And Churba is called Mitzorah. So essentially what the Baruch is saying is that there was a Manish home that was known to have Saras. Amr Shimon Ish Kfar Akov Hamakat Halakti B'Gov Galil. But it's Makom Shemesayim also of Amr Avanim Miligos Kinu Isham. So maybe Shimon Ish Kfar Akov said one time I went to Galil, and in fact I found a place where they were storing stones that they said were removed from a home afflicted with Saras. So let's say, so once again you see this tension. On one hand, first opinion saying there was never a home with Saras. Never happened. Too much specificity. The other opinion saying that Allah promised, no, we actually saw a home with Saras. Beautiful. Much to say on this, but we'll cover a little bit of ground before we get into some life lessons. Says the Mishnah, Hayachman Gide, O Higer, O Ilain, O Suma, O Hirish. So it's remember we saw in the last sugya that in order for a child to become a Zora Mora, as Lashon of the Gemara was, the parents have to be Shabbat. Parents have to be quote-unquote equal, right, or similar. Now, the reading what I was talking about over there was that the parents have to be Shabbat, the Kol, the Mara, the Koma. They have to be Shabbat, they have to be similar in literally, again, their voice, their height, and even in their appearance. Now the Mishnah goes on to more technicalities. If one of the parents was a Gidin, Rashi points out over here as Gidin is they're missing a hand, an amputee. Ochiger, or the people doing a leg and therefore can't walk. O Elaine, or mute. O Sumo, or blind. O Perish, or Perish generally means deaf mute. Eno Nasa Ben Soramora. The child can't become Ben Soramora. This is a technicality. Now why? Get Shneimar, because listen to this. The tough subo of a Vimo, the Pasuk says his parents will grab him. Will grab him for no giving. Obviously, in order to grab him, they need hands. So if they're missing a hand, then I walk on myself, kid can't become a Ben Soramora. ROTHSCHILD also, they will take him out. So therefore, again, if they lack a leg, lack an ability to go and remove him, they can't take him. They will say, the parents will say, below illness, not if they're mute. The name is death, that they will identify this son below Sumi, and not parents who are blind. And then we show me at the calling. They say they have to say the son doesn't listen to our voices, for low harshly, and not a mute. Not a mute. Right, Martin must involve with Mishosha or Malkin also. They warn the Ben Soramora, so again there's Hasral. They warn him first in the presence of three, and then ultimately administer Malchus afterwards. Chazer B'Kilkal. So you're about to say it's interesting because here it introduces something new. Apparently, there is like a Hasra. They warn the kid about his behavior in front of three. Right? So again, apparently the way it works is like this. The child or the young man steals the money, purchases the meat and the wine, conforms to all of the criteria that we established in the last couple of days. His parents warn him in front of the base in the street, and then again they flog him. They give him Malchus. If he repeats the behavior again, that's when he becomes a Ben Soramora. Chazer B'Kilkal. If he goes ahead and repeats this errant behavior, then he is judged by reason of 23, which makes sense because now this is a capital case. But again, he's only executed if part of the reason of 23 consists of part of the I should say differently. The original three who essentially judged him for Malchus has to be part of the subsequent raising of 23. Because they have to say the parents have named that this son means the son that was warned and flogged in front of you, the first three, is now going to be executed for becoming Ben Soramora. Incredible. Shema Shamsina, you might say, what do you see here? But you don't crawl. Keep it safe. I will say, what you see here is something very interesting. That halakha l'maisa, when a pasuk is written a certain way, that's the process that has to be followed. In other words, I will say, what does this mean? So you would have thought like this. If you look at this pasuk of Ben Soramora, right? So the pasuk says, the top supo of a video. His parents will take hold of him. And they will take him out right to the basement. And they say, now if you notice, what's happening over here? If you notice, there's a very literal interpretation of the pasuk in here, right? That literally they have to be able to grab it. They have to be able to walk. I don't know, when you look at this pasuk, one could have also easily said, the pasuk is more figurative. I don't know that you have to understand the pasuk in such a literal sense, but clearly, you should understand it in a literal sense. What do you see from the Shabbos? You have to follow a pasuk as it is. You must say, no, this is different. Shiny halacha, why? On the base. We're making progress. Shiny halacha. 71b. So as I say, no, this is different because here the pasuk itself is written in such an elongated form. Look at Rashi. Kulukra Yisera. The Matzi Mikta both says and also Shara here, holy skeleton. You know, you clean out this whole thing. Cancel grab on and just say, you can't give to the base, done. The fact that the pasuk is written such a long here indicates to us that there is a hakpada. The Torah is telling us that again the parents have to be able to engage in all of these processes, and inability to do so prevents the kid from becoming Ben Soramora. Okay, so let's move to Mishosha. And we warn him in front of three. So he was in Lamali. Why do you need three? But trace out here. Why do you have Hasra in front of three? You just need Hasra in front of two witnesses. Rabbi Havid come and Masim Babitni Shnayim. The marking also between Shosha. No, what it means is like this. You're right, we warn him in front of two witnesses, and we give him Malchus in front of three, because three represents a baby. So Mar says, whoa, Malchus Ben Soramora, where do we ever see Malchus by Ben Soramora, right? The only thing we ever see by Ben Soramora is what? Is execution. Where are we getting Malchus from a Ben Soramora, right? Remember the above. Like now you the Yisru, so let's say you make it Zero Shabbat. V'yisru. So it says V'yisru also, V'yisru ben Sora Mora, and then it says V'yisru by Malchus, and then again V'yisru Muben, Vayam bin HaKol Tarasha. So essentially there's a Gzeret Shava between Malchus and between Ben Sora Mora to teach us that first time offender, right? First offender Ben Sora Mora gets Malchus. Okay, incredible. So again, Ben Sora Mora once again repeats his negative behavior again. How he judged this time can't go a reason of 23 because now it is effectively a capital case. So the Gemara says, "Haimi boile zeh." So the Gemara Darshan is b'nei zeh. That's how the Gemara Darshan. That's how Darshan from Mishnah. But so 1 second, Haimi boile zeh l'osur. Now remember again, but we already used that zeh. That zeh was already Darshan to teach us what? The parents have to have sight in order for the kid to become Ben Sora Mora. So how are you now using that same zeh for a different drasha? In Kirimito, Beneno who? My Beneno zeh. The Pasuk says just written Benenu who, but it says the Benenu Zeh. Shmami Makarti. So they'll say Zeh teaches me two things. Relatively, it teaches me number one, it teaches me parents have to have sight in order for the son to become Ben Sora Mora. That's number one, and number two, that the original three who served as the basin for Malchus have to be part of the basin of 23 for execution. Incredible Mishnah. Or actually, Madino, the Africa Heket Zaki Zakana Takton. Okay, so once remember again, in the beginning of the Ben Sora Umar Sugya, that Ben Sora was interesting. There's like a window. What's the window? It has to be like a katan samoch, which essentially is you can only become Ben Sora Umar immediately upon reaching adulthood. And the metric for that, the Gemara says, essentially was what the Gemara called like a beard of pubic hair, a ring of pubic hair. So the Mishnah raises a very interesting point over here. Let's say a kid is accused of being a Ben Sora Mora, right? And when he is brought to Beis Din, he's of the age where it's appropriate. In other words, where you could be done, you could be a judge of the Ben Sora Mora. And then what happens? He ran away from Beis Din. He escaped from Beis Din. Actually, before the verdict was passed, the Afrikat, and then what happened? They find him again. They want to bring him back to Beis Din. But by the time they bring him back to Beis Din, he has further physically matured. What's the halacha? Pater. In other words, he's aged out of Ben Sora Umura, and therefore, again, so the interesting part, remember again, this is because he escaped before his verdict. So if he escaped before his verdict, by the time we get him back to Beis Din, he's already too physically mature, right? What we call the Zakana Tachton has already formed. He's out. He's free on a technicality. Then we should Barak, the Ahadat of Zakana Tachton Chai. On the other hand, if let's say the kid came to Beis Din, was judged, the verdict was passed, but he escaped before execution, and then we find him afterwards, even though now he possesses more signs of physical maturation, we can still execute him. Incredible. So the Gemara says, another thing, Ben Noach should be against Hashem. Interesting piece over here. So let's say Ben Noach, a non-Jew, who cursed HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Chas v'Shalom, and then what happens? The Achakach Niskaya, then he converted. What's halacha? Potter. Then he converted Potter. Why? What's the last story? So then he logic. Holov v'nishtane dino, nishtane nisaso. Because the one saying halacha l'meisa, his whole legal framework changed. Remember again when he was at Rashi, was out to very interesting. So literally translated, since his legal ramifications or his legal framework changed, therefore his verdict changed as well. Take a look at Rashi. As a Ben Noach, right? Ben Noach is judged with one witness, one judge, and no hasra. A Jew is judged with a basis of 23, hasra and everything else. So therefore, again, since now he converted, since his legal framework changed, therefore what? His din, his halacha changed as well. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Baruch Ashkel Ligmadina. So our Mishnah would seem to support the same idea. If the Ben Sora Mora, he escaped before the verdict was delivered, the Achakach gives Sakavatat Don Potter. And before again, and then when they found him, he already exhibited signs of further physical maturation. He's Potter, my type of what reason? Lavi Shun Damina Hor Ishtani. Because he changed. Since he physically changed, therefore what? His din changed as well. First says, no. Lo shiny hawk The other Hashgalah Barkatalavit. No, it's different. Why? Because now he's in a state where if he had committed that very same crime, right, as a child or as a young man with enhanced signs of physical maturation, if he were to steal that same money and buy meat and buy wine, he would not be chayiv at this stage. That's why if he escapes before the verdict, we find him later on, he's going to be potter. So Tashma, so ultimately, again, it's a Ben Sora moment. If they delivered the verdict, but he ran away from days before he was executed, and then they find him. But by the time that they find him, he was already exhibited signs of further physical maturation. What's that? He's chayiv. Now, why is that? Nigmar Dino Kamrit, because again, our his verdict was passed. Nigmar Dino Gavakatilahu, but his verdict was passed, and of course, he's going to be chayiv. So what a tremendous Musar Haskell in this. Tremendous Musar Haskell. So if a Ben Noah curses HaKadosh Baruch Hu and then he converts, what's the halacha? He's not subject to a death penalty. Why? Because again, the Lashon of the Gemara, whole of the Nishtana Dino, the Nishtana Misaso, his deen changed, and therefore the death penalty changed. What do you see from here? You see from here, this is the halacha l'maisa. Even if there is a certain din hanging over a person, there's a certain verdict hanging over a person. If you change who and what you are, ultimately, again, that din changes as well. This is a very important Gemara hashkafically, because in general, there's a fundamental question when it comes to tshuva. Let's say again, I'm a person. No, it's not a person. I commit an avera. As the person who committed an avera, I want a particular punishment. So now there's this concept of tshuva. And Shuvah says that I should go ahead and change my din. So how does that work? Because Baruch doesn't change his mind. The Baruch doesn't change. The Baruch is perfect. So what does it mean? If I'm chayiv for the death penalty, I'm chayiv over that, whatever the particular ownership may be. How does it work? So what I say, interestingly enough, the way it looks hashkafically is the din doesn't change. The din is always the same. What changes? I'll give you a simple marshal. A person goes ahead and makes $100,000 a year. So as $100,000 a year, you're in a particular tax bracket. Let's say the next year you make $200,000. So again, you're in a different tax bracket. Has the tax law changed? No. The tax law is exactly the same. What's changed? Me. That's the whole dynamic of tshuva. The din is the din. If I remain the same person, and this is the thing, this is where it is. But the beautiful opportunity we have in life is that I don't have to remain the same person. I can change myself. And when I change myself, suddenly again, the din, the judgment that was over here, it's still there. And if I choose to become that same person again, it's going to be waiting for me over there. But if I choose to become someone different, there's just a whole new set of laws and a whole new set of realities and a whole new set of ramifications that are there for your side. That's the greatness of change, the greatness of tshuva. I can take myself from one framework to another framework. The framework is still there. The framework didn't change. I changed. So the Ben Noah who curses HaKadosh Baruch Hu chas v'shalom, if he becomes a yid. So at the end of it again, he's now holding Ishtani. He's a different person, and therefore a separate set of people. When we become Bali Tshuva, when we change, when we uplift ourselves, we just take ourselves from one framework to another framework. Most incredible thing in the world. Let's go right there. So, Tashma, Ben Noach, Chavero, this guy listen to this. A Ben Noach, non-Jew, who goes in and hits his fellow non-Jew, or commits adultery with the wife of his fellow non-Jew. And then what happens? So obviously getting himself into a whole bunch of trouble over here. And once then he decides to convert. Now, what stage is taking this guy? I'm not exactly sure, right? But when I say again, he goes ahead and he converts. What's the halacha? Potter. He's potter, right? He's potter from all of these things. Why? And we'll say now, what's the logic over here? The logic over here is that halacha l'maisa. Remember, when he converts as a Jew who goes ahead and hits the Ben Noach, or a Jew who commits adultery with the wife of the Ben Noach, is not subject to a death penalty. So therefore, Halacha l'maisa says that Ben Noach, he was subject to a death penalty. Now, Halacha l'maisa, he is not subject to this halacha. So death penalty also came to Yisrael and this guy Chayim. But the Ben Noach hits a Jew, or a Ben Noach committed adultery with the wife of a Jew, and then he converts, he's still going to be liable. Still going to be liable. Why? Because again, these are actions that had he committed them as a Jew, he would also be liable. Says the Ben Noach, he's liable as a Jew, he's liable. Why? Why would you go ahead and say, but he changed, he converted? Dino umisasa va'inan, Dino umisasa va'inan. Now, in order to apply this metric of change, it has to be that both the din and the death penalty changes. Dino ishtani, misasa ishtani. Here, the particulars perhaps of his judgment they changed, but the death penalty still remains the same. Quite fascinating. So, Bishlam was actually called Sayyid Asha Sayyid. So I understand the death penalty itself. Right? When he kills someone, says Ben Noach, it was Sayyid. And now he also be Chayiv Sayyid. Because remember, Ben Noach, we saw programs there a little while ago, Ben Noach is always executed with Sayyid. So as a Gentile, it was Sayyid. And as a Jew, it's Sayyid. But with adultery, as a Ben Noach, it's Sayyid. And now it's going to be strangulation. So his din is different. To which we'll say second line down in the white lines. Benara Murasa. So we'll say you're talking about Rabbi where you committed adultery with Benara Murasa. The Ibi the Skila. The Skila. Both a Ben Noach as well as a Jew have the punishment of Skila for Nara Murasa. I also came to Israel to me the HS Chavero. Katani. But it says if he committed this same act with the Yisrael, comparable to Eishes Chavero, Ella, Kala Bechamura Meshech Sheicha. So we'll say, but rather we see again, interestingly enough, a more lenient penalty is automatically dragged along or included with a more severe one. Honey Kalavan on the side Chamar. That's how Kalavan said that Sayyid is more Chamar than Chanek. Ella, Shimon Chanek Chamar, my career. We had all this before. The Kurdish Jew says that Chanek, strangulation, is more Chamar than Sayyid. What are you going to say? Shimon said, the baby Nasha. The Amar, Hamisa Mura, the Litnei Noach, Eino Ela Chanek. But so we had this not called this. So hold the baby Nasha, the baby Nasha, hold the Litnei Noach, always put together with Chanek. So the Shlama H says, each Ni Kara Chanek, the Hash, the Chanek. Simon is saying the case where the Ben Noach committed adultery with the wife of Israel, and then he converted because whether he was a Ben Noach or he's a Jew, he's punishable by Chanek. So it's Elor Seach Me Kara Chanek Vash the Sayyid. Well, exactly. But according to this, as a Ben Noach for murder, he would be Chayiv Chanek, and now as a Jew, he would be Chayiv Sayyid. To which we must say, not a problem. Kala Bechamura Meshech Sheicha. Again, we assume that Sayyid is a more lenient form of death penalty than Chanek, and therefore again the more lenient one is included with the more common one. Let me say it right. Sarcha Biachakak Bagra. Right? The Gemara says it's Tidon the Chanek. So the Gemara says Tidon the Chanek. The skila nighttime alone. So she would be judged with Chanek and not with skila. Why not with skila? Lami should be called the Ishtani. It must be because Halacha Lamaisa to my Nara Murasa. Nara Murasa both with the committed adultery mentioned here in Bulgaria. So what's Halacha? She's judged with Chanek. Right? The Gemara says why not skila? Lami should be called the Ishtani because she changed from a Nara to a Bulgaria. The coach in Halacha Ishtani Legam, right? And all the more so in this case where the change was complete. Hamir Biochanan Latana Tani Tidon the skila. So ultimately, again, so Yochanan said to Tana, you write rather instead write Halacha Lamaisa subject to skila. Incredible. Both say what's the takeaway? The takeaway, sorry, I went a little bit quickly over there. What's the takeaway? The takeaway is like this. The Halacha Lamaisa gives you the case of Sora Mora, the king brought the Nathan, and then he escapes. And we find him later on, and what do you do with him? So the answer is, it depends. If his verdict was passed, right, and he escaped before execution, we find him, you execute him. If he escapes before the verdict was passed, then what do you do? It depends. If you find him before he's developed further signs of physical maturation, then you can pass the verdict and you can kill him. But if he escaped before the verdict was passed and now he developed further signs of physical maturation, since he has changed, right? Things have changed, you can no longer judge him as against Solar Mora. And there's other cases other cases like that of the Ben Noach who curses HaKadosh Baruch Hu and then converts, the Ben Noach who goes ahead and hits his friend, right, or commits adultery, then converts. Similar types of cases. Beautiful. Let's go. Ben Solar Mora. We'll say this is interesting. This Mishnah feels like it should have been at the beginning of this entire parak, but okay, we're going to do it here. Ben Solar Mora. Nidon Hashem Sofo. Ben Solar Mora is executed not as much because of what he has done, but because of what we are concerned he is going to become. Gemara says, Yomos Zakaba Yomos Chayif. Ultimately, again, let him die innocent and don't let him die Chayif, don't let him die culpable. Well, why? Because the death of the wicked is good for them, because their death atones for them, and it's also good for the world. The tzaddikim, the death of the tzaddikim is bad for tzaddikim, and it's bad for the world. And we'll say, why is death bad for tzaddikim? It's such a profound Gemara, Mishnah. Why is death bad for tzaddikim? Why? Because with death, they no longer have the ability to go ahead and perform nice and children. We'll say life is the greatest gift, because as long as you're alive, you have the ability to just change yourself, change the world. So death for tzaddikim is a bad thing, because with their death, they lose the ability to impact change. And it's bad for the world. Gemara says, Pisa, sorry, so I'll say, listen to this, wine and sleep, for the Rishonim is pleasurable for them, and it's good for the world. Why? Because if the Rishonim are drinking and they're sleeping, it usually means that what? They're not bothering anyone else. Good. So be occupied with your wine, be occupied with your sleep, and go for it. But tzaddikim, we'll say this is incredible, but for tzaddikim, wine and sleep is terrible for them and terrible for the world. Once isn't that profound? This is why? Because when the tzaddik is drinking too much, or the tzaddik is sleeping, he's not accomplishing. And if the tzaddik is sleeping and not accomplishing, drinking and not accomplishing, that's bad for him, and it's bad for him. So here it is, right? This is a raya to what we do. Sleep is bad. Sleep is very bad, apparently. It feels so good. Right? But apparently, again, it's not good if we want to be tzaddikim. Incredible. Pizra l'rishayim. Hano Elohim v'anali olam. So we'll say Pizra means, again, displacement. It must say scattering. It's good for Rishayim and good for the world. In other words, if Rishayim are not together, if they're not concentrated, it's good for them because then they can collaborate with one another, and it's also good for the world. So tzaddikim, for tzaddikim, obviously, again, it's not good, because again, when tzaddikim are together, they're able to go ahead and collaborate, and they're able to be a force amplifier. So for the Rishayim, Pizur is good. Ultimately, for tzaddikim, it's not good. It's also Pizur means literally again scattered. Pizur also means, sometimes people say, a person could be in one geographic place, but in a million different emotional headspaces. And when it's things like that, we all experience times like that. It's very distracting, and it's very hard to accomplish something when you're not settled. Essentially, really what Pizur represents, let's do the opposite. It's the opposite. The Gemara says kinos. Kinos when the Shayim Elohim v'Avi Olam. So kinos means gathering. When the Shayim are together, that's bad for them and bad for the world. Avi v'Hana Avi Olam. For tzaddikim, it's good for them and it's good for the world. So I will say this is really incredible. So for tzaddikim, Pizur scattering is bad. Kinos is good. So of course, you understand on a Pashat Pshat level. When tzaddikim are together, that's great. They can collaborate. They can accomplish. It's a force multiplier. And when they're dispersed, again, they can only accomplish as much as any one individual can. But it's not just true for this is also true on a personal level. Sometimes in life I'm in a state of Pizur. Pizur is I'm all over the place. When I'm all over the place, it's hard to accomplish when you're everywhere. Why? Because it will say Pizur means there's a lack of mindfulness. There's a lack of presence. Like Kinos means there's mindfulness. Kinos means a gathering. I'm in one place. I'm mindful. I'm attentive. I'm there. It's interesting. Sometimes we like to think that when we focus on multiple things, we're accomplishing more. But we know this. When you multitask, maybe you are accomplishing more, but the quality of the work is significantly diminished. That's Pizur. Pizur is multitasking. So just know again, it's not the best thing. Kinos is where there's mindfulness, there's attentiveness, I'm present. When that happens, it's good for me and it's good for the world. Incredible. Let's finish up. Everybody says, tranquility is bad for the Shayim, because when it's tranquil, the Shayim can do a lot more damage, and it's bad for the world, right when you Shayim have Shagat. But tzaddikim, for tzaddikim, ultimately, again, tranquility is good for them, because with tranquility, they can focus on accomplishing more, and obviously, if the tzaddik can accomplish more, then it's good for the tzaddik, and it's good for the world. There was so much to discuss about this Mishnah, but I'll tell you a different time. Top of Ayin Day 72a. says the Mishnah, Tanya, Rabbi Yosef Levi Omer, because the baby, because the Ben Sora Mora has stolen money and has purchased some meat and purchased some wine, he should be executed. He wants a $1 million question. Rather, the Torah knows what is going to happen with the Ben Sora Mora. The Gemara says why? Why? At a certain point, he's going to finish all of his father's money, and he's going to want to sustain his habits that he's formed, and he's not going to be able to. He's going to go after, he's going to become a robber. He's going to become a robber. The Torah says, let him die innocent. Otherwise, remember, has Ben Sora, has he done something bad? Yeah. And does it deserve death? No. But the Torah sees where this type of behavior is going to lead to, and ultimately says, you know what? Kill him now. Kill him now before he becomes a real liability for himself and for greater society. Because the death of his son is good for his son. Again, kill this kid before he goes and becomes a real menace to society, and it's good for the world. And once again, it's so fascinating to think about. First of all, so this harkens back. That's why I like that phrase, harkens back. Physicality, you know. And so it's so I feel like you say an accent. Harkens back. Anyway, so this is why we don't finish that. So you know what I said? So remember, this goes back to yesterday's back when we saw the Machlokas. Did Ben Sora what happened? Did it not happen? So remember all of this together. So that's the heart of the Machlokas. And I said, but it struck me. Why do you take this, right? What's the whole purpose of Ben Sora Mora? He's going to steal money. He's going to purchase meat and purchase wine. And we're thinking when he finishes his father's money, he's going to go out and steal. I don't understand. Maybe he'll just get a job. Maybe he'll manage a hedge fund. You know, I don't know. But why do you automatically assume that he's going to continue stealing in order to support these habits? So I'm saying, what do you see from here? What do you see from here? When you get used to not working, when you get used to handouts, when you get used to going ahead and supporting your lifestyle on the back of others, that is a very difficult habit to break. That's what's happening over here. So because this kid has never worked, no, just one thing if he's an industrious young man. He likes nice things. Like you see kids like this who like nice things. So what happens? What do? They hustle. They hustle. All right, so he hustles and he wants nice meat and nice wine and nice food. Okay, you know what? That's fine. You're working hard for it. We're not worried about a kid like that. What we're worried about is someone who steals in order to support a habit. You develop that type of mindset from when you're young. They're like, ideally, the world owes me something, and you go out and you support yourself from other people's hard work. That's a terrible midah. And that's a midah that's not going to be broken. That's the kind of person that when they run out of their father's funds, he's not getting a job. He's like, you know what he's doing? You know what he's doing? He's taking from other people. He's taking from other people. It's such a detrimental mindset. It's not just about the meat and the wine. It's about a feeling of entitlement, that you feel so entitled that you can take other people's stuff to support yourself. Listen, you know the worst midah a yid can have? The worst midah? Entitlement. Magia, you know, the sex. So it's like the Rabbi pointed out that in Yiddishkeit, there are no rights. There's no bill of rights in Judaism, right? The Torah doesn't entitle you to anything. The Saxon, it's not about the rights. But in Yiddishkeit, there are only responsibilities. There's 613 responsibilities. Responsibilities, not rights. Why? Because the Yid should never walk around feeling entitled. No one owes you anything. HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't owe you anything. And I will say, by the way, it sounds strange. It's actually people owe me something. People owe me cars. I tell people this. Let's say, the problem is, if you walk around feeling you're entitled, there's one thing you can be absolutely sure of, which is you will be profoundly disappointed. Profoundly disappointed. So you can feel entitled. Everybody owes me everything. Okay, and when it doesn't come, you're going to get upset, you're going to get offended, you're going to get hurt, you all these different things. Or walk around, you know what? No one owes you anything. No one owes you anything. Don't walk around with a Magiyali entitlement. As well as I can. In marriage, don't walk around feeling that your spouse owes you something. Your kids don't owe you something. Your parents don't owe you something. Your friends don't owe you something. It's beautiful if they do something for you, and then when they do something, you will feel such a profound weight of HaKaras HaTorah. That's beautiful. But again, you can dispense with so much life disappointment if you get rid of the feeling of entitlement. And that's what's happening over here. You know what's the real danger of the Ben Solar and water? It's not the meat, it's not the wine. It's the walking around from a young age with a feeling of entitlement. Jews don't have rights. Jews have responsibilities. Dispense with the feeling of entitlement in all of your life relationships and become much happier in all areas of life. Let's go right there. So much about now, for tzaddikim, ultimately, again, death is bad for them and bad for the world. The Gemara says, Yayin, which is repeating what we saw in the show, Yayin, Shina Yayin, sleep and wine are good for a shah because then they're not causing problems. Shina Yayin, but wine and sleep is not good for the tzaddikim. Why? Because they're good for the tzaddikim if they're drinking or they're sleeping and they're not performing the nice and children. Tranquility is bad for the sham, bad for the world, because it gives them time to engage in all their negative imaginations. But tzaddikim, hanava ba'anavi olam. So for tzaddikim, it's good. For tzaddikim, it's good. Pizor. For the sham, hanava ba'anavi olam. So again, scattering, displacement is good for the sham, good for the world. But tzaddikim, rala hanvaravi olam. Mishnah. Habab maktas. What's he switching gears now? Habab maktas is a thief. Is a thief. The Habab maktas means a thief who comes in secret. I will say that literally, makteres, the way that Rashi understands it, the way Gemara understands it over here, is a thief who comes in through tunneling. He's literally again digging a tunnel right from somewhere into the house of the person he wants to rob. So above so it says the halacha is if somebody now the assumption this is happening at night, this is happening in secret. The Torah says that if somebody breaks into your home, tunneling into your home, you'll have to kill them. You'll have to kill them. Now we'll see why that is. The Gemara says so. The thief is judged based on what we believe he is going to be willing to do. So let's say Ruben broke into my home. And when breaking into my home, he broke a barrel. Also, so what's halacha? If I'm not allowed to kill Ruben, and we'll discuss the parameters of this, then Ruben is going to be chayav for breaking the barrel. In Eino Gamin Potter, but if at the end I'm allowed to kill Ruben, then he's Potter for breaking the barrel. Now listen, why is that? That's a killing the Rabbi, because since I'm allowed to kill him, he's a chayav death penalty. Because chayav death penalty, therefore he is Potter for financial damages. Says the Gemara, I'm allowed my time the Machteras. We'll say now, why is it that you're allowed to kill someone who breaks into your home? Right, after all, again, the person is a thief. He's coming to steal stuff. So why are you allowed to kill the person? So you might listen to this. So what's this? Listen to this. The chazaka is people don't just let other people steal their stuff. Like in other words, it's my stuff, and I'm going to defend my home. I'm going to defend my property. Now, a thief knows that. The thief knows that when he breaks into someone's home and wants to go and steal someone's stuff, that the homeowner is going to defend his property. So therefore the thief says, Amar iyazilna kailafai, so l'shavikle, v'iikailafai katminalei. So therefore every thief knows that the homeowner is going to remain ready to defend his own. And therefore what does that mean? Every thief therefore is ready to do what? To do what? Kill the homeowner. So therefore a thief, and again I will say, this is a thief, this is not like a pickpocket, right? This is a person breaking into a home in a secretive way. So everyone knows that a person is going to defend their home. Therefore, the thief remains ready to kill the homeowner if it requires. And therefore, the thief becomes a rodef. The thief, halakha l'maisa, again, is essentially looked at as a murderer. And therefore, again, the Torah says, if somebody comes to try to kill you, halakha l'maisa, you'll have to kill her first. That's habab maktaras. Incredible. So it's Amarav, habab maktaras, but not like you, the other part is what's interesting. That's fascinating. So they didn't make it to my home. Right, really makes into my home, and halakha again, he gets out, and he takes some stuff with him. So Rav says something very interesting. Rav says Reuben doesn't have to return the items. Doesn't have to return it. That's my taima. The dumb kaninu. What's the logic? Since when he broke into my house, he was considered a rodef. He's chayiv misa. So because he's chayiv misa, therefore he's potter for any type of monetary law, and therefore he doesn't have to return the items. If he gets out alive, right? If he gets out alive and he keeps my stuff, he doesn't have to return it. And we'll say, by the way, very similar also, like we have this, remember, like the castle doctrine, right? This idea that people defend their home. And there's an understanding that if somebody breaks into their home, no one's going to say, oh, you know what? It's just stuff. No, yeah, it is stuff. You know what it is stuff. But you know what? It's my stuff. It's my stuff, and I worked for it, and you didn't. So if I'm armed, I'm going to defend my home, and the law recognizes that as well, right? And you're not trying to ask, what exactly are you here for, right? In other words, expensive stuff, inexpensive stuff, maybe a little something people don't call now. The understanding over here is I'm going to defend my home, you're going to defend my home, and therefore if you're coming in, you're ready to kill me, and therefore again, I'm ready to kill you. That's the halacha. That's the halacha. Rabbi. So Rabbi says like this. Rabbi said, this is a pretty wild statement of Rav. So Rabbi said, Reuben breaks into my home and he gets out alive. And he's holding my stuff. Rav says he doesn't have to give it back. Why? Because halacha makes a king of the since he's subject to a death penalty, therefore he's talking about any type of monetary compensation. He can keep my stuff. Rav says, why? So Rav's statement makes sense when let's say the object is no longer in existence. So he stole something and then it broke. He's not tied to a financial restitution. The Gemara says, about not all, but it's not. He has the object, he has to give back. Now, okay, it's not true. Not true. Rav said, even if the object is extant, still Reuben doesn't have to give it back. Incredible. So Hayesh will come in. Because again, essentially, since Reuben and the thief were liable to a death penalty, he essentially acquired the object through a death penalty. Like he's subject to death, he's not subject to any type of financial compensation, and therefore the object is now deemed to be in his rishus. Gemara says, this is not true. Gemara says it's not true. When we say that the object is in the rishus of the thief, that's for onsin. If something happens to it, the thief is responsible. But if Allah says for an obligation of return, of course, if the item is still extant, the thief has to give it back to the owner. Maybe to have a shoal, he's no different than a shoal. So we'll say, so what you are suggesting over here is this interesting statement of Rav. So Rav says if the thief gets out alive with an object, he doesn't have to give it back. Rabbi says that's only if the object is not extant. But if the object is extant, of course the thief has to give it back. So that's analyzed tonight. But I'm not sure she has a
Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. Do you mind if I share my project with you all?
Yes, I don't mind.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. It's a time capsule and a timeline of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase "content is king," and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you all, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy. If you're not already, I want to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live simultaneously on over 20 YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want a link to these different streams, feel free to look at my profile. Additionally, in my pinned post, you can find a link to my YouTube streams in addition to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. I have more social media than any person ever. No one dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more content than any person. You also can find a link to my Discord, which is discord.me/rabbi. In addition to making you rich and wanting to help bring world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate, including in Nigeria. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you have a project, you are a raider or shiller, I invite you to send me a DM, send me a follow. I'll follow you back. I'll reply reply to your message. I want to help you be more successful, and I want to do so for free. I'll never charge you. I want to be a friend. I want to be a mentor. I want to be a coach. But most of all, I want you to know that I'm here to support all of you, both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most of all, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Alright, man. Really do appreciate your support. Guys, do want to follow Rabbi. Bullish on Rabbi and what he's building. Rabbi shows up every single day. So guys, let's do want to follow him, and like he says, he's here to support us. So if you have any issue or you need guidance, reach out to him. He'll assist you. He's more than ready to help. So yeah, Rabbi, thank you very much for coming. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. You're very kind.
Alright, man. Well, it was good, man. Alright, yeah, bro, thank you so much for having me on board. It's good to be here. Very happy to be here, right? Hold on, Priceless, can you hear me? Priceless, are you there? Yeah.
Mm.
of that.
And the first one, I never saw his first special until later. Because convenience and when they're like, look, I had a bunch of crazy haters. And I totally get why, because in normal life, there's a certain percentage of people that project like the absolute worst interpretation of what I look like on my personality. But being associated with Brendan, it was like, oh, he is a narcissist, so everyone perceives me to be equally narcissistic when they don't get that I'm like, I'm more autistic than fucking narcissistic, you know? Like, I'm awkward, I'm not fucking exploitative, I'm not whatever. Sure. I have a million character flaws, not in the same direction that Brendan does.
We all have flaws, dude.
Yeah. Like, you know, I'll come to everything. I'll still make your argument that I am a narcissist, but it would have to rely on taking things out of context. So, I don't know too much of this.
I want you to see this question. Mark should start a podcast about loser comedy / podcast culture. No one even semi-in orbit is funny.
Yeah, I kind of don't. I'm not a big hater, like, because it's like a trend for podcasters. Is like everyone who's on Rogan is not funny. I like Ari Shaffir's special.
Yeah, we like Ari. Yeah.
Shane Gillis is amazing.
Yeah, Shane's great.
I like Mark Norman a lot since I did like I don't know about that one.
I mean, listen. I don't want to hate on Mark, but he's not for me. Yeah. I understand he's a comedian. He's a murderer, a tactician.
Yeah, but he's kind of like a classic late night comedian, right?
Yeah.
His jokes, so I appreciate like the genre that he's in. He does that well, and also in real time, his quips. He's incredibly quick.
Right.
He can give these.
You know what else is quick though? Stage 4 cancer. That's also you die right away from that. Dude, that was you write that down.
That was more Norman level. He said silver hack. That was one of my funniest.
Oh yeah, I mean those are great clips. I'm not Mark. And in no way am I saying I'm funny or better. Obviously, he's a great guy. Like he's a very good.
I like his stand-up,
but I just don't. I don't enjoy it at all. Yeah. Anyway, in any case.
And I also think that like people don't realize. I look at comedy like genres. It's like, do you not like this song or do you not like country? You know, it's like country.
That's a good way.
Whatever. You know, all comedians are different styles and genres. So,
I find Mark Norman unlaughable and trite. That's what Jeff Dye said. So Jeff Dye's the worst ever. But so Mark Norman, like,
Jeff Dye is the nicest person in person.
I can see that he was nice in person, so I feel very bad about saying that.
And he's been out of the whole group that I met there. He's the one person who like checks up on me. Yeah. I miss somebody who'll meet up with me. Like, so. He's a safe and
I'm definitely a bad guy. Like, he was nice to me, and I shit on him.
I always want to give him credit for, like, before I say anything about his comedy, I want to establish Jeff Dye is in real life one of the nicest people, and it was funny watching the Mark Maron. Sorry, I got this fucking acid reflux. I was watching this Mark Maron beef with him, and Jeff Dye's crime was like calling out the fact that Mark Maron is an asshole. People, I didn't really have. I was like, wait,
it helps him at the end. Huh? Like, well, this whole thing, like Jeff Dye, that helps Jeff Dye. That whole thing, it's like now when people are talking about Jeff, he can go on the podcast, he has something to talk about.
I empathize with Jeff because I was like, he was like, Mark Maron is mocking me. Like, oh, did your feelings get hurt? And Jeff's like, yeah, that's the whole point. My feelings got hurt. That guy Jeff Dye is, where he's like, I'm okay to admit that something hurt my feelings. It's not a big deal, you know?
Okay, here's my thing. If we're going to talk about Jeff Dye, I'll just say this. If I had advice for Jeff Dye and he cared, I would just say, think a little bit about your issues with women. What's going on there? Like, are you, like, why is that a thing? Maybe, I don't know, do some deep reflection. That's what I would say.
I consider him, he's not like, you know, some people get into comedy like those, the Hodge twins, were like conservative black guys, I guess they do comedy shows, and I've watched them.
Yeah, they do, yeah.
They're funny, but like, I consider Jeff an actual comedian. But if you cater to a right-wing audience, and oh, by the way, he posted a clip recently, a few years ago on TVK, where I was like questioning him, and he was like, oh, Patriots Ed is tits out, your husband's posing behind her doggy style in a bikini. He's like, why'd you gotta do that? And I prompted him. I was like, hey, Jeff, you're seeming real Christian conservative right now. Just to key him out. Yeah. And his comment section like, what's wrong with being Christian conservative? I'm like, guys, it's a podcast. I'm keying him out to get a funny response. Sure. To justify himself. But that is his crowd, right? So that tends to correlate with like kind of being critical of the fact that modern culture has veered away from traditional values or traditional gender roles. It permits more kind of soft, or like in Jeff's case, Jeff's lighthearted anti-trans stuff. Just right, it's right in flavor, right? I'm okay with that because it's like, well, that's your audience, you know? Sure. But part of that is going to be like, women. I don't think Jeff has any animosity towards women.
I don't know. It's less that, like, I'm kind of being funny, but, like, even with that, he's just not fun. Like, he's just not good at stand-up. So that's my main criticism, is that his stand-up is bad and kind of stupid.
Was there a specific joke where, like, fill me in on, when you say, like, his issues with women? Sure. Do you feel like he picks on women?
Well, he has a whole YouTube, he did a whole episode where he's like, people think I hate women. Here's a list of comedians I actually think are funny.
Podcast?
Yeah, it's like a YouTube. And then during it, he was like, who's that? It was someone he supposedly picked. He was like, Don. Like, it was on his list. Like, did someone else pick this for you? You forgot who the woman was? And it was all, like, network. It was very, like, industry plant and famous people for the most part. I'll give credit. He did say something. What's that?
When you say they are funny.
They say they are funny. But, dude, would you do a podcast where you're like, here are the women that I actually think are funny? Crazy. You know, I mean, like, I know I'm acting insane here. You know, like, these women actually did make me laugh. And I he's like, was one of them Whitney Cummings? Because that's a crime. If it was for Sharia law, he would be in prison. And we should have Sharia law. No. Let's just stop. We shouldn't have Sharia law. I'm sorry. We shouldn't.
Jeff Dye is a super nice guy. You know, like I stand by that. Because also, where he's leaning into as far as the anti-women stuff, I'm very sensitive to guys who have like deep-seated resentment towards women. Jeff Dye's not.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
It might come out in comics and say, oh, this gets laughed, or he has those sisters. You know, with like a bunch of sisters.
And I would love to have them on the podcast.
I think he feels like more comfortable talking about women. Kind of happy. It's like, yeah, I got my 5 black friends over here. I can say,
oh, because he's got sisters. Yeah. I don't know, man. It's just like the vibe I get, but we don't need to attack him that much.
It sucks, but I have like a medical condition where I might, you know, putting off getting it checked out. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, you have a problem with the human body? Get a grip. Balloon fart. What do you think of that name, Balloon Fart? That's one of their big fans.
Oh, yeah. Dating women is 2 male comics when talking about their what? That's ESPN.
Yeah, a little bit. And it is a little bit lame, but how do we, because I was shitting on Roberto. That's how we got there. I mean,
Anthony and Gerardo are yes. Easier if you're gay. You're the first guy to ever make that joke.
LPJ27, good to see you in the chat. It's so much easier.
She dresses like he thinks you rock with it. It's true. Even though this whole outfit is like $20, I could literally just go, what's the outfit I'm going to sweat the least in today? Yes, it's a trigger.
Did you ever go out of the country?
Chance based on celebrity. Yeah. But then if you don't evolve, you know, they'll come see you twice even. But this year, one of your favorites?
Favorite comedian? Kevin Nealon. Right, yeah, Kevin Nealon's great. Mark Gatsy's great. Nick Schwartz is great.
So you assume if I see this person once a year at a theater, they're gonna have a new hour.
Yeah.
You know, or it's gonna be whatever it is. If you watch the guy get shittier over time, when you're already spotting him, like knowing, oh, yeah, this guy is from another arena, we'll give him some credit. I'm like, oh, Yeah, that's good for a guy who's just fighting people. But then you don't evolve. Are you going to go back the third time?
No. Yeah, that's the constant criticism of hackery.
So BJL could easily be a Bollywood action star. All the guys were running the block from something. That's, I definitely missed the boat on a lot of things. I should have just started hitting the steroids heavy, in my early 20s and became the fucking WWE guy. Because now I'm doing like commercial where I'm playing pro wrestlers and I should have fucking done that.
Oh yeah, dude. I texted you about that. You're on a run, man. It's awesome.
It's been fun, yeah.
Very cool to see you on TV.
Yeah, do we do some pistachios one?
Which one?
The pistachios commercial.
I've seen them all. Yeah. What were they? Is it fun? I just have a question. Is it fun to do that?
Love commercial acting. Yeah. Like, some of the days, the first Bosch commercial I did where I played Macho Man, we shot in Canada before the Super Bowl, and they hired me for the Super Bowl after this one. It was like a 17-hour day, whatever. It was so packed, and but it's just my element. I hate doing so many jobs, and I work so many different shitty jobs. Acting, even when you're actually busy and the focus of everything, and I'm standing and singing, it's cold outside, and we need to his commercial to be perfect. So it's like that 30 seconds does take the whole day because every single second of it has to be perfect. Like the cinematographer, the academy or whatever. So, but I love doing that shit. It's such great.
I've never done it, but I consider a lot of the work we do with Rain, like when I have Rain on the podcast, kind of like a commercial for Rain. We're trying to get a deal with Sure Shot and Magnified.
Responsibilities the other day. There used to be a frigid thing where I fucking lived off these. I have like 6 fucking days.
That's crazy.
Running on no sleep, fucking, batty ringing all night and then waking up.
You need it. You gotta message girls. You're not gonna do that without me.
Nicotine pouches. Yes. No, I just started to. Somebody sent me a bunch of them normally. Do nicotine, but it's kind of nice.
Oh yeah. Oh, he loves. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was worried about getting nauseous because I'm like sensitive to it. So people's like, oh, here, take this. It's like, Sean was taking like 18 milligrams at the time. That shit would make me nauseous.
Yes, but when you take 2 back to back, I start hiccuping like crazy. When you get commercials on TV, what's funny that happens to me, making it about myself, is that I get like 6 or 7, maybe more texts from other people being like, Mark's on TV, and we get.
Is anyone talking? Gian.
We both had messages on Discord, Reddit, they posted it.
My breath is burning Goonies nose. Could be, yeah.
Oh, because of the energy drink?
Or just that bad breath.
I mean, listen.
That would be more embarrassing. If you find out you have bad breath, I'm like, oh, shit.
I don't know where I'm going to toast this. Cooney won't volunteer this information, but he broke both of his wrists playing basketball. Oh, yeah. You see the scars? See the scars? Big surgical scars. He got crossed up. Yeah, I guess he crossed him up. Oh, but check this out, though. I was pulling plants the other day, and I re-hurt my wrist. But look at the difference between this one and that one. Do you see it?
Could you show me
Like that? See how this is kind of swollen up still? You can't see anything, right? No, Mark just said, yeah. Shut up, you heard it. See how it's like way bigger than the other one? You don't see it? So, I think what happens is it's like some torn ligament or something, maybe. Yeah. Or like a cyst or something. I got an orthopedist appointment.
It's got to be something.
All right. But I'm sure it's fine. I don't think it's going to need surgery or anything. But my doctor told me, it's like, when you'll live, you'll live. No, all right. I didn't mean to do that, actually. Let's just forget that I did that.
The actual for special. And when I found out that Brendan had a stereotypical Asian voice to a handsome, professional Asian doctor who has a flat West Coast American accent, I was like, did no one ever teach you that it's bad to be racist?
Well, all right, so Mark, this is my best friend, back on both with Bashir. He's asking you a question.
Is Mark having insight on Barn Door's fake BJJ black belt? Is that what it's more called for here?
Oh, yeah, he's obsessed.
I believe all the stories about him faking it, that is something Brendan would do because he fakes everything. Like, I can think of 10 different things where it's like, he wanted something. He's like, I want followers, I buy them. I want reviews of your hobby, I buy them. Now, does he have grappling skills? Of course, but I'm not educated enough in this world of black belts and what real experts consider black belt, but his story was like he didn't have it. And his son was like, but where's your black belt? Well, it's technically, to me, it doesn't really matter because it's like, you'll see guys who are submitting people all the time, and it's like, oh, but he's only a brown belt. Like Mighty Mouse is a brown belt. He's submitted.
Yeah, it's like a big
dudes and with crazy submissions that like technically he's a brown belt, but it's like he's the best to ever do it. Like to incorporate BJJ into MMA. So
any belt is impressive to me. Except for podcasts and rubber black belts.
Yeah, I think like I don't doubt Brendan's grappling skills. I assume they're better than his striking skills because of his lack of coordination. And speed. He doesn't look very fast. Like that's powerful, but just not like manipulation prevention.
Thank you so much. Do you mind if I share my project with you? May I share my project with you? Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And because I have more data than any person ever, I'm going to go viral soon. And when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. Unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet, I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two. I'm live on over 360 degrees. You can find a link to all of my streams, including a ceiling camera, in my pinned post and in my profile. You can find my link tree there. I dare you to look at my link tree. No one dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than anybody ever. And I have more content than anybody ever. You can also find a link to my Discord. We just surpassed 2,500 members and growing. In addition to making you all rich and wanting to help promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a shiller, if you're a raider, and you want a free coach, mentor, and friend, feel free to send me a follow. I will follow you back. Feel free to send me a DM. I will respond to you. Most of all, I want you to know that I'm here to support you all personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely want to thank you for the opportunity to share.
Yeah, like people are looking for the tweeting, like your speech. Oh, is it that you have a project? Like in the future time, like what's the project you just shared? So is it that what it
I stream my life 24 hours a day and have for the last 4 years for world peace. I have more content than any person ever. I have the world's largest timeline and time capsule. I have more social media than any person ever.
one way and that should be right. Now, the only notification I would like to still find my phone that's like the same way all the type system. Yeah, nice. Nice. Yes, you're welcome. I will need it for space. Yes. I'm going to come up. We have I'm sending my phone again. You know, the way last day, like, it's a bit very, and you like, like, that's way, and my phone. Yeah. We have been like, okay, started playing with this. I've been able for the rest of their life. Yeah, for one. Hope you guys can hear me because I don't know what's happening to my network successfully.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much. Before I actually feel what I feel normally in the space and let me first of all talk to you, Rabbi. I'm offended if that's not the pronunciation.
No, that's correct. Excellent.
Okay, first time. I think the truth is, you shared yourself and you said since I'm not want to give this piece. But to be honest with you, I'll just give you a really simple yes and not. Last time I sometimes
I've not seen exactly what you do. So that first of all, discourage someone that's trying to maybe your YouTube, maybe it's YouTube that invests but someone trying to check out your YouTube, it will be discouraged because of the lack of spaces you join.
May I ask you, right in my pin post, there's a 60-second video that tells you everything that I do. Did you watch it?
Yes, of course, I've not watched the video, but I'm just trying to tell you how X view your profile because the truth is many people here, I don't know if you like me and you can believe it or not, but I'm just trying to give you a quick tip. And I know many people will not tell this, but on this our space, I'm not saying the truth that you actually work here because that's how we believe it. The movement force, that's what we believe in, so many people. So the truth is, I've not watched the video, and the people on there actually watch video that fast. They better still read on Tuesday, they see the first of all read Tuesday, see there. So if you can actually write me, like write with images or maybe some short clips of your video or short pictures of the videos you make and add it to the small write-up and post it. So better explain what you do than only one video and a lot of spaces here. I hope that helps you. That's a little.
I appreciate it. If you watch that 60-second video, it has short clips in there. It's exactly what you're saying. And I want to promote the spaces I'm in, just like this one. So I like them, I repost them. It helps the space host, it helps to get out the word. And I join maybe 10 to 20 spaces a day. So, yeah, you're going to see a lot of spaces in there. However, it is on you. If you're interested in what I'm doing and I provide a video, you need to watch it if you want to have interest in me. I am doing that. There's images in it, there are links in it, there's audio in it. It has maybe like a mock up of like 6 short videos in there. So I do have that, and it isn't even something you have to click to go off site. It's right there, it's embedded. So I recognize that I do join a lot of spaces to be able to promote the spaces that I'm in. I understand that. And in order to counter that, I pin at the top of my profile a video, and I have all the links to where you can find more content of mine. Unfortunately, Twitter does not have a way for me to be able to put more content above the posts that I have because you can only pin one post. If they allowed you to pin more posts, I absolutely would have more videos and clips and just things to catch somebody's eye because I understand what you're saying. But if you are constantly promoting spaces as I am when I'm in there to make sure that they get spread and they get larger, and I just am doing what the host says, your timeline will look similar to mine. I get that. But I appreciate your advice sincerely. Thank you.
And thank you for coming to support the movement account and to follow the account as well. It's a great community that meets everybody. It doesn't discriminate. Thank you so much for coming. And thank you so much, Jude, for hosting this. I did not expect you to host it. And thank you. And finally have a network for that. And host. Yes. Lawrence, I heard that you're trying to be host this local. Yes. It's not my first. King Michael, first time. The
Yes. Like, so watching him, his boxing is so crisp and precise. And then we watch Brendan strike, like, he looks like I would want to get caught with one of his haymakers, but like, it's sloppy. Yeah. He's a sloppy striker.
Yeah.
I don't get away with it.
I wonder if you were going to stick on belts, like what kind of belt, like English language for Brendan, probably white belt. Acting ability, he's probably white belt on most of this thing. But actually, I want to ask you a question. When sticking on the fear thing, I don't really know much about that controversy, but what I heard was like what guys were doing is like they cut up their ear, right? Is that what it is?
He took us out here and sounded like an RFK. Fuck, that's accurate. You don't want to go. Yeah, you look at that. We have our lady. Dash can ask you to.
We should do that
like a retarded.
I'm gonna mess up my ear for the But you don't think he did
It's very accurate too.
What are they out there? What are they roasting on?
77 beaches. Out here sounding like RFK, which is accurate.
Okay.
I love accurate roast. Like, and again, I was talking to my friend.
But they're also saying your mama black belt so
people take it too far and just like, you're literally just trying to be mean, but it's out of touch with reality. If you roast me accurately, I will laugh along with you. Okay?
Yeah, they say I fuck squirrels, so don't believe everything they say. I got small teeth, big gums, ball, and brains.
Like, how many things are you gonna say to me? Do you think I don't know how I look, motherfucker? Like, come on.
It's amazing that he broke his coughing.
Ballpark. How much Bob will lose on Tiger Thick? I don't know. All I know is I got fired from running the social media, which I brought up over 10,000 followers in a couple months and was posting every day. I came up with a creative strategy that I hated, but like this.
But this thief comes in, fights repetitiously, and he breaks a barrel. Yesh lo damim chai. So what the Russian yesh lo damim means that the homeowner is not allowed to kill him in these circumstances. We'll see what those circumstances are. So if it's the case where I'm not allowed to kill the thief, so the thief is liable for the damage to the barrel. Hey, lo damim potter. But again, if halacha might say I'm not allowed to kill him, then he's not chayiv for financial compensation for the broken barrel. Now, time of the shita. Now, the reason this whole discussion is happening over here because he broke the barrel. The Potter, where ultimately again, where Ruben will be punished from not to kill him. Hanato law, which you see from here, that had you taken the barrel, he would not be liable, seemingly supporting the position of Rav. So he was no, who had been, afilu nato nani. It's not true, even if he took it, technically he'd be chayiv. But had the Katani Shavra Sachab is Kamash Malon, the reason the Mishnah frames it as a case of breaking the Chavos is to teach us that he is Shlo Damim Abadat Shiva Nani Chayiv. That Allah in a case where I'm not allowed to kill the thief, even though he broke the barrel, but I'm not allowed to kill the thief, comma, Even though he broke the vow, he's still going to be chayiv. So Gemara says, Pshita, that's obvious. Masaku, he's a damager. How come I found that even if he did it without kavanah, he's still going to be chayiv. The Gemara says, like Mashul, he has kavanah, Adam muad the olam. Right, the person is always responsible for damages that they cause, whether they have intention for it or not. So Tanina, the Gemara says, Adam muad the olam, they show him being amazing, being the honest, being the ratzon. Person is always muad. First thing was he right, Kasha, you're right, I don't know what to do with this. So Masav Rabbi, I go into this Shabbos Chayev. What's interesting, we've seen this case many times. Person who then steals my money bag on Shabbos. So we marry on Shabbos. Let's talk about it. So Chayev, should be Chayev gave a call to Shavuot the Easter Shabbos. I will say now normally again. Now what's halacha? So Reuben steals my purse on Shabbos, and what does he do? Now obviously he picks it up and then he leaves my house. There's two things that are happening over here. What are the two things? Number one, theft. Number two, Chilul Shabbos, which says, remember, the Chilul Shabbos is Chayiv Nisa. But the local over here is Chayiv for both things. Why? Because there's no simultaneity. Why is no simultaneity? When does the theft occur? When he picks it up. When does the Chilul Shabbos occur? Only when he takes it out of my domain. Because there's no simultaneity, there's no purity out of the way, and therefore our local domain is Chayiv for both. And it says, how you Megara the Yosef Potter, but if you drag the money bag out, right? If you dragged it out, so that remember, you're only chayiv for the neighbor when you lift the object or move it into a different domain. In this case, there will be simultaneity because he's dragging it. Therefore, the moment that it crosses my threshold into Rosh Hashanah, both theft and Chilul Shabbos occur together. Shara Isra Gneva Isra Skila Ba'im Ka'achad. And the boss says, so the Gemara says over here, what do you see from here? You see from here that Allah knows to get it like there's Chiyuv. And ultimately, again, Rashi says over there, follows on the bottom, Hadi Tani Potter, the Lord Shadinu Binara, the lesson. The case ultimately, again, where he said that it's Potter, will be a case ultimately, again, where the object is flowing from the river and therefore no longer exists. So, what the Gemara suggests, remember, all of this is in Rav. Right, so Rav, again, what the Gemara suggesting is like this. Rav says that if a thief is chayiv nisa and steals an object and gets away with the object, he has no obligation to return it. Now, Rabbi and everyone else is incredulous about that. That doesn't make any sense. And now, what's Rav's logic? Rav's logic is killing the Rabbi. Since as a thief, you're liable to death, therefore you are exempt from any other monetary liability, even if that object is mamish sitting in your hand. Rabbi and everyone else is what I'm talking about. I understand that the object is destroyed, the object is lost, the object is broken, there's no obligation for financial restitution. But if the thief is literally holding the object in his hand, of course he has to give it back. So that's the ongoing machlokes. Rabbi, it can relate the huge maskarta. Just as this. Rabbi, now remember, Rabbi was argued on Rav, and Rabbi had goats stolen from him. Right? It's repetition. Someone tunneled into his son and stole the goats. What happened? Then the thief had a change of heart, and the thief wanted to give it back. But Rabbi would not accept it back. Why? Since Rav said his piece, Rav said his piece. Now let's remember again. Now Rabbi argued on Rav, but Rabbi said, since Rav said that so when a thief steals something, he's not obligated to go ahead and return it. This was Rav's statement, and Rabbi says, even though I disagree with it, I accepted halacha myself. Incredible story. So much to say about that, but for a different time. What I just want to point out is halacha though, just to be clear, we don't paskin like Rav, but only when the object is no longer in existence. So if the thief goes ahead and tunnels in, steals an object and gets away, halacha again, he's going to be liable, but now technically speaking, obviously you can't kill him after the fact, right? But the mice again, if the object is no longer in existence, the thief is not obligated to make financial restitution. But if he came in, stole my object, gets out, and then we find the object, but the object is still in existence, halacha we don't pass like Rav, we pass like Rabbi, and halacha the object itself has to be returned. Incredible. All right, let's go. So the pasuk says that the homeowner, right, is not chayiv for killing the thief if the sun, literally again, if the sun is shining. You understand? If the sun only shining on one part, wasn't even a pasuk Ella. Rather, what it means is like this: if you know with absolute certainty that the thief is there. If it's as clear as the sun that the thief is there to kill you, kill him first. They laugh, but if you're not absolutely certain, I'll target you. Don't kill him. I will say, now watch this. That's Bryce the one. Bryce the two tiny Ida. Chemzach Hashem Shalom. Done it. If you have Hashem Shalom, no Batzach. Ella. In Baruch HaKishem Shirish, the Shalom Imach. Right? I'm saying what's like this. If it is as clear as the sun that the guy loves you and is not going to kill you, then don't kill him. They laugh, but if it's not as clear as the sun, how dare you? Cheers. The Bible said the Gemara says, "Kasha stama stama." Now, you see what just happened over here? These are two dramatically different vices. The Bible says, vice number one, essentially says like this: the only way you're allowed to kill someone is if what? Is if it is as clear as the sun that they are going to kill you. But if it is not as clear as the sun they're going to kill you, you can't kill them. According to the second vice, only if it is clear as the sun that the guy is not going to kill you, then you can't kill him. But if there's any suffix, you can kill him first. Now, let's say, those are two pretty dramatically different vices. So what do you do with this? Look, Hasha, I'm a base. I'll say this. I'm a base. Oh, yeah, great. I'm a base, 10 minutes to go. I'm a base. Kan ba'ava, then Kam ben ala'av. Wow. I'm about to answer to this. Everything depends on who the thief is. Like, we're talking about a father who's stealing from the son. But let's say when the father steals from the son, it's absolutely certain the father will never kill the son. So if the son, now again, the father may steal from the son, kind of do, right? But the father is never going to kill the son. So if the son discovers he wakes up and his father's in his house, totally stealing stuff, the son is not allowed to kill his father. Because the son knows that a father will never take the life of his son. And they steal from the son. See, what you see when there is parents sometimes do mistreat their children. Like after all, you see over here that you have a case of you can't think that a father won't steal from his son because apparently that does happen. So sometimes parents knowingly or unknowingly will mistreat their children. But one thing you can count on is that one of a father towards his child. A father will never kill his child. On the other hand, if a son breaks into his father's house, not so cautious. Not so cautious. Sometimes a son can kill a father. So it's such a heavy Gemara. And so therefore again, if the thief is a father, the son knows with absolute certainty his father is not going to kill him, and therefore again the son has no license to kill the father. On the other hand, if Allah says the son breaking into the father's home, the father we don't know. We don't necessarily know what the son may be prepared to do. Incredible. Called the Asiyali Malay Machtara, Kadlino Meilaban Meirab Chanina Bashila. This is interesting. So Rab said, anyone who breaks into my house, I'm going to kill. Except if it's Rab Chanina Bashila. Well, it's such an interesting compliment, right? Anyone else who breaks into my house, I'm going to take him down. Except if the thief is Rab Chanina Bashila. My time, what's the reason? Even if he should be tzaddik, maybe because the Chanina Bashila is a tzaddik, well, obviously he wouldn't be such a tzaddik. Torah is when it breaks into someone else's house. Ella, you should be killing the Gadei, Dimerachim, alai Kimerachim, Avavadan. Moshe, this is such a touching Gemara. Not just because I know that Reb Chanina of Bar Shila loves me like a father. I'm sorry, I want to say something so beautiful about this. I know that Reb Chanina Bar Shila loves me like a father, so I know that even if he were to break into my home, I know that Allah Mesa, he would not go ahead and take my life. So what you also see from here is apparently there could be other relationships outside of an actual father-child relationship where someone could love you like a father. So it does exist. There's nothing like a father's love, right? So the father's love is unique, a parent's love is unique, but apparently in life there are other people who could love me with that unconditional, non-judgmental love, like a father loves his son. Incredible. I said incredible. So much to say about this, but I'm going to lose my job if I don't try to regard it. So Damin Lord, anyone done being the public Shabbos. So once we want to all of these halachas. So essentially, what we have over here is as follows. The metric we adopt is like this: if someone breaks into your home surreptitiously, all he's saying is the person is going to stand up and defend their property, which means that anyone who's breaking into my home secretly is ready to kill me. Because he's ready to kill me, therefore, what I have the halakhic obligation to kill them first. But when are you allowed to take life of the thief? Only when you are not 100% sure that they come in peace. If I'm 100% sure that they come in peace, then I can't kill them. The only real example of that is like a father or someone who loves you like a father. Otherwise, if you're not sure, defend your life and defend your life at all costs. Now the Gemara says these halachas apply both by Shabbos and by weekday. So the Gemara says Bishlama Emel Dalam Bein Mechavei B'Shabbos Tifkir. So says ultimately, I understand I'm allowed to take the life of the thief, whether it's Shabbos or weekday. That makes sense. Why do I need that qualification? It's not like maybe that would be a big thing. Because this is kind of like execution by basin. Just like basin is warranted to execute someone, so if a thief is coming in, and I don't know 100% that he comes in peace, I'm allowed to kill him. So this is like I become like the basin. I go like the basin. So I'm at a thought that the Shabbos Lokatinon. So I'm at a thought that basin doesn't execute on Shabbos. Maybe I can't kill this thief on Shabbos. Kamash, what's that first white line? Tikatino that I can. Ella Dori Lo Bring the Chobin the Shabbos. So what's that? But again, the thief I'm not allowed to kill the thief. I mean, it's not going to kill the thief. So now that halakha applies on Shabbos and during weeks. You must understand what's the Kiddush. Hashka b'chol Katino the Shabbos midway. If I can't kill him during the week, I certainly can't kill him on Shabbos. But it means it's like this. Let's say somebody gets into my home on Shabbos and then the wall collapses on him. When I say it's clear that he was going to kill me, I can't remove the rubble from him. Because he's liable to a death penalty. But if I'm not sure if he came to kill me, or I'm sure that he didn't come to kill me, again, I can remove the rubble in order to save his life even on Shabbos. So this is incredible. Ruben breaks into my home. Now what happens? Shimon, my neighbor, sees Ruben breaking into my home. So what's the Shimon, my neighbor, has the right to kill Ruben. It's not just me, the homeowner, has the right to kill Ruben. Even someone else has the right to kill Ruben. Not only that, but he's allowed to kill Ruben. Anyone's allowed to kill Ruben. I kill Ruben in any way you need to. So the Martin is to it. So that I understand why the Torah needs to teach me that anyone is allowed to execute Ruben. After all, why is that coming? Because one would have thought, I might have thought the license to kill the thief is only for who? Only for who? Only for the Balabas. Only for me, the Balabas. But other people don't have a right. Kamash from Rometu. Which by the way makes sense. Why Kamash from the Rometu? Remember, once Ruben is breaking into my home, he has the status of what? Status of what? Of Rode. Once he's a Rode, then anyone has the right to go ahead and execute him, even my neighbor. The Aramis. So, Lama, I will say again, why do I need a special legal that teaches me to kill him? I didn't need to kill him. So I said, I kill him from a murderer. What's not about murder? I say, this is someone in general. So, right, you're going to kill Shimon. They're going to be executed by Bezdin. There's a particular type of Misa, right? The most whatever the type of Misa, whatever, depending on the crime. Let's say even this high to sight, decapitation. But let's say for whatever the reason, Bezdin doesn't have a sword. So what do? You execute him, you can execute him. So the Messiah, most of us are not going to execute. I don't know if you execute someone with the prescribed death penalty. How do I know that if I can't execute Ruben with the prescribed penalty, that I can go ahead and execute it however you can execute it? Most you must make a Once it says execute it, however you need to execute it. So therefore, same thing over here. By the thief, kill him however you need to kill him. Just want to say, no, shiny Hassam, most humus. It's different. You have the execution authorities, the watch of most humus. And what is most humus? That double watching teaches me that even if you can't give the proper death penalty, then you have the right to execute it however you can execute it. I've been making my meaning at it. So once we learn from this, learn from Rotzeach, that when someone is liable to a death penalty, just kill them however you can kill them. There's David Yosef and Gol Adam takes in a bunch of effort. Because it looks like there's also Gol Adam. Gol Adam, remember again, right? Ruben kills Shimon accidentally. The relatives of Shimon have the right to seek revenge from Ruben. And by Yosef, by Gol Adam also, they have the ability to kill Ruben however they want to do it. So I will say, what do you have over here? You have two psukim that teach you the same concept. Yosef and Gol Adam, what do they teach you? That whenever someone is liable to a death penalty, if you can't give them the prescribed death penalty, then what? You can kill them wherever you want. So one says, oh, what is this called? This is called Shnei Ksuvin Aboin Ke'achad. I have two mitzvahs, so two halachos that teach me the same thing. So the Gemara says, now what's halacha? I want to say in general, whenever you have two psukim that teach the same concept, you can actually eat a principle from them. So what's saying? So again, we're going to talk about ROTHSCHILD. Number one, not only is the homeowner permitted to kill the thief, but who else is? Anyone else. Why? Because the thief has the status of a relative. That's halacha number one. Halacha number two, how do you kill the thief? How do you kill him? However you need to. Two bunch of halachas. Most of the other halachas. Machteres. Any of the machteres. I don't even know if the thief is tunneling in. And the Gemara says, Gago, Chaseo, Katifominai. How do I know that if he's coming through my roof, my chutzner, my carpet? How do I know? Even if he's not tunneling, he's coming through a window that I can also kill him. The pasuk says, however you find the thief, wherever the thief is found, you're allowed to execute him. Not Tamur Machteres. And that's just why does the pasuk say Machteres? If they shalom, Ganobim, you see Machteres. Because the majority of thieves, tunnel. Torah just spoke about no more than it's done. Tiny Idach Machteres, any Machteres. God will catch every café in I don't know that he tunnels in. How do you know that he comes into the window? He cuts into the roof. Talomar, he must have gone up Nikomokum. So ultimately, again, if that's the case, then why does it say Machteres? Because Machtereso, Zoli Hasra also. Because remember, if you're tunneling, just know that's your hasra. If you're tunneling, the Torah itself has already said that halakha l'maisa, you are warned. Now, we have to stop over here for today. But l'maisa, this is not going to end. This is going to lead into the next suit, which is, does the thief require hasra? Is your hasra necessary in this case? You want to suggest tunneling in by definition is your hasra? No, for that. So that's what's going to stop over here for today. Shkoya. Okay, great run. All right, guys on Zoom. Have a great start to all of you. Jerry, not to talk about your grandmother's wedding. Not to talk. Have on Zoom. Jerry will ask his granddaughter tonight. London? Oh, okay. Next. Sorry, one question. Good. Thanks, London. Start, everyone.
He's one of our big fans there. He's a great guy. Never met him. He says, will you tell the Red Band story? Red Band? Oh, you spelled it wrong about Daisy? All right, well, you're gone. They just wanted to obviously, they're like, you want me to come on the show? I wasn't even planning. That's the thing. It's like, again, to address Brendan recently on the Patreon, about this unique video.
All right, everyone say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank. Our commentary sponsor for Tough Shin Hey. We thank you for dedicating all the Shimon Drushers this year as these are hosts for the Soros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Dafyomi sponsors for this morning, Milton Melanie Gertner, for dedicating the Shir in honor of the birth of their grandson, Gad Moshe, born to Shira and Ari Gertner in Yerushalayim, Yerakodesh. Mazel tov to the Gertner Mishpacha. Beautiful on the camp, but I will say, of course, it's important to recognize that as we go ahead and as we begin our Shir this morning, the Levaya, the multiple Levayos for the Bibas family are underway in Eretz Yisrael. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, that those precious Neshamas should have an Aliyah, that broken families should experience in the Chama, and that in Eretz Hashem, we should just bring the Soros Tovos, true the Soros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Was it that? Let's begin. Today's daf is Ayin Aleph 71. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem on Ayin Aleph. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem, and we are picking up 70b, 3 lines up from before the lines get wise. Remember again, we left off in the middle of the sugya of Bathsheba giving Musar to Shlomo. And she said as follows, so Mas Mitri, sorry, I read this part quickly at the end yesterday. So she, sorry, she says to Shlomo, you are the son of my nether. What does this mean? So Bathsheba said, how you know Dros? So remember again, Bathsheba, context again, Bathsheba is giving Shlomo Musar, that he's overindulging in the finer things in life. One of the advantages of being a prince, you got a lot of access to luxury items, and he's overindulging. And she's essentially giving him different forms of Musar. So Musar number one is that people are going to hinge your delinquent behavior on me, because that's what follows its son. If you missed anything, it must be your mother. Must be your mother. That's number one. Number two, she said, I went out of my way to make sure that you would be a healthy baby. And now number three, she calls him Barnidru, the son of my neder. Also, this is incredible. She says, all of David's wives, I will notice, give me a son who is worthy of the monarchy. So this is incredible. So all of David's wives, they wanted one thing. They wanted a son who would become the next king. That's what they wanted. Bathsheba said, I always wanted something different for you, David. What did I want? Ben Zoriz on the Mula Batorah. Wow. What did Bathsheba want for her son? She said, give me a son who is Zoris. That's the one who says Zoris. Alacritus. Jesus. Give me a son who, when he does something, he does it with a sense of purpose, does it with a sense of timeliness, does it with a sense of alacrity. That whatever he does in life, he takes it seriously and does it with incredible Jesus. Give me a son, ultimately, who is filled with Torah. And ultimately worthy of prophecy. Now, if you notice, by the way, she doesn't say, give me a son who's a prophet. And she says, just give me a son who's worthy of prophecy. I must say, there's so much to be learned from this Gemara. What do we want for our children? So all too often in life, we put the wrong emphasis on what we want for our kids. And it's often focused on, what we want our kids to do when they grow up. I want to make sure that my daughter, they will be a doctor, a lawyer, a rabbi, no one's a rabbi, an accountant, all different. There's such a hyper focus on what my kid is going to do for Parnasa, which of course Parnasa is incredibly important, as we all know. But at the end of the day, it's interesting to see what Bathsheba wanted for her son and the qualities that she wanted for her son. Give me a son who takes life seriously. That's his reason. So it's like, you can tell a lot about a person by how they approach the different initiatives in life. There are people who are, Jesus is a midah, and Jesus is a midah of seriousness. And when you have midah of Jesus, that's why again the Ramchal puts it so early on in Mesilas Yesharim. When you have the midah of Jesus, it means that you have a seriousness and a covered approach to life. And when people who are are successful in whatever it is that they do. Mamula B'Torah. Don't be, what does it mean to be Mamula B'Torah? To be filled with Torah. There are different ways you can approach Torah. A person can take a lackadaisical approach to Torah, a lackadaisical approach to learning, a lackadaisical approach to observance, or a person can be Mamula. Mamula means I'm mulling, I'm fully committed. Hagam Levius is all-encompassing. What are the qualities that are necessary in order to become a Navi? I don't know. But I would imagine that you have to have Alamilis to be a Navi. That's what a mother wanted for her child. Jesus, Mamula B'Torah, Hagam Levius. Incredible. So Hashem says to Shlomo, so Bathsheba said to Shlomo, it's incredible, you've got the wrong friends. Why are you hanging out with those kings who become intoxicated? There's like a king chevra, like a monarch chevra. Why are you hanging out with the monarch chevra? Because they drink too much wine. And after drinking so much wine, what do they say? What do we need God for? With the king, we're all powerful. And those rulers, they abuse the intoxicating beverage too much. When you have access to the one before whom all secrets are revealed, should you become inebriated with wine? In other words, we keep seeing the two sides of wine, right? And on one hand, the ability of wine to, first of all, take sometimes the edge off life and allow me to lead into many found circumstances. Also to unlock, to bring down the walls that are sometimes walling me off my inner kedusha. On the other hand, it's easily abused and easily misused as well. So halacha l'maisa, Bathsheba says to Shlomo, what are you doing? Why waste your time with wine when you have access to the knower of all secrets to HaKadosh Baruch Hu? So no matter how powerful a ruler is serving to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So again, if you have to go ahead and anyway show up in front of the ruler of the universe, why waste your time with wine? I'm Rabbi Yitzchak. How do you know that Shlomo did tshuva, so to speak? In other words, Shlomo is Mekabel his mother's Musar. So he says literally again, I'm less than an ish, and I don't even have wisdom. It's incredible. Ish, who's the ish he's referring to? Noah. Noah ish ha'adama. Shlomo was excited. Again, the Gemara faulted Noah for going ahead, and the first thing that he did is he planted vines. So Shlomo recognized, you know what? I made myself even more mundane than Noah. And there's not even the proper wisdom of man. And who's that? The Adam Arishon. Our first Adam Arishon, again, had one mitzvah, wasn't able to comply. Shlomo HaMelech lament that he's not even on that level. Incredible. I would say, by the way, another tremendous Mr. Haskell. What is the hallmark of great people? One of the hallmarks of great people, the ability to take Mussar. No one likes Mussar. No one likes it. No one likes rebuke. No one likes critique. No one likes constructive criticism. No one even likes even positive feedback. I've come to find positive feedback is often laced with, often sometimes laced with some others. You don't like it. It's natural. It's normal. Great people are able to hear, especially when that positive feedback or that negative feedback or that critique is coming from someone who loves them. As much as it stings, they're able to hear it, they're able to inculcate it, and they're able to pivot with it. And it's Gadol Shlomo HaMelech. Shlomo HaMelech was one of the wisest of men. Gets a patch from his mother. And essentially, what does he say? He says, thank you. He says, thank you. That's Gadol. That's Gadol. Okay, let's go back to says the Gemara. Says the Gemara. I'm going to be about. So again, back to the story about. I'm going to be about. So this is very interesting. When Solomon, so what we've established in yesterday is that, right, is again, what he has to steal, right, or I should say, he's stealing money. What he has to buy with that money, and how much of it he has to consume. Now the Gemara is pivoting a little bit, and we're talking about who does he have to consume it with? What does he have to consume it with? So Rabbi says he's only chayiv if he eats it with a group of sukim. Now, what are sukim? If you look at Rashi says the sukim. It's like few lines up from where we are in Klutz and Rashi. Rikim, Shiagilu B'kah. So it's fascinating. What turns a person, or turns a kid into a Ben Sora or Mora, is not just that he's stealing money, that he's creating an addiction for overindulgence for wine and meat. It's also the chevra that he hangs out with. Chevra means everything. So Rabbi Rabbi says he's only chayiv if he eats it with a group of speaking. Now it's interesting. Rashi defines sitting over there raking. What is raking mean? Empty people. Empty people. Shiagilu B'kach, who will habituate him to these type of habits. Aval nish bechabura adam hagun be'i haigatno lo mamshich be'unasa ben Sora Mora u'bechabura to love mitzvah kama. Shlomo said this is what Rabbi says. One is ben Sora Mora chayiv only when he's eating the meat and the wine with the group of sweeting. I just want to point out over here, it's interesting. If you notice how Rashi defines sweeting, he doesn't say like aval yonim, people who go ahead and commit averos. How does he define a bad chevra? Raking. Empty people. Empty people. An empty person may or may not be committing an avera. What does it mean you're empty? There's nothing in you. There's no drive. There's no drive. There's no she'ifa. There's no pulse to something greater. There's no, as we saw before, there's no zrizos. There's no mamula l'Torah. There's no hagum l'nevius. There's nothing pulling a person towards something greater. Or if I have nothing pulling me towards something greater, I'm empty. I'm empty. And what Rashi is saying is, listen, you know what? A chevra of empty people is much more dangerous than a chevra of sinning people. Well, first of all, like every chevra is a chevra of sinning people, because all of us commit averos. But at least when a person's committing an avera, what does it say about a person? They have a desire for something. Desire for something. Okay, maybe the wrong thing, but desire for something. Raking, there's a desire for nothing. There's a desire for nothing. Just like emptiness, that's a dangerous chabura. So the concern over here is, if he's surrounding himself with these kind of people, that's when the Ben Sora or Mora addictions are really facilitated. However, but we learn. The Mishnah said that if the kid is eating his meat and drinking his wine in a kaburas mitzvah. Now again, we'll discuss what that means, but the pashtus, what that means is he's eating it. Interestingly enough, he's stealing the money, he's purchasing the meat and the wine, but he's consuming it in some type of mitzvah context, but he does not become a ben sorar umora. So much as Taimo, the mitzvah. Now the reason is because the act of consumption is occurring in the context of a mitzvah. Halav mitzvah, but if it wasn't a mitzvah, Abagav, the lav kula speaking, even if not everyone in the Chevra is one of the speaking, Hakamat Malon, the Abagav, the kula speaking, gave him the mitzvah ka'asik lo memsha. So what's like, so I said the Gemara saying like this, that if the Ben Soramor is eating the meat and wine in the Sudas mitzvah, even if the entire Chevra for the Sudas mitzvah are speaking, he doesn't become a Ben Soramor. Doesn't become a Ben Soramor. Or if it's not a mitzvah, if the entire group is speaking, he doesn't become a Ben Soramor. Or Hamachalamais again, if the entire group minus one person is speaking, or if there's one good guy in that Chevra, he also doesn't become a Ben Soramor. He only becomes a Ben Soramor if it's a non-mitzvah meal and all speaking. So let's take two profound lessons over here. Number one, well, three profound lessons. Number one, the power of Chevra. The power of Chevra. Surrounding yourself by the right people. We go through life and we think that the truth is it doesn't really matter who I surround myself with, who I'm friends with, who I share my Shabbos meals with, whatever. I can kind of insulate myself against that. It's not true. It's not true. Who you hang out with and who you keep company with makes you who you are. That is the way that it works. So the Kabbalah this weekend, terrible things are going to occur. On the other hand, interestingly enough, what you see over here is that it's a head of all speaking, but there's one good guy, then what? That's not a Kabbalah speaking. What is even there? The power of the individual to impact a chevra. That one person in a kabura of speaking can have a tremendous and overwhelming impact. You never underestimate your ability to have an impact on the people around you. Number three, even if you have a whole kabura of speaking, but you're eating a sudas mitzvah, it's not a problem. It's not going to become that sarmara wine, because if you put yourself in the right circumstances, even if you don't necessarily have the best chevra, putting yourself in the right circumstances has a hashivah on you as well. So putting yourself in the right circumstances has a hashivah on you as a proper, I like that, so that's mitzvah. Putting yourself in the right chevra has the right hashivah on you, but never underestimate the ability to have an impact, even if you find yourself surrounded by the wrong type of influences. Incredible you are. What you begin to see for Ben Solar and Mora, interestingly enough, is all of these things fuel his addiction, right? In other words, that it's the theft of the money, the overindulgence, or the development of an appetite for expensive things like the Italian wine, the meat, right? And then also embedding himself with the wrong groups of people. All of these things are necessary in order to make your Ben Solar and Mora. But about Ibra Kodesh, so remember, the example that the Mishnah gave for a Sudas Mitzvah was the Suda that they made for Ibra Kodesh. Ibra Kodesh was, we said before, the intercalation of the new month. In other words, adding on an extra day to the month, making it a month of 30 days instead of 29 days. They made a Suda for that. So one second. The main rock, the Basri had Masku, is that saying that they had eaten wine for that Suda? But how you learn? In Omer Elabas for dog and the kittens, milk. But that meal is actually a very simple meal. Why do they have the milk intercalation of the month? They had bread, right? They had bread, wheat, and kidneys and legumes. So it looks like that was a very regular thing, right? But they had to decide about how to intercalate the month. You don't want that turning into a pabrengin, right? In other words, that needs to be like there's a lot of decisions that have to be made over there. So you need foods, right? Because it might take a long time. But you want to keep a very simple menu over here. So the Moshe how come I told the Apagat the whole one was actually Christmas video? I said, "Must we Babo came to the mitzvah class of Lamam." That's the Kiddush. You're right. Normally, the people who was going for this Suda, they were only able to get an interesting fact. What did they eat by the Suda for Ibra Kodesh? Bread, wheat, and legumes. So let's say they were having a meal. And let's say Ben Soramora shows up for that meal, or he's not a Ben Soramora yet, he's a candidate, right? Ben Soramora candidate shows up for that meal with stolen meat and stolen wine and sits down and eats with them. That can't transform him into a Ben Soramora. Why? Because he's eating it in the context of a Sudan mitzvah. So eating even stolen items in the context of the Sudas Mitzvah will not make you into a Ben Sorah Umorah. Incredible. It's not just a word about that Suda. Ain't only the Ibrahim this Papos Mia Sarabin Adam. So you need at least a million, right? That you is the million for that Suda for Ibrahim. They only know past doesn't make this. Furthermore, again, you're only going to go up there with bread. Actually, it's not really bread, it's pasta, right? It is bread made from wheat and kidneys and legumes. They only allow all the zero, and you only go up on the night to the 31st, like the night after the 30th. They only go up, they only go for the Suda at night and not by day. You don't even about time, you know. They only go by night. But I the rest says they go up. So the Suda by day and not by night. They're not here, but Abba. So Yibnei, Achlifu Ba'olu, Achlifu Ba'olu, Ki'eki Delishu Ba'ku Aishi. Go up early to the meal, or go up to the meal while it's full daytime. Come down before sunrise when people are starting to get up. So that's the only Barash. People will know what it is that you're doing. And that way, again, the extension of the month will be properly publicized. Incredible. Also, nice shady sign. So listen, so again, just to keep our train of thought over here. So what we're now beginning to see is that there are certain exceptions or certain types of consumption that prevent a person from becoming a Ben Sorah Umorah. So essentially, if the act of eating itself takes place in the context of a mitzvah, such an act of consumption cannot make the boy into a Ben Sorah Umorah. In the same way that eating with certain positive chavra also can't make the boy into a Ben Sorah Umorah. Fascinating. So the Gemara goes like that. So let's remember again, it's only if he steals money, right? Steals money, likes to shave money, goes and purchases meat and wine, eats in Yerushalayim. So again, it doesn't come against Sorah Umorah. Why not? Because that's inordinate act, right? He's performing something inordinate. Granted, he stole the money, but the act of consumption itself is an inordinate act of consumption. What makes him into a Ben Sorah Umorah is the development of non-normative appetites as developed through non-normative acts of consumption. But if you do something quote-unquote normal, you can't become a Ben Sorah Umorah like that. It's fascinating. Let's go back there. It's great. Chicken can't make you into Ben Sorah Umorah. It's gotta be flesh, gotta be meat. Right? So he goes there and he steals money. And if he buys schnitzel, right, that's not going to make him into a Ben Sorah Umorah. We're not talking about we learn in the Mishnah. All from the Vegas and Trade Cutting, but I was saying not Ben Sorah Umorah. One second. That's not true. The Mishnah indicates to us if he stole money and bought the non-kosher food, we'll see why that is, he doesn't become Ben Sorah Umorah. The inference from that is that as long as he's buying kosher food, even if it's chicken, right, even if it's fowl, that Allah myself, he should become Ben Sorah Umorah. To which Gemara says, no, so this is fascinating. Remember, how much meat does how much meat does Ben Sorah Umorah have to eat in order to become Ben Sorah Umorah? Right? First opinion of Mishnah, right? Tartimar. So let's say, for example, you eat a little bit less than a tartimar. Tartimar, I don't know, minus kizayis. So the halacha is, if he's mashlim the kizayis with fowl or with chicken, that can make a Ben Sorah Umorah. That's the kosher here. So you can't eat the tartimar. Ultimately, again, can't eat the tartimar of fowl. But if you eat almost the tartimar of meat, and you go ahead and you're mashing that you could eat that shear with a little bit of fowl, ultimately that can make you into a Ben Sorah Umorah. All right, incredible. So let's listen to this. So now the Mishnah said, if he eats things with Dvar Mitzvah or Dvar Avera, he doesn't become Ben Sorah Umorah. So what is that? So Dvar Mitzvah, what does it mean Dvar Mitzvah? Tanchume Avera. Ultimately, again, he participates in the meal for consolation of mourners. Now look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says over here about 3 times from the bottom. Tanchume Avera. Let's listen to this. Let's say the kid, can't call him Ben Sorah Umorah because they're Ben Sorah Umorah yet. The kid joins a Nichum Avedi, right? The halacha is that when Avedi come back from the cemetery, they have what's called the Sudas Havra, a meal of consolation. So let's say again, the kid sits down and joins them for that. That's a Sudas Mitzvah. That's a Sudas Mitzvah. So remember again, what we're seeing over here is the development of a theme. A Ben Sorah Mora only goes ahead and becomes a Ben Sorah Mora if, number one, he's stealing money, number two, he's purchasing wine of very high quality, and then number three, it has to be consumed in a context which leads to the development of negative addictions. But what we see over and over is that the consumption itself takes place in a positive context, then we are not concerned about the feeling of addictions. So again, obviously, a positive context would be Suda Shabbos. I mean, he does it in the Shabbos. No, the Kiddush over here is that, let's say something even as simple as Sudas Havra, the meal for our daily. That's also enough of a mitzvah that we're not concerned about the feeling of a negative addiction. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, so let's say he steals money, purchases meat and wine, and eats it during the fast day. Eats on Tainis Esther. So the Gemara says, so that doesn't make a Ben Sorah Mora. So why not? That's so strange. Like, why wouldn't that make it into Ben Sorah Mora? It's for time of my Omicron, and then there's Shomer the Kalinu. The Kalinu from the Kol Shamak, and this is fascinating. What do you Ben Sorah Mora? It has to be that the child is defying his parents' instructions. And it's from the Kalinu. But if his act of consumption is in defiance of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that does not make it into Ben Sorah Mora. Isn't that fascinating? But that's just a technicality. So Ben Sorah Mora is someone who defies his parents. But if his act of consumption is an act of divine defiance, then he doesn't become Ben Sorah Mora. Again, he's getting off on a technicality. Incredible. So let's say, by the way, and that's why all of these different things, that's why if he steals money and buys chazer, you would think like, steals money and buys chazer, of course Ben Sorah Mora. He's not. It's fascinating. He's not. If he goes to the kosher butcher and buys the finest cut of meat, he becomes Ben Sorah Mora. Goes to the supermarket, buys a piece of chazer, he's not a Ben Sorah Mora. Why? That's the shot, because what makes one of Ben Sorah Mora is an insurance may have been called legal. His act of defiance is an act of defiance against his parents, but it's not an act of defiance against God. I mean, the whole thing is an act of defiance against God, but because he's stealing. But the consumption itself, technically, is halakhically permitted. But if his act of consumption itself is halakhically permitted, then halacha myself. You have Ben Sorah Mora. Let's go back there. Awful for my phone, awful bus, or shasi for my solo, shasi yayi. Awful for my phone, awful bus, so make me look like therefore the same idea. If Ben Sorah Mora is anything, but Ben Sorah Mora, you have to eat meat. In order to Ben Sorah Mora, you have to drink wine. So the Gemara says, awful bus, what if you need like seeing, you're famous to eat this. So what say, even if he ate a cake of pressed figs, a cake of pressed figs from Kiwas, was a very high quality food. And it's certainly, especially even had that quality almost of like meat. I'm not sure even if you eat the daily Kiwas, halach for myself, you still don't become Ben Sorah Mora. B'shasa, dvash v'chalot, sorry, but b'shasa and lasui dvash v'chalot. Interestingly enough, apparently the drinking of wine, of milk and honey can have an intoxicating effect on a person as well. So even if he drank those items, it can have an intoxicating effect. So even though the effect is the same, if he doesn't drink wine, it doesn't become Ben Sorah Mora. The sign of so what's interesting enough is we got a lot of Kohanim. If a Kohen goes ahead and eats a daily kilos, this cake of pressed 6 kilos, or he drinks honey or milk and goes into the Beis Hamikdash and does the avodah, he's chayiv. Now why is he chayiv? He's chayiv for doing the avodah under the influence. Like that's the halacha. You're not allowed to do the avodah while intoxicated, and if he goes into the Beis Hamikdash after having consumed these items, there's a level of inebriation, and he's going to be chayiv for that. Absolutely incredible. Once I out from about 71A. Ben Sorah Mora, the kid eats any item but doesn't eat meat. or he drinks anything, but he did not drink wine. You only become a Soramora when you go ahead and you eat meat and you drink wine. But the Pasuk calls him again glutton and a guzzler. The Afagachi like the Dava, even though I don't know, I don't really know explicitly in the Torah what Zola is so they use, and I don't know what it's referring to. Right, just like Apuche like the Dava, say the Dava, there's still scriptural allusion, that's what we saw in the scripture. And after he is so they yain, do not be amongst the guzzlers of wine, and the Zololate Basar Lamo, or gluttonous consumers of meat. Va'omer, Kisobe Bezola Yodesh Ukra in Kalbish Luma. So we'll say, so again, interesting enough, the Torah uses the lotion of Zola for Sobe, and then we see from this other passage in Mishlei that again, Sobe refers to wine, and Zola refers to meat. So we put that all together, and we understand that from the Sobe and Morah, his issue is overconsumption of meat and wine. Incredible. I will say this is a fascinating Gemara. I'm going to say that. Chavarashim the base measures. Whoever sleeps in the base measures, Torasa Nasa Lo Kiraim Kiraim. His Torah becomes patchy. So it becomes patchy, like patches of clothing. Shne'emar. Ukiraim Talbish Numa. The one who slumbers will wear patches. Now, I will say the truth is, there's no great clues to this Gemara. It's actually very straightforward. There's like one of the most important things, right? When it comes to learning, there's two sides. On one hand, there's an experiential piece of learning, and that experiential piece of learning really happens just by showing up. But Rabbi Nachman says, even if a person doesn't understand what it is that they're learning, your mind maybe doesn't understand. But your heart absolutely does. The neshama understands everything. You see, even I walk out and say, what did you learn? Like, I have no idea. But I switch some days of definitely like that, right? But I know that I was there for 45 minutes, 50 minutes now, whatever it is. The neshama is fundamentally changed as a result of that. That's one level of Torah. But of course, we don't want to suffice ourselves with that. I really want to have a comprehension. I really want to have an understanding. I really want to be bought in. And we'll say, what's the formula for being bought in? What's the formula? It's a pretty simple one. Don't be distracted. Don't be distracted. Pay attention. Pay attention. Don't allow yourself to get distracted. Yashin doesn't really have to mean that I'm asleep. Yashin just means that sometimes I'm on the dock, sometimes I'm on my phone, sometimes I'm over here, sometimes I'm over there. What's the result of that? Again, now by the way, you get a shvat for showing up? Of course. But then don't be surprised when the Torah I walk out with is patchy. Because again, here I was doing that, here I was WhatsApp, here I was talking, here I was this. And again, the reality is, the Torah is broken up. It's not cohesive because I wasn't fully vested. Also, by the way, you begin to see a theme, right? You begin to see a theme. What did Bathsheba want for Shlomo? What did she want? She wanted Jesus. So let's say so again. So what does Jesus mean? Jesus means when I'm doing something, I'm in. Let's say ever in a meeting with someone and you're checking it in on the middle of the meeting. Has it happened to anyone? My cloud bubble is. I've started this now. Right? If you're checking on a meeting, I have better things to do. Better things to do. Something on a Zoom meeting, right? It's okay. If you're too busy, go. Do what you have to do. But it's a lack of data. What are we doing? We're never focused on what it is that we do. We're always somewhere else. So when I'm in the office, I'm trying to have a few minutes to learn. Don't learn in your office. You should be doing one thing in your office. And that is working. You're in your office. I guess if you're self-employed, you can do whatever you want. But if you work for someone, they're not paying you to catch a couple of minutes of learning here and there. Do your work and be zealous and be committed and be involved. And when you're here, learn your Torah and don't be at work. Just commit yourself to whatever it is that's there. Otherwise, you're going to sleep through your entire Torah life. And after 120, you come to the Beis Din Shamala, and you both come to the Sheikh, what did you learn? Tell me, what did you learn? And you say, I'll tell you, I remember there was that day when we did this, but I'll tell you, I got through 10 emails that day, right? And I texted 10 of my Chaverim during shir that day, right? And I checked the news 14 times that day. I remember a piece of this. Why? Why? If we're going to do it, and just do it, and commit yourself to shutting off the distractions. Commit yourself. And this is during learning, this is during davening. Otherwise, I'm here, but I'm sleeping. I'm sleeping through davening because I'm elsewhere. I'm sleeping through learning because I'm elsewhere. We have literally the greatest treasure in the world at our fingertips. Every single day. And actually, we live in a dark, we live in a time where it is so ridiculously easy. There's only one thing we have to do. Pay attention. Don't fall asleep. Don't go ahead and get involved in multiple things. Just don't sleep figuratively in the base measures. And if we could just do that, bring our Jesus to our learning, bring our Jesus to our davening. We have a lot of young people. There is no telling what we could accomplish in our remaining years in this world. Let's get back to Mishnah. It's very interesting. So, by the way, I just want to point out, I think I said this when we started the Sugya Ben Sora Mora, which is, let's say, what's the one takeaway from all of this? Clearly, the system is rigged so that this doesn't happen, right? And again, that's okay. It's good to say that. It's good to say it. It's the same thing with the death penalty, right? The system is set up not to execute someone. That's how it's set up. So Ben Sora Mora also all the details. So watch this. He says, listen to this. Kid, I'll just call him kid. Well, he's an adult. Remember again, what's that? All found piece of information. How old is Ben Sora Mora? How old is he? Right? So remember again, he is a global, what was watching every Gemara? Somokliish. In other words, he just recently entered into adult kite. We're going to see that concept again. Shortly, Hashem. So watch this. He stole his father's money, but he ate the stolen food in his father's rishos. Okay, or he went ahead and he stole other people's money and ate it in their rishos. Okay, or he stole other people's money and he ate it in the rishos of his father. Let's say first one line, I love Amadar. Anyone said Ben Sora Mora? What's the next case of Ben Sora Mora? Until he steals his father's money and he goes ahead and he eats it in someone else's rishos. But listen, let me just say this outside for just a second. Remember, Ben Sora Mora is all about what? Formation of addictive behaviors. So the idea over here is as follows. If he's eating this, right, obviously, what happened for Ben Sora? What has to happen? Whose money does he have to be stealing? Whose money? Has to be his father's money that he's stealing, right? It has to be that. But Lamaisa, interestingly enough, if he's consuming it in his father's rishos, the assumption is, what is the father going to do? What's the father going to do? Father's going to say, what are you doing? If a father sees his son engaging in gluttonous behavior, a father is going to say something. He's going to shut that down. So let's say, which is just a tremendous yisod in chinuch as well. Too often, we see our children engaging in negative character traits. But one of the greatest misconceptions is if we discipline our kids. People are so today, parents are so afraid to discipline their children because they think like, if I discipline my kid, he's going to go off the derech. If you discipline your kid, he actually has a better chance of staying on the derech. If you don't discipline, and it's a free-for-all, and there's no rules, and there's no consequences, and you think that's love, that's not love. That's parental delinquency. That is parental abdication. That is a betrayal of the sacred responsibility that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is giving you. Obviously, you don't have to come down like a ton of bricks on every single thing. But boundaries are the ikar of parenthood. And sometimes parents think, just let my kids, go do what they do, but come back around. That is a real roll of the dice. Sometimes it works, most of the time it doesn't. So again, what's fascinating over here is even this kid knows, I can't, strip myself with meat and wine in front of my father. My father's going to shut that down. He's going to totally shut that down. So therefore, the only case of Ben Sora Mora, interestingly enough, is when the kid is stealing the money of his father, but consuming the meat and wine somewhere else. That's the combination. Because again, the assumption is he can steal his father's money because he has access to that. So therefore, there's access to money plus the consumption taking place somewhere else. That's the lethal combination that creates Ben Sora and Mora. I'm going to say about Mora. And I said, Sora Mora, second one back. You don't become Ben Sora Mora, and so you're stealing your father's money and consuming it elsewhere. This is what says it's not enough just to get your father's money, it's your father's and your mother's money. Both of them together. We'll see exactly what that means. Says Gemara. So again, if he steals money from his father and eats in his father's rishos, even though he has access to money, he's going to be afraid to develop this type of habit in front of his father. Why? Because if his father sees him being gluttonous, his father is going to shut this down. If he's stealing other people's money, but going ahead and eating it in other people's rishos, that's also not habit forming. Why? He has no concern about eating it in someone else's rishos, other people's money. So it's the whole half of that sort of moment is he's stealing his parents' money because he has access to his parents' money. That's when we're worried about habit developing behaviors. The Koshi came, and the more so if he's stealing money from other people, but eating in his father's domain, the money is not accessible to him, and he's going to be scared of his father. And she knows he shall audit, the Shriach below by. So what's that? The only formula that makes the kid into a Ben Sora Mora, so let's say you're keeping a running list of all of the qualifications, is he has to be stealing his father's money, and the consumption has to be taking place outside of his father's home. That's the, I'm going to say, winning combination, but it's not a winning combination. But that is the negative combination that ultimately creates chaos. Again, he's stealing his father's money, worried about habit forming, right? Because he has access to his father's money, and he's consuming it somewhere else, and therefore someone else is not going to give him musar about his gluttonous behaviors. That's why we are concerned about habit forming behaviors. Incredible. The rest of you actually says he's only chayav if he steals from his father and his mother. So the Gemara says, so first of all, again, what do you mean he's stealing from his mother? Where does his mother have property from? Masha Kosi Shekalabaila. I was going to say, again, what do you mean he's stealing from his mother? Whatever technically belongs to his mother already belongs to his father. So what's the shayla? So the Gemara says, like I said, how you tell that over, you'll decide. But what it means is, interestingly enough, his parents, the kid's parents prepared a beautiful dinner for themselves. They bought nice steaks and beautiful wine. And what does the kid do? The kid sets a suitor that is ready for his parents, and the kid comes along and steals that from his parents. So he effectively steals from both of his parents. One second, that doesn't make you better. But that's not how it works. Remember, you don't become Mitzvah more if you steal food. You don't become Mitzvah more if what? If you steal money and then purchase expensive wine at a discount and expensive meat at a discount. So the Gemara says, rather than what happened, the father had set aside money to take his wife out to dinner. And he got the dinner for expensive made up of meat and wine. And what did this kid do? The kid stole the money that was set aside for both of his parents. Again, the mother could have money. How could she have money? Someone gave her a gift, and gave her a gift on the condition that her husband has no right in that gift. Okay, let's say bottom line is just so the Rambam does not accept Rabbi Yossi's idea. The Rambam does not accept that the money does not have to belong to the father and the mother, it just has to belong to a parent, whichever parent it is. Mishnah, higher other those of the man or outside, so said this is incredible. Let's say the father wanted to bring it to Beis Din, but the mother did not. Or other than or also the father didn't want to, the mother wanted to. A kid only goes Ben Sora Mora when both parents are committed to bringing him to Beis Din for the Ben Sora Mora process. So Yehuda says, right? So Yehuda says, if their marriage wasn't a legal one, that's what it sounds like. If husband and wife have an illegal marriage, their son can't become a Ben Sora or Mora. All right, so what does this mean? What does that mean exactly? What does that mean that Allah so the wife is not fit for her husband? So the Gemara says, The truth is, who cares if the marriage is legal or not, right? What does it matter? At the end of the day, this is the kid's father, this is the kid's mother. Why does the marriage have to be legal? To which the Gemara says, Ella, is Shabbat la'avid kamar. So let's say this is incredible. Rabbi, know what the Gemara means is like this. The mother has to be similar to the father. What does this mean? That's supposed to be legal. And lo Shabbat la'avid b'kol b'nare u'b'koma eno nasa ben solimora. I'm going to say this is wild. The parents actually have to resemble each other. If mother and father don't resemble each other in terms of the sound of their voice, the way they look, and their height, the kid can't become a ben soler umora. Why not? My time with the Amrikra, and then Shomea become language. Fascinating, right? That the Pasuk says, parents in today's day, this kid doesn't listen to our voice, which indicates to us we need to call each other. The parents have to speak with the same voice. Nara the Koma Nani each other. So to again, parents have to resemble themselves. Look exactly, but they have to have some level of resemblance, and also resemblance as will say, what a tremendous Musahar skill. What is the Gemara teaching us about parenting? Right? Parents have to be Shabbat. They have to be on the same page about the chinuch of their kids. When children receive contradictory messages from parents, it's a disaster for their chinuch. So it has to be Shomea B'Kolim. Parents have to speak well. Now, one second, what if parents have differences of opinion about the chinuch of their kids? It happens all the time. But that's the job of parents then to reconcile that and to figure out a unified approach independent of the children. But when they present to the kids, when they talk to the kids, when they're not just the kids, they're mechanic the kids, that has to be done with one voice. Because again, if you're giving your kid two different types of chinuch, if the mother's saying one thing and the father's saying one thing, don't be surprised when the kid goes down the wrong path because he's not getting a unified, cohesive message. So interestingly enough, if the parents are giving two forms of chinuch, the kid can't become Ben Salmona. Why? Because he can't fault the kid for making poor decisions when the child is receiving a non-unified chinuch. If the child is receiving a unified chinuch and still making terrible decisions, okay, that's when Ben Salmona kicks in. But what if mother and father have to be Shabbat, have to figure out a way to get on the same page about the vision of the family they want to raise and the type of children they want to inspire. Incredible. So the mother goes like that. Kiman Azal Hadisanya. From where, according to the following opinion, so okay, so this is, it's not my fault. It's not my fault that we cannot make it. This should be broken up like in 10 blocks. And you can't put all of this on one page. It's literally lifting each other. So the Gemara says as follows. I'm not rushing. I just want to put you on 4 ballots. So if people from other shiurim told you about the slow pace of our shiur, just remind them in the last 2 cycles we never finished later than any other shiur. Right? So Baruch Hashem, at the end of 7.5 years, we'll be exactly where we have to be. We might not be doing the daily pieces, but we'll get there. What's the meaning of this Gemara? Kiman Ozlo, Hadisanya. So it's a bit reflecting the following idea. Ben Sora Umora, Lo Haya Volo Asim Lios. So you're like, why was you just doing this the whole time? So who's the people affecting the following idea? That Sora Umora never happened, Lo Haya, it never happened, and it never will happen. So let's say, by the way, actually when you see this after all we've seen, it makes a lot of sense. To get all of these details lined up, no, what were the probability of that happening? So it actually makes a lot of sense. Again, it's not saying it can't, it's not saying it can't happen. It's not saying it can't happen. So you might just say with probability, never has happened and never will happen. You might say, so why was it written? So you must say, Josh the Kabbalah Star. Again, in order to learn it and receive reward. Some things you learn because you need to know what to do, and other things you learn because you get schar from it. Listen, I just want to point out. The Gemara says, just sometimes when you look at that phrase, Drosh the Kabbalah Schar, means what? Just learn it for the sake of learning it, and you get schar for the act of learning, even though there might not be anything practical that you could do with this. But there is schar, there's a word for the act, so it's a very important lesson. There is schar for the act of just engaging in total learning, for the sake of Torah learning. But I think that's not what it means over here. Drosh v'kabel means, you're right, could very well be that Ben Sora Umorah will never happen. Never happened, will never happen. But Drosh, analyze it. The Kabbalah Scar, what's the scar? What's the reward? There are lessons to be learned from Ben Sora Umorah, even if it will not actually ever happen. I will say, what are the lessons? What are the lessons? What's the Drosh? What's the Drosh the Kabbalah Scar? So we'll say, so again, I want to fast forward a little bit. We're going to see in the next Mishnah that the whole Yisod of the Yisod Umorah is what? What's the whole Yisod of Umorah? The whole Yisod is Hashem Ha'asid. Hashem Ha'asid. Ben Sora is not actually put to death for what he's done now, but rather again, why is he put to death? For what he's going to become. See, let's say, do you want to say something amazing? Do you know what the essence, you know what the ultimate lesson of Ben Sora Umorah is? What's the ultimate lesson of Ben Sora Umorah? What is the Ben Sora Umorah? What's the lesson, Kabbalah? What's the Ben Sora Umorah is that once a person makes certain decisions, they can't change. That's Ben Sora Umorah. The kid made a decision at a young age to steal money, to buy meat, to buy meat, to buy wine. Like, that's not an easy decision. And what Ben Sora Umorah says, you made those bad decisions, you have put yourself on an irreversible course. So the Gemara comes along and says, that's not true. That's not true. Ben Sora Umorah exists as a concept. But practically, it's not true. Because there's no such thing as a yid who can't change. No matter how bad your decisions have been in life, you could always put it in reverse. You could always go ahead and take your life in reverse. That's what it means when it says. Listen, that's the words. That's the words. The Gemara says, I'm sorry. Ben Sora Umorah, lo haya v'lo asid lios. There's no such thing. Because conceptually, there's no such thing as a person who can't change. So says the Gemara. So that's why the Drosh v'kabel skar. So learn it and receive the reward. What's the reward? So what is it Drosh? So analyze. So what's the analysis? The analysis of Ben Sora Umorah is, but yet, there are so many people who think that they can't change. There are so many of us who think that we can't change. When I learned Ben Sora Umorah, I learned about a person who quote-unquote can't change. He makes certain terrible decisions and he can't back himself out of it. But that's not true. That's not true. Listen, no matter how much of a bad spot I've landed myself in life, I can always get myself out of it. It doesn't mean it's not collateral damage. And it doesn't mean that there aren't irreversible realities. There are. Sometimes you make decisions and we can't undo that which is done. But change is absolutely always possible. That's what it means. Ben Sora Umorah. There's no such thing as a person who cannot change. So what should you do with it? Drosh v'kabel skar. Because so many times in life we think we can't change. So learn Ben Sora Umorah and recognize that you absolutely can. The Gemara says, Kiman. The Gemara says, Kiman azad desan. Ben Sora Umorah lo asid lios v'lamanech. Ben Drosh v'kabel skar. So who's the thing? Is it Kiman Kabihuda? It's like Kabihuda. If I say Rabbi Shimon, he decided is very interesting. Rabbi Shimon, the king of Biksha, Afazeka, Timar Basa, the Shasa, Khatsi, Mugyana, Talki, Avi Motilos of the Skilo, the Saflo, because this kid stole some money and purchased meat and wine, he's probably going to take him out to get stoned. And so far, it never happened, and it's never going to happen in the future. So why is it here? Drosh v'kabel skar. And let's say this is it. This is probably the most important line in the entire sugya. It never happened, never will happen. Because the concept that a person can't change is antithetical to Yiddishkeit. So what do you do with Ben Sora? Because that's what Ben Sora is. A kid who can't change. Never happened. No such thing as a person who can't change. So what do you do with this whole section? Drosh, learn it. Analyze it. Kabbalah Khan, reap the benefit. What's the benefit? By learning about the context of the kid who can't change and recognizing that this never happened, never will happen, I received the greatest reward in the world. And the greatest reward is a recognition that I absolutely, unequivocally have the ability to change at any juncture, at any point in life. Incredible. But Rabbi Yonasan says, one second, what are you talking about? Listen, it's incredible. Watch this. I'm ready to see it. Rabbi Yonasan says, I saw a Ben Sora Umorah. I saw him. The Ashafti Al Kivro. I sat on his grave. How can you tell me it never happened? I saw it. I went to the Levaya. I saw the sound is great. Now, why exactly the sound is great? We're not sure. There's a whole discussion about this. Not for now. Not for now. So you want to say, so let's say, so what do you do with this? So Rabbi Yonasan says, there was no so much. Let's say, I think the way it works is like this. Rabbi Yonasan is not our game. He never was a Ben Sorah Morah, and he never will be a Ben Sorah Morah. Rabbi Yonasan is lamenting the fact that many people go through life thinking that they are a Ben Sorah Morah. Rabbi Yonasan says, you know what? I think to many Levias are people who left this world, and they left as a Ben Sorah Morah. They left this world thinking that they couldn't affect change. They left this world thinking that they couldn't make something better of themselves. You're right. There's no such thing as a Ben Sorah Morah, yet you'd be surprised how many people leave this world thinking that they were Ben Sorah Morah. So let's say one of the most tragic things in life is we leave this world with so many things unaccomplished. We leave this world without actualizing our potential. We leave this world without becoming the kind of people that we're really capable of becoming. So I don't think Rabbi Yonasan is disagreeing. I think Rabbi Yonasan is just talking about human nature. So the reality is there's no such thing as Ben Sorah Morah because change is only possible. But yet Rabbi Yonasan says tragically, according to the Levias of so many Ben Sorah Morahs, people who left this world and never made the changes they could because they thought that they couldn't. Because they believed too much in Ben Sorah Morah. Incredible. The Gemara says this house. Come on, Oslo, how do you sign here? So what's these opinions reflected in the following idea? Yerni Dachas. Now, Yerni Dachas is a city wiped out of idolatry because of idolatry. Incredible. Never happened, never will happen. But why is it written in the Torah? So when it says, drunk the Kabbalah start, ultimately I to learn it and to receive reward. Same idea. The Rebbe said, what does this mean? How could it be that there's never Yerni Dachas? As the Rebbe said, there's no such thing as a city of Jews where there's not one Sabbath. Not possible. It's not possible. You can't have a place. Where every single Yid who's there is back. Impossible. It's just not possible. Someone's not covered. Someone's not holy. So learn it to receive reward. Come on, Rabbi Eliezer, the son of Eliezer, Omer, called your Shish, Bakim, Mezuzah, Achos, Eno, Nasi, and Yidachos. Oh, so the verse says if there's even one Mezuzah in the city, it can't become an Yerni Dachos. So most of my time, what's the reason for that? I'm a crowd that's called Shlomo Tikvot Zatos, we'll follow this after the H. Because what do you have to do with Yerni Dachos? So what do you have to do with it? You have to gather everything and burn it in the middle of the city. Now, the Chayvah B'Yikam Mezuzah will actually, the Chsid will Saskin Ashorah. Now, if there's a Mezuzah, you can't burn a Mezuzah. Right? Why can't you burn a Mezuzah? Because the Mezuzah is the name of Hashem. You can't burn the name of Hashem. So therefore, you see if there's even one Mezuzah, it can't become an Yerni Dachos. It can't become Yerni Dachos. That Yerni Dachos ever existed. I'm going to be on the same notice and it says, I need to see you. Yashaf Yatila. I hear about some notice and said, you're on Yerni Dachos. I was there. I visited. Right? I went on tour. Right? So I took the Yerni Dachos walking door. And again, I saw the ruins of the city. I saw Yerni Dachos. Once again, it's the city you saw. But I don't think Rabbi Yonasan is disagreeing. Rabbi Yonasan is saying sometimes, again, just like individuals give up on themselves, communities give up on themselves. And communities also forget that they can become better, that they can become holier. Again, communities are made up of individuals. So there's a group of people who think of themselves as a Ben Sorah Morah. You can't change. They become a Chavra, they become a Chabur, they become a Kiyah, they become a community. Out here in Dachas, I think they can't change as well. Tragically. Come on, I'll love the sign, though. Bye, Tamiga. Hi, all right, let's see, we have to stop over here. Listen, just when my performance review comes up, I tried. I guess I could have started 5 minutes earlier. And I want to say, we're going to pick up right here. We are right on track. We are right on track. And that's going to be great. I would say, you tell me, what can we have still? What can we have still? There's nothing. I would say, tremendous trend. Stop. Shkar Kaviron. All right, Kevin, Shkar Kaviron.
I never underestimate that because I just assume they're good. So it's like, why would you ask about that? It's like, does someone come to your house? It makes sense for them because of the sake of it.
People said, don't tell me who you are, who your friends are. Oh, I forgot about that.
Both men sing is full of this right now. Hard brothers is when you get horny at the same time. Hilarious. Ah, fuck. Really? You guys horny right now? No, I don't even have a horn number. Rock hard. If y'all are wearing hats inside, please, it's great.
All right, I must say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for Tough Shin Hey Hey. Those of Mishpach of ROTHSCHILD for dedicating all the Shimon Drushos this year as a Zechus for the Soros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Dafyomi sponsors for this morning, Milton, Melanie Gertner, for dedicating the Shir in honor of the bris of their grandson, Gad Moshe, born to Shira and Ari Gertner in Yerushalayim, Yirat Kodesh. Mazel tov to the Gertner Mishpacha. Beautiful and incredible. And I will say, of course, it's important to recognize that as we go ahead and as we begin our shir this morning, the Levaya, the multiple Levayos for the Bibas family are underway in Eretz Yisrael. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, that those precious neshamos should have an aliyah, a broken family should experience in the Chama, and that in Eretz Hashem, we should just bring Besoros Tovos, true Besoros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Let's do that. Let us begin. Today's daf is Ayin Aleph 71. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem on Ayin Aleph. There's a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem, and we are picking up 70b, 3 lines up from before the lines get wide. Remember again, we left off in the middle of the sugya of Bathsheba giving Musar to Shlomo. And she said as follows: Mas Nuchi. So again, I read this quite quickly at the end yesterday. So she Mar Barney. Sorry, so just Shlomo, you are the son of my neder. What does this mean? So Bathsheba said, Kol Nashim Shalei Savicha Hayunodros. So remember again, Bathsheba, context again, Bathsheba is giving Shlomo Musar that he's overindulging in the finer things in life. One of the advantages of being a prince, you got a lot of access to luxury items, and he's overindulging. She's essentially giving him different forms of Musar. So Musar number 1 is that people are going to hinge your delinquent behavior on me. Because that's all your father's a tzaddik. So if your father's a tzaddik and you're misbehaving, it must be your mother. That's number 1. Number 2, she said, I went out of my way to make sure that you would be a healthy baby. And now number 3, she calls him Barnidri, the son of my neder. Both said, this is incredible. She says, all of David's wives, Hayunodros, who make the following neder. Yehevi ben Hazal Amalkus. Give me a son who is worthy of the manor. So this is incredible. So all of David Amalek's wives, they wanted one thing. They wanted a son who would become the next king. That's what they wanted. Bathsheba said, I always wanted something different for you, David. What did I want? Va'anina darti va'amarti Yehevi ben Zoriz u'memula batorah. Wow. What did Bathsheba want for her son? She said, give me a son who is Zoriz. That's not what we'll say. Zoriz, alacritus, Zrizos. Give me a son who, when he does something, he does it with a sense of purpose, does it with a sense of timeliness, does it with a sense of alacrity. That whatever he does in life, he takes it seriously and does it with incredible Zrizos. Umamula b'Torah. Give me a son, ultimately, who is filled with Torah. V'hagun l'nevios. And ultimately worthy of prophecy. Now, if you notice, by the way, she doesn't say, give me a son who's a prophet. And she says, just give me a son who's worthy of prophecy. I will say there's so much to be learned from this Gemara. What do we want for our children? So all too often in life, we put the wrong emphasis on what we want for our kids. And we often focus on, what we want our kids to be when they grow up. I want to make sure that my daughter is able to be a doctor, a lawyer, a rabbi. No. Rabbi, an accountant, all different. Like, there's such a hyper focus on what my kid is going to do for Parnasa, which of course Parnasa is incredibly important, as we all know. But at the end of the day, it's interesting to see what Bathsheba wanted for her son and the qualities that she wanted for her son. Give me a son who takes life seriously. That's his reason. So we'll say, you can tell a lot about a person by how they approach the different initiatives in life. There are people who are. Zrizos is a midah, and Zrizos is a midah of seriousness. And when you have midah of Zrizos, that's why the Ramchal puts it so early on in Mesilas Yesharim. When you have the midah of Zrizos, it means that you have a seriousness and a Koved Rosh approach to life. And when people who are Zoriz are successful in whatever it is that they do, Memula b'Torah. Don't be, what does it mean to be Memula b'Torah? To be filled with Torah. In other words, there are different ways you can approach Torah. First, you can take a lackadaisical approach to Torah, lackadaisical approach to learning, a lackadaisical approach to observance, or a person could be Memula. Memula means I'm mole, I'm fully committed. Hagum Nevius is all-encompassing. What are the qualities that are necessary in order to become a Navi? I don't know. But I would imagine that you have to have ala milas to be a Navi. That's what a mother wanted for her child. Zrizos, Memula b'Torah, Hagum Nevius. Incredible. Elam Malachim, Lemuel. Al Malachim Shasu Yain. So Hashem says to Shlomo, Al Malachim Amralo, Malachim Itim Malachim Shasu Yain Shtakrim. Lama Lanu Kel. So Bathsheba said to Shlomo, it's incredible, you've got the wrong friends. Got the wrong friends. Why are you hanging out with those kings who become intoxicated? You know, there's like a king chevra, like a monarch chevra. Why are you hanging out with the monarch chevra? Because they drink too much wine. And after drinking so much wine, what are they saying? What do we need God for? The king, we're all powerful. We're alone from the shaitan. And those rulers, they abuse the intoxicating beverage too much. Misha called us only including low. And you have access to the one before whom all secrets are revealed. Should you become inebriated with wine? In other words, we'll say, no, we keep seeing the two sides of wine, right? And on one hand, the ability of wine to, first of all, take sometimes the edge off life and allow me to lean into my newfound circumstances. Also to unlock, to bring down the walls that are sometimes already off my inner kedusha. On the other hand, it's easily abused and easily misused as well. So halacha l'maaseh, Bathsheba says to Shlomo, what are you doing? Why waste your time with wine when you have access to the knower of all secrets to HaKadosh Baruch Hu? So no matter how powerful a ruler is subservient to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So again, if you have to go ahead and anyway show up in front of the ruler of the universe, why waste your time with wine? How do we know that Shlomo did tshuva, so to speak? In other words, Shlomo was Mekabel, his mother's Musar. So he says literally again, I'm less than an ish, and I don't even have wisdom. This is incredible. Who's the ish he's referring to? Noah. Shlomo was excited. Again, the Gemara faulted Noah for going ahead, and the first thing that he did is he planted vines. So Shlomo recognized, you know what? I've made myself even more mundane than Noah. And there's not even the proper wisdom of man. Who's that? Adam Arishon. That first Adam Arishon, again, had one mitzvah, wasn't able to comply. Shlomo HaMelech lament that he's not even on that level. Incredible. They'll say, by the way, another tremendous Musar. What is the hallmark of great people? One of the hallmarks of great people, the ability to take Musar. No one likes Musar. No one likes it. No one likes rebuke. No one likes critique. No one likes constructive criticism. No one even likes positive feedback. I've come to find positive feedback is often laced with, sometimes laced with some other. You don't like it. It's natural. It's normal. Great people are able to hear, especially when that positive feedback or that negative feedback or that critique is coming from someone who loves them. As much as it stings, they're able to hear it, they're able to inculcate it, and they're able to pivot with it. And it's got the Shlomo HaMelech. Shlomo HaMelech, who was known as the wisest of men, gets a patch from his mother. Gets a real patch from his mother. And essentially, what does he say? He says, thank you. He says, thank you. That's godless. That's godless. Okay, let's go back there. Says the Gemara. So again, that was back to the story. So this is very interesting. Ben Sorabar, so what we've established in yesterday's daf, right, is again, what he has to steal, right, or I should say, he's stealing money. What he has to buy with that money, and how much of it he has to consume. Now the Gemara is pivoting a little bit, and we're talking about who does he have to consume it with? Who does he have to consume it with? So Rabbi Abo says he's only chayiv if he eats it with a group of srikin. Now, what are srikin? If you get Rashi is group of srikin. It's like 3 lines up from where we are, across the Rashi. Reikin, shiar gilu b'kach. So what is fascinating? What turns a person or turns a kid into a Mensora Mora is not just that he's stealing money, that he's creating an addiction for overindulgence for wine and meat. It's also the chevra that he hangs out with. Chevra means everything. So Rabbi Avo says he's only chayiv if he eats it with a group of srikin. Now it's interesting. Rashi defines srikin over there as reikin. Well, what does reikin mean? Empty people. Empty people. Shiar gilu b'kach will habituate him to these type of habits. Aval nish bechabura adam hagum b'chi haigach no mamamshich. They renounce the Ben Sora Mora bechabura d'lav mitzvah kama. So most of this is incredible. Rabbi Yosef says when is Ben Sora Mora chayiv? Only when he's eating the meat and the wine with the group of srikin. I just want to point out over here. It's interesting. If you notice how Rashi defines srikin, he doesn't say like avar yonim, people who go ahead and commit averos. How does he define a bad chevra? Rakim. Empty people. Empty people. An empty person may or may not be committing an avera. What does it mean when you're empty? There's nothing in you. There's no drive. There's no drive. There's no she'ifa. There's no pull to something greater. There's no, as we saw before, there's no zrizos. There's no mamula l'Torah. There's no hagum l'nevias. There's nothing pulling a person towards something greater. Well, if I have nothing pulling me towards something greater, I'm empty. I'm empty. And what Rashi's saying, Gemara is saying is, we'll say, you know what? A chevra of empty people is much more dangerous than a chevra of sinning people. Well, first of all, because every chevra is a chevra of sinning people, because all of us commit averas. I always say that at least when a person is committing an avera, what does it say about a person? They have a desire for something. Desire for something. Okay, maybe the wrong thing is a desire for something. Raking is a desire for nothing. There's a desire for nothing. Just like emptiness. That's a dangerous chavura. So the concern over here is, if he's surrounding himself with these kind of people, that's when the ben sorah umora addictions are really facilitated. However, the Gemara Tzvahan and Tran what we learn. The Mishnah said that if the kid is eating his meat and drinking his wine in a chaburas mitzvah, now again we'll discuss what that means, but the pashtus, what that means is he's eating it. Interestingly enough, he's stealing the money, he's purchasing the meat and the wine, but he's consuming it in some type of mitzvah context that he does not become a ben sorah umora. And when it's time out, the mitzvah. Now the reason is because the act of consumption is occurring in the context of a mitzvah. Or halacha l'maisa again, if the entire group minus one person or three, in other words, if there's one good guy in that chevra, he also doesn't become ben sorah mora. He only becomes a ben sorah mora if it's a non-mitzvah meal and all speaking. Now let's take two profound lessons over here. Number one, well, three profound lessons. Number one, the power of chevra. The power of chevra. Surrounding yourself by the right people. We go through life and we think, but the truth is, it doesn't really matter who I surround myself with, who I'm friends with, who I share my Shabbos meals with, whatever. I can kind of insulate myself against that. It's not true. It's not true. Who you hang out with and who you keep company with makes you who you are. That is the way that it works. Say the Chabura Kula Srikin, terrible things are going to occur. On the other hand, interestingly enough, what you see over here is, if it's a Chabura of all Srikin, but there's one good guy, then what? That's not a Chabura Srikin. What do you see from there? The power of the individual to impact the Chabura. That one person in a Chabura of Srikin can have a tremendous and overwhelming impact. You never underestimate your ability to have an impact on the people around you. Number three, even if you have a whole Chabura of Srikin, but you're eating a Sudas Mitzvah, it's not a problem. It's not going to become Ben Sorah or wine, because if you put yourself in the right circumstances, even if you don't necessarily have the best chevra, putting yourself in the right circumstances has a hashpah on you as well. So putting yourself in the right circumstances has a hashpah on you as a proper, right, that's mitzvah. Putting yourself in the right chevra has the right hashpah on you, but never underestimate the ability to have an impact, even if you find yourself surrounded by the wrong type of influences. Incredible Gemara. What you begin to see for Ben Sorah Umora, interestingly enough, is all of these things fuel his addiction, right? In other words, that it's the theft of the money, the overindulgence, or the development of an appetite for expensive things like the Italian wine, the meat, right? And then also embedding himself with the wrong groups of people. All of these things are necessary in order to make the Ben Sorah Umora. But about Ibra Chodesh, so we'll say, so remember, the example that the Mishnah gave for Sudas Mitzvah was the suda that they made for Ibra Chodesh. Ibra Chodesh, as we said before, the intercalation of the new month. In other words, adding on an extra day to the month, making it a month of 30 days instead of 29 days. They would have made a suda for that. So you might say, 1 second. Memra, the Basra had Masru, is that saying that they hadn't eaten wine for that suda? By the time you learn, ain't only law elevabas dog and the kidneys know about, but that meal is actually a very simple meal. What did they have at the meal in creation of the month? They had bread, right? They had bread, wheat, and kidneys and legumes. I was like, that was a very like they had to decide about how to interconnect the month. You don't want that turning into a fabrengen, right? In other words, that needs to be like there's a lot of decisions that have to be made up there. So you need food, right? Because it might take a long time. But you want to keep a very simple menu. So you might talk about from the Atagab the only business you also plus we the mitzvah cost of that's the you're right. Normally the people who would go in for this suda, they were only there. It's an interesting fact. What did they eat by the suda for Ibar HaChodesh? Bread, wheat, and legumes. So let's say they were having a meal. And let's say Ben Soramora shows up for that meal. Or he's not a Ben Soramora yet. He's a candidate. Right? Ben Soramora candidate shows up for that meal with stolen meat and stolen wine. It sits down and eats with them. That can't transform him into a Ben Sorah Umora. Why? Because he's eating it in the context of the Sudas mitzvah. So eating even stolen items in the context of the Sudas mitzvah will not make you into a Ben Sorah Umora. Incredible. Come up on Ein Olam Ibrak. So I'm saying, I'm just worried about that Suda. Ein Olam Ibrak. Chodesh Tachos Mi'asara B'nei Adam. You need at least a minion, right? That email is a minion for that Suda for Ibrak Chodesh. Furthermore, again, you're only going to go up there with bread. It's not really bread, it's pasta. It's bread made from wheat and kidneys and legumes. You only go up on the night to the 31st, as the night after the 30th. They only go for the Suda at night and not by day. The Rice says they go up for the Suda by day and not by night. So go up early to the meal. In other words, go up to the meal while it's still daytime. Come down before sunrise when people are starting to get up, so that it'll make a rush. People will know what it is that you're doing, and that way, again, the extension of the month will be properly publicized. Incredible. So again, just to keep our train of thought over here. So what we're now beginning to see is that there are certain exceptions or certain types of consumption that prevent a person from becoming a Ben Sorah Umora. So essentially, if the act of eating itself takes place in the context of a mitzvah, such an act of consumption cannot make the boy into a Ben Sorah Umora. In the same way that eating with certain positive chavra also can't make the boy into a Ben Sorah Umora. Fascinating. So Gemara goes like this. So let's remember again, somebody if he steals money, right? Steals money, like sashimi money, goes and purchases meat and wine eating in Yerushalayim. So again, it doesn't become a Ben Sorah or a wine act, because that's a normative act, right? She's performing something normative. Granted, he stole the money, but the act of consumption itself is a normative act of consumption. What makes him into a Ben Sorah or Mora is the development of non-normative appetites as developed through non-normative acts of consumption. But if you're doing something quote unquote normal, you can't become a Ben Sorah or Mora like that. Fascinating. Let's go back there. It's great. Chicken can't make you into Ben Sorah or Mora. It's got to be flesh, got to be meat. Right? So he goes there and he steals money, and he buys schnitzel. Right? That's not going to make him into Ben Sorah or Mora. Hi, that's how we learned in the Mishnah. That's not true. The Mishnah indicates to us if he stole money and bought non-kosher food, we'll see why that is, he doesn't become a Sorah Mora. The inference from that is that as long as he's buying kosher food, even if it's chicken, right, even if it's found, that Allah he should become Ben Sorah Mora. Tushma says, no, so this is fascinating. Remember, how much meat does little chazara? How much meat does Ben Sorah Mora have to eat in order to go and become Ben Sorah Mora? Right? Machlokes. First opinion in Mishnah. right? Tartimar. So let's say, for example, you eat a little bit less than a tartimar. Tartimar, I don't know, minus kizayis. So the halacha is, if he's mashlim the kizayis with fowl, with chicken, that can make a ben soromor. That's the chiddush over here. So you can't eat the tartimar. Ultimately, again, you can't eat the tartimar of fowl. But if you eat almost the tartimar of meat, and you go ahead and you're mashing that shear with a little bit of fowl, ultimately that can make you into a ben soromor. All right, incredible. Although she lists about the Dvar Avera, she also says this, and as the Mishnah said, if he eats it as the Dvar Mitzvah or the Dvar Avera, he doesn't become Ben Sorah or Morah. So what is that? So Dvar Mitzvah, what does it mean Dvar Mitzvah? Tanchume Avera. Ultimately, again, he participates in the meal for consolation of mourners. Now look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says over here about sweet and two lines from the bottom. Tanchume Avera. Let's say the kid, can't call him Ben Soromor because they're Ben Soromor yet. The kid joins a Nichum Avelim, right? The halacha is that when Avelim come back from the cemetery, they have what's called the Sudas Havra, the meal of consolation. So let's say again, the kid sits down and joins them for that. That's a Sudas Mitzvah. So remember again, what we're seeing over here is the development of a theme. A Ben Soromor only goes ahead and becomes Ben Soromor if, number one, he's stealing money, number two, he's purchasing meat and wine of very high quality, and then number three, it has to be consumed in a context which leads to the development of negative addictions. But what we see over and over is that the consumption itself takes place in a positive context, then we are not concerned about the feeling of addictions. So again, obviously, a positive context would be Suda Shabbos. Right? He does it on Shabbos. The chiddush over here is that, let's say something even as simple as Sudas Havra, the meal for Avelim. That's also enough of a mitzvah that we're not concerned about the feeling of a negative addiction. Incredible. The Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, what does it mean, so let's say he steals money, purchases meat and wine, and eats it during the fast day. Eats it on Tainus Esther. The Gemara says, so that doesn't make him Ben Sorah Morah. So why not? That's so strange. Like, why wouldn't that make him Ben Sorah Morah? The time of my Amakra, and then Shomea B'Kolenu. B'Kolenu, below B'Kolo Shamakum. This is fascinating. What do you call Ben Sorah Morah? It has to be that the child is defying his parents' instructions. And then Shomea B'Kolenu. But if his act of consumption is in defiance of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that does not make him into a Ben Sorah Morah. Well, isn't that fascinating? But that's just a technicality. Right? So Ben Sorah Morah is someone who defies his parents. But if his act of consumption is an act of divine defiance, then he doesn't become Ben Sorah Morah. Again, he's getting off on a technicality. Incredible. I will say, by the way, and that's why all of these different things, that's why if he steals money and buys chazer, you would think like, he steals money and buys chazer, of course Ben Sorah Morah. He's not. It's fascinating. He's not. If he goes to Morah, goes to the supermarket, buys a piece of chazer, he's not a Ben Sorah Morah. Why? Because that's the pshat. Because what makes one of Ben Sorah Morah is in his act of defiance against his parents. But it's not an act of defiance against God. I mean, the whole thing is an act of defiance against God. But because he's stealing, the consumption itself technically is halakhically permitted. But if his act of consumption itself is halakhically prohibited, then halacha l'maisa, he's not a Ben Sorah Morah. Let's go back there. So for example, therefore, the same idea. If Ben Sorah Morah ate anything but didn't eat didn't eat meat, he doesn't become Ben Sorah Morah. In order to become Ben Sorah Morah, you have to eat meat. In order to become Ben Sorah Morah, he has to drink wine. So the Gemara says, Lo achal basar. What is it? If he didn't eat meat last year, the vela keilas. So what says? Even if he ate a cake of pressed figs, a cake of pressed figs from keilas, right? From keilas, was a very high quality metal, very high quality food. And in certain respects, maybe even had that quality almost of like meat. Even if you eat the daily ki'ilis, halacha l'maisa, you still don't become ben soromor. B'shasa, dvash v'chalav, v'lo shasi and asui dvash v'chalav. Interestingly enough, apparently the drinking of wine, of milk and honey could have an intoxicating effect on a person as well. So even if he drank those items which have an intoxicating effect, even though the effect is the same, if he doesn't drink wine, he doesn't drink Mesor more. The sign of Achol Viliki is just the Vash, the Chalav, the Nichnas, the Mikdash, Chayit, Tabavain out. It's also interesting enough to Galach for Kohanim. Kohanim, if a Kohen goes ahead and eats a Viliki, his take up restitution, or he drinks honey or milk and goes into the Beis Hamikdash and does the avoda, he's chayiv. Now, why is he chayiv? He's chayiv for doing the avoda under the influence. Right? That's halacha. You're not allowed to do the avoda while intoxicated. And if he goes into the Beis Hamikdash after having consumed these items, there's a level of inebriation, and he's going to be chayiv for that. Absolutely incredible. Let's say Ayin Aleph from Dal 71a. Elunas of Israel more actually Chabas Vishti Ayin. Kan Rabbanon. Achol Kol Michael below Achol Basar. Ben Suramor, the kid eats any item. It doesn't eat meat. Shasa Kamash Kolo Shasa Yain. Or he drinks any drink, but he did not drink wine. Inunasa Ben Suramora Achioka Basar Yishti Yain. You only become Ben Suramora when you go ahead and you eat meat and you drink wine. Shinamar Zolel Visovei. Because the pasuk calls him again a glutton and a guzzler. Even though again, I don't really know explicitly in the Torah what Zola and Sove means, and I don't know what it's referring to. Right, there is still a scriptural reason. Do not be amongst the guzzlers of wine and bezolale basar lamo, or gluttonous consumers of meat. The Omer. So again, interestingly enough, the Torah uses the lashon of zolel for sobei, and then we see from this other pasuk in Mishlei that again sobei refers to wine and zolel refers to meat. So we put that all together, and we understand that for the Beisol Mora, his issue is overconsumption of meat and wine. Incredible. But let's say this is a fascinating Gemara. I'm Rabbi Zira. Whoever sleeps in the base medrash, Torasa nasa lo kiraim kiraim. His Torah becomes patchy. So it becomes patchy, like patches of clothing. Shenei amar, the kiraim talbish numa. The one who slumbers will wear patches. Now, I will say, the truth is, there's no great clues to this Gemara. It's actually very straightforward. I will say, one of the most important things, right, when it comes to learning, there's two studies, there's two sides. On one hand, there's an experiential piece of learning. And that experiential piece of learning really happens just by showing up. Like Rabbi Nachman says, even if a person doesn't understand what it is that they're learning, your mind maybe doesn't understand, but your heart absolutely does. The neshama understands everything. You see, even I walk out, someone says, what did you learn? I have no idea. Right? But I switched some days of that yoga like that, right? But I know that I was there for 45 minutes, 50 minutes, an hour, whatever it is. The neshama is fundamentally changed as a result of that. That's one level of Torah. But of course, we don't want to suffice ourselves with that. I really want to have a comprehension. I really want to have an understanding. I really want to be bought in. So let's say, what's the formula for being bought in? What's the formula? It's a pretty simple one. Don't be distracted. Don't be distracted. Pay attention. Pay attention. Don't allow yourself to get distracted. Yashin doesn't literally have to mean that I'm asleep. Yashin just means that sometimes I'm on the daf, sometimes I'm on my phone, sometimes I'm over here, sometimes I'm over there. What's the result of that? Again, now by the way, do you get a shkach for showing up? Of course. But then don't be surprised when the Torah I walk out with is patchy. Because again, here I was email, here I was WhatsApp, here I was and again, just the reality is the Torah is broken up. It's not cohesive because I wasn't fully vested. By the way, you begin to see a theme, right? You begin to see a theme. What did Bathsheba want for Shlomo? What did she want? She wanted zrizos. So I'll say, so again, so what does zrizos mean? Zrizos means when I'm doing something, I'm in. Let's say ever in a meeting with someone and they're checking their email in the middle of the meeting. Ever happened to anyone? Right? My cloud bubble is. I I started this now. Hey, if you're checking in on me, I have better things to do. Better things to do. Same thing on a Zoom meeting, right? It's okay. It's okay. If you're too busy, go. Do what you have to do. But it's a lack of derech. In other words, what are we doing? What are we doing? We're never focused on what it is that we do. We're always somewhere else. So when I'm in the office, I'm trying to have a few minutes to learn. Don't learn in your office. Don't learn in your office. You should be doing one thing in your office. One thing in your office. And that is working. Working. Work. You're in your office. I guess if you're self-employed, you can do whatever you want. Right? But if you work for someone, they're not paying you to catch a couple of minutes of learning here and there. Do work. And be sorry. And be committed. And be involved. And when you're in shir, learn your stuff. And don't be at work. Don't be at work. Just commit yourself to whatever it is that's there. Otherwise, you're going to sleep through your entire Torah life. And after 120, when you come to the base in Shalmala, the Rebbe Shalom says, Shefela, what did you learn? What did you learn? Tell me. What did you learn? And you're going to say, I'll tell you, I remember there was that day when we did this sugya. But I'll tell you, I got through 10 emails that day, right? And I texted 10 of my chaverim during shul that day, right? And I checked the news 14 times that day. I remember a piece of this. Why? Do it. Just do it. And commit yourself to shutting off the distractions. Commit yourself. And this is during learning. This is during davening. Otherwise, I'm here, but I'm sleeping. I'm sleeping through davening because I'm elsewhere. I'm sleeping through learning because I'm elsewhere. We have literally, the greatest treasure in the world at our fingertips. Every single day. And we live in a dar, we live in a time where it is so ridiculously easy. There's only one thing you have to do. Pay attention. Don't fall asleep. Don't go ahead and get involved in multiple things. Just don't sleep figuratively in the base message. And if you just do that, bring our Jesus to our learning, bring our Jesus to our davening. Remember, we're all young people. There is no telling what we can accomplish in our young years in this world. Let's go back to Mishnah. Dana, Mishal Abed, Va'ochel Mishal Sasha. It's very interesting. So, by the way, I just want to point out, I think I sent this when we started the Sugya Ben Sora Mora, which is, I would say, what's the one takeaway from all of this? Clearly, the system is rigged so that this doesn't happen, right? And again, and that's okay. It's good to say that. It's good to say that. It's the same thing with the death penalty, right? The system is set up not to execute someone. That's how it's set up. So then Solomon also, all the details, so watch this. He says, listen to this. Kid, we'll just call him kid. Well, he's an adult. Remember, they will say, also of this generation. How old is Solomon Mora? How old is he? Right? So remember again, he is a gadol. What was watching the Gemara? Samoch. In other words, he just recently entered into adult type. We're going to see that concept again. Shortly, Hashem. So go to Mishal Aviv. So watch this. He stole his father's money, but he ate the stolen food in his father's rishos. Okay, or he went ahead and he stole other people's money and ate it in their rishos. Okay, or he stole other people's money and he ate it in the rishos of his father. Let's say first white line, Ayin Aleph Amud Aleph. Eno Nasa Ben Sora Mora. We'll say all these cases Ben Sora Mora. Ad she'igdom Mishal Aviv yochal rishos acherim, until he steals his father's money and he goes ahead and he eats it in someone else's rishos. Let me just say this outside for just a second. Remember, then Sora Umara is all about what? All about what? Formation of addictive behaviors. So the idea over here is as follows. If he's eating this, right, obviously, what in order to happen for Ben Sora, what has to happen? Whose money does he have to be stealing? Whose money? Has to be his father's money that he's stealing, right? It has to be that. But Lamaisa, interestingly enough, if he's consuming it in his father's rishos, the assumption is, what is the father going to do? What's the father going to do? Father's going to say, what are you doing? If a father sees his son engaging in gluttonous behavior, a father is going to say something. He's going to shut that down. So therefore, this is just a tremendous historic thing as well. Too often, we see our children engaging in negative character traits. But one of the greatest misconceptions is if we discipline our parents. So today, parents are so afraid to discipline their children because they think, like, if I discipline my kid, he's going to go off the derech. If you discipline your kid, he actually has a better chance of staying on the derech. If you don't discipline, and it's a free-for-all, and there's no rules, and there's no consequences, and you think that's love, that's not love. That's parental delinquency. That is parental abdication. That is a betrayal of the sacred responsibility that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is giving you. Obviously, you don't have to come down like a ton of bricks on every single thing. But boundaries are the ikar of parenthood. And sometimes parents think, I'll just let my kids, go do what they do. They'll come back around. That is a real roll of the dice. Sometimes it works. Most of the time, it doesn't. So again, what's fascinating over here is even this kid knows, I can't, strip myself with meat and wine in front of my father, because my father's going to shut that down. He's going to totally shut that down. So therefore, the only case of Ben Soromor, interestingly enough, is when the kid is stealing the money of his father, but consuming the meat and wine somewhere else. That's the combination. Because that combination is, again, the assumption is he can steal his father's money because he has access to that. So therefore, there's access to money, plus the consumption is taking place somewhere else. That's the lethal combination that creates Ben Sorah Mora. Again, we'll see that more in the Gemara. Good. And last Ben Sorah Mora, second one, you don't become Ben Sorah Mora until you're stealing your father's money and consuming it elsewhere. Rabbi Yosef says it's not enough just your father's money, it's your father's and your mother's money. Both of them together. We'll see exactly what that means. It says the Gemara. So again, if he steals money from his father and eats in his father's rishos, even though he has access to money, he's going to be afraid to develop this type of habit in front of his father. Why? Because if his father sees him being gluttonous, his father is going to shut this down. If he's stealing other people's money, but going ahead and eating it in other people's rishos, that's also not habit forming. Why? Even though he has no concern about eating it in someone else's rishos, other people's money. So it's like the whole concept of Sorah Mora is he's stealing his parents' money because he has access to his parents' money. That's when we're worried about habit developing behaviors. And all the more so if he's stealing money from other people, but eating in his father's domain, the money is not accessible to him, and he's going to be scared of his father. The only formula that makes a kid into a Ben Sorah Mora, so he's keeping a running list of all of his qualifications, is he has to be stealing his father's money, and the consumption has to be taking place outside of his father's home. That's the, winning combination. That's not a winning combination. That is the negative combination that ultimately creates, again, stealing his father's money. We're worried about habit forming. Why? Because he has access to his father's money, and he's consuming it somewhere else, and therefore someone else is not going to give him musar about his gluttonous behaviors. That's why we are concerned about habit forming behaviors. Incredible. This really says he's only chayav if he steals from his father and his mother. But the Gemara says, Imo minala. So first of all, again, what do you mean he's stealing from his mother? Where is his mother? Property from Masha Konseisha Konabayla. As we'll say again, what do you mean stealing from his mother? Whatever technically belongs to his mother already belongs to his father. So what's the shayla? So the Gemara says, like I said, how you tell that over, you'll decide. Whereas what it means is, interestingly enough, the kid's parents prepared a beautiful dinner for themselves. They bought nice steaks and beautiful wine. And what does the kid do? The kid sets a suda that is ready for his parents, and the kid comes along and steals that from his parents. So he effectively steals from both of his parents. One second, that doesn't make you best one. But that's not how it works. In other words, remember, you don't become a Soromor if you steal food. You don't become a Soromor if what? If you steal money and then purchase expensive wine at a discount and expensive meat at a discount. So the Gemara says, you're right. Rather, again, what happened? The father had set aside money to take his wife out for dinner. And made out for dinner for an expensive fleshik suda made up of meat and wine. And what did this kid do? The kid stole the money that was set aside for both of his parents. You guys, same sort of possibility is the or again, the mother could have money. How could she have money? Someone gave her a gift, and gave her a gift on the condition that her husband has no rights in that gift. Okay, so let's say bottom line is just that the Rambam does not accept Rabbi Yossi's idea. The Rambam does not accept that the money does not have to belong to the father and the mother. just has to belong to a parent, whichever parent it is. Yishna Haya Aviv Rotza B'Iman Rotza. As said, this is incredible. Let's say the father wanted to bring him to Beis Din, but the mother did not. Or Abidin or Rotza B'Iman Rotza. The father didn't want to, the mother wanted to. Einon Asa Ben Sora Mora Actually Yirtzu Shneim. Actually, Shneim Rotza. Sorry, a kid only becomes Ben Sora Mora when both parents are committed to bringing him to Beis Din for the Ben Sora Umora process. Rabbi Yehuda says, right? Rabbi Yehuda says, if your marriage wasn't a legal one, that's what it sounds like. If husband and wife have an illegal marriage, their son can't become a Ben Sora Umora. All right, so what does this mean? What does that mean exactly? What does that mean that Allah the wife is not fit for her husband? So the Gemara says, Gemara says, truth is, who cares if their marriage is legal or not? Right? What does it matter? At the end of the day, this is the kid's father, this is the kid's mother. Why does the marriage have to be legal? To which the Gemara says, Ella, the shavet la'aviv kamar. So I said, this is incredible. Rather know what the Gemara means is like this. The mother has to be similar to the father. What does this mean? So you don't know. And lo haisif imo shavet la'aviv bekol benare ubekoma. This is wild. The parents actually have to resemble each other. If mother and father don't resemble each other in terms of the sound of their voice, the way they look, and their height, the kid can't become a Ben Sora Umora. Why not? My time with the Amar Pra, Eineno Shomea B'Kolenu. Fascinating, right? That the pasuk says, parents say to Beis Din, this kid doesn't listen to our voice, which indicates to us, the parents have to speak with the same voice. So too again, the parents have to resemble themselves as they don't look exactly, but they have to have some level of resemblance, and also resemblance and civil side. What a tremendous musar skill. What is the Gemara teaching us about parenting? Right? Parents have to be shabbat. They have to be on the same page about the chinuch of their kids. When children receive contradictory messages from parents, it's a disaster for their chinuch. So it has to be shomea b'kolenu. Parents have to speak well. Now, one second, what if parents have differences in opinion about the chinuch of their kids? Okay, that happens all the time. But that's the job of parents then to reconcile that and to figure out a unified approach independent of their children. But when they present to the kids, when they talk to the kids, when they imagine the kids and make the kids, that has to be done with one voice. Because again, if you're giving a kid two different types of chinuch, if the mother's saying one thing and the father's saying one thing, don't be surprised when the kid goes down the wrong derech because he's not getting a unified, cohesive message. So interestingly enough, if the parents are giving two forms of chinuch, the kid can't become Ben Sora Mora. Why? Because he can't fault the kid for making poor decisions when the child is receiving a non-unified chinuch. If the child is receiving a unified chinuch and still making terrible decisions, okay, that's when Ben Sora Mora kicks in. But I was saying, but what if family is so like mother and father have to be shava, have to figure out a way to get on the same page about the vision of the family they want to raise and the type of children they want to inspire. Incredible. So the Gemara goes back there. Kiman Azal Desanya. From where? According to who? According to the following opinion. Ben Sora Mora. So we'll say, okay, so this is, it's not my fault. It's not my fault that we cannot make it. It should be broken up like in 10 blocks. You can't put all of this on one page. It's literally lifting Iver. So the Gemara says as follows. Kiman this again. I'm not rushing. I just want to put you on 4 hours. So if people from other shir taunt you about the slow pace of our shir, just remind them, in the last 2 cycles, we never finished later than any other year. Right? So Baruch Hashem, at the end of 7.5 years, we'll be exactly where we have to be. We might not be on a daily basis, but we'll get there. I was listening to this Gemara. Kiman Oslo, Hadesanya. So who's it is reflecting the following idea. Ben Sora Umora, Lo Haya V'Lo Asid Liyos. First of all, you're like, what? We just looked at this the whole time. So who's the opinion with respect to the following idea? Ben Sora Umora never happened, Lahaya, it never happened, and it never will happen. Someone said, by the way, Actually, when you see this, after all we've seen, it makes a lot of sense. To get all of these details lined up, no, what were the probability of that happening? So actually, it makes a lot of sense. Again, it's not saying, I just want to be clear, it's not saying it can't happen. I'm not saying it can't happen. You might just saying with probability, never has happened and never will happen. The Gemara said, so why was it written? Why was it written? So the Gemara said, Drosh v'kabel schar. Again, in order to learn it and receive reward. Some things you learn because you need to know what to do, and other things you learn because you get schar from Rabbi. I just want to point out, the Gemara says, now, just sometimes when we look at that phrase, Drosh v'kabel schar, means what? Just learn it for the sake of learning it, and you get schar for the act of learning, even though there might not be anything practical that you could do with this, but there is schar, there's a word for the act, so listen, it's a very important lesson. There is schar for the act of just engaging in Torah learning for the sake of Torah learning. I think that's not what it means over here. Drosh v'kabel schar means, you're right, could very well be that Ben Sorah Umora will never happen. Never happen, will never happen. But Drosh, analyze it, v'kabel schar, what's the schar? What's the schar? What sort of work? There are lessons to be learned from Ben Sorah Umora, even if it will not actually ever happen. I will say, what are the lessons? What are the lessons? What's the Drosh? What's the Drosh v'kabel schar? So we'll say. So again, I want to fast forward a little bit. We're going to see in the next Mishnah that the whole Yisod Ben Sorah Umora is what? What's the whole Yisod Ben Sorah Umora? The whole Yisod is Hashem Ha'asid. Hashem Ha'asid. Ben Sorah Umora is not actually put to death for what he's done now, but rather again, why is he put to death? For what he's going to become. See, I will say, do you know something amazing? Do you know what the essence, do you know what the ultimate lesson of Ben Sorah Umora is? What's the ultimate lesson of Ben Sorah Umora? What is the Ben Sorah Umora? What's the lesson, Chavos? The lesson of Ben Sorah Umora is that once a person makes certain decisions, they can't change. That's Ben Sorah Umora. The kid made a decision at a young age to steal money, to buy meat, to buy meat, to buy wine, that's not he made the decision. What Ben Sorah Umora says, you made those bad decisions, you have put yourself on an irreversible course. So the Gemara comes along and says, that's not true. That's not true. Ben Sorah Umora exists as a concept, but practically it's not true, because there's no such thing as a yid who can't change. Then no matter how bad your decisions have been in life, you could always put it in reverse. You could always go ahead and take your life in a different. That's what it means when it says, listen, that's the words. That's the words. The Gemara says, Ben Sorah Umora, lo haya lo asad lios. There's no such thing. Because conceptually, there's no such thing as a person who can't change. So says the Gemara. So why is it here? Drosh v'kabel schar. So learn it and receive reward. What's the reward? So what does it mean, Drosh? So analyze. And so what's the analysis? The analysis of Ben Sorah Umora is that yet there are so many people who think that they can't change. There are so many of us who think that we can't change. So when I learn Ben Sorah Umora, I learn about a person who quote unquote can't change. He makes an terrible decision and he can't back himself out of it. But that's not true. That's not true. Listen, no matter how much of a bad spot I've landed myself in life, I can always get myself out of it. It doesn't mean it's not collateral damage. And it doesn't mean that there aren't irreversible realities. There are. Sometimes we make decisions and we can't undo that which is done. But change is absolutely always possible. That's what it means, Ben Sorah Umora. There's no such thing as a person who cannot change. Lo haya v'lo yeya. So what you should do with it? Drosh v'kabel schar. Listen, so many times in life, we think we can't change. So learn Ben Sorah Umora and recognize that you absolutely can. The Gemara says, Kiman azla desan. Ben Sorah Umora lo hayvelo asid lios v'lamaneh. Now Drosh v'kabel schar. So who's the thing? Is this Kiman Kabi Huda? It's like Kabi Huda. Rabbi Shimon, is very interesting. Rabbi Shimon, if he makes sha'af hazeta kimar basa v'shasa chatzi l'gaina italki. Because this kid stole some money and purchased meat and wine, his parents are going to take him out to get stoned. And Sorah Umora never happened, and it's never going to happen in the future. So why is it here? Drosh v'kabel schar. I will say this is it. This is probably the most important line in the entire sugya. It never happened, never will happen, because the concept that a person can't change is antithetical to Yiddishkeit. So what do you do with Ben Sora? Because that's what Ben Sora More is. A kid who can't change. Never happened. No such thing as a person who can't change. So what do you do with this whole section? Drosh, learn it. Analyze it. Kabbalas Khan, reap the benefit. What's the benefit? By learning about the context of the kid who can't change and recognizing that this never happened, never will happen, I received the greatest reward in the world. The greatest reward is a recognition that I absolutely, unequivocally have the ability to change at any juncture, at any point in life. Incredible. Rabbi Yonasan. Rabbi Yonasan says, 1 second, what are you talking about? It's incredible. Watch this. Ani Yisif. Rabbi Yonasan says, I saw a Ben Sora Ramora. I saw him. V'yashavti al kivro. I sat on his grave. How can you tell me it never happened? I saw it. I went to the Levaya. I saw it. I sat in his grave. Now, why is that? Discussion about this, not for now. Not for now. The Gemara says, "Come on, Asla." So what do you do with this? So Rabbi Yonasan says there wasn't a sermon. So I think the way it works is like this. Rabbi Yonasan is not arguing. There never was a Ben Sora Mora. There never will be a Ben Sora Mora. Rabbi Yonasan is lamenting the fact that many people go through life thinking that they are a Ben Sora Mora. Rabbi Yonasan says, you know what? I've been to many Levayas, people who left this world, and they left as a Ben Sora Mora. They left this world thinking that they couldn't affect change. They left this world thinking that they couldn't make something better of themselves. You're right. There's no such thing as a Ben Sora Mora, yet you'd be surprised how many people leave this world thinking that they were a Ben Sora Mora. I would say one of the most tragic things in life is we leave this world with so many things unaccomplished. We leave this world without actualizing our potential. We leave this world without becoming the kind of people that we're really capable of becoming. So I don't think Rabbi Yonasan is disagreeing. I think Rabbi Yonasan is just talking about human nature. So the reality is there's no such thing as Ben Sora Mora because change is always possible. But yet Rabbi Yonasan says, tragically, I've gone to the Levayas of so many Ben Sora Moras, people who left this world who never made the changes they could because they thought that they couldn't. Because they believed too much in Ben Sora Mora. Incredible. The Gemara says this to us. Come on, Oslo Hadasanyo. So what's the whose opinion is reflected in the following idea? Irani Dachas. So again, Irani Dachas is a city wiped out because of idolatry. Incredible. Never happened, never will happen. Why is it in the Torah? So Gemara says, Drosh the Kabbalah Schar. Ultimately, again, to learn it and to receive reward. Same idea. So I say, now, what does this mean? How can it be that there's never Irani Dachas? As I say, there's no such thing as a city of Jews where there's not one tzaddik. Not possible. It's not possible. You can't have a place where every single yid who's there is bad. Impossible. It's just not possible that someone's not published, someone's not holy. So learn it and you receive reward. Come on, Rabbi Eliezer, the son of Rabbi Eliezer, Omer, called Ir Shish Bafilu Mezuzah Achos, Eno Nasi Ir Nidachos. So Rabbi Eliezer says if there's even one mezuzah in the city, it can't become an Ir Nidachos. It can't become an Ir Nidachos. So my time was the reason for that. Because what do you have to do with the Irani Dachas? So what do you have to do with it? You have to gather everything and burn it in the middle of the city. Now if there's a mezuzah, you can't burn a mezuzah. Right? Why can't you burn a mezuzah? Because mezuzah is the name of Hashem. You can't burn the name of Hashem. So therefore you see if there's even one mezuzah, it can't become an Irani Dachas. It can't become Irani Dachas. Therefore, it's impossible that Irani Dachas ever existed. Rabbi Yonasan says, "Ani re'isiya v'yashavti al tila." Again, Rabbi Yonasan says, "You're wrong. Is Irani Dachas? I was there. I visited. Right? I went on tour. Right? I took the Irani Dachas walk the tour, and again, I saw it. I saw the ruins of the city. I saw an Irani Dachas. So once again, it's the same soul. I don't think Rabbi Yonasan is disagreeing. Rabbi Yonasan is saying sometimes again, just like individuals give up on themselves, communities give up on themselves. And communities also forget that they can become better, that they can become holier. Again, communities are made up of individuals. They're a group of people who think of themselves as a Ben Sora Mora. They can't change. They become a chabra, they become a chaburi, they become a kiyah, they become a community of Irani Dachas. I think they can't change as well. Tragically. Come on, Osla Desanyo. Bye, Samanuga. Haya. All right, well, so you know what? We're going to have to stop over here. Listen, just when my performance review comes up, I tried. I guess I could have started 5 minutes earlier. And I'll say we're going to pick up right here. We are right on track. We are right on track. We're going to be great. I'll say, you tell me, what can we have skipped? What can we have skipped? Nothing. I'll say, tremendous stuff. You got to All right, everyone Zoom. Shkai Kavimai.
Because here's what happened. I had never met Theo. He was flying in and out of the first time I met him was when he came in for King of the Sting one episode early on in my tenure working there when I started to help with King of the Sting. I met him, said what's up, cool, and he had just got off the plane, and you could tell he didn't want to be there. You know, the whole energy, the whole theory of like, he really wanted to, he made some big reference to like, you know, man, we're just doing stuff like this.
All right, everyone say good morning. Good morning. It's Swiss Baruch Hashem to see everyone back in person. Swiss Baruch Hashem is painful as it is. Today's Yerushalayim Ras Hodesh. A great Swiss Baruch Hashem team will come back to Rabbi's Medrash to learn together. So also we have an incredible daf ahead of us today. Begin by taking all of our sponsors to thank. Our annual commentary sponsor, the Tilton Mishpacha ROTHSCHILD. We're dedicating all the shiurim and drashos as a zechus for B'Soros Tov for Am Yisrael. Our daf sponsors for today, Marin Karen Rami, Ibn Yishmael's Mel's father, Mordechai Ben Yitzchok, and Ariel Asapov in the merit of his continued good health, in the merit of the continued good health of his mother, Arina Bas Brilliant. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, she together with Kol Israel have a complete and enduring Yeshua, to the trust and sharing Eretz Hashem. Provide Maria to all of the Rishams and come to the families. Hashem should bring back the rest of our hostages to Shalom and Bekalos, and our holy soldiers should be successful to call Maaseh Yedeihem. Once with that, let us do an incredible daf today. Today's daf is Ayin 70. We are picking up at the Mishnah on Ayin Amud Aleph 78. So let's say Ben Sorer Umoreh. Ben Sorer Umoreh. From what point in time is a Ben Sorer Umoreh Chayiv for being a Ben Sorer Umoreh? So the Mishnah says, this is fascinating. So what is the Ben Sorer Umoreh Chayiv? When he goes ahead and eats a tartimar, now we'll discuss exactly how much a tartimar is, but when he eats a tartimar of meat and he drinks a half a mug of Italian wine. Fascinating. Not Eretz Yisrael wine, not French wine, Italian wine. One second. For the wine connoisseurs, hold up. So first of all, take a look at Rashi. Rashi says something very interesting. Italian wine is the best. Rashi says, for Ben Sorer Umoreh. Right? So if Italian wine is the best, he says, so what we're going to see is as follows. The entire issue of Ben Sorer Umoreh is not really what he has done presently, but what we are concerned he is going to become. So part of that is developing certain appetites that he's going to get addicted to. So the Mishnah works under the assumption, this is quite fascinating. What do people get addicted to? People get addicted to really good things. Generally, it's interesting. You don't find people getting addicted to mediocre things. They get addicted to things that provide a high. So the idea over here is he's only kind if he steals money to purchase very high-end wine. So in the Mishnah's times, the high-end wine came out of Italy. It was Italian wine, so if he went ahead and stole money to purchase other kinds of wine, it wasn't an issue. Okay, Rabbi Yossi says, Rabbi Yossi argues on the measurements. He says, Mana Baser Velud Yayin. He says, not a tartimar of meat, rather again, a mana of meat, and not the half a mug of wine, rather again, a whole mug of wine. Okay, so let's see now watch this. So that's the let's say it happened that the Ben Sorer Umoreh stole the money and went ahead and bought the wine, right, or bought the meat. So he consumed it in a chaburas mitzvah. This is fascinating. So he took the stolen food and he ate it, for example, in a meal that was a mitzvah. What are examples of this? For example, Ibar HaChodesh. So discuss this more in the Gemara. But again, when they would decide to go ahead and intercalate the month, right? Make the month a full month of 30 days. So you have a sukkah to declare that. Or, Akol Ma'aseh Yerushalayim. Or to eat Ma'aseh Yerushalayim. Akol Mevelis Utreitos Shkasim B'Ramasim. For that matter, he ate non-kosher items. Let's say it turns out that he ate non-kosher meat. Sorry, Teva. Teva, which is untied produce. Meiser Rishon, that we not remember. Meiser Rishon goes to the ladies, and ladies obligated to separate out Truma from the Meiser Rishon. Or Meiser Sheni Hektish or Liftu, or Meiser Sheni or Hektish that were not redeemed. So on Alcohol Davar Shu Mitzvah, the Davar Shu Avera. So whether we eat something that's a mitzvah, so that's an Avera, so we want to describe exactly what that's talking about. So again, interestingly enough, so first part of the Mishnah gives us the measurements. How much wine does he have to purchase with the stolen money? How much meat does he have to purchase with the stolen money? That's Machokas, Tanakama, and Rabbi Yossi. After that, we then have an interesting exception. An interesting exception is if he consumes the stolen meat or stolen wine, what the Mishnah calls a chaburas mitzvah. A chaburas mitzvah. So again, he's going to be patur. We'll see exactly what that means as well. What happens if the Soromor stole money, but he didn't purchase meat? He purchased something else, like anything else, but not meat. Or shasa kamash or shasa yayin, or for that matter, again, he stole money, he purchased the drink, but he bought beer. He didn't buy wine. So what said is Mishnah says he does not become Ben Sora or Mora until he steals money and he uses that money to purchase meat or wine. Purchase of any other food item or purchase of any other drink does not make one into a Ben Sora or Mora. The pasuk says, Zora l'Sovei. So we'll say, so this is the pasuk from the Torah, right? Literally, again, he's a glutton and a guzzler, right? The glutton representing the meat, the guzzler representing the wine. And the Gemara says, now, how do you know that Solo is Solo wine? Like, how do you know that? The Gemara says, no, it's not exclusive. After you just saw the yayin, is Solo like Basa. See, serving a version of Solo, don't be a guzzler of wine, and don't be, again, a gluttonous consumer of meat. Okay, let's say, incredible. Now let's analyze. So now Zera says, Tartima Zeni with the Amahu. So remember again, the Tanakama said that the amount of meat for which a Ben Solar Umora is high, if he steals money and buys it, is a Tartima. So come on, the Gemara and says, Rabbi Zera says, I don't know how much is a Tartima. What is that? So the Gemara says, the Yayin, so what we can extrapolate is as follows. Rabbi Yossi argues in the Tanakama. Now it appears, based on the wine measurements, that Rabbi Yossi doubles the Tanakama's measurements, right? Because again, remember, the Tanakama says, Tartima of meat, a half a lug of wine. Rabbi Yossi says, a mana of meat and 1 lug of wine. So the fact that he doubles the wine measurements just means that what? He doubles the meat measurements as well. And therefore, what's a tartima? A half a mana. Now, by the way, we'll talk about actually like how much meat that is in your Hashem. Right? So a half a mana. So that's not one case. But you'll see incredible. So listen, I just mentioned that Jenny Gay was working on getting together a chabura that needs before the daf yomi in the morning, or it doesn't have to. It could be whatever chabura wants to be again also, but whatever. You see something about that to chazer over the shackle of the karya, just the give and take of the Gemara. So just I'm mentioning this because again we try to always pause. I always try to do this. We try to pause at different stages in the Gemara just to understand when a unit has ended. So understand when the Gemara right here, even just mark it up in the Gemara, so you see what the beginnings and the ends. So you see over here again, that's just a unit of discussion that just ended. Now we've clarified the Machlokas, Rabbi Yossi, and the Tanakama. Next, I'm not kind of he's the striking fellow at the second table. Right, good. Right after the striking fellow at the end of the first table. Right now, I don't want to be everybody's beautiful. So the next thing is, I'm not kind of Molda, I'm not Buddha. Achiga Basar Bisol, the Yocha Yayin Bisol, the Yish David Sid Bisol of Bisol. So I'll say this is very interesting. The Buddha gives another qualification. The Buddha says, the only time you become Ben Sora Mona is when is when halacha l'maisa, you're going ahead and you're purchasing the meat at a discount and purchasing the wine at a discount. This is fascinating. In other words, you can't, this is what I'll say, you can't become a Ben Sorer Umora if you pay retail, right? If you pay retail, you might not even be Jewish. Forget about Ben Sorer Umora, right? So you only have halacha l'maisa Ben Sorer Umora if you get out of using that. Now what's the shot with that? Take a look at Rashi. Remember again, let's work backwards because you've already seen this, but we've seen what's listening to today. Why is it Ben Sorer Umora executed? Why is he executed? Because we are nervous that someone who has developed these type of appetites when he's young is going to become addicted to sustaining this type of lifestyle and is not going to have the necessary funds to sustain constant consumption of meat and wine. And what's going to happen? He's going to rob, he's going to steal, and he's going to become a community danger. So the idea over here is, it only works if you see him developing the behaviors that would lead us to that tragic conclusion. So in other words, if he's already able to figure out how to get good wine cheaply, good meat cheaply, that means that there's like a shtickle addiction going on over here. And that's what gives rise to this concern. Furthermore, he's only chayiv if he eats raw meat and drinks undiluted wine. Now, you know, just 1 second. Really? Raw meat, undiluted wine? That's not true. It's not true. That's why there was an explicit statement that if he eats raw meat and he drinks undiluted wine, it's not normal. It's not normal to eat raw meat. Yain chai is muzzled v'lo muzzled. No, undiluted wine doesn't really mean undiluted. Rather, what does it mean? It means that it's not fully diluted. In other words, he uses a lower dilution ratio. Right? So the wine is stronger. That's the chai. Right? What does it mean? Basar chai is incredible. What does it mean? Raw meat. Raw meat doesn't mean raw meat. Rather, what does it mean? Bashil v'lo bashil. It means cooked, but not really cooked. Kibasar kiba da'aklot ganti. Like the type of seared meat that thieves eat. Now look at Rashi. Rashi almost right. Kibasar kiba da'aklot ganti. Kanya b'gikarim the kavasi the nip. How did thieves eat their meat? How do they eat their meat? Right? They seared it. They seared it on the outside. It was very meat inside. By the way, I feel very vindicated because I get a very hard time for eating everything very, very, very well done. But you see, all I am is a halakhic Jew. That's all. Apparently, just the rest of the chevra who eats stuff red, right? And it's seared on the outside, it's red on the inside. You need to do a cheshbon on that. That's all I'm saying. Right? Again, clearly, that's how thieves eat their meat. Pan-seared steaks is mamish a micro of ganovin. Okay? That's a mic drop right there. Okay. He said you can't get the chocolate carrier. He writes us out. So again, one second. So all of this also, remember, what we're looking for over here, if you notice, are interesting behaviors. That's what we're looking for over here. There are markers that are here. So already, like again, all kidding aside, in Gemara, what does this represent? Thieves, right? One of the luxuries that thieves don't have is relaxation, right? They're on the run, always looking for the next mark, everything else like that. So that's why, in all seriousness, they just sear the meat and then they go out and they eat it. So when you see someone from a young age exhibiting these types of behaviors, it becomes the marker for us. It becomes the danger sign that something is up. And again, unfortunately, this child was on a terrible, almost irreversible path. We might go right there. This is fascinating. So both of them said, if the Tzorah eats salted meat, or he drinks wine from the press, that doesn't make you a Ben Tzorah. Now what's very interesting. Salted meat was considered to be inferior, and therefore, interestingly enough, from that Torah's perspective, non-habit forming. Wine right off the press is inferior, and therefore again non-habit forming. So therefore, if you have a boy who steals money from his parents and uses that money to buy salted meat, or to go to buy wine right off the press. Halacha l'maisa, again, that does not make him into a ben or more. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi's right across. Also related to the Anigito, lo chashivi, they're not important, they're not chashiv, therefore, for lo mamshir. Ultimately, again, they're not habit forming. They're not habit forming. The John says such a, like, okay, we'll come back to that just a little bit. The Gemara goes like this. The Gemara says, "Turn hustle." Now, listen, obviously, the shaila is going to be, what's the definition of salted meat, and what's the definition of wine right from the press? Okay, so that's our next order of business. So, says, this is the factual halacha. It's not hustle. All part of our sugya. Erev Tisha B'av. So, on Erev Tisha B'av, say sudim of seconds. Right? Remember again, you should always say, halacha. 2 times a year, you have sudim of seconds. Right? 2 times a year. One before Tisha B'av, one before Yom Kippur. But of course, they are worlds apart, right? They're worlds apart. The Suda Mafsekes before Yom Kippur is a Yom Tov Suda. It's Mamish Yom Tov Suda, right? It is a celebratory Suda, excited for the cleansing and the tshuva that's about to come. Right? You know, it's interesting. Even when you talk about Yom Kippur, like you have like butterflies in your stomach, like excited for that. So it is almost excited for that upcoming opportunity to manage to cleanse ourselves. Conversely, Erev Tisha B'av, Suda Mafsekes is a morning meal. Right? M-O-U-R, right? A mournful meal. That is not a celebratory meal, but ultimately, again, that is a meal that kind of already puts us in our restrictions in that meal. So therefore, you must say, Erev Tisha B'av, a person should not eat 2 cooked foods. At the Suda Mafsekes, can't have 2 different cooked foods. You can't eat meat and you can't drink wine. Listen to this. Listen to this. Wow. What can you eat on Erev Tisha B'av? Salted meat. You want to beef jerky at your Suda Mafsekes? You can. Interestingly enough, you could have salted meat. You could have salted meat and you could have wine. If there's any left in the belt, right? So you could have salted meat and you could go ahead and you could drink wine right from the press. That's what that's. I'm not saying now. Before what does that show you? That shows that these items don't even have the identity of meat or identity of wine. That's sweet. To say Erev Tisha B'av, mamish means that it's not the basar and it's not the yayin. So the Gemara says, so obviously we have to get definitionally what are these things. So this is interesting. Now, obviously, it can't mean that a person puts some salt on their meat and telling you again that's salted meat. What when we speak about salted meat, what are we talking about? We're talking about meat that is packed in salt. So how long does meat have to be salted for so that it loses its identity as basar and becomes basar maliyach? So the Gemara says as follows: Basar maliyach had kama. So as long as it's like shlamim, what does that mean? The window for shlamim consumption is 2 days and 1 night. So essentially, one keeps salted meat for 3 days and 1 night. That's called salted meat, and it really loses its identity as meat. Now, I want to be clear on something. When we say loses its identity as meat, if you eat it, you're fleshix. Right? That was just to be clear, right? You will be fleshix. But the idea is for other halachos that concern basar, it's not basar. So the Ben Sorah Morav steals money and purchases that kind of salted meat, he's not chayiv. You want to eat that meat on Erev Tisha B'av, you can eat that meat even on Erev Tisha B'av. So that's it. So if you look at Rashi says in his Kol Rosh Shlamim, Shelo Over Alat Zman Achila Shlamim, Shnei Yom V'Layla Echad, Adai B'Lichim Chusahu, V'Lo Ikri Maliyach. So this is the idea. The window of shlamim is our metric. If we eat shlamim for 2 days and 1 night, so salted again, if you leave the meat salted 2 days and 1 night, then it's salted meat. And again, then so Mo is not going to be chayiv for it. And halacha l'maisa, you can eat it even on Erev Tisha B'av. So the Gemara says, what about wine? Up until what point in time is wine called wine for the festival? I want you to understand. Remember, fresh wine was inferior. Aged wine was good wine. So when is wine considered to be what we call wine from the press, i.e. fresh wine? That's inferior. When it's, the Gemara says, ad kama kol mashu toses. When it's fermenting. Toses means fermenting. I will say, apparently, Rashi points out earlier, the way you know that wine is fermenting is like a stick of froth. So when it's frothing, that means that the wine is fermenting. That's yayin gito. Good. So therefore, I'll say again, for our purpose, so let's finish that time. So just to pause what we said, therefore what we are establishing over here is that that sort of molar is chayiv for stealing money and purchasing wine and meat. We've established already from Mishnah, Zolo, Sobe, Makrokes, how much he has to steal, how much wine and how much meat. But now, definitionally, wine means good wine. Good wine. The Mishnah called it Italian wine, but right now the Gemara is just saying it's got to be wine. Wine for our purposes means it's not fermenting. It's not fermenting. Furthermore, meat means non-salted meat. What's the definition of salted meat? How about when I say any meat that is sat in salt for at least 2 days and 1 night? Incredible. Let's go like the bedtime. So we learned Yain Toses Imamishim Givli, that fermenting wine is not subject to the halakha of Givli. Remember, what halakha of Givli? The halakha says that if you leave mashkibun, if you leave liquids open overnight, you're not allowed to drink it. What are we concerned about? Right? You're not concerned about snake venom. Now, I'll just point out that we know that our Chashosam brings down that today many people aren't makbid on this anymore, right? They leave a drink out overnight, they leave a cup of water out, overnight, and when we do drink it the next day. So you might say that's because again we live in locales where venomous snakes are not really as common, and that's why again you see in general people are not buying. The point over here is frothing fermenting wine is not subject to the halacha of uncovered liquids. Apparently snakes don't come next to fermenting wine. So how long does that process last for? 3 days. So apparently for the first 3 days after the wine is first treated, after it's pressed, it's still in a state of fermentation. And therefore, again, there's no issue of giving. So what's an interesting thing, so the reason you might see this up over here is, beforehand you said that the definition of fermenting wine is as long as it's frothing. Here it says 3 days. Now the pashtus, it sounds like the wine froths for even longer than 3 days. So what's the halacha about Ben Sorma? You need to know what kind of wine is chayav for stealing. So he says, Hasan Yishum Simchavu, called Mansur Tishlamim, Nami is Simcha. So ultimately, again, when it comes to, let's say, for example, Tisha B'Av, right? When it comes to Tisha B'Av, remember again, at the beginning of Simcha. So therefore, again, as long as the meat is like shlomin, i.e., it's been salted for less than 2 days and 1 night, then it's considered to be meat, and there's going to be an element of Simcha. Hopefully, Shimon Shuki, by then, sort of on both sides, it's not as being Simcha. What is it in? What is it in? Addiction. That's developing after I hesitate to use that word addiction because that word often used very loosely. But we're using now, we're worried about being drawn into a particular lifestyle. So the Gemara said, in order for the Ben Soda more for there to be a fear of addiction to the high life, so ultimately, again, it has to be something of really high quality. So even if halakha is salted for less time, it could still be that would not be a deal, or that would not be subject ultimately again to Ben Sora or Mora. The yayin ad yom, but for wine up to 40 days. So up to 40 days after it's been pressed, it's still considered to be fermenting, and therefore halakha Ben Sora would not be chayav for that. And I will say that happens to be, it appears from the Gemara. That halakha l'maisa that we for Ben Sora or Mora, we adopt the shvalim metric. So if it's salted meat, and the definition of salted being 2 days and 1 night, if he steals when he purchases, that means he's not going to be chayiv. He's only chayiv when he purchases what we'll call fresh meat. With wine, same idea. Only chayiv for wine if it's not fermenting. What's the definition of not fermenting? It's not bubbling, it's not frothing. But if it's still frothing, then ultimately again it's not going to be chayiv. Incredible. Let's say a beautiful Gemara. I'm not yayin ba'olam. Why did Hashem create wine? Right? We'll say it's a good shayla. Wine, it's interesting, by the way. Wine is fascinating. Why? Because on one hand, there's no life cycle event without wine. Right? A bris milah has wine. A chuppah has wine. Right? We're going to see a levaya had wine. Everything has wine. Yet, Yet we see that Chazal say that wine can get you into so much trouble. So what's the pshat? Why did they go so really create wine? So the incredible Gemara, Hashem created wine, El Menachim Avelim, or the Shalim Schal Rishayim. Hashem created wine really for two primary purposes. Number one, to give comfort to mourners. Now, what does this mean? If you remember again, if you remember the second Moed, remember again, we learned that when the Avelim would come back after the funeral, what would they get? They would get a big glass of wine. A big glass of wine, and they were encouraged to drink the entire thing. Why? We understand why. Because what did it do? It took the edge off. It took the edge off a little bit, right? It didn't take away the pain, but ultimately, again, it went ahead and soothed. There's a tremendous amount of hassle in this. So what does this mean? So you give the other a cup of wine. What does it do for them? Well, there are two different types of problems. There are some problems you can solve, and there are some problems that you can fix. And then there are other problems that you cannot solve and you cannot fix, and they are just what they are. And what you need to figure out ultimately is how to lean into it, is how to embrace it, is how to just own it and say, okay, this is my life. These are my circumstances. No matter what I do, they're not going to change. Let me take a light deep breath, bend in my shoulder, lean into it, and somehow make something great out of these circumstances. That is the point of that cup of wine. That cup of wine is the forced deep breath. So we all know this. When you have a glass, what happens when you have a glass of wine? What happens if you have 3 glasses of wine? It's like what's over here, right? What happens? Because 2 azugos, right? 2 azugos, right? 3 glasses of wine. Certainly, you know, problems don't look. I'm not foolish. My problems are still there. You need at least 6 glasses of wine to have no problems. Right? With 3, I know my problems are still there. But you know what? Okay, I'll handle it. When, how, what, I don't know. But I know I got this. The stuff that looked impossible before the glass of wine now looks possible with the glass of wine. I will say it's such a trend. So why does Rabbi make wine? Hashem created wine to help us take that collective deep breath, or that personal deep breath, and be able to say, okay, for the other, I just lost someone that I love. My life is forever different. It will never be the same. But somehow, some way, I will get this together and move myself forward. That is so the one, says the Gemara. Furthermore, on the shine is covered in shine. I would say, but again, without the wine, also the Ashkafa also applies. Life's probably in 2 different buckets. The one you can solve, the ones you can't. The ones you can't. The ones you can solve, roll up your sleeves and create the solution. The ones you can't, lean into it. Embrace it, accept it, and navigate that new reality. So again, furthermore, wine was also created for a shine. What does this mean? Even the greatest of the shine, like even the most wicked person, does mitzvahs, does things that are good, right? And Halakha L'Maisa deserves reward for it. How does he get his reward for it? A good bottle of wine. Good bottle of wine. Right? That's the reward for his shine, and therefore they get their reward in this world, and judgment and punishment in the next world. To shake on the Ovei Nefesh, to shake on the Ovei, the Yayin Lamari Nefesh. Literally, again, give an intoxicating beverage. The Ovei to the one who is lost, which you might understand will give it first to the Rasha, and give wine to those who are bitter of soul. What does it mean when it says? The Pasuk, so I be careful with wine, because what does wine do? Wine makes the face of the Rishayim red, right? When you drink a little bit, so you get a little bit flushed. So the Rishayim get red, they get flushed with the enjoyment of this world, but they will be pale in the world to come. Meaning again, so enjoy the Rishayim, right? Enjoy the wine and enjoy whatever is coming to you in this world, because you know that judgment awaits you in the world to come. Be careful with wine. Be careful with wine, because we'll say sometimes too much consumption of wine can lead to blood, meaning can lead to certain deleterious results. So it's kind of a kind of contrast to Dupsut. On one hand, it says Tirosh, because sorry, it says Tirash, Vikarinon Tirosh. So once it's quoting over here, it's quoting over here from the pasuk of these are the brachos. These are the brachos of Yitzchak Avinu to Yaakov. V'yitin l'cha Elokim, again, we say it's a lot of Shabbos. V'yitin l'cha. V'yitin l'cha Elokim, v'kal Hashem v'shmoni haaretz, v'rov Dagon v'sirosh. The word sirosh means praise. But you might find out over here is it's written with chaser, it's written without the vav. So it can be read as tirash, right? Because you look right, you see it's tirash, but yet you read it as tirosh. Tirosh. So let's say, what's the difference? Listen to this. Zacha na'aseh rosh. Zacha na'aseh rosh. So let's say alcohol, wine, could be used in one of two ways. Alcohol could be used as a mechanism of profound personalistic debasement. Right? And a person can engage in all types of terrible behaviors, or sometimes you might say, sometimes what wine has the ability to do is it lowers our guard a little bit, lowers some of those inhibitions, and the real me is able to come out in a good way. I was going to say, some friends, whether they recognize it or not, we're so guarded about the holiness that we possess. Like, I don't, so we put up walls. The Egyptians seems to have this so much. We put up walls around our neshama. And those walls, we block ourselves from fully spiritually self-actualizing. But sometimes a little bit of wine comes in. The walls come down, and my real neshama is able to come out. So interesting that the same thing, wine, can either be tirash, rash means like a bottle, like a nothing. For some people, wine unlocks debasement, and for other people, tirosh, like a head. A little bit of wine can lower those walls and allow me to finally access my neshama. Incredible. Rabbi said, this is where it says Yismach or Yishmach, Vikarinon Yismach. So again, wine makes the heart happy. So again, it's not vocalized. So it can be like Yishmach or Yismach. So the Gemara says, no Zacha, sorry, Zacha v'samcho. The person is righteous, then ultimately again, wine will go ahead and cause the person much joy. No Zacha, if I'm not the person is not Zacha, Mishamayim, wine can destroy him. So it looks like the whole cup of wine. See, without wine, it looks like anyone could project an image of personal piety. What does wine do? Wine gets out the inner you. And it looks like then when that inner you comes out, that's when the true me comes out. So the shaila is, who am I really on the inside? Am I a Russian Chassidon masquerading as a tzaddik? Or perhaps again, I'm really a mediocre guy, or I should say I'm a tzaddik masquerading as a mediocre guy. And ultimately, I'm looking for wine to be able to show what is really on the inside of the individual. Incredible. Rabbi said, wine and nice smells, like aromatic smells, made me very smart. So what Rabbi was saying is like this, that a little bit of wine helps me to access a lot of my inner kedusha, and I wasn't able to get a scent of smell is also linked directly to the neshama. Right? Because remember, when Hashem created Adam and Chava, the part says, "Vayifach ba'apav Hashem blew light into the nostrils of Adam." So the sense of smell is directly connected with the neshama, which is why that's the Shabbos here. The sun, right? Why we have the sun. That's why some have to be accustomed to smell the sun on Erev Shabbos as well. All of that to unlock the neshama. Incredible. I'm about very good shir ba'abba. Look, by the way, it's interesting. Rabbi says that it's wine and sense that made me smart. What about like learning, right? I came to Shir, I went to Yeshiva, I went to this. So let's say, what you see from Rabbi is very, very interesting. That so much of self-actualization is not just about the information you learn, but it's your ability to access your insights, right? So often in life, what we do is we're walled off to who we are on the inside. So I spend a lot of time like on external things. I daven a lot, I learn a lot, but then I wonder like, why doesn't it have the full impact on you? And the answer is very simple. If you're not in touch with your inner self, you can't fully self-actualize. You have to know your neshama. You have to be connected to your neshama. You have to understand who I really am on the inside. That's why Rabbi says, Of course I learned about Torah. Of course I learned about Torah. But this is what Torah says. I also knew who I was on the inside. That's what wine and the sun represent. I know I'm in touch with my inner self. I'm in touch with who and what I am, about what's working, what's not working, what's whole, what's broken. And because of that, because of the touch of my inner self, I'm able to become the best version of me. Incredible. I'm going to break the ocean. I'm going to my what's the meaning of the pasuk? Lemi Avi, Lemi Avoi, Lemi Medanim, Lemi Siach, Lemi Gitzon Chino, Lemi Chachlilos Inayim, Lema'achim Arayim, Lebayim Lach Kli Masach. So let's interpret this pasuk now. So this pasuk that we're putting over here is from Mishlei. And essentially what Shlomo is lamenting over here, by the way, is overindulgence in wine. Overindulgence in wine. So the Gemara says this fast. Ultimately, however you interpret this passage, and also what the passage essentially is saying is, right? Who's going to have to say whoa? Who's going to say alright? Who's going to say I? Who's going to say vavai? Right? So ultimately, again, who are the people who overindulge? And the end of the passage is, those who spend too much time with wine. And remember, again, Shlomo understood this firsthand because Shlomo had everything. So Shlomo also understood, and we'll get into this more, about the destructive nature of overindulgence. So the Gemara says you keep actually in this passage from the beginning to the end, from the end to the beginning, it's the same drasha. Darash over Galila. So what's it? Right? So Darash over Galila. So a certain guy who lived in the Galileo dashed the following idea. Interestingly enough, he's anonymous. It's quite fascinating. But he dashed and he made the following drasha. What was his drush? Listen to this. Listen, this is fascinating. Yud Gimel Vavin Ne'emru B'Yayin. There are 13 vavs that are said in conjunction with wine. Now, what does it mean in conjunction with wine? Let's remember again. The first time we had mention of wine is where? No. So 13 vavs in the section of Noach with wine. If you look at Rashi is over here. Yud Gimel Vavin Losho Vai. So let's say, so what does that mean? Now, Vav, remember, Vav often represents Vai. Vai means, which translation of Vai is Hai. Right, this translation, right? Vai means Va. So what this certain Galilean was saying was, it's interesting that there's a lot of parties, a lot of wars in the section concerning wine by Noach. So you must listen to this. Now here they are. So 2 votes right there. Again, you'll count it as we go along. So Vayichal, Vayish. So again, when Noach cut off the teba, the first thing he did was he planted a vineyard. Right? Vayira or Vayar Cham Avikinan as Erbas Aviv. Vayage L'Shtein Echad B'chutz. Right? So Cham. So remember again, Noach gets drunk. He falls asleep. He's naked, or at least in some state of disrobement. Cham sees his father in the state, comes and sees the other brothers. Vayikach, one of us. Shem, Vayapis, another of us. Etzah Simba, Vayasimu, another of us. Al Shechem Shnev. So Cham does nothing, right? Well, actually, he does something, but so Shem and Yafes come. They walk in backwards. They cover up their father. Vayot, another of us. Bachalonis, Bachas, another of us. It's Rabbi Savir. Upenim, another of us. Vayikach Noach, another of us. Noach wakes up and you know from his wine. Vayed, another about Es Asher Asalo B'Na'akata. So we'll say this is the story of Noah. So remember again, Cham just sees his father, doesn't do anything, tells his brothers, Shem and Yafes come, and they cover up their father in his state of debasement. Noah wakes up, and the pasuk says Noah knew what his son Cham did to him. So Moses, now obviously it's interesting. Obviously, Cham did something to Noah. The issue is the pasuk doesn't say what Cham did to Noah. So there's machlokes. Rabbi Chad Amar Sirsu. One opinion says that Cham castrated his father. The Chad Amar Rabbi. Other opinion says that Cham went ahead and sodomized his father. Okay? The one who says that he castrated him, he told Shkal over Rabbi, kill over Rabbi. So the one who says castrated, why would Cham castrate his father? He didn't want his father having any more kids. 3 of us is enough. He didn't want any more kids. So therefore, again, just like Cham went ahead and prevented his father from having a 4th son, so Noah cursed Cham's 4th son. Who was Cham's 4th son? Cham's 4th son was Cush. was Kush. Right? Sorry, Kush is like put the Canaan. Right? So comes forth says Kush, Mitzrayim, put the Canaan. So just like again, Ham prevented Noah from having a fourth son, Noah cursed Ham's fourth son. One is against Salamite, they come Vayar, Psichacha, Vayar Ham, right? And Vikinan, as Eva Shabu, Viximasam, Vayar Osa Shem Ben Hamor, when Shem abducted and violated Dinah. And again, there both again, Chazal tell us that he violated her with Bia Shaloki Darka. So the Marshal Mandela says, so ultimately, again, so it makes sense. Tony says that he castrated him. I'd rather marry the fourth son. It makes sense. And then that Noah cursed Ham's fourth son. But according to the one who says that he's sodomized him, why did he curse his fourth son? Why not just curse his first son? To which the Gemara says, according to that thing that he sodomized him, he both sodomized him and castrated him. Okay? So, no life lessons there. Okay, what's as follows? So what happens? So the Pasuk said Noah profaned himself and he planted a vineyard. So again, on one side, so just to point out over here, the Russian over here is incredibly important. The Rebbe Shalom is bringing Noah to task for the first thing that he does in the world is he plants a vineyard. That's Russian Kulan. He profaned himself. Noah, what are you doing? Why is the first thing that you didn't plant in a vineyard? Shouldn't you be learning from Adam Arishon? Shabbat said this is wild. What caused Adam and Chava to make their mistake? It was wine. So the Gemara says, now one said, what does that mean? We're going to see, interestingly enough, that there's a fundamental machlokes. What type of tree did Adam and Chava eat from? Remember, they ate from the eighth das Torah, the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. What did they eat from? There's a machlokes. Desanda, Be'emer Omer, so we'll say first opinion where it says it was grapes. The forbidden fruit was grapes. So as such, Adam Arishon's sin was committed with grapes. So now Noah gets off the table, and what's the first thing that he plants? The first thing that he plants? Grapes. Because what's the matter with you? What are you doing? Did you not learn from Adam Arishon? I'll say, I'm a base. She'ein l'chad davar she'maybe yirang l'adam el yayin. And also, if the Meir says, where does the Meir get this from? It's almost as if the Meir backs into this, because the Meir says, there is nothing which brings misfortune upon a person like wine. Obviously, I will say, it's two sides of the same coin. On the other hand, we see all the extent, all of the greatness of wine, the power of wine, the beauty of wine. But wherever you have the possibility for extreme kiddusha, which is what wine has, you also have the power for extreme debasement. Which also, by the way, I just want to point out, I cannot sort of cover over here, which is why it really is important, besides supporting the economy of Eretz Yisrael, to really drink Israeli wine. Again, we're living in a time where Eretz Yisrael has the most incredible and beautiful award-winning wines. It's absolutely, I don't have like shares in anything. I just want to be clear. There's not a business thing. I felt like we live in a time where Eretz Yisrael is producing the most beautiful and award-winning wines. There's another reason for it. Wine is dangerous. Wine, you see it from the result. Wine is really dangerous. I think that one of the ways we help to offset that danger a little bit is making sure that our wine is coming from a place of Kedusha power. So if I know at least that wine comes from Eretz Yisrael, it's grown in the holy soil of Eretz Yisrael, I have absolutely no doubt. I don't know how it's true, but I know that it's true. That if wine comes from the holy soil of Eretz Yisrael, by definition, that wine has a Kedusha that other wines do not have. And therefore, by definition, I think one has the ability to utilize that wine in a much more covered way than they can with any other type of wine. Okay, the infomercial is over. So the Gemara says, the Gemara says, wine, right? Wine comes along, so therefore, again, that's why for Baruch Hu brings Noah to task. How can you go ahead and be planting wine when other usually it's a troubled wine? But he just says, no, it wasn't wine. What was it? It was meat. It was wheat. The Eitz is fascinating. The Eitz Das Tovara was wheat. Now, what does that mean? Does that mean that wheat grew differently in Gan Eden? Or just maybe Eitz was just more of like a description, not to be taken literally, but eventually this as it was wheat. So it's also interestingly enough, wheat in Gaza, when a child begins, it's interesting because wheat really represents like the first consumption of like solids. So when a child begins to consume solids, so again, there's a certain level of das that comes with that. Now, the Rebbe says, no, it wasn't a thing, it was a thing. We used to it. So let's say why? Because the very thing that they sinned with was the very thing that they covered themselves with. Remember, after Adam and Chava eat and eat that Tovara, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, they recognize that they were wicked. So what did they do? They covered themselves. Now, Chazal tells us elsewhere, none of the other trees wanted to give them their leaves because they sinned. The fig tree gave them the leaves because, again, that was the tree with which they went ahead and they sinned. By the way, just fascinating, clearly machlokas as to what Adam and Chava sinned with. Opinion number 1, grapes. Opinion number 2, wheat. Opinion number 3, figs. Interestingly enough, what will you never find mentioned in Chazal? Apples. Right? So where does that come from? Where does that come from? Because that Adam have ate the apple. So we'll say it's actually an interesting connection. Remember by Yitzchak Avinu, when Yaakov comes along and comes in masquerading as his brother Esau. So remember, Yaakov comes in, Esau thinks it's Esau. Yitzchak thinks that it's Esau. And remember what are the words that Yitzchak uses? He says, Re'ach b'ni kareach hasada. The scent of my son is like the scent of the field. Rashi HaKadosh says scent of the field. The fact when somebody's murdering and butchering animals, they stink. What does that mean? So no, he says Yitzchak Avinu is referring to Kareach HaSada was Gan Eden. And Rashi HaKadosh quotes Medrash that says, what's the reach of Gan Eden? Gan Eden smells kistei tapuchim, like an apple orchard. Gan Eden has the scent of an apple orchard. So that's the scent of Gan Eden. Rashi quotes that. So somehow, again, and that's the fact. So I guess somehow it evolved that because Gan Eden has the scent of an apple orchard, so it became assumed that Adam Chava ate from an apple. But Lamaisa, you see over here, there is no mandamar that says it was an apple. One of these three. Anyway, so according to the opinion that says that Lamaisa it was grapes. So Shlomo takes Noach to task for going ahead and planting grapes. So what's it? Masa Asher Yisarsu Ima. Okay, so let's get ready for this. These are the words of Lemuel. And Lemuel was chastised by his mother. Right? King Lemuel was chastised by his mother. Even kings get chastised by their mother. So what is this? First I will say, who is Lemuel? So Rashi points out that Lemuel is Shlomo HaMelech. Lemuel Ma'aseh v'Chagmos LaKadosh Baruch Hu. So I'll say Lemuel is a production of 2 words, Lamo Kel. That all he was an attribute to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So let's hear this Gemara. Shlomo was rebuked by his mother. What did his mother say? Listen to this. So Bathsheba, remember again. So Shlomo's mother is Bathsheba. Bathsheba literally tied Shlomo to a post and was ready to flog him. That shows you how angry parents could get with children, right? And also, this is an adult son. She tied him to it. Now, she wasn't really going to flog him, but rather she wanted to put a little fear of God into him. So she said to him, she said to him, what are you doing, my son? My son, the son of my womb, the son of my vow. What are you doing? So the Gemara says, what is Bathsheba chastising Shlomo about? Everyone knows your father's David HaMelech is such a big tzaddik. What's the word this year is Shlomo was living a high life. Right? He's the son of the king. Right? He's got money. He's looking. He's got everything going for it. So he's living a good life. And his mother is chastising him for too much overindulgence. And the first thing she said to him is, you know what people are going to say? David's a tzaddik. It must be that this side of Shlomo, that must come from the mother's side. That must come from the mother's side, right? So people are going to hinge all of your overindulgent errant behavior on me. And the son of my womb, all of your fathers otherwise came to Shem's once they become pregnant, they no longer have relations with the king. So apparently, from Chazal's perspective, so relations during pregnancy is healthy for the fetus. So Bathsheba said to her son, who said to Shlomo, me, even after I was pregnant with you, I made sure to have relations with your father in order that you would be a healthy and vibrant child. Very interesting parent-child conversation, right? But the Maisa, she says, you see, I worked so hard for you, and this is what you give me back. With my Barbary, so what's enough to do? We'll stop over here. We'll stop over here. We'll say, again, we're fine, by the way. The daven gets short in Makkos, so we're gonna be fine. We're gonna be outside. What's the rush? What's the rush? Shkaka, I want to go back to the Chevra. All right, Chevra Zoom. Have a great day, everyone. I'm just completely fascinated with this. I can't wrap my head around. All right, I will say good morning. Good morning. It's Baruch Hashem to see everyone back in person. It's Baruch Hashem, as painful as it is to leave Yerushalayim Yer HaKodesh. A great school, Baruch Hashem, to be able to come back to Rabbi's Medrash to learn together. So also we have an incredible daf ahead of us today. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tilson Mishpacha of ROTHSCHILD, for dedicating all the shiurim and drushos as a zechus for Besoros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Daf sponsors for today, Melon, Karen Ram, Levi Nishmas, Mel's father, Mordechai Ben Yitzchok, and Ariel Asapov, in the merit of his continued good health, in the merit of the continued good health of his mother, Arena Masbrilliant. We hope that in the merits of our Talmud Torah, she together with Kol Cholei Yisrael have a complete and enduring refuah. Mishpach Kushem Yeretz Hashem, providing aliyah to all of the Hashem's and come to the families. Hashem should bring back the rest of our hostages, B'Shalom and B'Karov, and our holy soldiers should be successful. B'Chol Maaseh Yedeihem. Well, we have an incredible daf today. Today's daf is Ayin 70. We are picking up at the Mishnah on Ayin Amud Aleph 78. Me'ema Sechayim. We'll say Ben Sorer Umora. From what point in time is a Ben Sorer Umora Chayiv for being a Ben Sorer Umora? So the Gemara Mishnah says, Yishiyochal Tartimar Basa V'yishteh Chatzilud Yain Ha'italki. This is fascinating. So when is a Ben Sorer Umora Chayiv? When he goes and he eats a tartimar. Now we'll discuss exactly how much a tartimar is. When he eats a tartimar of meat and he drinks a half a lug of Italian wine. Fascinating. Not Eretz Yisrael wine, not French wine, Italian wine. One second. For the wine connoisseurs, hold up. So I'll say, first of all, take a look at Rashi. Rashi says something very interesting. Yaina Italki. Italian wine is the best. Rashi says, for a Ben Sorer Umora. Right? So Italian wine is the best. He says, we're going to see as follows. The entire issue of Ben Sorer Umora is not really what he has done presently, but what we are concerned he is going to become. So part of that is developing certain appetites that he's going to get addicted to. So the Mishnah works under the assumption, this is quite fascinating. What do people get addicted to? People get addicted to really good things. Generally, it's interesting. You don't find people getting addicted to mediocre things. They get addicted to things that provide a high. So the idea over here is he's only chayiv if he steals money to purchase very high-end wine. So in the Mishnah's time, the high-end wine came out of Italy. It was Italian wine. So if he went ahead and stole money to purchase other kinds of wine, it wasn't an issue. Okay, Rabbi Yossi argues on the measurements. He says, Mana Baser v'lud yayin. He says, not a tartimar of meat, rather again a mana of meat, and not the half a lug of wine, rather again a whole lug of wine. Okay, so we'll see now. Watch this. So that's the halacha. Avol b'chaburas mitzvah avol v'ibara chodesh avol. Let's say it happened that the Ben Sorer Umora stole the money and went ahead and bought the wine. Right, or bought the meat, but he consumed it in a chaburas mitzvah. This is fascinating. So he took the stolen food and he ate it, for example, in a meal that was a mitzvah. What are examples of this? For example, Ibra Chodesh. So we'll discuss this more in the Gemara. But again, when they would decide to go ahead and intercalate the month, right, make the month a full month of 30 days. So they would have a suda to declare that. Or Achol Ma'aser Shenim Yerushalayim. Or to eat Ma'aser Shenim Yerushalayim. Achol Mebein was Tresos Shkatzim B'Ramasim. For that matter, he ate non-kosher items. Let's say it turns out that he ate non-kosher meat. Achol Tamei Ma'aser Rishon Shalom Nifla Shemaso. Sorry, Tevel. He ate Tevel, which is untied produce. Ma'aser Rishon, that did not remember, Ma'aser Rishon goes to the lady, and the lady is obligated to separate out Shema from the Ma'aser Rishon. or Meiser Sheni Hektish Lo Nitzu, or Meiser Sheni Hektish, that's for Hakrizim. So Alkol Davar Shu Mitzvah, the Davar Shu Avera. So whether he ate something that's a mitzvah or something that's an Avera, so the Gemara is going to describe exactly what that's talking about. So again, I will say, so interestingly enough, so first part of the Mishnah gives us the measurements. How much wine does he have to purchase with the stolen money? How much meat does he have to purchase with the stolen money? That's Machlokas, Tanakama, and Rabbi Yossi. After that, we then have an interesting exception. An interesting exception is if he consumes the stolen meat or stolen wine in what the Mishnah calls a chaburas mitzvah. Chaburas mitzvah. So halacha l'mayis again, he's going to be patur. We'll see exactly what that means as well. What happens if the Zohar Mora stole money, but he didn't purchase meat? I don't know, he purchased something else, right? Anything else, but not meat. Or shasa komanch v'lo shasa yayin. Or for that matter, again, he stole money, he purchased a drink. But he bought beer. He didn't buy wine. Eino na'aseh ben sorah mora ach yochal basar yishli yayin. Paul said, Torah says, Mishnah says, he does not become ben sorah mora until he steals money and he uses that money dafka to purchase meat or wine. Purchase of any other food item or purchase of any other drink does not make one into a ben sorah mora. Shneimar, the pasuk says, Zolel v'sovei. So we'll say, so this is the pasuk from the Torah, right? V'amru siknei iro v'neinu says sorah umora and neinu shomer zolel v'sovei. Literally, again, he's a glutton and a guzzler, right? Glutton representing the meat, guzzler representing the wine. And the Gemara says, how do you know that zolel v'sovei means meat and wine? Right? How do you know that? The Gemara says, no, it's not explicit. Al tehi b'sovei yayin b'sovei leibasa. You see over here the lesson of sovei. Don't be a guzzler of wine, and don't be again a gluttonous consumer of meat. Okay, so this Mishnah ben Sorah Mora, incredible. Now let's analyze. So Rabbi says, Tartimar ze'eni oze'amahu. So remember again, the Tanakama said that the amount of meat for which a ben sorah umora is chayiv, if he steals money and buys it, is a tartimar. So come going the Gemara and says, Rabbi Zera says, I don't know how much is a tartimar. What is that? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yossi v'yayin nimtzar kofa af lebasar nimtzar tartimar chatimar. So what we can extrapolate this as follows. Rabbi Yossi argues in the Tanakama. Now it appears, based on the wine measurements, that Rabbi Yossi doubles the Tanakama's measurements, right? Because again, remember the Tanakama says, tartimar of meat, a half a lug of wine. Rabbi Yossi says a mana of meat and 1 lug of wine. So the fact that he doubles the wine measurements, the Pash just means that what? He doubles the meat measurements as well. And therefore, what's a tartimar? A half a mana. Now, by the way, we'll talk about actually like how much meat that is in their session. Right? So a half a mana. So that's not focus. Rabbi Yossi Tanakama. Incredible. So I'm going to just mention Jerry Daniel is working on getting together a chabura that needs before the daf yomi in the morning, or it doesn't have to, it could be whenever chabura wants to be at night also, but whatever, you'll see something about that. Chazer over the shakla v'tariyah, just the give and take of the Gemara. So just I'll mention this because again, we try to always pause, try to pause at different stages of the Gemara, just to understand when a unit has ended. So understand, in the Gemara right here, you can even just mark it up in your Gemara, so you see what the beginnings and the ends. So you see over here again, that's just the unit of this lesson that just ended. Now we've clarified the Nachlokas, Rabbi Yossi, and the Tanakama. Next, Amrav Chanan bar Molda, Amrav Hula. Eno Chayiv and Sel C7 is the striking fellow at the end of the second table. Right, good. Right after the striking fellow at the end of the first table. Right? No, I don't want to be everybody's beautiful. So Gemara says as follows: Amrav Chanan bar Molda, Amrav Hula. Eno Chayiv Achigach Basra B'Sol. The Yocha Yayin B'Zol, the Yishtai B'Ksiv B'Zolo B'Zol. So I say this is very interesting. The Fuda gives another qualification. The Fuda says the only time you become Ben Sorah Mora is when Halacha L'Maisa, you're going ahead and you're purchasing the meat at a discount and purchasing the wine at a discount. This is fascinating. In other words, this is what I'll say. You can't become a Ben Sorah Mora if you play retail. right? If you pay retail, you might not even be Jewish. Forget about Ben Sora Mora, right? So you only have local Maisa Ben Sora Mora if you get out of this. Now what's the shot of that? Take a look at Rashi. Yain Gizol. About Yogelo Shlichile Mos. Remember again. Let's work backwards because we've already seen this, but we'll see more specifically today. Why is a Ben Sora Mora executed? Why are we executed? Why is he executed? Because we are nervous that someone who has developed these type of appetites when he's young is going to become addicted to sustaining this type of lifestyle and is not going to have the necessary funds to sustain constant consumption of meat and wine. And what's going to happen? He's going to rob, he's going to steal, and he's going to become a community danger. So the idea over here is, it only works if you see him developing behaviors that would lead us to that tragic conclusion. So in other words, if he's already able to figure out how to get wine, good wine, good wine cheaply, good meat cheaply, that means that there's like a shtickle addiction going on over there. And that's what gives rise to this concern. Get ready for this. Furthermore, he's only chayiv if he eats raw meat and drinks undiluted wine. Now the Gemara says, 1 second. You need really raw meat, undiluted wine? That's not true. That's not true. After all, there was an explicit statement that if he eats raw meat and he drinks undiluted wine, the Son of Israel says it's not normal. It's not normal to eat raw meat. So the Gemara says, no. Yain chai is mazug v'lo mazug. No, undiluted wine doesn't really mean undiluted. Rather, what does it mean? It means that it's not fully diluted. In other words, he uses a lower dilution ratio. The wine is stronger. That's the chai. Right? What does it mean, basar chai? This is incredible. What does it mean, raw meat? Raw meat doesn't mean raw meat. Rather, what does it mean? Bashil v'lo bashil. It means cooked, but not really cooked. Kibasar kiba da'achla ganvi. Like the type of seared meat that thieves eat. Now look at Rashi. Rashi almost right across. Basar kiba da'achla ganvi. Kavya begicholim v'kavase be'irevin v'nichve v'nichve v'zachar. What's fascinating? How did thieves eat their meat? How do they eat their meat? Right? They seared it. They seared it on the outside and it was prepared on the inside. By the way, I feel very vindicated because I get a very hard time eating everything very, very, very well done. But you see, all I am is a halakhic Jew. That's all. Apparently, just the rest of the chevra who eats stuff red, right? And it's seared on the outside, it's seared on the inside. You need to do a cheshbon on that. That's all I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, right? Again, clearly, that's how thieves eat their meat. Pan-seared steak is mamish a meichel of kanov. Okay? That's a mic drop. Right there, okay? So if you get that, the shop will tell you, right? He was as well. So again, we'll say, so all of this also, remember, what we're looking for over here, if you notice, are interesting behaviors. That's what we're looking for over here. There are markers that are here. So already, like again, all kidding aside, in the Gemara, what did this represent? Thieves, right? One of the luxuries that thieves don't have is relaxation, right? They're on the move, they're on the run, always looking for the next mark, everything else like that. So that's why, in all seriousness, they just sear the meat and then they go out and they eat it. So when you see someone from a young age exhibiting these types of behaviors, it becomes the marker for us. It becomes the danger sign that something is up. And again, unfortunately, this child is on a terrible, almost irreversible path. The Gemara goes like that. This is fascinating. So Rabbi Yossi said as follows. Both of them said, if the Soromar eats salted meat, or he drinks wine from the press, that doesn't make you a Ben Soromar. Now, this is very interesting. Salted meat was considered to be inferior, and therefore, interestingly enough, from that Torah's perspective, non-habit forming. Wine right off the press is inferior, and therefore again non-habit forming. And therefore, if you have a boy who steals money from his parents, he uses that money to buy salted meat, or to go out and buy wine right off the press, halakha said again that does not make him into a ben or more. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi is right across. They're not important. They're not pashut. Therefore, ultimately, again, they're not habit forming. They're not habit forming. So say such a okay. We'll come back to that in just a little bit. The Gemara goes like there. The Gemara says, now obviously, the shaila is going to be, what's the definition of salted meat? And what's the definition of wine right from the press? Okay, so that's our next revelation. So we'll say, this is a fascinating halacha. It's not halacha. All part of our sugya. Erev Tisha B'Av. So on Erev Tisha B'Av, we'll say Sudam of Seconds. Right? Remember again, you should always recognize in halacha, 2 times a year you have Sudam of Seconds. Right? 2 times a year. One before Tisha B'Av, one before Yom Kippur, but of course, they are worlds apart. Right? They're worlds apart. The Sudam of Seconds before Yom Kippur is a Yom Tov Suda. It's Mamish Yom Tov Suda. Like it is a celebratory suda, excited for the cleansing and tshuva that's about to come. Like, it's interesting, even though it's like, when you talk about Yom Kippur, like you have like butterflies in your stomach, like excited for that. So it is almost excited for that upcoming opportunity to manage to cleanse ourselves. Conversely, Erev Tisha B'Av, Suda Mafsakes, is a morning meal. Right, with M-O-U-R, right, a mournful meal. That is not a celebratory meal, but ultimately, again, that is a meal that kind of already puts us in. There are restrictions on that meal. So therefore, the Gemara says, Erev Tisha B'Av, lo yocha adam shnei tavshilin. A person should not eat 2 cooked foods. At the Sudam of Seconds, you can't have 2 different cooked foods. Lo yocha bas v'lo yishtei yayin. You can't eat meat and you can't drink wine. Listen to this. Listen to this. Ochel basar maliach v'shos yayin. Wow. What can you eat on Erev Tisha B'Av? Salted meat. You want to have turkey at your Sudam of Seconds? You can. Interestingly enough, you could have salted meat. Right? You could have salted meat and you could have wine. If there's any left in the belt, right? So you could have salted meat and you could go ahead and you could drink wine right from the press. That's what that's the most. Now, people forget, what does that show you? What does that show you? That shows that these items don't even have the identity of meat or identity of wine. That's essentially Erev Tisha B'Av. Mamish means that it's not basar and it's not yayin. The Gemara says, so the basar maliach is now obviously we have to get definitionally what are these things. So basar maliach hakama. So what's that? This is interesting. Obviously, it can't mean that a person puts some salt on their meat and suddenly again that's salted meat. What in other words, when we speak about salted meat, what are we talking about? We're talking about meat that is packed in salt. So how long does meat have to be salted for so that it loses its identity as basar and becomes basar maliach? So the Gemara says as follows: basar maliach ad kama, calls mashu kishlamim. So as long as it's like shlamim, I'll say, what does that mean? The window for shlamim consumption is 2 days and 1 night. So essentially, once you've salted meat for 2 days and 1 night, that's called salted meat, and it really loses its identity as meat. Now, I want to be clear on something. When we say loses its identity as meat, if you eat it, you're flacious. Right? Just to be clear, right? You're going to be flacious. But the idea is for other halachos that concern basar, it's not basar. So the Ben Sorah Mora steals money and purchases that kind of salted meat, he's not chayiv. If you want to eat that meat on Erev Tisha B'Av, you can eat that meat even on Erev Tisha B'Av. So that seems so. If you look at Rashi says there, calls Mashu Shlamim, Shelo Avar Alav Zman Achila Shlamim, Shnei Yom V'Layla Echad, Adai Belich L'chusahu, V'lo Ikri Maliach. So this is the idea. The window of Shlamim is our metric. You can eat Shlamim for 2 days and 1 night. So salted again, if you leave the meat salted 2 days and 1 night, then it's salted meat. And again, so Mora is not going to be chayiv for it. And halacha l'maisa, you can eat it even on Erev Tisha B'Av. So the Gemara says, what about wine? Up until what point in time is wine called wine for the best? I want you to understand. Remember, fresh wine was inferior. Aged wine was good wine. So when is wine considered to be what we call wine from the press, i.e. fresh wine? That's inferior. When the Gemara says, ad kama kol man shu toses, when it's fermenting. Toses means fermenting. I will say, apparently, Rashi points out over here, the way you know that wine is fermenting is like a shtick of froth. So when it's frothing, that means that the wine is fermenting. That's yayin. So therefore, I'll say again, for our purpose. So that's finished. Actually, so just to pause over a second. So therefore, what we are establishing over here is that Ben Sorah Mora is chayiv for stealing money and purchasing wine and meat. We've established already from the Mishnah, Zolel V'Sobei, Machlokes, how much he has to steal, how much wine, how much meat. But now, definitionally, Wine means good wine. Good wine. The Mishnah called it Italian wine. So right now the Gemara is just saying it's got to be wine. Wine for our purposes means it's not fermenting. It's not fermenting. Furthermore, meat means non-salted meat. What's the definition of salted meat? Halacha l'maaseh, any meat that is sat in salt for at least 2 days and 1 night. Incredible. Let's go back to that time. So the Gemara says, we learned that fermenting wine is not subject to the halacha of gibui. Remember again, what's the halacha of gibui? The halacha says that if you leave liquids open overnight, you're not allowed to drink it. What are we concerned about? What is Gemara concerned about? Snake venom. Now, I'll just point out that we know this Shulchan brings down that today many people aren't makbid on this anymore, right? They leave a drink out overnight, they leave a cup of water out, overnight, and when we do drink it the next day. So the Gemara says that's because again we live in locales where venomous snakes are not really as common, and that's why again you'll see in general people are not makbid. In any event, the point over here is frothing, right? Fermenting wine is not subject to the halacha of uncovered liquids. Apparently, snakes don't come next to fermenting wine. So, how long does that process last for? 3 days. So apparently, for the first 3 days after the wine is first treated, after it's pressed, it's still in the state of fermentation, and therefore, again, halacha l'maaseh, there's no issue of gibui. Halacha mai. So what's this interesting enough? So the reason I'm bringing this up over here is beforehand we said that the definition of fermenting wine is as long as it's frothing. But here it says 3 days. Now the contrast, it sounds like the wine froths for even longer than 3 days. So what's the halacha over here by Ben Sora Mar? We need to know what kind of wine is he chayiv for stealing. Hachamai. So the Gemara says Hasam Mishum Simcha calls Mashu Kishlamim Nami is Besimcha. So ultimately, again, when it comes to, let's say, for example, Tisha B'Av, right? So when it comes to Tisha B'Av, so remember again, it's a din in Simcha. So therefore, again, as long as the meat is like Shlamim, i.e., it's been salted for less than 2 days and 1 night, then it's considered to be meat, and there's going to be an element of Simcha. By then, Sora Mar Bosai, it's not a din in Simcha. What is it a din in? What is it a din in? Addiction. That's developing. I hesitate to use that word addiction because that word is often used trying to sleep. But we'll use it now. We're worried about him being drawn into a particular lifestyle. So the Gemara says, in order for the Ben Sora Mora to be a fear of addiction to the high life, so ultimately, again, it has to be something of really high quality. So even if Gemara seems to say, even if halacha l'maaseh is salted for less time, it could still be that would not be a din, or that would not be subject ultimately again to Ben Sora Umora. V'yayin ad men, but for wine up to 40 days. So up to 40 days after it's been pressed, it's still considered to be fermenting, and therefore halacha l'maaseh the Ben Sora Umora would not be chayiv for that. And I will say, now it happens to be, it appears from the Gemara that halacha l'maaseh that for Ben Sora Umora we adopt the shlamim metric. So if it's salted meat, and the definition of salted being 2 days and 1 night, if he steals money and purchases that meat, he's not going to be chayiv. He's only chayiv if he purchases what we'll call fresh meat. With wine, same idea. Only chayiv for wine if it's not fermenting. What's the definition of not fermenting? It's not bubbling, it's not frothing. But if it's still frothing, then ultimately again it's not going to be chayiv. Incredible. We'll say beautiful Gemara. Amar Chanan, lo nivra ba'olam, Amar Chanan, lo nivra yain ba'olam. Why did Hashem create wine? Right? We'll say it's a good shayla. Wine, it's interesting by the way. Wine is fascinating. Why? Because on one hand, there's no life cycle event without wine. Right? A bris milah has wine. A chuppah has wine. Right? We're going to see a levaya had wine. Everything has wine. Yet we see that Chazal say that wine can get you into so much trouble. So what's the pshat? Why did the Rebbe Shalom really create wine? So incredible Gemara. Hashem created wine. El lenachim avelim or l'shalim schal l'rishai. Hashem created wine really for 2 primary purposes. Number 1, to give comfort to mourners. Now, what does this mean? If you remember again, we learned that when the Avelim would come back after the funeral, what would they get? They would get a big glass of wine. And they were encouraged to drink the entire thing. Why? We understand why. Because what did it do? It took the edge off. took the edge off a little bit, right? It didn't take away the pain, but ultimately, again, it went ahead and soothed. There's a tremendous amount of hospital in this. So what does this mean? So you're going to give the other a cup of wine. What does it do for them? Well, in life, there are two different types of problems. There are some problems you can solve, and there are some problems that you can fix. And then there are other problems that you cannot solve and you cannot fix, and they are just what they are. And what you need to figure out ultimately is how to lean into it, is how to embrace it, is how to just own it and say, okay, this is my life. These are my circumstances. No matter what I do, they're not going to change. Let me take a light deep breath, bend my shoulder, lean into it, and somehow make something great out of these circumstances. That is the point of that cup of wine. That cup of wine is the forced deep breath. We all know this. When you have a glass, what happens when you have a glass of wine? What happens when you have 3 glasses of wine? I'm getting the blank looks over here, right? What happens because 2 azugos, right? 2 azugos, right? When I have 3 glasses of wine, suddenly again, you know what? The problems don't look. I'm not foolish. My problems are still there. You need at least 6 glasses of wine to have no problems, right? With 3, right? I know my problems are still there. But you know what? Okay, I'll handle it. When, how, what? I don't know, but I know I got this. The stuff that looked impossible before the glass of wine now looks possible with the glass of wine. I will say it's such a. So why does Hashem create wine? Hashem created wine to help us take that collective deep breath, or that personal deep breath, and be able to say, okay, for the other, I just lost someone that I loved. My life is forever different. It will never be the same. But somehow, some way, I will get this together and move myself forward. That's the yesod of wine, says the Gemara. Furthermore, when the shine is called the shine, I will say, but again, without the wine, also the hashkafa also applies. Life's problems in 2 different buckets: the one you can solve, the one you can't. The ones you can't. The ones you can solve, roll up your sleeves and create the solution. The ones you can't, lean into it, embrace it, accept it, and navigate that new reality. So again, furthermore, wine was also created for a shine. What does this mean? Even the greatest of Rishon, right? Even the most wicked person does mitzvahs, does things that are good, right? And halacha l'maisa deserves reward for it. How does he get his reward for it? Good bottle of wine. Right? That's the reward for Rishon, and therefore they get their reward in this world. Through judgment and punishment in the next world. Shneimar tinu sheichar la'ovei nefesh, tinu sheichar la'ovei v'yayin l'mari nefesh. Literally, again, give an intoxicating beverage la'ovei to the one who is lost, which the Gemara is understanding here to refer to the Rasha, and give wine to those who are bitter of soul. What does it mean when it says the pasuk? Al-Keri yayin shemadim p'neim shal risham ba'olam hazeh u'mal b'p'neim l'olam haba. So be careful with wine, because what does wine do? Wine makes the face of the Rishayim red, right? When you drink a little bit, so you get a little bit flushed. So the Rishayim get red, they get flushed with the enjoyment of this world, but they will be pale in the world to come. Meaning, again, so enjoy it, Rishayim, right? Enjoy the wine and enjoy whatever is coming to you in this world, because know that judgment awaits you in the world to come. Rabbi Amar Al-Teru Yain Kiyis Adam, Al-Teru Yain Shachari Sodam. Be careful with wine. Because we'll say sometimes too much consumption of wine can lead to blood, meaning can lead to certain deleterious results. Rav Kana Rami Ksiv shows a kind of contrast to Psukim. On one hand, it says Tirash Vikarinon Tirosh. So we'll say it's quoting over here. It's quoting over here from the pasuk of these are the brachos of Yitzchak Avinu to Yaakov. V'yitin l'cha Elokim, which again, we say someone to Shabbos, V'yitin l'cha Elokim, Mikal Hashem Yishmani Haaretz, the Rov, Dagon, the Sirosh. Suppose say Sirosh means grapes. But what you must find out over here is, it's written Chasar, it's written without the vav. So it can be read as Tirash, right? It could be looked right, you see it as Tirash, but yet we read it as Tirosh. So we'll say, what's the difference? Listen to this. Zacha na'aseh rosh. Lo zacha na'aseh rash. So Rabbi say, alcohol, wine, could be used in one of 2 ways. Alcohol could be used, chas v'shalom, as a mechanism of profound personalistic debasement, right? And a person can engage in all type of terrible behaviors, or sometimes we're also saying, sometimes what wine has the ability to do is it lowers our guard a little bit, lowers some of those inhibitions, and the real me is able to come out in a good way. As we'll say, sometimes whether we recognize it or not, we're so guarded about the holiness that we possess. Like I don't, so we put up walls. PHS sees about this so much. We put up walls around our neshama, and those walls we block ourselves from fully spiritually self-actualizing. Because sometimes a little bit of wine comes in, the walls come down. And my real neshama is able to come out. So interesting that the same thing, wine, can either be tea rash means like a papa, like a nothing. For some people, wine unlocks debasement, and for other people, tea rosh, like a head. A little bit of wine can lower those walls and allow me to finally access my neshama. Incredible. Rabbi says, Yismach or Yishmach, Bikarinon Yismach. So again, what is possible? Wine makes the heart happy. So again, it's not vocalized. Yishmach or Yismach. So the Gemara says, Zachal v'samcho. The person is righteous, then ultimately again, wine will go ahead and cause the person much joy. Lo Zachal, if I'm not the person is not Zochah, Mishama Mehu. Wine could destroy it. So they say, the whole cup of wine, that wine will say, anyone could project an image of personal piety. What does wine do? Wine gets out the inner you. And then I will say, then when that inner me comes out, that's when the true me comes out. So the shaila is, who am I really on the inside? Am I a Rasha Chas V'Shalom masquerading as a tzaddik? Or perhaps, again, I'm really a mediocre guy, or I should say I'm a tzaddik masquerading as a mediocre guy. And ultimately, a little bit of wine is able to show what is really on the inside of the individual. Incredible. Rava said, wine and nice smells, right, aromatic smells, made me very smart. So Rava was saying it was like this, that a little bit of wine helped me to access a lot of my inner kedusha, and I wasn't again, the scent of smell is also linked directly to the neshama. Right? Because remember again, when Hashem created Adam and Chava, the Father says, "Vayipach ba'apach." Hashem blew life into the nostrils of Adam. So the sense of smell is directly connected with the neshama. Which is why on Shabbos we have the summon, right? Why we have the summon? That's why some have to be accustomed to smell the summon on Erev Shabbos as well. All of that to unlock the neshama. Incredible. Amram, praise Rabbi Shimon bar Abba. By the way, it's interesting. Rabbi says that it's wine and sense that made me smart. What about like learning, right? I came to Shir, I went to Yeshiva, I went to this. So it's like what you see from Rabbi is really very interesting. That so much of self-actualization is not just about the information you learn, but it's your ability to access your insides, right? So often in life, what we do is we're walled off to who we are on the inside. So I spend a lot of time on external things. I daven a lot, I learn a lot, but then I wonder, why doesn't it have the full impact on you? And the answer is very simple. If you're not in touch with your inner self, you can't fully self-actualize. You have to know your neshama. You have to be connected to your neshama. You have to understand who I really am on the inside. That's why Rabbi says, you're right, of course I learned a lot of Torah, Rabbi says. Of course I learned a lot of Torah. But in addition to all the Torah, Rabbi says, I also knew who I was on the inside. That's what wine and the sun represent. I know I'm in touch with my inner self. I'm in touch with who and what I am, about what's working, what's not working, what's whole, what's broken. And because of that, because I'm in touch with my inner self, I'm able to become the best version of me. Incredible. What's the meaning of the pasuk? Lemi avi, lemi avoy, lemi medanim, lemi siach, lemi betzantinam, lemi chachlilos inayim, lemaachrim alayayin lebayim lachrim masa. Let's interpret this pasuk now. So this pasuk that we're quoting over here is from Mishlei, and essentially what Shlomo is lamenting over here, by the way, is overindulgence in wine. Overindulgence in wine. So the Gemara says as follows: ultimately, however you interpret this pasuk, what the pasuk essentially is saying is, "Lemi I," right? Who's going to ask the same role? "Lemi Avai." Who's going to have to say, right? Who's the one who says I? Who's the one who says vavai? Right? Lemi madana, lemi siach. So ultimately, again, who are the people who overindulge? And the end of the pasuk is lama achrim alayayim. Those who spend too much time with wine. And remember, Yeshua Melech understood this firsthand. Yeshua Melech had everything. Yeshua Melech also understood, and we'll get into this more, about the destructive nature of overindulgence. So the Gemara says, if you dash in this pasuk from the beginning to the end, from the end to the beginning, it's the same drasha. Darash Obed Gelula. Yud Gimel Rabbi. So what's it? Right? So Darish over Galila. So a certain guy who lives in the Galil darshan the following idea. Interestingly enough, he's anonymous. It's quite fascinating. But he made the following drasha. What was his drasha? Listen to this. This is fascinating. Yud Gimel Vavin Ne'emru B'Yayin. There are 13 vavs that are said in conjunction with wine. Now, what does it mean in conjunction with wine? Let's remember again. The first time we have mention of wine is where? Noah. So 13 vavs in the section of Noah with wine. If you look at Rashi is over here. Yud Gimel Vavin Lashon Vai. So we'll say, so what does that mean? Now, vav, remember, vav often represents vai. Vai means, whose translation of vai is I. Right? Vai means va. So what this certain Galilean was saying was, it's interesting that there's a lot of ice, a lot of woes in the section concerning wine by Noah. So you must listen to this. Now here they are. Vayachal Noach vav ish ha'adama vayita keren vayesh min hayayin. Two volts right there. Again, you'll count as we go along. So Vayichal, Vayesh. So again, when Noach cut off the table, the first thing he did was he planted a vineyard. Right? Vayera or Vayar Chama Vikinan as Erbas Aviv. Vayage l'shtein echad b'chutz. Right? So Cham. So remember again, Noach gets drunk. He falls asleep. He's naked, or at least in some state of disrobement. Cham sees his father in the state, comes and sees the other brothers. Vayikach, another vav. Shem, V'yafas, another vav. Elsa Simba, Vayasimu, another vav. Al Shechem Shneim. So Cham does nothing, right? Or actually, he does something, but so Shem and Yafas come, they walk in backwards, they cover up their father. Vayelch, another vav. Acharonis, Vaychas, another vav. Eserva Saviyim, Upanim, another vav. Vayikach Noach, another vav. Noach wakes up, you know, furnish wine. Vayed, another vav. Eis Asher Asalo B'Noach. So we'll say this is the story of Noah. So remember again, Cham just sees his father, doesn't do anything, calls his brothers. Shem and Yafas come and they cover up their father in his state of debasement. Noah wakes up and the pasuk says Noah knew what his son Cham did to him. Rabbi Shmuel, so Paul says, now obviously, Cham did something to Noah. The issue is the pasuk doesn't say what Cham did to Noah. So there's not focus. Rabbi Shmuel, Chad Amar Sirsu. One opinion says that Cham castrated his father. The Chad Amar Rabbi. Other opinion says that Cham went ahead and sodomized his father. Okay? The one who says that he castrated him, kilo b'revi. So also the one who says castrated, why would Cham castrate his father? He didn't want his father having any more kids. 3 of us is enough. He didn't want any more kids. So therefore, again, just like Cham went ahead and prevented his father from having a 4th son, so Noah Cham's 4th son. Who was Cham's 4th son? Cham's 4th son, Rabbi say, was Cush. Right? Sorry, Cush is I put the Canaan. Right? So Cham's 4th sons were Cush, Mitzrayim, put Canaan. So just like Cham prevented Noah from having a 4th son, Noah cursed Cham's 4th son. Right? Vikinan as Erbas Havin, Tsimasam, Vayar Osa Shechem ben Hamor, when Shechem abducted and violated Dinah. And again, there Rabbi again, Chazal tell us that he violated her with Bia Shalom Kedarfa. So ultimately, again, so it makes sense. The one who says that he castrated him, and rather than having a 4th son, it makes sense then that Noah cursed Cham's 4th son. But according to the one who says that he sodomized him, why did he curse him as his 4th son? Why not just curse his 1st son? To which the Gemara says, according to that opinion, they sodomized him. They both sodomized him and castrated him. Okay, So, okay, no life lessons there. Okay, Gemara says follows. So say, so what happens? So the pasuk says Noach profaned himself and he planted a vineyard. So again, I will say, so just to point out over here, the lashon over here is incredibly important. The Ribono Shel Olam is bringing Noach to task for the first thing that he does in the new world is he plants a vineyard. That's lashon of chulin. He profaned himself. So I'm going to Noach, right? Noach, what are you doing? Why is the first thing that you're doing planting a vineyard? Shouldn't you be learning from Adam Arishon? Shalogaram lo elayayin. Listen, this is wild. What caused Adam and Chava to make the mistake? It was wine. So the Gemara says, now one second, what does that mean? Commander Amar Osi and Sha'achal men Adam Rishon Gethan Hara. And we'll say we're going to see, interestingly enough, that there is a fundamental machlokes. What type of tree did Adam and Chava eat from? If you remember again, they ate from the eighth das Tova, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. What did they eat from? This is machlokes. Tisanya, Rabbi Meir Omer, Osi and Sha'achal Adam Rishon Gethan Hara. So we'll say, first opinion, Rabbi Meir says it was grapes. The forbidden fruit was grapes. So as such, Adam Arishon's sin was committed with grapes. So now Noach gets off the table, and what's the first thing that he plants? Grapes. What's the matter with you? What are you doing? Did you not learn from Adam Arishon? I'll say, I'm a base. She'ein l'chad davar she'maybe yilol l'adam eliyayin. And I'll say, interesting, the mayor says, now where does the mayor get this from? It's almost as if the mayor backs into this. Because the mayor says, there is nothing which brings misfortune upon a person like wine. Obviously, I will say, it's two sides of the same coin. On the other hand, we extol all of the greatness of wine, the power of wine, the beauty of wine. But wherever you have the possibility for extreme kiddusha, which is what wine has, you also have the power for extreme debasement. Which I will say, by the way, I just want to point out, I put on sort of cover over here, which is why it really is important, besides supporting the economy of Eretz Yisrael, to really drink Israeli wine. Really, again, we're living in a time where Eretz Yisrael has the most incredible and beautiful award-winning wines. It's absolutely. I don't have like shares in everything. That's what I say. Like, it's not a business thing. But like, we live in a time where Eretz Yisrael is producing the most beautiful and award-winning wines. There's another reason for it. Wine is dangerous. Wine, you see for yourself. Wine is really dangerous. I think that one of the ways we help to offset that danger a little bit is making sure that our wine is coming from a place of Kiddush and Tara. So if I know at least that the wine comes from Eretz Yisrael, it's grown on the holy soil of Eretz Yisrael, I have absolutely no doubt. I don't know how it's true, but I know that it's true. That if wine comes from the holy soil of Eretz Yisrael, by definition, that wine has a Kiddush that other wines do not have. And therefore, by definition, I think one has the ability to utilize that wine in a much more Kaddish way than they can with any other type of wine. Okay, the infomercial is over. Any event. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, so therefore, wine comes along, Eliyayin. So therefore, again, that's why Kodesh Baruch Hu brings Noach to task. How can you go ahead and be planting wine when other people are in trouble with wine? The Rabbi says, no, it wasn't wine. What was it? It was wheat. The eighth is fascinating. The eighth das tovara was wheat. Now, what does that mean? Does that mean that wheat grew differently in Gan Eden? Or just maybe eighth was just more of like a description, not to be taken literally? But eventually, this as it was wheat. Because what's interesting enough, wheat, when a child begins, it's interesting. Because wheat really represents like the first consumption of like solids. So when a child begins to consume solids, so again there's a certain level of das that comes with that. But in Rabbi says no, it was a pig. I will say why? Because the very thing that they sinned with was the very thing that they covered themselves with. Remember, after Adam and Chava eat from the eighth das Torah, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, they recognized that they were naked. So what did they covered themselves? Now Chazal tells us elsewhere, none of the other trees wanted to give them their leaves because they sinned. The fig tree gave them the leaves because, again, that was the tree with which they went ahead and listen. So we'll say, by the way, just fascinating, throwing machlokes as to what Adam and Chava sinned with. Opinion number one, grapes. Opinion number two, wheat. Opinion number three, figs. Interestingly enough, what will you never find mentioned in Chazal? Apples. apples, right? So where does that come from? Where does that come from? Right? Because that Adam ate the apples. So we'll say it's actually it's an interesting connection. Remember by Yitzchak Avinu when Yaakov comes along and comes in masquerading as his brother Esau. So remember, Yaakov comes in. Yitzchak thinks that it's Esau, and remember what are the words that Yitzchak uses? He says, "Re'eh, re'ach, re'ach hasada." The scent of my son is like the scent of the field. Rashi HaKadosh says, "Scent of the field." Like when somebody's murdering and butchering animals, they stink. What does that mean? So no, it says Yitzchak Avinu was referring to Reach HaSadat was Gan Eden. And Rashi HaKadosh quotes the Medrash that says, what's the Reach of Gan Eden? Gan Eden smells Kistei Tapuchim, like an apple orchard. Gan Eden has the scent of an apple orchard. So that's the scent of Gan Eden. Rashi quotes that. So somehow, again, and that's a fact. So I guess somehow it evolved that because Gan Eden has the scent of an apple orchard, so it became assumed that Allah Adam Chava ate from an apple. But Lamaisa, you see over here, there is no mandomer that says it was an apple. One of these in any event. So according to the opinion that says that Allah Lamaisa it was grapes. So Shmoki takes Noach to task for going ahead and planting grapes. We'll say incredible Gemara. Okay, so let's get ready for this. These are the words of Lemuel. And Lemuel was chastised by his mother. Right? King Lemuel was chastised by his mother. Even kings get chastised by their mother. So what is this? First of all, say, who is Lemuel? So Rashi points out over here, Lemuel is Shlomo HaMelech. Lemuel Maisa V'Kach Masla Kadosh Baruch Hu. So we'll say Lemuel is a contraction of two words, Lamo Kel. That all he was an attribute to Kadosh Baruch Hu. So again, let's hear it in this Gemara. Shlomo was rebuked by his mother. What did his mother say? Listen to this. Amr Yochanan Mishra Shemaya Kai Melan Ekerani Shekafasa Ima Ala Amr. So Bathsheba, remember again. So Shlomo's mother is Bathsheba. Bathsheba literally tied Shlomo to a post and was ready to flog him. That shows you how angry parents can get with children, right? Everyone said, this is an adult son. This is an adult son. She tried to do it, but she wasn't able to flog him. She wanted to put a little fear of God into him. So Bamrlo, she said to him, Mabri, Umar Bar Bikni, Umar Bar Nidhi. She said to him, what are you doing, my son? Mabri, my son, the son of my womb, the son of my vow. What are you doing? So the Umar says, Mabri, what was Bathsheba chastising Shlomo about? Everyone knows your father, Governor Melech, is such a big tzaddik. What was important to see is Shlomo was living the high life. Right? He's the son of king. Right? He's got money. He's good looking. He's got everything going for him. See, he's living a good life. And his mother is chastising him for too much overindulgence. And the first thing she says to him is, you know what people are going to say? Tell me it's a tzaddik. It must be that this side of Shlomo, that must come from the mother's side. That must come from the mother's side, right? So people are going to hinge all of your overindulgent errant behavior on me. Umar Bar Bikni, and the son of my womb, all of your fathers otherwise once they become pregnant, they no longer have relations with the king. Apparently, from Chazal's perspective, so relations during pregnancy is healthy for the fetus. So Bathsheba said to her son, said to Shlomo, you know me, even after I was pregnant with you, I made sure to have relations with your father in order that you would be a healthy and vibrant child. Very interesting parent-child conversation, right? But Lamaisa again, she says, you see, I worked so hard for you, and this is what you give me back. Umar Barbary, what's he about to do? We'll stop on meeting. We'll stop over here. Stop over here, both sides. Again, we're fine. We're fine, by the way. The datum gets short in Mappus, so we're gonna be fine. You know what I'm saying? What's the rush? What's the rush? Just gotta come at 120 back to the
I kind of feel bad for her too. Sometimes I watch her, not just on that episode, just in general. I feel like she's a confused.
All right, come on Zoom. Have a great day, everyone.
It does, even when she's not being horrendous online, she's being attacked. When she's just being normal. That's what she got a target on her back. It seems like.
One thing, about going over her house, and it's like,
okay, good morning.
You know, one of this great rant about it's like, you go over to her house, and it's like, you got 20-something hit. He's describing like
Today's daf
a menagerie of people that are
is Sanhedrin daf Samach Tes, We begin by thanking our sponsors. We thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsors of the year 5785, the Tosin Mishpacha of ROTHSCHILD, is the plus for the Surah service for all of Am Yisrael, all of Klal Yisrael. We also thank our family sponsors this morning, Mel and Karen Ram, Eladish Mel's father, Mordechai Ben Yitzchak. Mordechai Ben Yitzchak has a really amazing family who has a Makava. We're going to begin in the Samach Tes on the days, and we begin with the 4 lines up from the bottom with Pliga, the Rabbi. Yesterday we mentioned the Gemara quotes Rav Kista, who tells us there's another exception to the halachas of Ben Sora Umoreh. That is that the Ben Sora Umoreh cannot be a father. This is quoted. He says, Amar Rav Kista, Katan Sheholid Ein Beno Nasa. Sorry, Katan Sheholid Ein Beno Nasa Ben Sora Umoreh. Just as halacha is, if a Katan gives birth, his child is automatically going to get a lifetime exemption from the halachas of Ben Sora Umoreh. Why? Because it says in the pasuk, Yiyeh le'ish ben. The son has to be born to an ish. If the father of this ben is not an ish, then he's automatically going to be exempt from the halachas of Ben Sora Umoreh. Now the Gemara is going to spend the entire almost today discussing whether or not a child can have a child. That's really the discussion for tomorrow. Tomorrow's discussion is called Pliga the Rabbi Tista, who is telling us that the pasuk is trying to lose the child of a child. He must have been of the opinion that a child can have a child. The Pliga the Rabbi are that argument. Rabbi, why? Rabbi should call it Kazan Ein Molid. A child cannot give birth. Never says the pasuk in Ein L'Ishkol. This is talking about the halacha of Gezel Ager. With the halacha, the person feels something, and he is approached by the victim of the theft, and the person denies it. He says it's not true. I never stole it. And he takes an oath, and he takes a switch, he didn't steal it, and then it turns out that he's lied. He comes back to the lied. Halacha is that he has to pay the person back to carry the principle of the Torah, and he has to read his heart. Now the pasuk says that in English, Joel, if this person has already passed away, and he does not have anybody who is going to be an heir of his estate, halacha is, then the payment goes to the Kohen. The Gemara says, hold on a second. Is it possible that the age of the other in a goyal to a person doesn't have any relatives? Everybody's got some relatives. Usually you don't have that many relatives. You go back generation to find somebody who's related to. Tax doesn't say that there's a person who's not of a goyal. However, against the gar because the diverse taking a person steals from a convert, and convert collectively is not going to have a family unless he gets married and builds his own family. Now, the Amar Achar, the pasuk is Ish says very clearly in the pasuk that if an Ein Lo Ish Goel, if the Ish does not have anybody as a redeemer. Then the pasuk says Ish if the person who you stole from was an Ish, you have to start reviewing in Yish the Goel if he has people who are relatives who can actually pick up the payment for him. They laugh, or if not. However, Katan, if the person who was stolen from is a Katan, the child, you do not have to start looking to see if the child has any relatives. Why? Because the child is a convert, the Yeshua, in Mogolan. It's obvious to have any family members. Why? Because the child cannot father another child. Therefore, it's impossible to assume that this child convert has any relatives. Therefore, don't bother with it. Clearly, we see the rabbis of the opinion that a child cannot father another child. Clearly, it's stark contrast to this because says that the whole pasuk teach you that if a child has a child, that child is going to be exempt from the entire concept of the Torah. Well, all things are possible. You don't need the pasuk to start. Hey, Rabbi asks the following question. Ish, it says in the pasuk. This is my question. Because Rashi doesn't show what this is talking about. With Rashi tells us this is talking about a person who has an affair with a shifta charufa. Charufa is a shifta who is considered to be halfway free and halfway still a maid servant because she's married to an Eved Ivri. The person has an affair with her. The halacha is that person gets malchus but does not get misa. Pasuk says it. Ainly ella it. I only know this halach is true if we're talking about in it. Then test Shana of Yomecha Shavoy Levia. How do I know that a 9-year-old child, 9 years old, and one day he's technically able to engage in the Bia? How do I know if this person is going to be included in the parsha? Amalomar says the additional vav in the word says it. That includes even a 9-year-old child. No, you see clearly. A 9-year-old child is possible to be included in the concept of Bia. And if he's included in the concept of Bia, that means he has the physical ability to be able to perform the Bia. He's able to perform the Bia physically and also be able to be mostly Shefazera. He could secrete Shefazera because if he can't, that would be the fundamental flaw in the Bia. If he's saying that a 9-year-old child in one day can produce this Zera, then obviously what should happen is going to be father or child. Yes, he can't actually physically perform the Bia, but it's not going to be strong enough to be able to produce a child. What is this like? It's similar to grain that only grew 1/3, that did not grow 1/3. She tells us she tried to plant that, it's not going to grow. The same thing is true. You can have a seed, never come to try to plant it, and it won't grow. The same thing is true when it comes to this child. He will be able to perform the Bia, but the action of the Bia is not going to be strong enough to actually produce a child. Okay, so it's possible that Rabbi is still correct, that the child cannot get birth. They learn another allusion to this idea, which is Pasuk is talking about a person who intentionally ambushes somebody and kills him. So this he had put kind of a play on words over here that Vizkiya is going with to say if the person's an adult, then Meizid Mazriya. He's able to cook is the physical bodily production of the Zera, Mazriya, and he can actually produce the semen. However, Ein Katan Meizid Mazriya, a Katan, well, yes, he might be able to produce it, and that would be the concept that yes, he can be Meizid, he can cook it in his body can produce it, however, he cannot produce it and be Mazriya, and actually strong enough to actually conceive a child as a result of that. Amar lay Rav, Mordechai Rav. My mashma, the high, where do you find that this word mazid actually means to cook? Mazid seems to be a person does something intentional. Where do you see the word mazid means to cook? He says, responds to him, he says, the clearly pasuk by Yazed, Yaakov was cooking up lentil soup, and it was referred to as Bayazid. Yes, the pasuk actually uses the word Bayazid to mean he cooked. But very small, the word goes on. It says, and asks a question on this concept. Very small. Very small quote as follows. Then below again, when it comes to Betzara Moret, the only thing the kid could be is exclusively a ben, a son. He cannot be a father. Again, so again, we have a Zeres that comes to tell us that a child, a Betzara Moret must be a ben exclusively and not a father. Now, hold on a second. How is it possible that a Betzara Moret can't even be a father? Remember, our Mishnah taught us the entire period of Betzara Moret is that period of time between he starts to grow the 2 hairs until it completely grows in. So if you're telling me that she became pregnant after he grew 2 hairs, and she gave birth before all those hairs grew in, hold on a second, the equal cells really high for enough time. For all that to happen, she's pregnant and give birth so fast. Laha Amar, the amount of time that there is for a Betzara or Mora is only going to be 3 months. Why should it take 3 months from the initial phase of this year's growing until they grow in? Now it's impossible for 3 months. So how can it be that this child is going to actually be able to be a father and they'll have to be excluded from that? What must we be talking about? This woman became pregnant before the child was Cyrus, while he was still a child. When did she give birth? the comment to Lake Zuckin before the hairs completely grew in. Now parents frequently the basement and say our son's out of control, the Zola, the Soda, the biggest business goes through a process and say, hold on a second, he's a father. He's excluded because it's only relevant to someone who is a child. That's the case. But what do you see? Mommy, no. Fucking roll it. We must learn from here, we prefer from here that we can indeed give birth to a child. No, incorrect. Hold on. The Albert Boston, that's what they said. What we're talking about is that the woman became pregnant from this young boy after he brought the State Cyrus. So he's a gadol. He's already a gadol. He's halachically a gadol. He has 2 years. Now, but only when did she give birth? Like a normal person, she gave birth, busted back and sucked many months after all those hairs completely grew in. Who the Kakashi to have the question that Chris presented, that the entire period is 3 months? No, you misunderstood this. That was Rabbi Omar. Rabbi came and told us that Rabbi Marova, they told him a Rabbi Ben, the low Haroy Electroso. What he meant to say was he has to be a Ben, but he can't be called a father. When is someone called a father? He's called a father as soon as the person who is pregnant is noticeably pregnant. People see a woman who's pregnant and say, oh, who's the father of this child? And we learn this is the concept of not Evo to Uberzeh. Where did this child come from? Now, once they say, oh, it came from this person, they, oh, he fathered the child. Call the father even before the father, the child is actually born. So yeah, the part of the pregnancy takes place, the conception takes place after he goes 2 years. Now, when is a woman noticeably pregnant? There was no pregnancy after she picked up the child before then. So what happened? She had to actually be noticeably pregnant. That will happen within those 3 months. Once that happens to those 3 months, that's what Sukar bro. They'll say, hold on a second. Whose child is this? Oh, it's that person, that boy that from Torah Laura, that guy. Oh, well, it's not a bed anymore. He's the father of the child to be excluded. Okay, so in other words, it's going to work. It's going to work, and it's possible that she became pregnant from him once he was already a halakhic adult. He's ready to pass the pregnancy. Kufa, Amr Pushbadai, Amr Shapsi, Kal Yamos, the Torah Laura, Aini Ella Gimel Kadash, all the days of the Torah Laura are only 3 months. Bobad. We didn't learn this 3-month period. We learned the period of 5 days. Imagine how it takes him to fill those here. Mara says it's not a contradiction. You know why? Because we give him the best of both worlds. It can suck it after the most in production. If all the years grew in within 2 months, then the halacha is very exact. However, Malagim production not called the is very slow. If 3 months pass, he's also going to be exempt. In other words, he gets to hold on the rope from both sides, and he gets like Yosef Rav Yaakov and our bucket to Major Ravina. Rav Yaakov from our bucket said from Ravina. Yosef Amar said the following is Major Ravina Brady Yeshua. He said the following is named Ravina Brady Yeshua. Not another either Christmas day, we learn from Christmas day. Amar of Sapsai, that the led us to Ravina's birth in her 7th month. Ain Ubra Nikar Lislim out. Remember the fact that this tomorrow assumes that there are 2 possible types of pregnancy. One pregnancy is a 5-month pregnancy, and another pregnancy is a 7-month pregnancy. And it's not that when a woman gives birth in her 7th month, she's giving birth to a baby. Rather, there's a type of pregnancy that finishes in 7 months. Whether or not modern day science is above my pay grade, that's what tomorrow is going to be discussing over here. Now, if that's the case, if there's a woman who can complete her pregnancy in 7 months, how will you divide those trimesters? When will those trimesters happen? Typically, it's 1, 2, 3, 6, and 9. But in this case, she's giving birth after 7 months. So, when is her Uber going to be recognizable? When will we be able to tell if she's pregnant? It must be, he says, the aim Uber Nicholas, not to notice her pregnancy when it's only a third, which is going to be 2 months and a third of a month. 2 months and a week. But he's like a night up over Nicholas Slish. You'll tell me that she's ready to be pregnant after a Slish, after a third of the way there. Let's listen now. Lamali Gimel. Why do we have to wait 3 months? But the Raven, the Tulsa Sagi, 2 months and a third, that should be enough. In other words, it should be enough. That's a third of the way for pregnancy. And it's noticeable. In other words, he gets called in as a potential Ben Torah Laura. Look at this woman. If she's not pregnant, you say, okay, you're eligible. if she is pregnant, then he won't be eligible. But for her, it's going to be a much earlier time. The fact that we don't do that means it's not noticeable. Amalei, he says no. Yes, you will become noticeably pregnant a third of the way through, which is 2 months, and a third of a month. However, you always go after the majority. Most women do not give birth after 7 months. Hold on a second. You're about to kill this Ben-Zora Mora. You're assuming that his wife, this woman, is going to be. Bottom line is that you're assuming that she's not pregnant, but do we actually go after the majority? Remember, we're putting someone to death over here. Where it says in the Torah, the Torah teaches us that we saw this before, that one of the jobs of an adjudicating basement is to try to save the potential convict in this case. Basically, job is to find a way to save him from Misa. And now you're saying, go after the majority to put the guy to death. That's not how it works. I drew up the major of Ravina, they came back to Ravina, never yes, didn't the first do we not go after the majority? I'll prove to you that we do. But now, it says in the Mishnah, after over this night, one person tells us. He was testifying in a capital case, murder case, and he says it happened on the second day of the month. That's why we're giving the give-off. The other one says it took place on the third day of the month. We do not disqualify their ages just by virtue of the fact that they have contradicting months of the days of the month. Sorry. This guy got the memo that the previous month was extended. The other person does not know that it is extended. Therefore, they're both referring to the same instance that happens actually at the same time, but they're counting a different date limit. One of them got the memo that was next day the previous month, the other one did not. Based on that, if you're just talking when it comes to capital cases, we do not go for the majority. Let's just say, we don't go after the majority. What will we say? They are just simply being matched each other. In other words, they're practicing each other to cross out their Adas. We must say we go after the majority. And what does that mean? How did you tell me to be worthy ourselves? Not everyone had an app on their phone to give them the evening day. And therefore, some people, it was very common. You went around town, you asked people what date is it. One guy said it is the second of the month. Another guy said it's the third of the month. And eventually, sometime during the month, people figured it out. But it was very complicated to make this mistake, and the majority of people would make that mistake, and that would be fine. Ripley looks up to you. Clearly, you go after it. Omar, Rabbi Yirmi, Medifti, Apanana, Medina. We also learned about Shalosh, some of you, and that's not just because that's just to be a girl who is, we learned this previously. Couple weeks ago, about 2 weeks ago, we learned this Gemara, which says that a girl who is 3 years old in one day, because that's Bia. Whereas here, qualifying that any time she is intimate with somebody, she has Bia, it is a full-fledged halachic Bia. You can be married with the Bia, and while Yabam Kana is a Levi marriage takes place, then she is officially married to him. The other letter is if she's married to someone and is intimate with her, then the halacha is and if somebody is going to follow her walking to Nida, then the Sunnah, as we explained last time, has a very specific level similar to the top of the Elyon. Even if you don't actually touch it, the person actually becomes Tameh, and he can do some other things. This is the Kohen. If the Shul is married to a Kohen, we'll call it B'Tshuvah. This is the relevant one here. If any one of the disqualified people are into it, there's possible becomes disqualified from now, the Arayas, the Arayas is intimate with her, and Allah is pushing allowed, they will be put to death for being intimate with her. She's obviously punching the child, but if any one of the Arayas is going to be intimate with her, they are going to be Tayyip Misa. Why? Because they had a full-fledged Bia with one of the Arayas. You want to ask the question, why is it true? Why do we say that maybe she is someone who's now that she can't give birth? And by the person who married her never wanted to marry a person who's not going to have children. What must you say? You say, this person went ahead, was intimate with an ancient woman, or within one of the Arayas. And why would you assume that she's an Islandist? She's not going to be an Islandist like everybody else, or the majority of the people who built have children, and the Arena Silva Sunubu girl doesn't love Islanders. And therefore, you put the guy to death. Now, you see, so you're putting a guy to death for being intimate with one of the Arayas. Why? Because she's married. Hold on a second. She's married. Maybe the marriage will fall apart because she'll be an Islandist. Now, so tomorrow, we don't assume who's going to be an Islandist. Most women are not an Islandist. Therefore, says based it, put the guy to death. Clearly, put the guy to death. That's what the concept of pro was majority. Where it says, my Tayyib, Olev, Sunny, they made it, doesn't mean Tayyib, it's Sunny, carbon, and hold on, you didn't read it carefully enough. It said, Muksin Ayada, you put the guy to death. Or, no, that wasn't referring to all the Arayas, that was referring to all via fathers. Hold on, this is tomorrow. It says anyone of the forbidden relationship can be put to death. Must be talking about a case where the person married this child, loved her so much that he said, even if it turns out you're an Islandist, I'm going to keep you as wife. In such a case, even if you turn out to be an Islandist, it's still going to put the person. So again, we do see that we do not have a raya. We would go after Roe. Tana Ravana. The woman engages in a very grotesque act of priestess with her young child. Heraba, as a result of that act, the child had our all with her. Last time we learned, it was like Sunday or Monday, or 2 weeks ago, the hara is about both of them. Either it's the initial contact or is the initial penetration. So it's not a whole Yamar via, that's the finish of the via, but it's the first part of the via, which is the problem. So the woman has this intimate relationship with her son, child, of what color? Becoming Orim, Hasla, Minach, Kahuna, she becomes small, so Kahuna, because she's a Sona. There's still enough here, it still says that she's still going to be kosher for Kahuna. Watch this child. Amr Pia Bray, Rabba, Barnachmeni. Pia, son of Rabbi Barnachmeni, son of Bali. Amr Kista, Amri Law, or Kista, Amr Zahiri. I'm not telling this exactly how it went. Some say that it was Pia, the son of Rabba, Barnachmeni, in the name of Kista. And some say it's Kista, who said in the name of Zahiri, that Hakoma, that everyone, both Kishari and Beth will agree that the benediction son of Yom Echad, to be also Bia. Everyone agrees that if this child we're talking about in this case was 9 years old in one day, his Bia is Bia, and yes, it qualifies mother as a Zona from Papa, if the child is less than 8 years old, then the also Bia everyone agrees that the Bia is not a Bia, a young child like that cannot actually become a Bia. And that's what proves Bia is not focused, Ella the Ben Shmona. We're talking about a child who's 8 years old. Shammai says, we could learn from previous generations. In other words, we're able to find a biblical reference to the fact that an 8-year-old child had a baby, and they'll say, even though nowadays our science cannot conceive something like that, an 8-year-old child doing a baby, what happened previously? Since it happened previously, we're going to assume that it is a via nowadays as well. Still says, look, I mean, we cannot learn from previous generations. The rest of today's Amud take us into some family trees of some history in the Tanakh, and we're going to try to figure out whether or not anybody in Tanakh had a child when he was 8 years old. The Doris is studying Noah. How do we know the previous generation? I was rushing through it, but it's so much time. 15 minutes to do this. How do we know that Doros Rishonim had children when they were 8 years old? You know the Olin. If you want to suggest, you just say it to the Pasuk, go through a number of these Pasukim, and then we'll try to explain after the exact what everything means and get everything straight. Hello, so Bathsheba. This woman is Bathsheba. Bas Eliam Ishis Uriah Hakiki. So let's just get this clear over here. Number one, you have Bathsheba, who is the daughter of Eliam. Look at them in their families. Bathsheba is the daughter of Eliam. Ashes Uriah Iti. It also says that Eliam and Achitophel. Eliam was the son of Achitophel. See now, Bathsheba, son of Eliam, son of Achitophel, Agilon. Siva Yisaf Yadnafna Navi, Yikar Shmo Yedidya. And he said to the hands of Navi, he called him Yedidya before Hashem, because of Hashem. And who is this referring to? That was Shlomo HaMelech. Shlomo HaMelech was the great grandson of Achitophel, right? Achitophel, Eliam, Bathsheba, and Shlomo HaMelech. So it says in the Pasuk, by Yilus, the sign Yamim, at the end of the years when he goes to Lavshalom. And they were chasing after Absalom with Siv. Absalom Barach, Absalom ran away. The Yilus Yeshua, but Yisham Shalom is different for years. Siv, since the Yeshev Absalom Yisrael, Absalom settled Yisrael, the sign Yamim for 2 years. Then Melech the wife did not be the king. Now it says, like, he gets the Barach in the 40 years. Yomer Absalom, Absalom said to Melech, El Chana, as the Darius heard that, the Lord Shlomo and Hashem, the Kavod, Siva, Hilchah Ra, Kilanasa, etc. He was one himself to see the plan, and he realized his plan was not working. But Yaakov was Kamar, as a Kamar, he ultimately saddled up his donkey. But Yaakov, Vayela Chavesh, he went to his house, of Hero, the Yatav, Avesa, the Yaakov. Now, getting all this straight, that was the story that happened with the rebellion of Shalom. And now what happens is he ended up committing suicide. When was this? Siv, it says, Anshi Damamu Mirma, the people of blood and Mirma, Lo Yachasu Yameim, they're not even going to live half of a life. The typical lifespan of a person, the nation of heaven is 7 years. The person who rebellions like this won't live even half of a life. That means he won't live till 35. V'tanya, we learn all the years are going, he only lived 34 years. Years of Achitophel, only 33 years. Remember, Achitophel was the great grandfather of Shlomo HaMelech, and he died when he was 36 years old. That comes out. All the years Achitophel, were only 33 years. How much were they? Lost in the clock. So you have 33 years. Dal Sheva, the heavy Shlomo. Shlomo HaMelech was 7 years in the time of his death. You have to take away 7 years. Now what are you left with? Possibly, you don't even need to calculate. They take 30. Take the 33, you get minus the 7, then you're up to 26. So you have in 26 years, all these generations were born. Now, you have to subtract another 2 this plus the Hebrew for the 2 strikes. Now, why is the best 2 full years? Rashi has an explanation from the Torah, because the Gopher is not exactly 2 years, approximately 2 years. So, turns out, the time in 26 years, minus 2 years, it turns out everyone was born, all these generations were born in 23 years. 24 divided by 3 is going to give you 8. Must be that your father, when their father was 8 years old. Of course, hold on, that's not a raya. You can't just take 24 divided by 3. Still, most Rabbi would take that over. Maybe 2 of them were born when their fathers were 9. No, a 9-year-old staff at the end of the year. And it can produce a child. Bathsheba, remember, there's a female included in this story. Only finishes. Bathsheba, she was a female because she was a person. Why? Because in summary, women are more healthy than men. Therefore, a woman can give birth when she is only less than 8. Less than 9, but a boy has to be 9 years old. Hey now? Why the Ha'azul of Lad made Karo? Part of the story was that he was an older child. If there's an older child, then it turns out that she for sure had a child before she was 9 years old. So yes, then therefore the math is going to be off. And what's the big deal? He was 9 years old, so there's all this happening. Okay, Elohim. Here we have arrived at an 8-year-old birth. Ayla told the Sarah, these are the offsprings of Terach. You have Terach older than Avram. Terach was Avram's father. Who else's father? He was Nachor's father. And that's Haran. So Terach had, it tells us Terach had Avram, Nachor, and Haran. Now, but Avram Gadol Nachor Shana. Avram was older than Nachor by 1 year. And Nachor Gadol Haran. Now, Nachor was a year older than Haran. Named the Avram Gadol Shtei Shana Haran. Avram must have been 2 years older than Haran. You got Avram and Nachor had Nachor. Avram and Nachor both got married. Who did Avram marry? Avram married Sarai. We'll see soon that Sarai and Yiska are the same person. Who's Yiska? Yiska is Haran's daughter. He married his niece, Yiska. Number of Yiska. Yiska is Sarah. Yiska was Sarah. Why was she referred to as Yiska? She's able to see with a divine vision. She had Ruach HaKodesh. So that's why it says, that's why I said from Avram, listen to what everybody tells you. Why? Because you speak the words of prophecy. The reason why Yiska is Yiska. Everyone would gaze at her because she's so beautiful. Now, let's get back to our story here. Avram fell on his face and he kind of laughed. The Yomer Malibo, he said in his heart, now, how much older was Avram than Sarah? He was as her snit, 10 years. And younger than her father. How much was Haran younger than Avram? It was 2 years. There's a 2 year difference. The stock comes out. The older Haran than Sarah. When did Haran have Sarah? Because again, he was 2 years younger than Avram. So and there was a 10 year difference over there. So now he gave birth to Sarah when he was 8 years old. The comedy over. Where's the show? Hold on. You're automatically assuming that Avram was older than Haran. If he was younger than his brother, Avram first because he was much older. We do that sometimes. Why the Pasha who brought Derek Hapasan, we sometimes put children not in order of their age, but in order of their age. Noah was 500 years, but Yolad Noah has Shemus Kamajar. At his young age of 500 years, he gave birth to 3 sons, Shem, Tom, and Yafet. Shem Hagadol, Shem Gadol Mitzvah. Shem was older than Tom by 1 year. Tom Gadol Yafet Shana, and Tom was older than Yafet by 1 year. So what comes out of here is Shem Gadol Miyafet Shtei. Turns out the Shem is 2 years older than Yafet. Hold that in your head for a minute. It tells us 100 years after he had his children, that's when the novel started. It tells us tales of the Shem. These are the children of Shem. Shem ben Me'ah Shana by Yodas HaPachshad. Shem was 100 years old and he gave birth to Arpachshad. When was this Sayim? 2 years after the Babel. Now, how could he have been 100 years old 2 years after the Babel? It's not possible he could have been 100 years old. Why? Because his younger brother was 100 years old 2 years after the Babel. This more says, he must have been at least 102. Ella must be, you know why Shane was mentioned first? Not because Shane was actually older. Rather, Ella, they were actually listed in the order of wisdom. Now, Derek to the Alpha was just mentioned first because he was smarter, he had more wisdom, and not because he was older than Haran. I'm recently trying to create this viz. I said this in front of this viz. And Amar Li Abtumi, you learned this concept of putting people in age order. Sorry, in wisdom order. From there, Anan, we learned from myself. Shane, you let Gambu Avi Kalbane, Aver, Aki, Yefes, Hagadol. Because Shane gave birth. He was the father of everyone on the other side of the river, which is Aki Yefes Hagadol. Yefes Hagadol. Which includes that Yefes was really the oldest, but Shane was still mentioned first. They see that the names are not in. Okay, Elmanolas. How do we know that an 8-year-old child can give birth? Yaakov, Betzalel, Ben Uri, Ben Kor, Lamate, Yehuda. Betzalel was the son of Uri, the son of Kor, the Shevet of Yehuda. Said, but Thomas Azuba died, who was that his Kalev's wife. Yikach lo Kalev as Ephraim, but Kalev lo Betzalel. Now we know that Kalev was Kor's father. Who was the father of Uri? Was the son of Betzalel. Betzalel, and Uri, and Kor, and Kalev. Turns out that Kalev was the great-grandfather of Betzalel. Now this is of the Betzalel Mishkan. How old was Betzalel when he built the Mishkan? Bar Kama, how old was he? Yes. He Avad Betzalel Mishkan Bar Kama Havi. How old was he when he built the Mishkan? Must have been Bar Place. He must have been at least 13. Let's say the person has to be an ish, an adult, to be able to build a Mishkan. The Tanya we learned in a Brisa. Shana Rishona also Moshe Mishkan. The first year, Moshe built the Mishkan. The second year, after they were in the Midbar, he built the Mishkan. Shana Rishona the first year after Moshe Mishkan. Shniyah Hakim the Mishkan. He actually put it up. The Shalach Meraglim sent the Meraglim during the second year that they were out of the tribe in the Midbar. Look, said the second pasuk. Ben Arba'im Shana Anochi B'Shach Moshe Eved Hashem. This is referring to how old Kalev was when he was sent. He was one of the Meraglim. He went as one of the Meraglim. He was 40 years. He was sent as one of the Meraglim. Now, today, behold, I am Ben Chamesh 85 years old. Now let's make to the math. Turns out, our boy, it was 40 years. Dalar basis, subtract 14 years, that would be Betzalel. For Betzalel before. Partially as you machine. You're left with 26 years. Dalar Kartish need plus a year. You have to take out 2 years total pregnancies. Turns out, turns out that whole family of Kalev, Betzalel, Uri, Kalev, to Kor, Uri, and Betzalel all took place in 24 years. So now we know that there were 8-year-olds that gave birth. That's how we know that 8-year-olds gave birth. This is going further than Mishnah Ben Velabas. And so Ramar is only relevant to a male child, not to Tanya. The truth is that it would be perfectly appropriate for a female to be a Betzora and Mora just like a son. Why is that called Mitzri? That's for Bavera. Everyone's going to be readily available for Baveras. Get to master herself. But as Rashi says, the Lala, the Soba, the Kaktusa, if she's going to be all these things, which is already a child, so from Kishalot, Kishaluda, Ometz, from Instruction, Margalas, Maraglas, Arias, Laveris, again, if the whole idea of Betzora is that I'll think so far, that ultimately this person is going to be a disaster to keep this person alive. Look at her. She's already acting like this. What's going to happen? She's going to end up being a major stumbling block for all the men in town. But still, Ella XerisAkasavi, plus it teaches us, then, hello, the concept of the Torah Mora is only relevant to the rebellious or the wayward son, but not relevant to his daughter, even though you might think it should be just as relevant to the daughter, and it makes sense to be as much relevant to the daughter, the Torah thought otherwise. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
I don't know, but I was like, I just assumed that meant Dicey. I read it all. Yeah, it's like everybody likes that movie. I've not talked to anybody who doesn't like it. It's surprising.
Okay, good morning.
Actually, one person did say they didn't like it. It's just television because it's like vampire shows.
Today's daf is Sanhedrin daf Samach Tes. We begin by thanking our sponsors. We thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsors of the year 5785, the Tosin Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, as is the cost for the service for all of Am Yisrael, all of Klal Yisrael. We also thank our Dafyomi sponsors this morning, Mel and Karen Ram. We will just Mel's father, Mordechai Ben Yitzchak. Mordechai Ben Yitzchak have a really amazing family to have in the Chava. We're going to begin in Daf Samach Ches Amud Beis, and we begin with the 4 lines up from the bottom, Upliga de Rabbi. Yesterday we mentioned the Gemara quotes Rav Chisda, who tells us that there's another exception to the halachas of Ben Sora Umoreh. That is that the Ben Sora Umoreh cannot be a father. Just to quickly quote him, he says, Amar Rav Chisda, Katan Shaholid Ein Beno Nasa. Katan Shaholid Ein Beno Nasa Ben Sora Umoreh. Chisda's halacha is that if a katan gives birth, his child is automatically going to get a lifetime exemption from the halachas of Ben Sora Umoreh. Why? Because it says in the pasuk, Yiyah le'ish ben. The son has to be born to an ish. If the father of this ben is not an ish, then he's automatically going to be exempt from the halachas of Ben Sora Umoreh. Now the Gemara is going to spend the entire Amud today discussing whether or not a child can have a child. That's really the discussion of today's Gemara. The Gemara starts with us. The Rabbi of Chisda, who is telling us the pasuk is going to exclude the child of a child. He must have been of the opinion that a child can have a child. The Pliga Rabbi, that's arguing with Rabbi. Why? Rabbi says the following: Katan ein molid. A child cannot give birth. Never, for it says in the pasuk, "Im ein leish go." This is talking about the halacha of Gezel Ager. There's a halacha if a person steals something and he is approached by the victim of the theft, and the person denies it. He says it's not true. I never stole it. And he takes an oath, and he takes a swear, he didn't steal it, and then it turns out that he lied. He comes back and admits that he lied. The halacha is that he has to pay the person back to carry the principal of Chumash, additional fifth, and he has to bring a carbon. Now the pasuk says that if this person has already passed away, and he does not have anybody who is going to be an heir of his estate, the halacha is, then the payment goes to the Kohen. The Gemara says, hold on, is it possible that the person doesn't have any relatives? Everybody's got some relatives. Even if you don't have that many relatives, you go back generation to generation, find somebody you're related to. How can the say that there's a person who does not have a goel? How will the Gezel Agar cut the Garab because the diver is talking about a person who steals from a convert? And the convert halachically is not going to have a family unless he gets married and builds his own family. Now, Amar Akbar, the pasuk says, Ish, it says very clearly in the pasuk that if Ein Lo-Ish goel, if the Ish does not have anybody as a redeemer. Then the pasuk says, Ish, if the person who you stole from was an Ish, you have to start reviewing if he has more relatives who could actually pick up the payment for him. Vimlav, or if not, however, Katan, if the person who was stolen from is a child, you do not have to start looking to see if the child has any relatives. Why? Because if the child is a convert, it's obvious he doesn't have any family members. Why? Because the child cannot father another child. Therefore, it's impossible to assume that this child convert has any relatives. Therefore, don't bother looking at them. Clearly, we see the rabbis of the opinion that a child cannot father another child. This is clearly it's in stark contrast to Chista, because Chista says there's a whole possible to teach you that if a child has a child, that child is going to be exempt from the entire concept of the Torah Bora. Well, the whole thing's impossible to tell you that. Hey, Abaya asks the following question. This is my focus. Because Rashi doesn't tell what this is talking about. With Rashi tells you he's talking about a person who has an affair with a shifcha chalufa. Chalufa is a shifcha who is considered to be halfway free and halfway still a maid servant because she's married to an Eved Ivri. The person who has an affair with her, the halacha is that person gets not this but does not get visa. The pasuk says Ish. Ainly Ella Ish. I only know that the halacha is true if we're talking about an Ish. Ben Tes Shanim Yomecha Tzeroy Levia. How do I know that a 9-year-old child, 9 years old, and one day was technically able to engage in the bia, how do I know that this person is going to be included in this parsha? Hamalomar, it says v'ish. The additional vav in the word says v'ish. That includes even a 9-year-old child. Now, we see clearly that a 9-year-old child is possible to be included in the concept of bia. And if he's included in the concept of bia, that means that he has the physical ability to be able to perform the bia. He's able to perform the bia physically, and also to be able to be motzi shefazera. He gets to be shefazera, because if he can't, that would be a fundamental flaw in the bia. So if you're saying that a 9-year-old child in one day can produce the zera, then obviously what should happen is be able to father a child. Yes, he can actually physically perform the bia, but he's not going to be strong enough to be able to produce a child. What is this like? This is similar to grain that only grew 1/3, that did not grow 1/3. Rashi tells us if you try to plant that, it's not going to grow. The same thing is true. You can have a seed, never currently if you try to plant it, and it won't grow. The same thing is true when it comes to this child. He will be able to perform the bia, but the action of the bia is not going to be strong enough to actually produce a child. Okay, so it's possible that Rabbi is still correct that a child cannot be born. They learned another allusion to this idea, which is the Yazid Ish. The Pasuk says that the Yazid Ish. The Pasuk is talking about a person who intentionally ambushes somebody and kills him. The Pasuk says the Yazid Ish Hara'el Hargai Arma the Imbis Lama. So he had kind of a play on words over here that the Chizkiah is going with to say the Yazid Ish. Ish, if the person is in the doll, then made the Mazriya. He's able to cook. Cook is the physical bodily production of the zera, Mazriya, and he can actually produce the semen. However, Ein Katan made the Mazriya. A Katan, while yes, he might be able to produce it, and that would be the concept that yes, he could be made it, he can cook it, his body can produce it. However, he cannot produce it and be Mazriya and actually be strong enough to actually conceive a child as a result of that. Amar lay Rav Mordechai Rabbi. Mordechai said to Rabbi, "My mashma the high amazing blessing to Where did you find that this word mazid actually means to cook? Mazid seems to be a person does something intentional. Where do you see the word mazid means to cook? He says, responding to him, he said, "Of Siddhis is clearly pasuk by Yazed Yaakov. Now Yaakov was cooking up his lentil soup, and it was referred to as Vayazid. Yes, the pasuk actually used the word Vayazid to mean he cooked. But the word goes on. It says, and asks a question on this passage. Very small. The very small quote as follows. Then below up. Again, when it comes to Ben Sarah Umoreh, the only thing the kid can be is exclusively a ben, a son. He cannot be a father. Again, so then we have a Yizera Sakasa to tell us that a child, a Ben Sarah Umoreh must be a ben exclusively and not a father. Now hold on a second. How is it possible that a Ben Sarah Umoreh can't even be a father? Remember I mentioned the entire period that Sarah Umoreh is that period of time between he starts to grow the two hairs until it grows in. So if you're telling me that she became pregnant after he grew two hairs, and she gave birth before all those hairs grew in, hold on a second, all that happened, she became pregnant and gave birth so fast. The amount of time that there is for Ben Sarah Umoreh is only 3 months. Why does it take 3 months? The initial phase of those hairs growing before they grow in. Now it's impossible for it to work for 3 months. So how can it be that this child is going to actually be able to be a father and then will have to be excluded from that? What must we be talking about? The other Mikamid Cyrus. This woman became pregnant before the child was Cyrus, while he was still a child. When did she give birth? The before the hairs grew in. Now the parents bring him to the basin and say, "Our son's out of control. He was so the big business goes through the whole process." They say, "Hold on a second. He's a Father. He's excluded because it's only relevant to someone who is a child." That's the case. But what do you see? We learn from here, we can infer from here that Katan can indeed give birth to a child. Gemara says no, incorrect. Lo la'olam di'i aber bas tashet Saris. What we're talking about is that the woman became pregnant from this young boy after he brought the Shtei Saris. So he's a gadol. He's already a gadol. He's halachically a gadol. He has 2 years. Now, for only when did she give birth? Like a normal person, she gave birth, many months after all those hairs completely grew in. If you can have the question of Chris Bedetta, if you teaches us that the entire period is 3 months, no, you misunderstood. This is us, Rabbi Amar. When Rabbi came and told us that Abed Narova, they told him a Rabbi then below Haraya Likroso. What he meant to say was he has to be a ben, but he can't be called a father. When is someone called a father? He's called a father as soon as the person who is pregnant is noticeably pregnant. People see a woman who's pregnant and they say, oh, who's the father of this child? And they're not stupid. There's the concept of not evil, so where's that? Where did this child come from? Now, once they say, oh, it came from this person, they say, oh, the father of the child. Or the father, the child is actually born. So yeah, the time that the pregnancy takes place, the conception takes place after he grows his hairs. Now, when is a woman noticeably pregnant? There was no pregnancy test, she could have just picked up the dollars for then. So what happened? She had to actually be noticeably pregnant. That will happen within those 3 months. Once that happens in those 3 months, that's what Kutar Kubra. They'll say, hold on a second. Whose child is this? Oh, it's that person, that boy, that Torah Mora, that guy. Oh, well, not that anymore. He's the father of the child to be excluded. Okay, so in other words, it's going to work. It's going to work, and it's possible that she became pregnant from him once he was already a halachic adult. He was ready to pass the permit. Gufa, Amr Chris Badai, Amr Shapsi, Kol Yamash, Ben Torah Mora, Amy Ella Gimel Chadash. All the days of Ben Torah Mora are only 3 months. Bobad. We didn't learn this 3-month period. We learned the period of time is the amount of time it takes for him to fill those years. Gemara says it's not a contradiction. You know why? We give him the best of both of them. If all the years grew in within 2 months, then the halacha is he's already exempt. However, he's very slow, and the 3 months pass, he's also going to be exempt. In other words, he gets to hold on to the rope for both sides, and he gets both. Yosef Rav Yaakov and Arpakim Kamed Ravina. Yaakov from Narpakim said in front of Ravina. The Yosef of Amr said the following is made Rav Brady Yeshua. He said the following is named Rav Brady Yeshua. Nami Nami Major Krishmadai. We learned from Krishmadai. Amr Rav Shapsai. That you led us to Shiva. So woman gives birth in her 7th month. Ein Ugra Nicker Lishlishyana. We don't have enough time to get into this. Tomorrow assume that there are 2 popular types of pregnancy. One pregnancy is a 9-month pregnancy, and another pregnancy is a 7-month pregnancy. And not that when a woman gives birth in her 7th month, it's giving birth to a baby. Rather, there's a type of pregnancy that finishes in 7 months. Whether or not this is consistent with modern day science is above my pay grade, that's what Gemara is going to be discussing over here. Now, if that's the case, if it's a woman who can complete her pregnancy in 7 months, how will you divide the trimesters? When will those trimesters happen? Typically, it's month 3, 6, and 9. But in this case, she's giving birth after 7 months. So, when is her Uber going to be recognizable? When will we be able to tell if she's pregnant? It must be, he says, that Ein Uber Nicholas is not going to notice her pregnancy when it's only a third, which is going to be 2 months and a third of a month. 2 months and a little bit over a week. But Isaac Kedaita over Nicholas Shlish, if you'll tell me that she's already noticeably pregnant after a shlish, after a third of the way there, Lamali Gimel, why do we have to wait 3 months? But betray with Tilsa Sagi with 2 months and a third, that should be enough. In other words, it should be enough because that's the third of the way of a pregnancy. And it's noticeable. In other words, he gets called in as a potential Ben Sora Mora. Look at this woman. If she's not pregnant, she says, okay, you're eligible. If she is pregnant, then he won't be eligible. But for her, it's going to be a much earlier time. The fact that we don't do that means it's not noticeable. Amalei, he said no. Yes, she will become noticeably pregnant a third of the way through, which is 2 months and a third of a month. However, Zilbasaruba, we always go after the majority. most women do not give birth after 7 months. Hold on a second. If you're about to kill this Ben Zora Mora, you're assuming that his wife, but this woman, is going to be essentially can't be wife, can't be married. Bottom line is that you're assuming that she's not pregnant, but do we actually go after the majority? No, we're putting someone to death over here. Where it says in Torah Amra, the Torah teaches us that we saw this before, that one of the jobs of an adjudicating basin is to try to save the potential convict in this case. And now you're saying, go after the guard and put the guy to death. That's not how it works. And he came back to Ravina. Yes, didn't the Pashas law do we not go after the guard? I'll prove to you that we do. But now it says in the Mishnah, one person tells us. He was testifying in a capital case, in a murder case, and he says it happened on the second day of the month. So that's what we're going to give him. The other one says it took place on the third day of the month. We do not qualify the reasons just by virtue of the fact that they have contradicting months of days of the month. Sorry. Why should this guy got the memo that the previous month was extended. The other person does not know that it's extended. So therefore, they're both referring to the same incident that happened exactly at the same time, but their calendar has different dates on it. One of them got the memo that this extra day in the previous month, and the other one did not. Now, these are that's learning into Masaruba. If we did something when it comes to capital cases, we do not go up to the majority. We come aside the come out to the Let's just say we don't go up to the majority. And what will we say? They are just simply being makdish each other. Elalav. In other words, they're contradicting each other to cross under Eidos. Elalav. You must say we go after the majority. And what does that mean? Not everyone had an app on their phone that gives them the and therefore, some people, it was very common. You went around town, you asked people what day it is. One guy said it is the second of the month, another guy said it's the third of the month, and eventually, sometime during the month, people figured it out. But it was very common to make this mistake, and the majority of people would make that mistake, and that would be fine. Therefore, he just looks up the Eidos. You see clearly, you go after a road. Amar Rabbi Yirmi B'Difsi Afana Namishnina. We also learned a girl who is, we learned this previously, a couple of weeks ago, about 2 weeks ago, we learned this Gemara, which says a girl who is 3 years old in one day, that's just a bia. We're here qualifying that any time she is intimate with somebody, she has bia, it is a full-fledged halachic bia. She can be married with the bia, if Yavam Kana, if a Levirate marriage takes place, then she is officially married to him. If she's married and someone is intimate with her, then the halacha is and if somebody is going to follow her while she's nida, then the tumah, as explained last time, has a very strict level of tumah, which is just even if you don't actually touch it, the person actually becomes tameh, and he can do tameh other things. This is the Kohen. If this woman gets married to a Kohen, she's allowed to eat truma. This is the relevant one here. If any one of the disqualified people are intimate with her, becomes disqualified from Kuna. Now, if any of the Arayim is intimate with her, and Allah is Munson allowed, they will be put to death for being intimate with her. Even to her, she's obviously fucking, she's a child, but if any one of the Arayim in the Torah is going to be intimate with her, they are going to be Chayiv Misa. Why? Because they had a full-fledged bia with one of the Arayim. The Gemara asks the question, why is it true? Why do we say that maybe she is someone who's an island, she can't give birth? And the person who married her never wanted to marry a person who's not going to be able to have children. You say, this person went ahead with intimate with this woman, or with one of the Arayim. And why would you assume that she's an islandist? She's not going to be an islandist. She's like everybody else in the world. Majority of other people still can have children, and therefore you put the guy to death. Now you see clearly, you're putting a guy to death for being intimate with one of the Arayas. Why? Because she's married. Hold on a second. She's married. Maybe married to fall apart because she'll be an islandess. Now, says the Gemara, we don't assume woman's going to be an islandess. Most women are not an islandess. Therefore, says based in, put the guy to death. Really, put the guy to death. Because of the concept of row of the majority. Where it says, my chayiv allowed the Ketani, so you made a mistake. Doesn't mean it's chayiv Misa. The Ketani carbon. The person being carbon and not Misa. Hold on. Where it says, well, Mumsina Yada Ketani. You didn't read it carefully enough. It said, Mumsin Ayada. You put the guy to death. Where it says, nah, that wasn't referring to all the Arayas. That was referring to Bola, the fathers. Hold on, says the it says any one of the forbidden relationships is to be put to death. Must be talking about a case where the person married this child, loved her so much, that he said, even if it turns out to be an islandess, I'm going to keep you as a wife. In such a case, even if you turn out to be an islandess, we're still going to put the person to death. So again, we do see that we do not have a raya. We're going to go after row, put someone to death. Tana Rabbanan. The woman engages in a very grotesque act of princess with her young child. The Harabah, as a result of that act, the child had our with her. Last time we learned, it was on Monday or Tuesday, Sunday or Monday, about 2 weeks ago. The hara is my focus one of it. Either it's the initial contact or is the initial penetration. So it's not a full gemar bia, doesn't finish off the bia, but it's the first part of the bia, which is a problem. So a woman has this intimate relationship with her son, her child. What's the halach? Meshami omrim hasla mina kahuna. She becomes disqualified from kahuna because she's a zona. Basil Machir says that she's still going to be kosher for kahuna. Why? Because it's a child. Amar Chia Bray Rabba Bar Nachmeni. Chia, son of Rabba Bar Nachmeni, said the following: Amar Kista Amri La, Amar Kista Amar Seiri. Nachal is exactly how this went. Some say that it was Rabbi, the son of Rabbi Bar Nachmeni, the name of Kista. Some say it's Kista, who said in the name of Seiri, that Hakomo, everyone, both Kisharani and Bishra agree that the bentation son of Yom Echad should be also Bia. Everyone agrees that this child we're talking about in this case was 9 years old in one day. His Bia is a Bia, and yes, it disqualified his mother as a Zona from Kumuna. If the child was less than 8 years old, if the Bia would agree that the Bia is not a Bia, a young child like that cannot actually perform the Bia. And that's what's clear is Machloket, Ella the Benchmona. When we're talking about a child who's 8 years old, the says, we could learn from previous generations. In other words, we're able to find a biblical reference to the fact that an 8-year-old child, had a baby, and we'll say, even though nowadays our science cannot conceive something like that, an 8-year-old child has a baby, what had happened previously? And since it happened previously, we're going to assume that it is a bia nowadays as well. Hillel Savri, Hillel says, you cannot learn from previous generations. The rest of today's Amud is going to take us into some family trees of some history in Tanakh, and we're going to try to figure out whether or not anybody in Tanakh had a child when he was 8 years old. The Doris and Yishanim Yinala. How do we know the previous generation? I was rushing through it, but it's so much time that 15 minutes to get through this. This is giving me about. How do we know the Doros Rishonim had children when they were 8 years old? We know the Owen. If you want to suggest, we'll go through a number of these pesukim, and then we'll try to explain out that exactly what everything means to get everything straight. Hello, Zos Basheba. This woman is Basheba. Bas Eliam Ishes Uriah Hachiti. So let's just get this clear over here. Number one, you have Basheba, who is the daughter of Eliam. Let's get that in our family tree. Basheba is the daughter of Eliam. Ishes Uriah Hachiti. It also says the Eliam ben Achitophel. Eliam was the son of Achitophel. See now, Basheba, the son of Eliam, son of Achitophel, Hagiloni. And they said to the hands of Nasan, he called him Yedidya, before Hashem. because of Hashem. And who is this referring to? That was Shlomo HaMelech. So Shlomo HaMelech was the great grandson of Achitophel, right? So Achitophel, Eliam, Sheba, and Shlomo HaMelech. Uchsiv, and it says in the pasuk, Vayilish Messiah Yamim was at the end of 2 years when he was going to Shalom, and they were kind of like chasing after Avshalom. Uchsiv, Avshalom Barach, Avshalom ran away. Vayelach Yeshua, but he saw Avshalom is different from Uchsiv. It says Vayeshev Avshalom Yerushalayim, Avshalom settled in Yerushalayim. Messiah Yamim for 2 years. Upnei HaMelech lo ra, he did not see the king. Now it says in the 40 years, Yomer Avshalom, Avshalom said to the Melech, El Chana, as the Darius heard that God's Tzom and Yadil Hashem, the Chaver of Siba Achitophel Ra, Kilonasa Achitophel. He was the one who was helping conceive the plan, and he realized that his plan was not working. But Yaakov was Hamar, as a Hamar, he ultimately saddled up his donkey. But Yaakov Vayelach Havesh, he went to his house, El Hiro, V'Yetav Avesa, V'Yaakov, he ultimately committed suicide. Now, getting all this straight, okay, that was the whole story that happened with the rebellion of Shalom, and now what happened is he ended up committing suicide. When was this? It says, people of blood and Mirmot, they're not even going to live half of a life. The typical lifespan of a person, is 70 years. So a person who's rebellious like this won't live even half of a life. That means they won't live till 35. The Tanya we learned all the years of Doeg, he only lived 34 years. The years of Achitophel, only 33 years. Remember, Achitophel was the great grandfather of Shlomo HaMelech, and he died when he was 36 years old. So that comes out. All the years were only 33 years. How much were they? Plus in the clock. You have 33 years. Dal Sheva, the heavy Shlomo. Shlomo HaMelech was 7 years at the time of his death. You have to take away 7 years. Now what are you left with? You don't even need a calculator. All the calculations for you. And you take 30. You take the 33. You're going to minus the 7. Then you're up to 26. So you have, in 26 years, all these generations were born. Now, you have to subtract another 2 shni with plus 3 for the 3 pregnancies. The pregnancies take time. Now, why it's exactly 2 full years? Rashi has his explanation because of the Yemei and Tyra. Tosfos doesn't go for it. He says it's not exactly 2 years. It's approximately 2 years. Kolchad Bakad, turns out, it's Hamiolu. You have 26 years, minus 2 years. It turns out everyone was born, all these generations were born in 22 years. 24 divided by 3 is going to give you 8. It must be that they were fathered when their fathers were 8 years old. Mar says, hold on, that's not a raya. Can't you take 24 divided by 3? Maybe 2 of them were born when their fathers were 9. We know a 9-year-old can actually have a baby. And it could produce a child. Bathsheba, remember, there's a female included in the story. Holy Bishop, Bathsheba, she was a female, she could have given birth when she was 6 years old. Why? Because the Itzavari, women are more healthy than men. Therefore, a woman can give birth when she's less than 8, less than 9, but a boy has to be 9 years old to be able to give birth. Hey now? Why the Ha'avi love Lad Meitara? Part of the story was that there was an older child. So if there's an older child, so it turns out that she for sure had a child before she was 9 years old. So yes, you see that there are women who can give birth much younger than men, and therefore the math is going to be off. And what's the big deal? He was 9 years old, so there was no one told us now makes sense. Okay, Elamiha. So where we have arrived at an 8-year-old to give birth, Ayla told us Terach, these are the offsprings of Terach. So you have Terach, holy this Avram. Terach was Avram's father. Who else's father? He was Nachor's father. And that's Hara. So Terach had, this is the pasuk of Torah, it tells us Terach had Avram, Nachor, and Hara. Now the Avram Gadol Nachor Shana. Avram was older than Nachor by 1 year. The Nachor Gadol Hara Shana. Now Nachor was a year older than Hara. And then so Avram Gadol Shtei Shana Hara. Avram must have been 2 years older than Haran. Avram and Nachor both got married. Who did Avram marry? Avram married Sarai. You see soon that Sarai and Yiska are the same person. Who's Yiska? Yiska's Haran's daughter. He married his niece, Yiska. Vamra of Yitzchak, Yiska's Sarah. Yiska was Sarah. Why was she referred to as Yiska? The Soch of Ruach HaKodesh. She was able to see with a divine vision. She had Ruach HaKodesh. And that's why it says, that's why Hashem told Avram, listen to whatever you are. It tells you why she's speaking words of prophecy. The reason why she's for Yiska is everyone would gaze at her because she's so beautiful. Now, let's go back to our story over here. Avram fell on his face and he kind of laughed. The Yomer believer, he said in his heart, years old. Now, how much Avram and Sarah? How much older was Avram than Sarah? He was Esher Shnin, 10 years. Tartin Shnin, and younger than her father. How much was Haran younger than Avram? It was 2 years. Remember the 2 year difference. Rashi comes out. The older Haran and Sarah. When did Haran have Sarah? Because again, he was 2 years younger than Avram. So and there was a 10-year difference over there. So it turns out he gave birth to Sarah when he was 8 years old. But how many older? The question is no. Hold on a second. You're making a mistake. You're automatically assuming that Avram was older than Haran. If he was younger than his brothers. The Torah just put Avram first because he was much more wise. We do that sometimes. We sometimes put children not in order of their age, but in order of their wisdom. Noah was 500 years, but Yolad Noah has Shemus Chametz Yafes. At a young age of 500 years, he gave birth to 3 sons, Shem, Cham, and Yafes. Shem HaGadol, Shem Gadol Michal Shana. Shem was older than Cham by 1 year. Cham Gadol Yafes Shana, and Cham was older than Yafes by 1 year. So what comes out of here is Shem Gadol Yafes Shteishan. Turns out the Shem is 2 years older than Yafes. Hold that in your head for a minute. It tells us 100 years after the United States, after the novel started. It tells us Ela told us Shem. These are the children of Shem. Shem ben Me'ar Shana by Yolas Arpachshad. Shem was 100 years old and he gave birth to Arpachshad. When was Yishnasayim Achar Babel? 2 years after the Babel. Now, how could he have been 100 years old 2 years after the Babel? It's not possible he could have been 100 years old. Why? Because his younger brother was 100 years old 2 years after the Babel. This Gemara says, "B'nei Shana, B'nei V'tarchim Shnin Havi." Must have been at least 102. Ella, speaking, you know why Shem was mentioned first? Not because Shem was actually older, rather they were actually listed in order of wisdom. Could be Avram was just mentioned first because he was smarter, he had more wisdom, but not because he was actually older than Haran. I'm recently listening to Major Zvid. I said this in front of the Zvid, and Amar Li you learn this concept of putting people in age order. In wisdom order from there. We learn it from myself. Shame, Yulad Gamhu Avi Kobenet Aver Achi Yefes Hagadol. He said Shame gave birth. He was the father of everyone on the other side of the river, which is Achi Yefes Hagadol. Yefes Hagadol. You see clearly that Yefes was really the oldest, but Shem was still mentioned first. So you see that the names are not in order. Okay, Elaminolas. How do we know that an 8-year-old child can give birth? Yachad, Nuarsis from Yitzhak, Ben Uri, Ben Kor, Lamate Yehuda. Yitzhak was the son of Uri, the son of Kor, and the Shevet of Yehuda. Siv, Batamas Azuba's died, who was Kalev's wife. Yikach lo Kalev as Ephras, but Lo as Kor. So now we know that Kalev was Kor's father, who was the father of Uri, was the son of Yitzhak. Yitzhak and Uri, Ben Kor, then Kalev. Turns out that Kalev was the great-grandfather of Betzalel. Now, with the other Betzalel Mishkan, how old was Betzalel when he built the Mishkan? Bar Kama, how old was he? Again, with the Avad Betzalel Mishkan Bar Kama Havi, how old was he when he built the Mishkan? He must have been Bar Klesa. He must have been at least 13. Let's say for Ish Mingalach Hashem Osim. The person has to be an ish, an adult, to be able to build a mishkan. The time you learned in a brisa, Shana Rishona Asim Moshe Mishkan. The first year, Moshe built the mishkan. Shnia, the second year, after they were in the midbar, he built the mishkan. Again, Shana Rishona, the first year, Asim Moshe Mishkan. Shnia Hakim Mishkan. He actually put it up. The Shalach Meraglim, he sent the Meraglim during the second year that they were out of Mitzrayim in the Midbar. Look, it says in Pasuk, Ben Arba'im Shana, Anochi B'Shalach Moshe Eved Hashem. This is referring to how old Kalev was when he was sent. He was one of the Meraglim. He went as one of the Meraglim. So he was 40 years when he was sent as one of the Meraglim. Now, today, behold, I am Ben Chamesh B'Shmonim Shem, 85 years old. Now let's make it out. Kama Havalu, turns out, our boys, it was 40 years. Dalar Beis, we have to subtract 14 years, that would be Betzalel, for Betzalel to be born. Pashlu Esri B'Shit, you're left with 26 years. Dal Tartish Shmi plus Iburi, you have to take out 2 years full of pregnancies. It turns out, turns out that whole family of Kalev to Betzalel to Uri, Kalev to Chor, Uri, and Betzalel all took place in 24 years. So now we know that there were 8-year-olds that gave birth. That's how we know that 8-year-olds gave birth. Let's just go a little bit further. Get the Mishnah. Ben Velobas. Betzalel Mor is only relevant to a male child, not to a female child. Tanya, Amar Rishimon, the truth is, it would be perfectly appropriate for a female to be a Ben Sora Umora just like a son. Why Shakal Matsuyin Esla Bavera? Everyone's going to be readily available for her to do Avera. She's going to be masking herself. Right, as Rashi says, because she's Zolala V'Sova V'Katusa, and she's going to be doing all these things when she's already a child. So, but she's Salotim for Limuda, and then the Parsha Strachnu, Margalas, Maraglas, Havrir Saver, still has time. Again, if the whole idea of Ben Soramara is that ultimately this person is going to be a disaster if they keep this person alive, look at her. She's already acting like this. What's going to happen? She's going to end up being a major stumbling block for all the men in town, but still, Ela Xeris Akasati, Basa teaches us, Ben Velobas. The concept of Ben Sora Mora is only relevant to the rebellious or the wayward son, but not relevant to the daughter, even though you might think it should be just as relevant to the daughter, and it makes sense to be as much relevant to the daughter, the Torah thought otherwise. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
We'll share a hotel. Yeah, it's on a loop. It's right behind you on our screen. Yeah. Let me see. Not sure at the moment. Oh, what's right now? That's the one.
All right.
Yes, we're almost there. Yeah.
All right, we'll say good morning or good morning or Dr. Vach. A great Tzvah Hashem. We want to begin the week learning Shalani HaKodesh. Today's daf is Sanef Fest 68. I shared this morning. It is dedicated by our annual Talmud Torah conference, the Tilsim Shvach of Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all the Shemid Roshos this year as a Zechus. For the Soros Kavos for all of Am Yisrael. It should be a week of Melon Karen Ram in honor of Yishmas. Mordechai Benis, Dr. America Talmud Torah and Shlomo Haber that's supposed to be helping this week in there. So it's more about how all these soldiers are successful before not seeing the we should just be zilch and then touch up the brachas, Yeshua should come as far as Those with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Samachas 68. We are picking up the Yetzer Hashem actually at the top of Samachas 68. The Gemara quotes the section from Rabbi Akiva. So remember again, Rabbi Akiva mentions in the Mishnah about the collection of kishuim, the collection of cucumbers or gourds. And Rabbi Akiva said in the Mishnah, Shnai lokin kishuim, echa lokin potter, echa lokin chayim. Sometimes someone can go ahead and collect cucumbers, right? Harvest cucumbers on Shabbos. Sometimes the person can be chayim, sometimes the person can be potter. The Gemara said, what does that mean? So if a person actually harvests cucumbers and you can chayim until Shabbos, but if he engaged in an act of illusion, so then he would be punished. Now, of course, we'll talk about that in a little bit. So Gemara says, Vaha, top of Samachas 68a. Vaha, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Yeshua, Kamrela. Did Rabbi Akiva learn this off from Rabbi Yeshua? No, about Anya. This is really an incredible story. Like the Gemara tells the story. Shekhala Rabbi Eliezer, Nichnisu Rabbi Akiva v'chaber levakro. When Rabbi Eliezer became ill, so Rabbi Akiva and his other companions, colleagues, thank you. His colleagues came to visit Rabbi Eliezer because they didn't see the context of this story in just a little bit, and it's quite traumatic. So Rabbi Eliezer was like in his bed. He was very ill, deathly ill, about to die from his family. And he was like under his canopy. So he was in his bed under a canopy. And Rabbi Akiva and the other Rabbanim were outside, literally tracking me like in an antechamber. They were visiting him in an antechamber the whole way. But also Yom Erev Shabbos, and it was Erev Shabbos. It was Friday afternoon. So what happened? The Nichnas, Horkinos, Lachos, Tilo. So Horkinos, so this is Rabbi Eliezer's son. So Rabbi Eliezer's son, Horkinos. Interestingly enough, this was Rabbi Eliezer's son, Horkinos. He had a son who named after his father, Horkinos. Again, if you have time, we'll talk a little bit more about Rabbi Eliezer. Horkinos himself was a disciple of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. So what happened? So his son Horkinos went in to remove his tefillin. So again, remember, Rabbi Eliezer, the father, very ill. His son comes in Erev Shabbos to remove his father's tefillin. Shabbos is about to start. So Ga'ar Bo V'yatzav and Ezekiel. Rabbi Eliezer started yelling at his son. And literally again rebuked him and broken his left the room. Amr lahem l'chaveirav k'meduma ani shedayto sha'ava nitzrafah. So Horkinos sees that Rabbi Eliezer ostensibly to be back and Horkinos, his son says, here that my father is not going to properly understand. Like after chasing me out the room like this, after rebuking me, it would appear that my father is not going to properly understand. So what happens? Eliezer hears this, and he says, Daito v'taskim or so Rabbi Eliezer says, I'm fine, I'm not the problem, but rather my son Horkinos and his mother, my wife, who are the ones who are mentally not clear, lacking mental clarity. Why? My weekend is for skiva, but also in the Israel. But literally translated, how could it be that they are not careful with the Israel and they're worried about again my Torah. So in other words, what's happening here? Interestingly enough, so Rabbi Eliezer is going ahead and rebuking his son and his wife, in other words, Rabbi Eliezer's wife, were not properly preparing for Shabbos. So he felt that they were not properly prepared for Shabbos, and because they're not properly prepared for Shabbos, there's a real concern that Chas v'Shalom they come to Mechal Shabbos. So they're not worried about preparing for Shabbos, and instead they're focused on taking my Torah. So that's what says like this: you're wearing Torah on Shabbos. So worst case scenario, maybe it's in the issues Rabbi. But preparing on Shabbos, that could be a serious issue already. So take a look at Rashi. Rashi says this is the third short line. Adlokas haner v'hatmanas kamin. Ba'oskim b'davar she'ino ela iser shvos. V'maniach tefillin b'Shabbos in kan. V'maniach tefillin b'Shabbos in kan iser malacha. Tafil yetzer sh'rav v'haderach mavut. So apparently, what Rabbi Eliezer was upset about was he felt that his son and his wife had not properly prepared for Shabbos. So he felt he was focusing on all the wrong things. He was focusing on getting my tefillin on Shabbos. So what's the worst case scenario? Like, go ahead and wear tefillin on Shabbos. So what? Okay, at most it's Rabbanon. So better to go ahead and don't worry about this. Rabbanon, worry about preparing for Shabbos properly. So again, so what's the Shabbos? The Marshal says, you're right, they had to be really prepared for Shabbos. Why? Because they were caring for their father. Not because they were caring for their cancer. So and again, we'll see, is a strong personality, very strong personality. So the mice, again, he's rebuking his son. He's not probably praying for Shabbos. Kevin Shaddai to me, Shabbos Allah. And at this point in time, Rabbi realized that Rabbi Eliezer was of sound mind. Right? That he was fine. He was of sound mind, he was totally repent. When the other Rabbanim realized this, so they come into the Mevakar Chola. And they sit 4 amos away from Rabbi Eliezer. And listen now, what's happening? So now with the story begins to really take form. Look at Rashi. Rashi says, Berichot Arba Amos, with Nehemidui, Shedaflutum HaFocus, Kanosh Shalach Nega Mitzia. Once again, this is the famous story of Kanosh Shalach Nega. Kanosh Shalach Nega, once again, this was the famous fallout between Rabbi Eliezer and the rabbinic community. There was a big machlokas about, again, oven, right? When we had Kanosh Shalach Nega, an oven made up of multiple parts, and there was a nice big machlokas about the ritual status, Tumah and Tara. So again, the entire rabbinic community has to be one way. Rabbi Eliezer has to be a different goal. Rabbi Eliezer would not back down from his opinion. As a result, he was put in favor. He was excommunicated. He was put in favor. And what's interesting enough, the halacha is that when someone is in kingdom, you're not even allowed to come within Dalit 6 feet of them. So they're coming now to go ahead and do Mevakar Chola. Now, the truth is they're not going to come to Mevakar Chola. What they're really coming to do is they're coming to glean any additional Torah knowledge that they can from Rabbi Eliezer. But they have to keep a distance from him because at the end of the day, he's still excommunication. That's why they're not coming to his bedside. They're keeping a distance of Dalit Amos. Rabbi Eliezer, again, even on his deathbed, was not retracting his halakhic position. And therefore, again, they come a distance. Amar Lab, Rabbi Eliezer says to them, listen, there's so much just about this entire story and about Rabbi Eliezer himself. Sometimes in life, it's good to stand your ground, and it's good to keep your shittas in your opinions. But if the whole world is against you, again, chances are you have to do a self-check, and you may be wrong. Now, that's not always true. For example, the world is against us, obviously, like the world is against us, and yet again, we know that we do not back down from doing what we are. But within Israel itself, if you're on the island, and everyone else says one thing, right, and you're hoping something else, chances are, you're wrong. And chances are you have to have enough humility and enough inner sense to be able to understand that maybe it's the guy to revisit my shittas, my hashkafas, my halachas, my life stances. But Rabbi Eliezer would not back down. He would not back down. So what ends up happening? So the Gemara says, so Rabbi Eliezer says to Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Akiva said, and why did you guys come? Amar Lo, Lilmod Torah Bani. Rabbi, we came for the Torah. Don't you have to understand something? You've mentioned this many times. Once upon a time, Shosh Balpeh was Balpeh. Like your old tradition was Mamish Balpeh, which means that when a Rebbe died, what happened? Any Torah he had that he did not share went with him to the grave. Which is why so often in the Gemara you find that when a great sage is on his deathbed, his Talmidim are circling the bed because they're trying to just extract whatever last thing the Torah they have the ability to do. So now, Rabbi Eliezer was in favor, but he's about to die. So they're trying to get, so they come and they give us, Rabbi, we're here for the Torah. Give us whatever you can before you die. This is a careful Gemara. So why haven't you come into it? Where have you been this entire time? Why are you only coming now? Amrullah, they said to him, wow, you didn't have enough time. You got busy. I'm not supposed to listen to this. So let's back to them. I wonder about you guys if you will die a natural death. Whereas Rabbi Eliezer saw prophetically that these individuals, unfortunately, would meet a very bitter end. Again, Rabbi Akiva, again, and all these other Rabbanim were unfortunately killed by the Romans. So Rabbi Eliezer says prophetically, I see that unfortunately you're going to meet a very difficult end. I'm going to Rabbi Akiva, Shalimai. Rabbi Akiva specifically asks Rabbi Eliezer, Rebbe, what do you see about my future? Your end is even more difficult. Is even more difficult than anything else. There's a lot of emotion involved in this Gemara as well. Rabbi Eliezer ben Horton was feeling that he was, ostracized from the community, which he was. But again, because of his own decisions. What is going to do his own unwillingness to back down. But also, this exchange is so incredibly profound. Right? Rabbi Eliezer asking Rabbis, why haven't you come to me until now? And they said, we didn't have time. And Rabbi Eliezer says, I sort of tell you, if you live a life where you don't have time, he says, then I would be shocked if the only death you experience in this world, the way you read that phrase is, I would be shocked if you only die a regular death. What does anyone say? The people go through life, and we have plenty of opportunities. And how do we justify not taking life? The reason not taking life, there are some reasons. Not enough time. Every single time you lose out on an opportunity because you won't have enough time, that's a quasi-death. What is death? Death represents a certain finality. When a person dies, that's it. You fail to take advantage of your life opportunities. Listen, you know how this works. Often we don't take advantage of our life opportunities because we convince ourselves that I'll get to it later. But that's not how life works. Often when you don't take advantage of a life opportunity, that opportunity will happen. So there may be other opportunities down the road. But the ones you miss are the ones you miss, and more often than not, you cannot redeem them. So when Eliezer Brown is saying to the other Rabbanim, tell me you don't have time. The people who live a life where their common refrain is don't have time, just understand every time you don't have time and you pass up on a life opportunity, you're killing that opportunity. And not like the expression like I'm killing it, like the good killing it, right? Not like that one, right? But like you've lost out on that. And that's ultimately again that is a door that shuts, and once it shuts, you cannot be opened. So it's like this is probably one of the most important lessons. So many of us we go through life, and there's opportunities. Whether it's opportunities for tefillah b'tzipor, it's opportunities for learning, it's opportunities for kabrusa, it's opportunities for chesed, it's opportunities to build our shalom bayis. And what ends up happening? I'm too busy, I'm too tired, or I'm too this, or I'm too that. Just understand, every single time you pass up on a life opportunity because I quote unquote don't have time, that opportunity will just die right in front of you. And there's no tchias hamesim for life opportunities. There may be other ones, but once the opportunity dies, it's dead and gone to you forever. Overwhelming Gemara. So what happens? So you want to say now Rabbi Eliezer is about to die. Rabbi Eliezer himself is about to die. What does he do? Not all stays well also. So let's say this is a profound Gemara. Rabbi Eliezer takes his arms and literally almost like he crosses it against his chest. Amar, oy lachem shteis va'osai, shem kishteis sifrei Torah shenigdom. So woe to these arms that are like two sifrei Torah that are rolled up. So the image is very profound. He looked at his arms like the two columns of the same size, crossing it over his chest, and he's saying, woe to these sifrei Torah that are rolled. Now Rashi points out when a sifrei Torah is rolled, closed, you can't see the letters. What Rabbi Eliezer is lamenting, what he's really lamenting, is this idea of unactualized potential. I had all of this, right? I had this Sefer Torah. I had all of this in me, and yet my Sefer Torah remained closed. What's like, this is such an overwhelming idea that when a person leaves this world, sometimes the thing that seems to be the greatest thing, people say, I want to tell you something. You know this. When a person's on their deathbed, no one ever says, you know what? What about all the places I want to be? Like, oh, Cancun was waiting for me, and Paris was waiting for me. And there's no one ever on the deathbed laments the vacations they didn't take. No, I just don't think so. It's not thinking people don't do that. What do people lament on their deathbed? They lament the opportunity they had to actualize their potential and failed to do so. Because that potential goes with you to the grave. And that's what Rabbi is lamenting. These arms, this Sefer Torah was rolled up. What good is a rolled Sefer Torah? What good is a rolled Sefer Torah? What good is a rolled Sefer Torah? You could kiss it, you could hold it, you can't look at it because you can't see it. So Rabbi is referring to himself as that rolled Sefer Torah. So much unactualized potential. Harbe Torah, Lamarati, the Harbe Torah Limarati. I learned so much, and I taught so much. And I'll say, right? It's interesting, by the way. So how does that shtick? He just said that he's like a rolled Sefer Torah, which means he can't see the thing. But then he says, I learned so much, and I taught so much. Otherwise, the same thing is so profound. Yes, I did a lot of learning. I learned a lot of Torah, and I taught a lot of Torah. But I could have done so much more. I could have been so much more. And that is the greatest existential pain that a person could face when they are at the end of the journey of life. I could have done more. I could have been more. I could have learned more. I could have taught more. I could have accomplished so much more. He goes on, he says, I learned so much from my Rabbi. But the truth is, I didn't take more than them. They're like a dog takes when it's lapping water from the sea. Like the dog goes over to the river, it starts drinking water, and it doesn't drink water. So too, again, I learned from my Rabbi. I think it's so much more I could have learned. Like the dog drinking the water from the river. I drank, but there was still so much more to drink. Our days. Torah Limarati, V'lo Chesuni Tamida Ela Ki L'Kach Al B'Shvot Haaretz. I taught so much Torah, and my students didn't take anything more from me like a tooth from like an apple. In other words, it's the same idea that I took so much of my Rebbeim, it was like a drop in the ocean. I gave so much to my students, but it was just a drop in the ocean. V'lo old, not only that, Ela, so again, just so you think over here, like what's unfolding over here, the rest of the continuous lamenting an unfulfilled life, unless you think you didn't accomplish. It's like I learned a lot, I taught a lot, but I could have done so much more. My personalistic Sefer Torah is rolled up. You can't see the print, and I go to the grave with the pain of knowing that I could have been more, that my life could have been more. He goes on, he says, "Oh, Elashani Shona Shoshnas Halachos for the Harris Azon, below Haya Adam Shishani behind Davar Me'olam." Is the very word. I know 300 halachas with the Baharas Azon. What's Baharas Azon? So Baharas is a type of saras. Azon means right. So I realized what Chris was saying is, I even have very specific knowledge with a specific type of saras, and no one ever asked me about it. No one ever asked me about it. Hello, Ella Shani Shurish Loshmitos halachos, or really Shoshas Alafim halachos, the Nitias Kishuin, although Haya Azon Shalani Bahan Davar Me'olam. And I know 300 halachas, 3,000 halachas. When it comes to cucumbers, we'll see what that means in just a moment. And no one ever asked me anything except Rabbi Akiva. He called him Akiva Ben Yosef. No one ever asked me anything except Akiva Yosef. Come to just a second. What's the story of Rabbi Akiva? And Eliezer and Orthodox and cucumbers, listen to this. Ham Achos, and Ibu Mahachon Ayunagadara. So Rabbi Eliezer and Orthodox tells the story. So one time, Rabbi Akiva and I were walking on the road. Amrali, and Rabbi Akiva said to me, Rabbi, Lambini Benetios teach me about the halachos of sorcery when it comes to cucumbers. First white line, Amar Cucumber Echad. So the husband of said, I said one word, or it was a sorceric word. I said one word of Kishuf, the smaller color of the Kishuf. And the entire field filled with cucumbers. So we'll say it's pretty incredible. And then obviously, we'll talk about how exactly is it permitted that husband Orthodox is engaged in this Kishuf, is engaged in the sorcery. Again, we'll discuss that. I said one word, and the entire field filled with cucumbers. I'm going to be Rabbi Maratani Nitiyasa. Maratani Akiva. Rabbi taught me how to plant cucumbers with sorcery. Tell me how to harvest it. So Amarti Davar Echad Niskatu Kudu L'Machol Echad. I said one word, and Amrulo. So again, that just to understand, that's the whole point of this story, right? Because remember, in the Mishnah, Rabbi Akiva quoted in Leno Rabbi Yeshua about halachas cucumbers when it comes to sorcery. The Gemara was asking, Rabbi Akiva learned this from Rabbi Yeshua. It seems from the story that Rabbi Akiva actually learned this from Rabbi Eliezer. That's the whole point of the story. We'll go back to that in just a moment. So at this point in time, now the Gemara jumps back. The other rabbanim who are coming to this Rabbi Eliezer see that he's holding of sound mind. So therefore they want to use this opportunity to ask him a variety of questions. Amullah, it's Rabbi Eliezer. HaKador, v'ha'amos, v'ha'kamira, u'tzor ha'mardoyos, u'mishkoles kitana mahu. So they asked Rabbi Eliezer a question regarding Tum and Tara. So literally again a ball, or Rashi says over here, a weight, kamiyah is an amulet, sram, margolios, a pouch for gems, or a weight. So let's say these are all things Rashi points out over here that are made from leather and filled with something else. So the Gemara says, silence, they're asking me a Tum and Tara question. Again, I'm not going to give them the halachos of Tum and Tara. Fine. Minal shal gabia imus now. So then they ask, what is the halacha concerning the shoe that is still on its form? Let's say you have a shoe and the shoe is being fashioned, it's still on the form, it's not complete. What's its halacha regarding Tum and Tara? Amar kutar. Ultimately, again, it's tar. Why? Because it's not a completed food. That's what the husband worker has said. And the Gemara says, "V'yatsa nishmaso v'tara." The last word that Rabbi Eliezer said, the last word he said was tar, was pure. Those were the last words out of his mouth. Amar Rabbi Yeshua aragla v'amar chutra haneder, chutra haneder. Rabbi Yeshua stood up and he said that ultimately again we release Rabbi Eliezer from the excommunication. So they lifted the Rabbanim Assemble, lifted the excommunication from Rabbi Eliezer and Holiness after he passed away. Incredible. That's what he's Chutra Haneder, Chutra Haneder. So the Gemara says as follows. The Motzi Shabbos, now again, so those who working this died. And you also, incredibly enough, the last thing that he said when he died was tar. That was his last word. The Motzi Shabbos, Hagavah Rabbi Akiva, Min Keisari Lemut. I'm sorry, Rabbi Akiva. So let's say, now, this remember when this story happened. This whole story happened on Friday. Remember again, that's how the whole thing started. That his son Holiness came in to remove his tefillin because out of Shabbos. So the Levaya was on Motzi Shabbos. Rabbi Akiva apparently, according to this story, Rabbi Akiva must have left before Rabbi Eliezer died, and Rabbi Akiva therefore went into the funeral procession on Motzi Shabbos. And Rabbi Akiva accompanies the procession, from Caesarea to Lud. So literally, Rabbi Akiva was striking himself until he started to bleed. Tosis points out that here, Tosis says that this Rabbi wasn't lacerating himself over the death of Rabbi Eliezer, and what he was doing was he was mourning the loss of the Torah. Because the halacha is, you're not allowed to lacerate yourself over mourning for the dead. If he wasn't lacerating himself mourning the dead, rather again, he was just, he could not take the pain of all the Torah that was lost with the death of Rabbi Eliezer himself. So Amar, Avi Recha B'Yisrael Parashat. So ultimately, again, he said the pasuk that actually Elisha said about Eliyahu and Eliyahu Hanavi died. Right, he said to him, he said, Avi, my father, Recha B'Yisrael Parashat. Ultimately, again, chariot of Israel and its riders. Harbe Ma'os. So again, he referred, it's very beautiful, he referred to Eliezer as his father, and as a chariot, right? Just like the chariot, yes, the riders will teach me, Rabbi Eliezer was someone who was really powerful himself forward every step. As Rabbi Akiva says, Harbe Ma'os Yeshli, Ve'emi Shulchani Lahartsos. Ultimately, again, I have so much money, like I have all these coins, but I have no money change. I have no money change to show me how to properly utilize it. We'll say this is an incredible story. We'll say something Mishnah tells us. All of us in life, right? We need a Rebbe. All of us. And by the way, a Rebbe doesn't even have to be like a rabbi. A Rebbe just means in life we need someone, we all need someone who can help us with perspective. Because a lot of times I have all the stuff I need. I just don't know exactly how to arrange it in a way so as to maximize my personal success. Right? It's interesting that Yehuda is not saying, what is he saying? I have so much money, but I don't have a money changer. What does a money changer do? What does a money changer do? I guess this public money changer. You bring all of your clothes, right? And then what would the money changer say? Here's what you should do. Exchange this for this. Put this over here. Do this with this. The money changer will show you how to take everything that you have and maximize what you have for ultimate profit and ultimate results. 92% of this. I need Rabbi Eliezer, not because I need his knowledge. I have the knowledge. But he helps me take all of the knowledge and figure out how to best maximize it. Sometimes in life, our greatest challenge is not knowing how to utilize the druthers that we have. I have so much, but I need to figure out how do I optimize it. Like, it's really interesting, especially like, I find this a lot that we live in an age where it used to be you needed a Rebbe for information. Right? You need a Rebbe for information. I will say the truth is today, do you need a Rebbe for information? Not really, right? You could get the 8-minute doc, the 8-second doc, the 25-second doc, right? Half a doc, part of a doc, the whole doc, right? You can, like, you can get in any medium you want. You actually do not need a Rebbe for information. You don't. You get information however information. What a Rebbe does for us, for all of us, there's not one of us who doesn't need someone like this. And it doesn't be one of us, it's multiple people. It's like, get my information. How do I use it? How do I use it? How do I organize it? How do I set myself up in the right framework so I can be successful? And I feel that sometimes, like, this is one of the biggest challenges of our God, right? Because it's kind of like, there's like all the yogis, right? Right? Kids are Mishnah, kids are standing for dinner, and what happens? And they're doing that, and they're doing Mishnah, they're doing the kids, and they're like everything simultaneously. You guys are finding this thing, it's zero, right? But I'm going through my whole list of stuff. I got everything, because a lot of times, the mistakes we make in life is, we're absorbing all the information. Where do I put it? What do I do with it? Sometimes more is less. Sometimes less is more. Sometimes I should be focusing on certain things and not doing everything. Sometimes I should be doing everything and focusing. Right, base measures, home, chavrusa, all these things. And it's everything. Bias. I have all the coins. I have everything. But how do I arrange it? And then that's incredible. That's what Rabbi Akiva was commenting. I don't need Rabbi Eliezer than helping us for information. I have the information. How do I set myself up for success in life? That's what I need. I get before. It's amazing. And when Rabbi Akiva lost that, we lose the lesbian happiness. He's overwhelmed. Who is going to help me make Seder in my life? Who's going to help me create a vision and a way forward and a process and a framework? Who's going to help me with that? And you can see again, he's overwhelmed by this loss. It's incredible. So your mind goes like that. So by the way, full circle. What do you see from here? Rabbi Akiva didn't gain his cucumber knowledge from Rabbi Shimon. Who did he gain it from? Rabbi Eliezer. Rabbi Eliezer Gomra. I'm sorry, Rabbi Eliezer Gomra. To which the Gemara says, you're right. Rabbi Eliezer, below Sabra. Hadar Gomra Rabbi Yeshua, Va'asra Rabbi Judah. So this is interesting. Originally, he learned from Eliezer, or Rabbi Eliezer, I should say, but Allah Almighty didn't understand it. And then he learned it again from Rabbi Yeshua, and this time he understood it. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like that. Hey, Chila Ve'achi. Now, by the way, the Gemara says, whoa, can we hold up here for just a second? How exactly is Rabbi Eliezer allowed to go ahead and use sorcery to go ahead and make a field appear with cucumbers and then make them collectively? Isn't that Kisha? To which the Gemara says, right? So So ultimately, Hayat is. Isn't that an issue to engage in Kishov? To which the Gemara says, no, the Islamic Shaykh. We'll say sometimes again, especially someone like Rabbi Eliezer has to understand how things work in order to be able to pass it. Right? So therefore he had to learn it in order to understand it. I should say he had to learn it in order to be able to understand it in order to be able to pass it. Shaylos about it, Amar Mar, lo simod lasos. Torah tells us, do not learn in order to replicate or in order to mimic that which the nations of the world do. Lasos i'at halamad. So ultimately, again, you can't learn in order to go ahead and mimic that which the nations of the world do. About atalamid, the havin, the holos. So let's say, so ultimately, again, halacha l'maisa, a person is not allowed to learn sorcery or any other, for that matter, or anything else, in order to do it for themselves. But if a person needs to learn it in order to understand it, in order to teach it, that's where now again, be careful with what you do with this. Like, you know what? Listen, it's important to understand Arias. I don't mean the John meeting people, right? In other words, like, important to understand this, right? I need to understand some numbers. I should have to become proficient. No, calm down, right? What it means is like this: that somebody who needs to pass in halachas needs to understand the mechanics of things. Like you can't pass in if you don't understand it. So Rabbi Eliezer, who needed to pass in on different situations regarding Tishuk, needed to understand how it was working, and that's why he taught it to Rabbi Akiva, not for the purpose of going ahead and performing social justice. The point ultimately again of going ahead and understanding the dynamic of these things. Okay, what's that? I'll just point out something amazing. Actually, we'll say it for later. Hadron Allah, Aramisa, so we'll say Mazda. Mazda ends the parak, Shkaya. Like the Kaplan's first parak in Kass. Incredible. Well, Mirat Hashem, the first of many. The first of many. Let's nowadays. All right, so Michael, it's a short-lived celebration. Let's go. All right, it says that's how we do it. Right? Good. Now move on. Let's say Samech Chesed is supposed to. By the way, that's the greatest metaphor for life, right? Metaphor for life. You know, in the belt, when you go ahead and you accomplish something, you see this, right? Like you're in a Super Bowl. Like, oh, what are you going to do now? Right? And there's understanding. They're like, okay, now you have a break. Now you get this. In Yiddishkeit, when you go ahead and you have a dramatic accomplishment, what do? Next moment, move on, right? Give yourself a shkoyach, 5 seconds, appreciate the accomplishment, and then move on to whatever is next. What says here we go. Samech Chesed 60 AD. Ben Sorer Umora. So now this is our next parak. Very simple. So let's remember again, just kind of like a quick overview. Ben Sorer Umora is the rebellious son. So this is ultimately, you're going to remember, the child, he's not a child, he's an adult, a legal adult, who steals money from his parents in order to go ahead and purchase meat and wine. So this is a fascinating set of halachas, which we'll have to delve into a little bit. And it notices that Ben Sorer Umora is executed. Now, interestingly enough, at first glance, it doesn't really feel that the crime really is that severe that it should warrant execution. So what we'll see, of course, is that Ben Sorer Umora is really executed not as much for what he did, but for what we're concerned he's going to become. And he represents a profound threat to the community, and therefore Allah is to be executed before he can become it after it. But now again, it's just hashkatically problematic, doesn't seem to make all that much sense. We're going to delve into all of this. But often like happens with Allah, let's begin first with some of the mechanisms in place. So Ben Sorer Umora, they must say now, so Ben Sorer Umora, when can a child become Ben Sorer Umora, right? From what age? Mishiyavish Saras, the Atriyakim Sasson. So literally again, from the time that he drinks 2 hairs, which is the sign of physical maturation, Atriyakim Sasson, that literally counts until his beard spills out. It says, by the way, Akachton below Elyon, that's the metaphor. It doesn't mean that it's physical, but rather again it means physical maturation. Ella, right? So they didn't want to be explicit. That this refers ultimately again to two declares. Like they didn't want to be explicit like that. So therefore they said it in a little bit of in a nice way. Ben below Bas. Pasuk says, if a man will have a rebellious son, Bas Sorer Umora. right? There's no female equivalent, right? Furthermore, ben below ish. Furthermore, again, it's a ben and not a man. And again, we'll discuss exactly what that means as well. Ben below ish. Katan pater shelo balach lamitz. Katan is pater, right? Because ultimately, again, a katan has not yet come to the chiyuv of mitzvahs. Okay, so therefore, again, that's the introduction of so much. Just give us 1 second. Katan, we know in the katan. So from where do we know that a katan, that a child ultimately again is, after the child can't become a sorrow more. Get a tiny time out, shall which says, because a katan hasn't, to which the Gemara says, Yisu Heicha Ashkefan, the Anash Akasuk, the Hafi, the Hacha, the boy calling it. 1 second. It sounds as if the Gemara saying is not subject to halachos of sorrow more. But that's obvious. Why would you ever think that a katan is subject to the halachos of sorrow more? In general, a katan is always exempt from everything. So why would I need a specific passage to teach me that a katan is exempt? To which the Gemara says, Anan Hafizamina, this is what I need to say. Atu ben sorrow more achet on helag, Hashem sobon helag. So what says we're going to discuss about Sora Mora, why is he executed? He's not really executed for what he has done, right? Because if you think about it, we haven't gotten into it yet. What has been Sora Mora done? What has he done? He stole money. And he bought meat and he drank wine. Not good, right? Not good, but certainly not an executable offense, right? You can't say. So why is he executed? He's executed because we're concerned of what he's going to become. That's what we're concerned about. We're concerned that maybe that nice stuff, if he's exhibiting these types of behaviors as a child, we are concerned about the type of menace to society that he is going to become when he gets older. So the rest of the Kivan, the Al Sofonerag, Akilu Katanani, I'm at a budget since we kill him. But what he's going to become, maybe these halachos should apply, even if he's a katan. Right? Really, then Sora Mora is not as much about what he is, but rather about what he's going to become. So maybe we should execute even a katan for exhibiting this type of early stage of religious behavior. Kamash Malama. This teaches us that Allah Mesa, a katan is not held accountable for his actions. A katan is always being the then below ish. The old ben below ish katan mashma. So furthermore, again, I will say the halach Gemara says ben below ish. We're going to see the halach what this means is ben below ish means can't mean a katan because a katan in general is not held accountable. Amrav Yudamrav Damafra v'chiyam ish ben. As it says, if a man will go ahead and have a son, then has some of who becomes a ben Sora Morah, a ben who is just recently entered into manhood. So this is interesting, by the way. The Ben Sora Mora has to be an adult, but again, he's a recently bar mitzvah adult. In other words, he has to be a Ben, a somewhat for ish. He became an ish recently, but he's still a Ben. So he is a young ish who has just relatively recently entered into Jewish adulthood. Incredible. Let's just go a little bit nicer. So Tanya here, so also, so again, remember, all of this discussion about Zakar, about a beard, is a euphemism, not for stage, but rather again about physical maturity, or actually pubic maturity. So the Gemara says, okay, and so there's hair that literally surrounds the Torah. So the Gemara says, okay, so what's interesting about this, by the way, is a tremendous level of specificity regarding pubic hair, right? So again, the Gemara says it's not testicular hair, but rather again it's pubic hair that surrounds again members. Listen, I want to point out over here, right? So you will not get tested on this information, right? So as I said, I just want to point out something interesting. You want it to yourself, right? Really a lot of information. So just understand. This is very reminiscent of like the Gemaras that talked about execution. What in general, right? When it comes to a basic execution, so I'll say, what's the general approach? We don't want to do it. And therefore, again, we will make it as difficult as possible for a baby to execute someone. When you see this level of specificity regarding pubic hair, what's the takeaway message? Right? What's the takeaway message for this level of specificity? They don't want to do it. they don't want to do it. Right? So if you're getting into this, that now we're making chakiris and pubic hair. Right? We're making chakiris in this, right? You make chakiris. What that shows you is the system does not want to execute this kid. And therefore, again, we will essentially make it as procedurally difficult as possible before execution. That's the takeaway over here. So the Gemara says, "Amar Krista, Katan Shaolin Ein Beno Nasa Ben Soda Mora." By the way, if a Katan fathers a child, that offspring cannot become a Ben Soda Mora. How do you know this? Shemar Kia Leish Ben Velo LeBen Ben. So it's interesting enough because the pasuk says Kia Leish. Ish means what? An adult. If an adult fathers a child, that child can become a soul or mother. But at the end of the day, if a child fathers a child, a minor fathers a child, ultimately again, that child cannot become a ben solar or mora. To which the Gemara says, "Hi, you finally listen to the Gemara." 1 second, we need that phrase. But we name of Rabbi, we need what Rabbi in the name of Rabbi said to us. Imkim Rimakro Kia Ben Leish. Just said, if a man will have a child, or if a man, right, a man will be Leish. My Kia Leish Ben. Why does this phrase say if a man will have a child? Kia Leish Ben as opposed to Ben Ish. Shmani no the Chibrat Krista. Ultimately, we have to teach Salah Chabra Krista. But if a minor, if a child, right, the child fathers a child, then offspring can become a I ve'ima kulei v'hachi huda also. I have maybe the entire process comes to this halacha. In Kei Makra Ben Ish. They said it in the short form of Ben Ish. My Leish Ben. What does it come to teach us? Ish Ben. We can learn that both of these halachas. Right? Number one, halacha l'maisa that again, halacha l'maisa. Halacha l'maisa that it has to be a child. Right? Halacha l'maisa that halacha is certainly pubic hair. That's number one. And the other halacha that if a child fathers a child, that son also is not subject to the halacha is concerned. So we'll say, so we'll talk about it for today. I'll just say interesting. So I don't want to launch the whole Ben Sora more because in Meretz Hashem we'll see this on in future doctrine. And I just want to point out an interesting connection. Right? If you notice, Rabbi must have been important to this. What was he lamenting? When he was on his deathbed, what was he lamenting? He was lamenting the rolled Sefer Torah. Right? He was lamenting the fact that he had so much potential that remains unrealized. It's incredible because Ben Sora Mora is almost the opposite. Ben Sora Mora is we're nervous about the potential that will be realized. Like Ben Sora Mora, the philosophy is so-called. He is executed because of what he will become. So that's some more we're concerned about the potential he will realize. And that potential is negative and detrimental to the greater society. So that's very important. is lamenting unrealized potential, and then Sora Mora is executed realized potential. And then Sora Mora unrealized plans. Miscarriage as a much safer time. But then Sora choose to go and realize when you're trajectory to live a life and it will get. Good morning, Samech Ches 68. 60 Filson Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all the Shim and Drashos this Yonos Tavos for all of Am Yisrael. Rabbi should be Zosim with Hashem. It should be a week of Mel and Karen Ram in honor of Mordechai Ben Yisrael, the merit of our Talmud Torah and Shalom Hazan Aliyah, and the family in Kamo. Because we hope that this is a week in merit in which more of our hostages come home, our home and soldiers are successful before Maaseh Yedehem. We should just be Zoch and Merit Hashem to Brachos, Yeshuas, and the Chomas for all of Klal Yisrael. Well, with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Samech Ches 68. We are picking up in Merit Hashem actually at the top of Samech Ches 68. So the Gemara quotes the second. So remember, Rabbi Akiva mentions in the Mishnah, about the collection of kishun, collection of cucumbers or gourds. And Rabbi Akiva said in the Mishnah, Shnayim lokim kishun, echad lokim pater, ve'echad lokim chayiv. Sometimes someone could go ahead and collect cucumbers, right? Cucumbers on Shabbos. Sometimes a person could be chayiv, sometimes a person could be pater. That's like what does that mean? So if a person actually harvests the cucumbers, then he would be chayiv until Shabbos. But if he engages in an act of pollution, so then he would be pater. So now the Gemara is going to talk about that a little bit. So the Gemara says, Vaha, top of Samech Ches 68. Vaha. Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Yeshua, Kamela. Did Rabbi Akiva learn this? Rabbi Yeshua? No, about Tanya, this is really an incredible story. But the Gemara tells the story. Kishachala Rabbi Eliezer nichnesu Rabbi Akiva b'chaber levakra. When Rabbi Eliezer became ill, so Rabbi Akiva and his other companions, colleagues, thank you. His colleagues came to visit Rabbi Eliezer. It was quite traumatic. So Rabbi Eliezer was like in his bed. He was very ill, deathly ill, about to die for some time. And he was like under his canopy. We're outside. Literally trapped when he's like in an antechambers. They were were visiting with him in an antechamber, the hallway. But also Yom Erev Shabbos Hayah, and it Horkinos below Lachos Tfilof. So Horkinos. So this is Rabbi Eliezer. So Rabbi Eliezer's son Horkinos. Now, interestingly enough, this was Rabbi Eliezer ben Horkinos. If we have time to talk a little bit more about Rabbi Eliezer ben Horkinos, who himself was a disciple of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. Okay, so what happened? So he says that the father, very ill, son comes in at a Shabbos to remove his father's ephod. Rabbi Eliezer started yelling at his son, and literally again rebuked him and put him in left the room. So Horkinos sees Rabbi Horkinos, and Horkinos, the son, says, it would appear that my father is not in a proper mental state. Right after, not in a proper mental state. So what happens? Eliezer hears this. Rabbi Eliezer says, I'm fine, I'm not the problem. But rather, again, it's my son, Horkinos, and his mother, my wife, who are the ones who are mentally not clear, lacking mental clarity. Why? How could it be that they are not careful with an Isser Skila, and they're worried about, again, my tefillin. So in other words, what's happening here? So interestingly enough, so Rabbi Eliezer is going ahead and rebuking his son and his wife. In other words, he felt that they were not properly prepared for Shabbos, and because they're not properly prepared for Shabbos, there's a real concern. Instead, they're focused on thinking about Torah. So that's what things like this. Wearing tefillin on Shabbos. So worst case scenario, maybe you're dealing with an issue Rabbanon. But preparing to take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says, "Skila is the third short line. Hadlakas haner v'hatmanas cham tefillin b'Shabbos in time." So apparently, what Rabbi Eliezer was upset about was he felt that his son and his wife had not properly prepared for Shabbos. So he felt you're focusing on all the wrong things. You're focusing on getting my tefillin off Shabbos. So what's the worst case scenario? If I go ahead and I wear tefillin on Shabbos, so what? So what? Okay, I'm mostly to this Rabbanon. So better to go ahead and don't worry about this Rabbanon, worry about preparing for Shabbos properly. So I'll say, so again, so what was the shot? So the Marshal brings down, the Marshal says, you're right, they had delayed the preparing for Shabbos. Why? Because they were caring for their father. Not because they were caring for their cancer. So Eliezer, and again, Eliezer, we'll see, is a strong personality. Very strong personality. So the mice, again, he's rebuking his son. They're probably preparing for Shabbos. Kevan Shra Chachamim Shedai Tonu Shabbos Alav. So now at this point in time, Rabbi realized that Rabbi Eliezer was of sound mind. Right? That he was fine. He was of sound mind. He was totally with it. When the other Rabbanim realize this, so they come in to be Mavak and Chomer. The Yashul Lefanav, the Richot Dalet Amos. And they sit 4 amos away from Rabbi Eliezer. And I want to say now, what's happening here? So now the story begins to really take form. So look at Rashi. Rashi says, "Berichot arba amos, mipnei hanidui shebe'achlu b'machlokes tanur shalach noai ba'Messiah." We'll say remember again, this is the famous story of Tanur Shalach Noai. Tanur Shalach Noai, we'll say remember again, this was the famous fallout between Rabbi Eliezer and the rabbinic community. There was a big machlokes about, again, an oven, right? Literally a Tanur Shalach Noai, an oven made up of multiple parts, and there was a major machlokes about the ritual status, Tum and Tara. So again, the entire rabbinic community passed in one way, Rabbi Eliezer passed in a different way. Rabbi Eliezer would not back down from his opinion. As a result, he was put in Chayrim. He was excommunicated. He was put in Chayrim. There was an interesting halacha is that when someone is in Chayrim, you're not even allowed to come within Dalet Amos, 6 feet of them. So they're coming now to go ahead and be Mevakar Chola. Now, the truth is they're not going to come to be Mevakar Chola. What they're really coming to do is they're coming to glean any additional Torah knowledge that they can from Rabbi Eliezer. But they have to keep a distance from him because at the end of the day, he's still excommunication. That's why they're not coming to his bedside. They're keeping a distance of Dalet Amos. So Eliezer, again, even on his deathbed, was not retracting his halachic position. And therefore, again, they come a distance. Amar Lam, so Rabbi Eliezer says to them, there's so much just about this entire story and about Rabbi Eliezer himself. Sometimes in life, it's good to stand your ground, and it's good to keep your shittas and your opinions. But if the whole world is against you, right? Again, chances are you have to do a self-check, and you may be wrong. Now that's not always true. For example, the world is against us, obviously. Right, the Lord says, and yet again, we know that we do not back down from doing what we are. But within Klal Yisrael itself, if you're on the island and everyone else says one thing, right, and you're holding something else, chances are you're wrong. And chances are you have to have enough humility and enough inner sense to be able to understand that maybe it's good to revisit my shittas, my hashkafas, my halachas, my life standards. But Rabbi Eliezer would not back down. He would not back down. So what ends up happening? So the Gemara says, so Rabbi Eliezer says to Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Akiva's Chaver, and why did you guys come? Amar Lo, Lilmod Torah Bani. Rabbi, we came to learn Torah. What's the actual understand something? You've mentioned this many times. Once upon a time, Torah Shabbat was Balpat. Right? The old tradition was Mamish Balpat, which means that when a Rebbe died, what happened? Any Torah he had that he did not share went with him to the grave. Which is why so often in Gemara you find that when a great sage is on his deathbed, his Talmidim are circling the bed because they're trying to just extract whatever last minute Torah they have people to do. So now Rabbi Eliezer wasn't Chayrim, but he's about to die. So they're trying to get, so they come, Rabbi Kiva says, Rabbi, we're here to learn Torah. Give us whatever you can before you die. This is a terrible Gemara. So why haven't you come until now? Rabbi says, no, so where have you been this entire time? Why are you only coming now? Amrullah, they said to him, wow, we didn't have enough time. We got busy. I'm not supposed to listen to this. So Bilal says back to them, I wonder about you guys if you will die a natural death. Rabbi Eliezer saw prophetically that these individuals, unfortunately, would meet a very bitter end. Again, Rabbi Akiva, we know again, and all these other Rabbanim were unfortunately killed by the Romans. So Rabbi Eliezer says prophetically, I see that unfortunately you're going to meet a very difficult end. Amar Rabbi Akiva, Shalimahu. Rabbi Akiva specifically asks Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi, what do you see about my future? Amar Lo Shalcha Kashim Shalahu. Your end is even more difficult. Than anyone else. That was like, there's a lot of emotion involved in this Gemara as well. Rabbi Eliezer been working us feeling that he was, ostracized from the community, which he was. But again, because of his own decisions, his own unwillingness to back down. But I will say that this exchange is so incredibly profound. Right? You have Rabbi Eliezer asking Rabbanim, Chevra, why haven't you come to me until now? And they said, we didn't have time. And Rabbi Eliezer says, I just want to tell you, if you live a life where you don't have time, he says, Tamia and in Yamusu Nisas, then I would be shocked if the only death you experience in this world, you read that phrase, Tamiyani, I would be shocked in Yamusu Nisas Hatzina. It's the only people go through life, and we have plenty of opportunities. And how do we justify not taking our opportunities, not taking advantage of our opportunities? Not enough time. Every single time you lose out on an opportunity because you quote-unquote don't have enough time, that's a quasi-death. What is death? Death represents a certain finality. When a person dies, that's it. When you fail to take advantage of your life opportunities, also, you know how this works. Often we don't take advantage of our life opportunities. Why? Because we convince ourselves that what? I'll get to it later. But we know that's not how life works. Often when you don't take advantage of a life opportunity, that opportunity evaporates. Now there may be other opportunities down the road, but the ones you miss are the ones you miss, and more often than not, you cannot regain them. So Rabbi Eliezer perhaps is saying to the other Rabbanim, you tell me you don't have time. For people who live a life where their common refrain is, I don't have time, just understand every time you don't have time and you pass up on a life opportunity, you're killing that opportunity. And not like the intention, like, I'm killing it. Like the good killing it, right? Not like that one, right? But like, you've lost out on that. And that ultimately, again, that is a door that shuts. And once it shuts, you cannot reopen it. So I'll say, this is perhaps one of the most important and profound lessons. So many of us, we go through life, and there's opportunities. Whether it's opportunities for tefillah b'tzibur, it's opportunities for learning, it's opportunities for chavrusa, it's opportunities for chesed, it's opportunities to build our shalom bayis. And what ends up happening? I'm too busy, or I'm too tired, or I'm too this, or I'm too that. Just understand, every single time you pass up on a life opportunity because I quote unquote don't have time, that opportunity has just done right in front of you. And there's no tchias hamesim for life opportunities. Maybe other ones. But once the opportunity dies, it's dead and gone to you forever. Overwhelming Gemara. So what happens? So they will say, now Rabbi Eliezer is about to die. Rabbi Eliezer himself is about to die. What does he do? Yotel shteis ra'osav, v'niach ha'liva. So a little bit almost like he crosses it against his chest. Amar, oy lachem shteis ra'osayim, shen kishtei sifrei Torah shenegloru. Said, woe to these arms that are like two sifrei Torah that are rolled up. So as you see, the imagery is very profound. He looked at his arms like the two columns of the Sefer Torah. He's crossing it over his chest. And he's saying, woe to these sifrei Torah that are rolled. Now, Rashi points out when a Sefer Torah is rolled, closed, you can't see the letters. What is this idea of unactualized potential? I had all of this, right? I had this Sefer Torah. I had all of this in me, and yet my Sefer Torah remained closed. We'll say, this is such an overwhelming idea that when a person leaves this world, sometimes the thing that gives them the greatest amount of, say, I want to say something. You know this. When a person's on their deathbed, no one ever says, oh, you know what? What about all the places I wanted to vacation and I never got to? Like, oh, Cancun was waiting for me, and Paris was waiting for me. And no one ever on their deathbed laments the vacations they didn't take. No, at least I don't think so. At least not thinking people don't do that. What do people lament on their deathbed? They lament the opportunity they had to actualize their potential and failed to do so. Because that potential goes with me to the grave. And that's what Eliezer is lamenting. These arms, this Sefer Torah, was rolled up. What good is the rolled Sefer Torah? What good is the rolled Sefer Torah? What good is the rolled Sefer Torah? You can kiss it, you can hold it, you can't learn from it because you can't see anything. So Eliezer is referring to himself as that rolled Sefer Torah. So much unactualized potential. Harbe Torah. Lamarati, Baharbe Torah Limarati. I learned so much and I taught so much. I will say, it's interesting by the way. So how does that shtin? He just said that he's like a rolled Sefer Torah, which means you can't see the print. But then he says, I learned so much and I taught so much. But Eliezer was saying something so profound. Yes, I did a lot in life. I learned a lot of Torah and I taught a lot of Torah. But I could have done so much more. I could have been so much more. And that is the greatest existential truth that a person could face when they are at the end of the journey of life. I could have done more. I could have been more. I could have learned more. I could have taught more. I could have accomplished so much more. He goes on, he says, I learned so much from my rebellion, but the truth is, I didn't take more than like a dog takes when it's lapping water from the sea. Like a dog goes over to the river and starts drinking water, he doesn't diminish the water. So too, again, I learned from my rebellion, but there was so much more I could have learned. Like a dog drinking the water from the river. I drank, but there was still so much more to drink. Harbe Torah Limarati, V'lo Chesuni Tamida Ela Kimekachol B'Shvot Eretz. I taught so much Torah, but my students didn't take anything more from me from like a tube from like an apple seed. In other words, it's the same idea that I took so much from my Rebbeim, but it was like a drop in the ocean. I gave so much to my students, but it was just a drop in the ocean. Not only that, so again, just to understand what he's what's unfolding over here. Rabbi Leslie is lamenting an unfulfilled life unless you think he didn't accomplish. It's like I learned a lot, I taught a lot, but I could have done so much more. My personalistic Sefer Torah is rolled up. You can't see the print, and I go to the grave with the pain of knowing that I could have been more, that my life could have been more. He goes on, he says, is it furthermore? I know 300 halachos with the Baheres Azov. What's Baheres Azov? So Baheres is a type of tsaras. Azov means bright. So I realized we're not just saying this. I even have very specific knowledge with a specific type of tsaras, and no one ever asked me about it. Hello, Ella Shani Shlosh Minas Halachos. Or really, Shloshes Alotim Halachos, Benetias Kishuin, V'lo Haya Adam Shalani Bahem Davar Me'olam, Chutz Me'akiva Ben Yosef. And I know 300 halachos, 3,000 halachos. When it comes to cucumbers, a lot of halachos comes to cucumbers, we'll see that in just a moment, and no one ever asked me anything except Rabbi Akiva. We called him Akiva Ben Yosef. No one ever asked me anything except Akiva Yosef. Come to Jesus a second. Why? What's the story of Rabbi Akiva? And Eliezer and Orthodox and cucumbers, listen to this. Kam achos anivahu mahalchin ayinu b'derech. So Rabbi Eliezer and Orthodox tells this story. Says one time, Rabbi Akiva and I were walking on the road. Amrali, and Rabbi Akiva said to me, Rabbi, lamdeni v'netios kishur. Teach me about the halachos of sorcery when it comes to cucumbers. First white line, Amarti Davar Echad. So the husband Horkin said, I said one word, and it was a sort of Sarek word. I said one word of Kishuf, Nismala Kalasa the Kishur, and the entire field filled with cucumbers. So we'll say it's pretty incredible. We're going to obviously going to talk about how exactly is it permitted that the husband Horkin is engaged in the Kishuf, is engaged in the sorcery. Again, we'll discuss that. I said one word, and the entire field filled with cucumbers. Amali Rabbi Maratani Nityasan, the Maratani Akilasan. Rabbi taught me how to plant cucumbers with sorcery. Tell me how to harvest it. So Amarti Davar Echad Niskatu Kudim Amakom Echad. I said one word, and all of the cucumbers were piled in one area of the field. Incredible. Amrulo. So again, that just to understand, that's the whole point of this story, right? Because remember, in the Mishnah, Rabbi Akiva quoted in the name of Rabbi Yeshua about halachos of cucumbers when it comes to sorcery. The Gemara was asking, did Rabbi Akiva learn this from Rabbi Yeshua? It seems from the story that Rabbi Akiva actually learned this from Rabbi Eliezer. That's the whole point of the story. We'll go back to that in just a moment. So at this point in time, now the Gemara jumps back. The other Rabbanim who are coming to this Rabbi Eliezer see that he's holding of sound mind. So therefore they want to use this opportunity to ask him a variety of questions. Amrullah, it's Rabbi Eliezer. HaKajor, v'ha'amos, v'ha'kamiyah, u'tzor ha'margalios, u'mishkoles kitana mahu. So there goes this interesting enough. They asked Rabbi Eliezer and Horkinos a question regarding Tumah and Tara. So literally again a ball, or Rashi says over here, a weight, kamiyah is an amulet, tzra margobios, a pouch for gems, umishkola, or a weight. So I'll say these are all things Rashi points out that we hear that are made from leather and filled with something else. So the Gemara says, Shaila is what's the, they were asking Rabbi Eliezer a Tumah and Tara question. Again, Rabbi Eliezer Horkinos gives them the halachos of Tumah and Tara. Fine. Minal sha'al gabia imus mahu. So then they ask, what is the halacha concerning the shoe that is still on its form? In other words, let's say you have a shoe and the shoe is being fashioned, it's still on the form, it's not complete. What's its halacha regarding Tumah and Tara? Amar lahen hutar. Ultimately, again, it's tar. Why? Because it's not a completed kli. That's what the husband Horkinos said. And the Gemara says, "V'yatsa nishmasal v'tara." The last word that Rabbi Eliezer said, the last word he said was tar, was pure. Those were the last words out of his mouth. Rabbi Yeshua aragla v'amar chutra haneder, chutra haneder. Rabbi Yeshua stood up and he said that ultimately, again, we release Rabbi Eliezer from the excommunication. So we'll say, so they lifted, the Rabbanim assembled, lifted the excommunication from Rabbi Eliezer and Horkinos after he passed away. Incredible. That's what it means. Chutra haneder. So the Gemara says as follows. Lamasi Shabbos, now again, so the husband and Horkinos died. And you know, say, incredibly enough, the last thing that he said when he died was tar. That was his last word. So Lamasi Shabbos, Hagama Rabbi Akiva, Min Kisari Lemut. I'm sorry, Rabbi Akiva. So I'll say, so now, remember, when did this story happen? This whole story happened on Friday. Remember again, that's how the whole thing started. That his son Horkinos came in to remove his tefillin. It was Shabbos. So the Levaya was on Motzei Shabbos. Rabbi Akiva, apparently, it must be according to this story, Rabbi Akiva must have left before Rabbi Eliezer died, and Rabbi Akiva therefore runs into the funeral procession on Motzei Shabbos. And Rabbi Akiva accompanies the procession, from Caesarea to Lud. Hayamaka b'fsaro ad shedamu shos eis la'aretz. So literally, Rabbi Akiva was striking himself until he started to bleed. Tosis points out over here, Tosis says that this Rabbi Akiva wasn't lacerating himself over the death of Rabbi Eliezer. Instead, what he was doing was he was mourning the loss of Torah. Because the halacha is, you're not allowed to lacerate yourself over mourning for the dead. He wasn't lacerating himself mourning the dead. Rather, again, he could not take the pain of all the Torah that was lost with the death of Rabbi Eliezer himself. But Omar, Avi Recha Yisrael Parashav. So ultimately, again, he said the pasuk that actually Elisha said about Eliyahu and Eliyahu Hanavi died. Recha, right? He said to him, he said, Avi, my father. Recha Yisrael Parashav. Ultimately, again, chariot of Israel and its riders. Harbe Mo. So again, he referred. It's very beautiful. He referred to Eliezer as his father. and as a chariot, right? Just like the chariot gets the driver from location A to location B, Rabbi Eliezer was someone who was moving himself forward at every junction. Like Rabbi Akiva says, ultimately, again, I have so much money, right? I have all these coins, but I have no money changer. I have no money changer to show me how to properly utilize them. We'll say this is an incredible soul. We'll say sometimes, the Mishnah tells us, right, all of us in life, right, we need a Rabbi, all of us. And by the way, a Rabbi doesn't even have to be like a rabbi. A Rabbi just means in life, we need someone, we all need someone who can help us with perspective. Because a lot of times, I have all the stuff I need. I just don't know exactly how to arrange it in a way so as to maximize my personalistic success. Right? It's interesting that Akiva is not saying, if you notice, what does he say? He says, I have so much money, but I don't have a money changer. What does a money changer do? What does a money changer do? I guess this time with money changer, you bring all of your coins, right? And then what would the money changer saying? Here's what you should do. Exchange this for this. Put this over here. Do this with this. The money changer would show you how to take everything that you have and maximize what you have for ultimate profit and ultimate results. Now, the Akiva said like this, I need Rabbi Eliezer, not because I need his knowledge. I have the knowledge, but he helps me take all of the knowledge and figure out how to best maximize it. Sometimes in life, our greatest challenge is not knowing how to utilize the brachos that we have. I have so much, but I need to figure out how do I optimize it, right? Isn't it interesting? Especially I find this a lot, that you live in an age where it used to be you needed a Rebbe for information. Right? You need a Rebbe for information. And I'll say the truth is, today, do you need a Rebbe for information? Not really, right? You could get the 8-minute daf, the 8-second daf, the 25-second daf, right? Half a daf, part of a daf, a whole daf, right? You can, right? And you can get in any medium you want. You do not need a Rebbe for information. You don't. You get information however getting information. What a Rebbe does for us, for all of us, is not one of us who doesn't need someone like this. And it doesn't be one person, it can be multiple people. Is, okay, so I get my information. How do I use it? How do I use it? How do I organize it? How do I set myself up in the right framework so I could be successful? And I feel that sometimes, this is one of the biggest challenges of our God. Right? Because, it's interesting, there's all the yomis, right? It's cute. You see people like this stack. Right? Kids are Mishnah, and what happens? And they're doing daf, and they're doing the Mishnah, and they're doing the kids, and they're doing everything simultaneously. You can ask them 5 minutes later, what do you remember? The answer is 0. Right? But I'm going through my whole list of stuff. I got everything. Because a lot of times, the mistakes we make in life is, we're absorbing all the information. Where do I put it? What do I do with it? Sometimes more is less, sometimes less is more. Sometimes I should be focusing on certain things and not doing everything. Sometimes I should be doing everything and focusing. Right, base measures, home, chavrusa, all these things. And it's everything. Tzedakah, shalom, dayis. I have all the coins. I have everything. But how do I arrange it? And it's incredible. That's what Rabbi Akiva was lamenting. I don't need Rabbi Eliezer and goodness for information. I have the information. But what I do with it, how do I organize it? How do I set myself up for success in life? That's what I need my Rebbe for. It's amazing. And when Rabbi Akiva lost that, you lose your lesbian holiness. He's overwhelmed. Who's going to help me make Seder in my life? Who's going to help me create a vision and a way forward and a process and a framework? Who's going to help me with that? And you can see again, he's overwhelmed by this loss. It's incredible. So the Gemara goes back there. So by the way, full circle. What do you see from here? Rabbi Akiva didn't gain his cucumber knowledge from Rabbi Shimon. Who did he gain it from? Rabbi Eliezer. Rabbi Eliezer Gamra Gemara. Rabbi Eliezer Gamra. Which the Gemara says, you're right. Rabbi Eliezer below Safra. Hadar Gamra Rabbi Yeshua va'Azra Mihiro. So this is interesting, I'm saying. Originally he learned from Eliezer, or Rabbi Eliezer I should say, but Allah Almighty didn't understand it. And then he learned it again from Rabbi Yeshua, and this time he understood it. Incredible. So the Gemara goes right there. The Gemara goes right there. Hey, now everyone say, by the way, the Gemara says, whoa, can we hold up here for just a second? How exactly is Rabbi Eliezer allowed to go ahead and use sorcery to go ahead and make a field appear with cucumbers and then make them collectively? Isn't that kisha? To which the Gemara says, Vanan Tanan, Ha'osa Maisa Chayiv Le'Islamit. Right? Ha'osa Maisa Chayiv. So ultimately, how you is. Isn't that it? It's the right to engage in kisho? To which the Gemara says, no, the Islamic Shani. I will say, sometimes, again, especially someone like Rabbi Eliezer, has to understand how things work in order to be able to pass it. Right? So therefore, he had to learn it in order to understand it. I should say, he had to learn it in order to be able to, he had to understand it in order to be able to pass it. Shailos about it, Amar Mar, Los Silmod Lasos. Torah tells us, do not learn in order to replicate or in order to mimic that which the nations of the world do. Lasos i'atalamot. So ultimately, again, you can't learn in order to go ahead and mimic that which the nations of the world do. About atalamid lahavin ulaholos. So let's say, so ultimately, again, halacha lemaisa, a person is not allowed to learn sorcery or any other, for that matter, or anything else, in order to do it for themselves. But if a person needs to learn it in order to understand it, in order to teach it, that's where now again, be careful with what you do with this. Like, you know what? Listen, it's important to understand our ayahs. I don't mean the ground meat and the people, right? In other words, like, important to understand it, right? I need to understand. So now I should pick up the fishes. No, calm down, right? What it means is like this, that somebody who needs to pass through halachas needs to understand the mechanics of things. Like, you can't pass things if you don't understand it. So Rabbi Eliezer, who needed to pass on different situations regarding Kishuf, needed to understand how it was working. And that's why he taught it to Rabbi Akiva, not for the purpose of going ahead and performing sorcery, but for the point ultimately, again, of going ahead and understanding the dynamic of these things. Okay, what's that? I'll just point out something amazing. Actually, all right, we'll save it for later. Hadron Allah, Aramisa, so we'll say Mazda is the parak. Like for example, his first parak in Shas. Yes, Hashem, the first big man. Let's celebrate. All right, so Michael, it's a short-lived celebration. Let's go. Right, that's how we do it. Goes right, good, shkoyach, now move on. Let's say Samach Chesed is what's about it. That's the greatest metaphor for life, right? Metaphor for life. You know, in the Welt, when you go ahead and you accomplish something, you see this, right? Like you win a Super Bowl. Like, oh, what are you going to do now? Right? There's understanding. They're like, okay, now you have a break. Now you can this. When you go ahead and you have a dramatic accomplishment, what do? Next moment, move on, right? Give yourself a shkoyach, 5 seconds, appreciate the accomplishment, and then move on to whatever is next. So let's say, here we go. Samach Chesed 60 AB. Ben Sorer Umora. So now this is our next parak. So remember again, just kind of like a quick overview. Ben Sorer Umora is the rebellious son. So this is ultimately, again, remember, the child. He's not a child, he's an adult, a legal adult. Who steals money from his parents in order to go ahead and purchase meat and wine. So this is a fascinating set of halachas, which we'll have to delve into a little bit. And it's always says that Ben Sorer Umora is executed. Now, interestingly enough, at first glance, it doesn't really feel that the crime really is that severe that it should warrant execution. So what we'll see, of course, is that a Ben Sorer Umora is really executed, not as much for what he did, but for what we're concerned he's going to become. And he represents a profound threat to the community, and therefore Allah to be executed before he can become an actual threat. Now again, which is hashkatically problematic, doesn't seem to make all that much sense. We're going to delve into all of this. But often like happens with halacha, let's begin first with some of the mechanistic details. So Ben Sorer Umora, Ne'emos and Asa Ben Sorer Umora. When could a child become Ben Sorer Umora, right? From what age? Mishiyavish Te Saras, the Achiyakiv Zakon. So literally, again, from the time that he brings 2 hairs, which is the sign of physical maturation, Achiyakiv Hazakon. Now, that literally sounds like until his beard fills out. Like the Moshe just says, by the way, Atachton Oloa Elyo is such a metaphor. Right? It doesn't mean his face beard, but rather, again, it means physical maturation. Right? The Gemara says, Ella, Shedibru Chacham B'Lashon Nekiya. Chazal spoke in a cleaner way, right? So they didn't want to be explicit. That this refers ultimately again to pubic hairs. Like they didn't want to be explicit like that. So therefore they said it in a little bit of in a nicer way. Shneimar Kiya Leish Ben V'Lo Bas. The pasuk says, "And a man will have a rebellious son. First of all, it's a son and not a daughter." Interestingly enough, there's no Bas Sorer Umora, right? There's no female equivalent, right? Furthermore, Ben V'Lo Ish. Furthermore, again, it's a ben and not a man. And again, we'll discuss exactly what that means as well, ben v'lo ish. Katan, pater shalabam b'tlam mitzvahs. And the katan is pater, right? Because ultimately, again, a katan has not yet come to the chiyuv of mitzvahs. Okay? So therefore, that's the introduction of the summer. Just give us 1 second. Katan, you know in the pater. So from where do you know that a katan, that a child ultimately, again, is pater? The child can't become a because a katan hasn't yet come to the responsibility of mitzvahs, and therefore again a katan is going to be pater. For which the Gemara says, "Yisu heicha ashkechan the anash hakasov the havi dacha b'boy kalim." 1 second. It sounds like what the Gemara is saying over here is the Gemara needs an explicit teaching to teach you that a katan is not subject to halachos ben sorah mora, but that's obvious. Why would we ever think that a katan is subject to the halachos of ben sorah mora? In general, a katan is always exempt from everything. So why would I need a specific pasuk to teach me that a katan is exempt? To which the Gemara says, "Anan hakikamina." This is what I need to say. Atu ben sorah mora avchet on neherad, Hashem sovo neherad. So it says we're going to discuss a ben sorah mora. Why is he executed? He's not really executed for what he has done, right? Because if you think about it, remember, we haven't gotten into it yet. But what has ben sorah mora done? What has he done? He stole money. And he bought meat and he drank wine. Not good. Like not good, but certainly not an executable offense, right? You can't say, so why is he executed? He's executed because we're concerned of what he's going to become. That's what we're concerned about. We're concerned that maybe that Lamaisa, if he's exhibiting these type of behaviors as a child, we are concerned about the type of menace to society that he is going to become when he gets older. So the Gemara says, "Kivan ka'al savonerad afilu katanami." And matter of fact, that since we kill him for what he's going to become, maybe these halachos should apply even if he's a katan. Right? Really, ben sorah mora is not as much about what he is, but rather about what he's going to become. So maybe we should execute even a katan for exhibiting this type of early stage of religious behavior. Kamash Malando. Kamash the Mishnah teaches us that a katan is not held accountable for his actions, and a katan is always going to be pater. Ba'od ben v'lo ish. Ba'od ben v'lo ish katan mashma. So furthermore, again, it was like the halacha. The Gemara says ben v'lo ish. We're going to see the halacha. What this means is ben v'lo ish means can't mean a katan, because a katan in general is not held accountable. Amrav Damrakra v'chiyah leish ben. Because it says if a man will go ahead and have a son, then hasambo v'ulaso shalish, who becomes a ben sorah mora, a ben who is just recently entered into manhood. So this is interesting, by the way, that a ben sorah mora has to be an adult, but again, he's a recently bar mitzvah adult. He has to be a ben hasambo ish. He became an ish recently, but he's still a ben. So he is a young ish who has just relatively recently entered into Jewish adulthood. Incredible. Let's just go a little bit weiter. So Tony Rabbi Chia, so once I so again, remember, all of this discussion about zakah, about a beard, is a euphemism, not for his face beard, but rather again about physical maturity, or I should say pubic maturity. So the Gemara says, okay, until there's hair that literally surrounds the atara. So the Gemara says, okay, so what's interesting about this, by the way, is a tremendous level of specificity regarding pubic hair, right? So again, Gemara says it's not testicular hair, but rather again it's pubic hair that surrounds again the male members. So listen, I wanted to point out right? So we will not get tested on this information, right? So as I said, I just want to point out something interesting. You wonder to yourself, right? Really, there's a lot of information. So I say, so just understand. This is very reminiscent of like the Gemaras that talked about execution. What in general, right? When it comes to a basic executing people, so I'll say, what's the general approach? General approach, we don't want to do it. And therefore, again, we will make it as difficult as possible for a Bezdin to execute someone. When you see this level of specificity regarding pubic hair, what's the takeaway message? It's a message for everything, right? What's the takeaway message for this level of specificity? They don't want to do it. So if you're getting into this, that now we're making hakiris and pubic hair. I know we're right. We're making hakiris in this, right? We make hakiris. What that shows you is the system does not want to execute this kid. And therefore, again, we will essentially make it as procedurally difficult as possible before execution. That's the takeaway of the year. So the Gemara says, "Amar Avista, Katan Shaolit Ein Beno Nasa Beisora Mora." By the way, if a Katan fathers a child, that offspring cannot become a Ben Sorer Mora. How do you know this? Shnehmar Kia Leish Ben below the Ben. So it's interesting enough because the pasuk says Kia Leish. Ish means what? An adult. If an adult fathers a child, that child can become a Sorer Mora. But at the end of the day, if a child fathers a child, a minor fathers a child, ultimately again, that child cannot become a Ben Sorer Mora. Which the Gemara says, "Hi, we finally one second, we need that phrase. Rabbi the name of Rabbi. The name of what Rabbi the name of Rabbi said to us. In King Rimacro, here Ben Leish. Pasuk could have just said, if a man will have a child, or if a man, right, if a Ben will lead to an ish. My Kia Leish Ben. Why does this phrase as if a man will have a child? Kia Leish Ben as opposed to Ben Ish. Shmami no, the Sidrat Kista. Ultimately, I teach Salach Abraham Kista that if a minor, if a child, right, quote unquote, the child's father's a child, then offspring can become Ben Sorer Mora. I ve'ema kulei lahachi udasa. I have a saying the entire pasuk comes to teach us this halacha. Imke nemakra Ben Ish. Could have said it in a shortened form of Ben Ish. My Leish Ben. Ultimately, again, what does it come to teach us? Ish Ben. Ultimately, again, what the Gemara says, Tarti. We can learn out both of these halachas. Right? Number one, halacha l'maisa, that again, halacha l'maisa. Halacha l'maisa, that it has to be a child. Right? Halacha l'maisa, about halachas concerning the pubic hair. That's number one. And the other halacha, that if a child fathers a child, that son also is not subject to the halachas concerning Ben Sorer. So we'll say, so we're going to stop over for today. I'll just say interesting. So I don't want to launch into the whole Ben Sorer Mora thing because in Eretz Hashem we'll see this on in future dapping. But I just want to point out an interesting connection over here, right? If you notice, Rabbi Elazar ben Horkinos, what was he lamenting? When he was on his deathbed, what was he lamenting? He was lamenting the rolled Sefer Torah, right? He was lamenting the fact that he had so much to give, so much potential that remained unrealized. And it's incredible because Ben Sorer Mora is almost like the opposite of that. Ben Sorer Mora is, we're nervous about the potential that will be realized. Like Ben Sorer Mora, the Lashon of the Gemara is Nidal Hashem Sofa. He is executed because of what he will become. So Ben Sorer Mora, we're concerned about the potential he will realize. And that potential is negative and detrimental to the greater society. So Elazar ben Horkinos is lamenting unrealized potential, and then Sorer Mora is executed because of potentially realized potential. It's incredible how much his daf is focused on potential, negative potential, positive potential. Ben Sorer Mora, negative potential. Rabbi Elazar ben Horkinos lamenting positive, unrealized positive potential. And incredible, you saw this tied into the end of Shabbos. Right, how did we get in Shabbos? What did we speak about as we took a look? Right, Loyem Meshakelo. Right, about the greatest fear in life of miscarrying the potential. The greatest fear in life of leaving this world as a rolled up Sefer Torah. Each of us possesses so much incredible potential. Elazar ben Horkinos. Each of us is that rolled up Sefer Torah. Even Ben Sorer Mora. Ben Sorer Mora, we're going to see he can change his ways. He can choose to go and realize his potential in dramatically different ways. But Because the goal ultimately, again, is to make sure you see when you corrupt your potential enough, you put yourself on a certain negative trajectory. And you have to be so careful on one not to corrupt our potential and not to live a life of unrealized. So we'll stop over here for today. A lot more to say in stopping, but I meant to go get ahead of ourselves and push back, everyone.
IBC, I'm sure you just, or whatever. Yeah. No, I have no idea.
We have no idea who that is. Okay.
I just recently figured out that it's an app that you can download. Like, I'm 47 going on 75. Yeah, no idea.
We're with you. I mean, we used to always say, like, we're so much like Sean. Like, when he was, like, he was accusing Kalila and Bobby Lee of, like, hacker shit or whatever. And she was like, do you know how Reddit works? He's like, no. That's how I've been on for a long time. Still kind of like this.
I got a lot of things on my head. This is another thing we were talking about.
The Patreon, he answered like potentially Bible answers on Patreon about the CBD laws. Like, not assume that people can take that and put it on Reddit, or that even worse, every single Patreon subscriber is just a Redditor.
I mean, there is no deeper pain than being an attorney for Brendan Schaub, I'd imagine. It's got to be like, oh, why? No, stop! We actually, speaking of attorneys, I think this is funny. When Mark was on, he had his attorney call in the show, and he was just live on the air for a while. And Mark was like, is it okay to talk about the thing? And this attorney's like, yeah, it's fine. He had some sort of comical, like, TV character, like Bob Blah Blah. His name was Rob Keppel. We're like, all right, sure, he's an attorney. It was ridiculous. And then he was like, yeah, he's a great attorney. We went to college together, and we did Roy's. We're like, all right, buddy.
All right, Kolosai, good morning. Let us begin. Baruch Hashem, a great Sukkos. To be able to learn Daf Yomi tonight in our Kodesh. Thank our sponsors for this morning's Daf. Thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, ROTHSCHILD. Hey, it's also Mishpach Habaris for dedicating all the Shumer Drushers this year. And we're supposed to continue to sow those Tovos for us. I'm about to be able to see. I was thinking about this a little bit as preparing the Daf. One of the speakers that has just kind of reverberated through my mind. Were it not that your Torah gave me the light, I would have perished in myself. We're just so overwhelmed by everything that we see unfolding right in front of us. So overwhelmed by all the circumstances, heartbreaking, difficult circumstances. The loss of the deepest children, the fact that the body identified wasn't true because overwhelming circumstances. For a person to lose themselves in the abyss. The incredible thing is that the Rebbe gave us a Torah. And that Torah is what keeps us tethered. That Torah is what keeps us connected. That Torah is what allows us from falling off, prevents us from falling off the side of this year's validity of nationalistic. It's the Torah that keeps us tethered to a sense of optimism, to a sense of hope. It's the Torah that keeps us tethered to the Rebbe Shalom. The Torah, who they said us. David HaMelech said, he suffered so much in his life. He said, Rebbe Shalom, were it not for your Torah as Abadati Ta'ani, I would have been lost in my pain. Those words resonate with such profundity for us. Were it not for San Hedi, were it not for the Daf, were it not for Torah, Rebbe Shalom, you too would have been lost in the abyss. Thank you so very much. This story is just not this Daf. This Daf, it's like a little bit of like a sleeping palm. For the next couple of minutes, when we get to learn Torah together, it's almost as if we could leave everything else on the side. And all we could just do is just immerse ourselves in the Yam Shel Torah, immerse ourselves in the sea of Torah, and immerse Hashem allow its beautiful and holy waters to soothe our soul. So with that, let us begin. Today's Daf is Son of Bob. Yes.
Each episode's like 3 hours long. They research every
So share is dedicated by Nell and Karen Ram, Le'ilui Nishmas, Mordecai babies, Mir Hashem, and Hashem Shad and Aliyah, family. All right, so let's begin. A lot to do today. Today's daf is some really exciting daf ahead of us. So we left off on some of the days, and I want to publicly announce Abi Tobias, who donated these. It might not look like much to you, right? It might not look like much to you, right? I want to make sure the people on the camera is able to see it also. It's a sticker. Apparently, Abi got that up because we spending time every single morning trying to figure out where we're up to. So I guess we don't have these in Baltimore. So apparently in New Jersey, it's incredible. They stick and they stay and they're able to show you. Now as a result, I don't spend 14 minutes every single morning trying to figure out where we are. Only 4 minutes. When I moved this sticker from yesterday's shir to this morning's shir. So we are picking up. So really, a shkayach to the Tobias Mishpacha on dedicating Post-its, retail value 99 cents. But again, but tremendous shkayach going to save us a lot of time. So again, we are picking up in Yiras Hashem Rava, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 lines up from the bottom. So we'll say, so the Gemara says as follows. Amar Rava. We'll say this is an incredible Gemara. 9 lines up from the bottom, 65 piece on the cannabis. Amar Rava. E-O Sadiki Boru Alma. Let's see how incredible is this. So Rava says, if Sadiqim wanted to, they could create an entire world. Sadiqim are so powerful that if they want to do, they could create. Shnei Amar, Kiabonosechem Hayu Mabdilim. So this statement, if you take a look at Rashi says over here, Rashi says, first white line, Bifot Sadiki, Leos Nikim Nikal Abon. It's set now. So here, this is Rabbi says is like this: if Sadiqim wanted to, they could create an entire world. But how could Sadiqim create an entire world? Because Tzaddikim have the ability to cleanse themselves from sin. And once he cleanses himself from sin, then there is no telling what he is able to accomplish. And that's it's interesting. So if Tzaddikim wanted to create a world, they could do so. So what is he here? So it's two things you see here. Number one, what is the definition of a tzaddik? Like we speak about this a lot. What's the definition of a tzaddik? So by the way, what's not the definition of a tzaddik? What's not the definition? I know that's a very open question. Right? What was that? A Russia, excellent. Well done. I will say, by the way, after operating on consistent nights of very little sleep, I've set the bar very low. So really, like pretty much whatever you throw out is going to be fantastic. Russia, fantastic. A Navi, right? A Navi. Tzaddik, beautiful. So we'll say, okay, also, all correct. What you also begin to see, all excellent answers, but not the one I was looking for. And so what I was going to say is, someone learns a lot of Torah. What do I mean by that? One of the interesting things that we see is that anyone can learn Torah. Right? Learning Torah doesn't make you a tzaddik. What learning Torah does is opens up your neshama to all kinds of possibilities. You know what the definition of a tzaddik was? Like the Shlomo said before, not a Russia. True, that's kind of like our baseline. Like Menachem said before, tzaddik is someone who helps others, doesn't just think about himself. And we all are tzaddik. And I think what we also begin to see is someone who realizes that he has the ability to change. But as we spoke about in yesterday's daf, reality or cognition is never enough. Action. A tzaddik is someone who understands that he has the ability to be a balshul. That's it. Because being a balshul means that I recognize I don't have to be the same person. I don't have to remain the same person. One of the most incredible things about Yaakov, the most incredible thing about yourself, is you begin to realize you don't have to remain the same. Change. Whatever change you want to affect in yourself, whatever change you want to affect in your life, do it. So that's what Rabbi is saying. Rabbi is saying Tzaddikim have the ability to become Baalei Tshuva. And because they have the ability to be Baalei Tshuva, therefore what? Ibo Tzaddikim Bare Alma. It will say, once you realize that you have the ability to change, what does that show you? That you have the ability to create worlds. Change is the greatest gift. because change says I can create and recreate as many times as necessary. I don't have to live in the same world. I don't have to be the same person. My life doesn't just have to continue consistently on and going forward in the same trajectory. If I want tzaddikim, definition of a tzaddik is about tshuva, and Rabbi says tzaddikim realize that they have the ability to create world. And we'll say each of us, if we choose to tap into the power of tshuva, we become tzaddikim, and if we become tzaddikim, we have the ability to create and recreate worlds. Is that not the most incredible thing you've ever heard? I know you might be thinking to yourself, I'm too tired to lift my hand, right? Let alone create a world. Understand? Deep breath. Whatever you have to do to tap into something, because this is gold. Rabbi says tzaddikim. Tzaddikim means, like Rashi says, Bali Shuvah, have the ability to create and recreate worlds. That's the power of the consistently create and recreate. Gemara goes right there. Rabbi, this is great. Rabbi Baragavra. Rabbi actually created someone. Rabbi created a person. These are by the way, I want to point out the stories of the Golem that we select. Those stories don't start with the Maharal. You have stories in the Gemara of people, right? So Rabbi literally Baragavra. He created a person. Look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, right? Baragavra. So literally, again, what I said is a Sefer Yetzirah, which is a book that contains a Sefer that contains all the secrets of creation. And Rabbi literally went ahead and he created a person. What happened? He sent the guy to Rabbi Zera. So Rabbi Zera started talking with this person. But ultimately, again, apparently, the person that Rabbi created wasn't responding. He wasn't engaging in a conversation. So Rabbi Zera apparently wasn't happy with him. He said, Rashi says, right? You are someone, right? You are someone who's been created by someone else, right? Get out of here, right? No, go back to your dust. Go back to your dust. So they'll say, what's the shot in this? Why did Rabbi Zera go ahead and send this guy back to the dust? Because remember, again, this creation was unable to interact with Rabbi Zera. Let's say, if you can't interact with other people, if you don't know how to say a shalom aleichem, if you don't know how to give avas chilum, if you don't know how to give a word of visit, go back to the dust. The world doesn't need you. Klal Yisrael doesn't need you if you don't know how to interact and how to be there with the other. Incredible. Listen to this. Rabbi Chanina of Raboshia, Haviyasi Kamal Shabsa, was an Erev Shabbos Gemara. An Erev Shabbos Gemara. How ridiculous is this? 7.5 year cycle. 7.5 year cycle. Granted, it's yesterday's stuff, but don't get caught up in the details. Right? Listen to this. So these two Rabbi Chanina and Raboshia were sitting on Erev Shabbos. Va'aski the Sefer Yetzirah. And they were learning Sefer Yetzirah. This is what we're doing during Talmud. I just want to point out earlier, right? It's going to get a little bit later on, right? All of Erev Shabbos, they were learning Sefer Yetzirah. And what did they do? They created for themselves. People say Igla Tilsa. Always going to close this with Igla Tilsa means. Doesn't mean a third born calf, or doesn't mean a calf that has reached 1/3 of its maturity. Either way, it's supposed to represent the best meat, like the most tender meat. So they created an Igla Tilsa from the Sefer Yetzirah, and they ate it. So what's the point of this, Gemara? What's the point of this? The point is, again, is to show the creative power of tzaddikim. Tzaddikim have the ability to create. But again, I've also come full circle. What's the definition of a tzaddik? A tzaddik is somebody who recognizes that he has the ability to recreate himself. If you realize that you have the ability to be about tshuva, to create yourself, to recreate yourself, then there is no telling what you can accomplish in this world. Because the most incredible yisod in life is that you can create and recreate yourself as many times as necessary. And that is the hallmark of a tzaddik. Tzaddik recognizes the creative powers he possesses and utilizes that to create and recreate themselves as many times as necessary. Let's go right there. So the Gemara says, so the Gemara says ma'onim. So back to so what's a ma'onim? Rabbi Shimon Omer, Zehamavir Shiba Mine Zokar Ala Ayin. That's interesting. So this is someone who takes seed from 7 different types of animals and puts it on his eyes. Somehow again, you thought opening your eyes in the Dead Sea was a problem, right? I'm just saying, right? So Lamaisa again puts on his eyes, and apparently that allows him to be able to see things. The Chum say, Zaochi is Hainai. No, this is someone who engages in deception, right? Like what's the word? Like an illusionist, like a magician, right? Someone who goes ahead and deceives people by making them think that he's engaging in some type of sorcery. Rabbi Kiva says, in the shows. So let's listen to this. This is available. Rabbi Kiva says, who is the Ma'onim? Ma'onim is someone who believes in auspicious times. Now, what does that mean? Va'omer, Hayom Yofa Lotes. Today is a good day to embark on a journey. Tomorrow is a good day for purchases. Limude Arde Shidiyas Chitun Yafos. Or someone who says, oh, Erev, Shemitah, that's when the wheat is best. Ekure Kitnios Miyos Raos. So again, what's the pshat? What does that to say? A ma'onin is someone who feels that certain times are auspicious for different things. So I don't know, why does that sound so bad? So it's like, what's the about in life? Don't wait for the perfect moment, but make the present moment perfect. See, the ma'onin is someone who believes you gotta wait for the right time in order to be able to go ahead and accomplish. You know, so there are people like this. So there are people who have the most incredible dreams, goals, and aspirations. What are they waiting for? They're waiting just for the right moment. And when's the right moment? I don't know when, but it's certainly not now. Right? It may be tomorrow, but tomorrow's cloudy, so probably not tomorrow. Right? Sunday sounds good, but Sunday have that thing. I'm pretty sure the right moment is going to come sometime in the next decade. Oh, and when that right moment comes, that's when I'm going to pounce on it. Right? When that right moment comes, that's when I'm going to make the magic happen. Rabbi Akiva says, you know what we call that? We call that a ma'onin. That's the Isra D'Oraisa. It's the Isra D'Oraisa like to wait for the right moment. People who wait for the right moment in life to make things happen. You know what they become excellent in? They become proficient in? You know what? In waiting. They become professional waiters. Just understand, right? Right? They become professional waiters. That's what they do. Spend an entire life waiting to make things happen. Rabbi Akiva says that's called sorcery. That's called ma'onim. Don't wait for the perfect moment. Make the present moment perfect. You must turn up on Menachich. What's Menachich? So we'll say, Menachich is a person who believes like in omens. Right? The person says, oh, my bread fell out of my mouth. That's a bad omen. My staff fell out of my hand. My son caught me from behind. These are things that people think like are bad omens. Oriv Korilo, the raven calls out to me. Svi hefsiko baderech, a deer ran right in front of me. Nachash miyamino b'shuol mismolo. There's a snake on my right and a fox on my left. Now that one may be legitimate, right? If you do have that right? But Lamais again, these are all things that people omenize. Yes, you heard. Right? They omenize. Right? An iguana. Yeah, Yosef and I were at a chuppah together. My first chuppah, life is focused first. I'm about to start a chuppah, and an iguana falls out of a tree right by the chuppah. I'm like, this can't be good. Right? Okay, good. Anyway, right, but it was a new thing. The whole time, I've never had to watch my back for iguanas, but now I'm literally happy. Okay, the Gemara goes weiter. You can speak to Yosef for the rest of the story. But, all right, so Gemara says as follows. Right, show me a swallow. Top of something else. 66a. Al taskil b. Or I will say, a person when they're collecting taxes, a person says to the tax collector, "Don't start from me." Right? Shachresu, Dosh Chodeshu, Matzeh Shabbesu. Or you know what? Again, I don't want to do certain things first thing in the morning. Right? Actually points out over here, paying your debts. You know what? Again, these are all people omenizing things. I tell a tax collector, "Oh, it's not a good sin to start with me." Or I don't want to start off the day by paying my debts. Or again, it's Dosh Chodesh. I don't want to start the new month. Or I don't want to start the new week Again, a person humanizes all of these things. We don't believe in that. We don't believe in that. We'll say again, halacha l'maisa, the time to accomplish is now. The time to take care of your debts is now. The time to take care of your responsibilities is now. Tanabana, lo sinakashu, v'lo san. And if you don't, ila menachashim, the chulda, v'opos, u'b'dagim. It's first the people who engage in all types of sorcery and divination, ultimately again, with weasels, with birds, and with fish. Okay, they hominize all these different things. Good. The Lord saying Mishnah. Hamechelas haShabbos, v'davar shechayaven al zadon karis al sheyugas ochatos. So we'll say in general, when a person violates Shabbos, so again, halacha l'maisa, if a person goes ahead and violates Shabbos, so it's something that they went ahead. So again, if you would be chayiv karis, if you were to do so without hasra, then halacha l'maisa you'd be chayiv skiba, if there was proper meaning for this as well. And again, accidental commission of an avera, ultimately will be chayav achatos. Usually when it's in the cloud, the ikam meeting the whole Shabbos habi being chayav in the law should go to achatos to the law of Karis. So is that to say that there is some type of kol Shabbos that if you were to go ahead and do it unintentionally, that you would not be chayav for achatos, or you wouldn't be chayav kares? What would that be? Might be. The Gemara says, "Tchumin ba'alibut Rabbi Akiva, ba'habara ba'alibut Rabbi Yossi." Okay, so we'll say Rabbi Akiva holds that tchumin are drabanon, and Rabbi Yossi holds that habara, the act of kindling, is malad yatzasa. Ultimately, if it's singled out, just need to chayiv on a lot and not chayiv on kares. Okay, Mishnah. Hamekalo of the imo in the chayiv actually kali Mishnah. So we've seen this reference earlier on. If a person curses his parents, he's only chayiv if he curses them with the actual name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Kilalam b'kinui, if a person goes ahead and curses his parents with some type of nickname, right, or descriptive name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So what the halacha is, Rabbi Meir says, "Chayiv b'chachamim pochim." The chachamim say ultimately again that you are kafir. Says the Gemara. Let's analyze man chachamim. What the chachamim? Rabbi Nachman Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi, Bisanya, Rabbi Nachman Rabbi Yossi over. The nikbo shem yimas. The Torah says when you articulate the name of Hashem, like ultimately one of these that you got. Not Talmud Lomar. So what is this coming to? So the Gemara says, not Talmud Lomar, shame. We made a makalal other the imo she'enu chayiv at she'kalei nefisha. So this is just that if one curses his parents, one is not chayiv for cursing their parents unless one goes ahead and does so utilizing the actual name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So turn Rabbanon ish matam lomer ish. What is right? Matam lomer. Sorry, matam lomer ish. The rabbis class tumtum ba'adlogenes. So interesting enough, it comes to include that even if one's parent is a tumtum or an androgynous, one might have thought that Allah Almighty under those circumstances, you're not tied to the person's parent. I'm not saying that whoever the parent is, one is chayiv to go. One is chayiv for cursing. Asher halal es abid de'esimo, who will curse his father or his mother. Ainli ela abid v'imo. So I only know from the pasuk. I'm going to thought one of them chayiv for cursing mother and father together. Abid shalom imo shalo abid nai. I don't know that I'm chayiv even for cursing one of my parents. Amalomar abid v'imo kilo damav bo. Abid kilo. Imo kilo did Rabbi Yoshua. Rabbi Yoshua says again, even though it's said as mother and father, we understand that as Adif kilo, imo kilo is cursing one of the parents ultimately makes you chayiv as Rabbi Yoshua. Rabbi Yonasan says, Mashma shnei ke'achad, u'mashma achad b'fnei atzmo, at sh'yipol b'cha kosim yachad. So the pasuk here gives two instances. On one hand, the pasuk gives the instance of cursing them both at the same time. The pasuk also goes ahead and seems to be taken to chayiv for cursing them individually. And Allah comments on a circumstance like that, you will always be chayiv unless the person individually, unless the pasuk says explicitly that you only chayiv the person them together. Most you must. Torah says you'll be put to death for cursing your parents. Stoning. Aton the skila in the ela the atlas become misasam worse for Torah. So you say stone. Maybe it's not stoning. Maybe it's one of the other types of death penalties mentioned in Torah. Namar kana dama bo, the namar lahalon to make him bo. It says over here, dama bo, and it says later on by Ovi Yidoni, well, actually, what we learned before, the mayhem bug. What do I learn from this? Mala Haron, just like by opening your donut biskila, Afkan biskila, so too by cursing one's parents, older biskila as well. Says the Gemara, Onesh Shamanu Ashar Minayin. So now I know the punishment of skila. Where do I see the warning? Because let's remember again, the way it works is biblically is that every death penalty has to have an ashara, a warning, and also the onus. Now I see the onus. Where do I see the warning? Talomar Elokim or Elohim Lo Sekarel. So which literally again I will say, so we'll see exactly what that pasuk means. In Haya, so watch this, we'll say first wide line. In Haya Aviv Dayan, one's father was a Dayan. The Gemara says, Harehu Bechlav Elohim Lo Sekala. So we'll say, so what we're understanding right now of Elohim is Elohim refers to a judge. Do not curse a judge. So now we must listen to that in school. Let's say again, right, Reuben has a father Yaakov, and Yaakov is a Dayan. So if Reuben curses his father, so not only is Reuben chayiv for cursing his father, but he's also chayiv for cursing the judge. Then Haya Aviv Nasi, and if your father was right, Reuben's father was a Nasi, or Hari Reuben Klav the Nasi, but Amuchalos. So we'll say, so interestingly enough, there's a prohibition to curse a Dayan. There's a prohibition to curse a leader. So if Reuben's father Yaakov was a Dayan, he'd be chayiv for Elohim Lo Sekalo. If he wasn't a Nasi, he'd be chayiv for Nasi Lo Sa'or. What happens? Eno dying below Nasi Minayin. But how do I know that Reuben cursed his father? And his father is not a dying, and his father is not the Nasi. That Reuben is still going to be chayiv. So the Gemara says, Amrit, we'll say third wide line. Amrit, so Minayin, Amrit, Hare Atan Binyan Av, Mishnei. It was like it's interesting enough I could create a paradigm. Binyan Av is like a paradigm. What's the paradigm? Here we go. Lori Nasi Kiri Idayin. So a Nasi is not like a dying. The Lori Idayin Kiri Nasi. And a Dayan is not like a Nasi. How so? Listen to this. Lo ra'i Dayan Nasi. Why? Shahari Dayan atam mitzuva al hara aso. Kirai Nasi she'i atam mitzuva al hara aso. So let's say the halacha is like this. A Dayan, if a Dayan, right? Let's say a Dayan on a judge on a Sanhedrin. This is a ruling. You're obligated to go ahead and adhere to it. And failure to adhere to it can actually result in a death penalty. Interestingly enough, that same halacha doesn't apply to a Nasi. This is interesting, right? If you violate the halakhic rulings of a Nasi, that doesn't necessarily carry with it a death penalty. I'm sorry? Right. This is Parsha. Oh, that's all incredible. Parsha Mishpatim. Right, Parsha Mishpatim. Thank you. Lo Ri'i Nasi, Kirai Dayan. And on the other hand, again, a Nasi is not like a Dayan house so. Shanasi Atam Mitzvah Hamra also, Kirai Dayan Shiatam Mitzvah Hamra. See, a Nasi and a Dayan are two forms of leadership. A Dayan is halachic leadership. And therefore, in halacha the Maisa, the Dayan issues a halachic ruling, and you violate that can result in a death penalty. A Nasi is not halachic leadership. And therefore, if a Nasi issues halachic ruling and you violate it, you're not chayiv death penalty. On the other hand, if a Nasi kind of gives like a directive, thank you, like a directive, right? So then again, he's the leader, you got to follow it. If you violate it, you can be chayiv nisa. On the other hand, if a dayan gives a directive, you're not chayiv nisa. So two different forms of leadership. Yet, what's the halacha? The Gemara says, what's the common denominator between them? She'im ba'amcha, that they are both members of Klal Yisrael. What is the common denominator between a Nasi and a Dayan? They are both members of Klal Yisrael, and you are not allowed to curse either of them. That's the common denominator. So we'll say if you create a paradigm, what's the paradigm? It's the paradigm that any person who is a member of Klal Yisrael, you can't curse. So therefore, again, that includes father, who even if the father is not a Dayan, or the father is not a Nasi, you still can't curse him. So the Gemara says, and again, we'll say, remember, this is the Ashara. This is what we're looking for the warning. So the Gemara says, Mala Tzara Shabbat Shabayim, Shekin Yidulasan Garma Lahem. Why don't you say, on the other hand, maybe the common denominator between Nasi and Dayan is what? They both occupy exalted positions of leadership. Like in other words, they both have gedula, they both have greatness. Talmud Lomar, Losikalo Cherish. The Torah also says, don't curse the person who rejects you. So what do you see from here? The Umlolim Sheva Amcha Kasim. The Torah is talking about even people who are not in the elevated positions of greatness. But again, but maybe a Cherish. Maybe the Torah is telling you that there's a specific thing of respecting the Cherish, not cursing the Cherish, because he's at a disadvantage. So Nasi V'dayin Yochichu. Mali Nasi V'dayin Shekin. The last thing I'm going to Cherish Yochiach. The Chaz right then, Lo Reizek Reizeh. Lo Reizek Reizeh. Because it turns out that really we have three things over here: a nasi, a dayan, and a cherish. And the truth is, they're really all very dissimilar. What is the common denominator? Zatzara shava shebahen shein ba'amcha va'ata musar al kilalas. What's the common denominator? Common denominator between a nasi, dayan, and a cherish. So what's the common denominator? They're all Jews. They're all members of Amcha, and you are not allowed to curse them. So to include the father, because the father also is a yid, also is part of Amcha, and you're not allowed to curse. So we'll say, well, maybe there's not a Shava Shabahan. Is that again, Nasi, Dayan, and Cherish all have some unique difference. Imki Nichto Kra, O Elohim Becherish, O Nasi Becherish, Elohim Lamali. So we'll say, if that's the case, why do I need the Elohim? In Eno Inyan Legufo Tne In La'avid. Ultimately, I can also say, if you don't need it for its own interpretation, then use it for fathers. Therefore, we'll say, it turns out that we're bringing out a paradigm that is really created between Nasi, Dayan, and Cherish. The common denominator between all those three is that what? That Allah Kalamaisa, again, someone who is Amcha, someone who is part of your people, ultimately, you're not allowed to curse. They will say, what a beautiful and profound so. What is the criteria for the Or at least, what is the criteria for not mistreating someone if they're Amcha? If they're a member of Klal Yisrael, you have to love them. You know, say, strike me, so beautiful. Soldiers came on the bus, last night when we were leaving Kiryat Arba. It's beautiful. It's like, you know what's interesting? So, what is it that blood? He's wearing the whole uniform. The idea, and you're like, wow, this guy is mostly necklace with flowers, really tremendous. What's the point to understand that every year he wears a uniform? Right? And it's the uniform of the Salamelech. It's the uniform of the image of a every single Jew wears that. And that love, that result of that precious Ayah yesterday, is the love you have to wear, you have to bring to every single Jew. No matter what the actual uniform, the physical uniform looks like, the spiritual uniform is always the same. The spiritual uniform is that every single uniform is always of God. And again, because of that, he's Amcha, because that he's a member of Klal Yisrael, and because of that beautiful uniform, therefore, they'll start at least. Right? The baseline is don't curse. Right? The baseline is don't mistreat them. The baseline is don't engage in negative behavior towards them. Of course, that's where it starts. And there's hopefully we go on from there. You have to really ask them to move off every single year. Right? The Gemara goes like, Elohim Chol. So by the way, this all works well if you understand that the pasuk Elohim Lo Sekalel is not Elohim as God, but rather again Elohim is referring to a judge. Then I understand that now you can extrapolate and apply it to a father. But according to the opinion that says no, it's not Elohim judge, rather what is it? It's Elohim HaKadosh Baruch Hu. This is a reference to Hashem. Then what is there to say? The sign Elohim Chol Divrei Yishmael. Yishmael says Elohim in this pasuk is not God. Elohim refers to a judge. But the Akiva Omer Elohim Kodesh. And he says no, it refers to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Tanya Belazman Yaakov Omer Azhar Levarich Es Hashem Minayin. From where do we see the warnings against cursing of HaKadosh Baruch Hu? Talmud Lomar Elohim Lo Sikalel. To which the Gemara says, Man Damar Elohim Chol Gamar Kodesh Michal. So the one who says that Elohim in this context is called. Kol means it's not God. It's according to a judge. Then ultimately, again, we can learn out the prohibition to curse HaKadosh Baruch Hu from the prohibition to curse a judge. Remind the Amar Elohim Kodesh, Gaminan Chol Mikodesh. But the one who says Elohim in this context refers to HaKadosh Baruch Hu is we derive ultimately again the prohibition to curse a judge from the prohibition to curse HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So Mishnah Remind Amar Elohim Chol Gamar Kodesh Michol. So according to your opinion, that says Elohim means a judge. So I understand. If you're not allowed to curse a judge, then what? Halachas kama v'kama kol shekin, you're not allowed to curse HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Elaman da'amar Elohim Kodesh, Gamar Chol Kodesh. But according to the one who says Elohim is God, so you derive that you can't curse a judge from the fact that you can't curse God. To which the Gemara says, Dilma, HaKodesh Asar, HaKol Lo Isar. Maybe HaKadosh Torah is only warning us against cursing HaKadosh Baruch Hu, is not warning us against cursing the judge. In Kain, Lichto Kra Lo Sakel. If that's the case, the Torah could have just written it in the short form of Lo Sakel, don't curse my Lo Sikalel. Why does it say don't curse unless in the elongated form? Shmamina Tarti. It comes to teach us two things. One of the two things, number one, don't curse a judge, and number two, don't curse HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Beautiful, beautiful. Let's go later. Says the Gemara, Haba'al Nara Murasa. So we'll say if a person has relations with an Nara Murasa. Remember again, it's an Nara Murasa. So remember again, Nara is a very specific age. What age? 12 to 12 and a half. So Nara Murasa is a girl who's betrothed, sin, right, but not Nisuin. So she's married. Therefore, if a man has relations with another man, has relations with her, that's adultery. What's unique about Nara Murasa is that she is singled out for a unique, or she, well, actually it's she was complicit, it's she, and the man who had relations with her are singled out for skila as opposed to chene. So Haba Nara Murasa, Eino Chayiv at Sheitein. So I was saying, in order to be Chayiv, ultimately again for Nara Murasa, skila. Remember, it's a unique punishment. Normally, adultery is punished by chene, strangulation. So here, this is singled out for skila. But in order to fit the criteria of Nara Hamurasa, the following criteria. Number one, Eino Chayiv at Sheitein Nara, girl has to be a Nara. Number two, Shisuga. Number three, Nu'urasa, and number four, Sehi Beves Abiha. And ultimately, again, she's still living in her father's home. So those are the four criteria that you need in order to get the unique punishment of Skila for Nara Murasa. If two men had relations with her, let's say that's consecutive, right? Then what? Harishon Skila, Bashiri Bechene. Then the first one is with Skila, because remember again, the first one has relations with her, relations with the Basula. The second one has relations with her, no longer Basula, and therefore he's punished in a regular case of adultery by Chelek. Okay, so the Gemara goes right there. Good. So what I said happens to be over here, Rashi points out that the Kiddush over here is the following, that even if the men had relations with her, Biyah Shaloti Darka. So this Biyah Shaloti Darka, technically speaking, physiologically, she's still a Basula. So you would have thought that physiologically, since she's still a Basula, therefore again, halacha l'maisa, maybe even the second guy should get Skila. Kamash you know, the Torah recognizes two forms of Biyah. There's Biyah Kedarka and Biyah Shalot Kedarka, and they both are legitimate forms of Biyah. Therefore, again, after the first guy has relations with her, even though physiologically her basulas are intact, she is considered to be a Ba'ula, and therefore the second guy gets Chenek, and ultimately, again, that's it's very interesting, And not Shabbos table interesting, but interesting nevertheless. Alright, so the Gemara goes weiter. Tanra Rabbanon. Nara. Right, this is one of these. Somebody asked this, right? Just refer to the Muslim hospital. So Nara below Bulgaris. Most of the story says Nara. So again, now we're going to go to the Nara means the Nara and Nara Bulgaris. What's the Bulgaris? Bulgaris, 12 and a half years old and above, right? Below Bulgaris, Basula. So that's the Basula. Below Bula. Again, I will say to the point that remember, even if a woman doesn't fulfill these criteria, you're still chayav for adultery. We're talking about the specific prohibition of Nara Murasa, which carries with it a penalty of Skila as opposed to Chenek. So in order to be chayav for this again, Basula, Below Bula, Me'urasa, that's Erison, along the Sua, Base Atiha in her father's home. Prat L'Shem Masar Ha'av L'Shluke Hadal. This comes to exclude the case ultimately again, where the father had already given her over to the shluchim of the husband, or where she was being given over, right, to be taken to her husband's home. The Gemara says, good. So good. Amar Yehuda Amar Rav. Shutim Rabbi Meir. These are all the words of Rabbi Meir. Avacham the Chum say Nara Murasa Apilu Kitana Manashma. The Chum disagreed, and the Chum say that Nara Murasa was like could be even what? Nara Murasa could even be a Kitana. Amar Rav Acham the Gitzi Ravino. Mimai Dimastis Rabbi Meir Zi Ulu Ute Kitana Nami. How do you know that our Mishnah is Rabbi Meir and comes to exclude a Kitana? According to our Mishnah, Nara Murasa is Dafka and Nara and not a Kitana. Maybe it's according to the Rabbanon, and maybe the point of the Mishnah is to exclude a Bulgaris for Nara Murasa. Amrle, Hai Enochayit Achekin Nara, Bisula Maorasa. Enochayit Ella Al Nara, Bisula Maorasa. So the Gemara says, it should have said, that's what it could have just said, Nara, Bisula Maorasa. This is no maybe. The Gemara says nothing more to talk about this. We just solidified the fact that again, the specific and unique punishment for Nara Murasa is dafka for a Nara, not a Kitana and not a Bulgaris. What happens if another man, in other words, not the husband, if another man did have relations with a Kitana who's in Arusa? What's the halacha in that situation? According to Meir, what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, "Gamring mamikla." Is it saying that it's not adultery at all? Oh, miskila mamikla, or maybe it's just coming to exclude it from skila. So Amalei, the stabra miskila mamikla. No. It's still prohibited as adultery. It's just excluded from the prohibition or the punishment of skila. Right? What will it get? Get kind of instead. The Gemara says, "I v'hal ksiv u'meisu gam shneim ad shneim shavim." And here's the problem. The pasuk that talks about adultery says, they will both die, which seems to indicate to us that there's got to be equality in both of the parties committing adultery. Now, both say, if the Kitana engages in adultery, what's the halacha? She's not chayaves. Why is she not chayaves? Why? She's Kitana. The Kitana is not chayaves for anything. So how can you hold the man responsible if the girl is not responsible? So again, Shasik Rav was silent, he didn't know how to respond to this. Amar Shmuel, my time is Shasik Rav. I don't say Rav, why didn't say the name Alei? Umeisa ish asher shachavi malavado. Again, there's another pasuk, and the other pasuk indicates to us that the man will be executed because he committed adultery. So what do you see from here? There's a case, ultimately again, where a man is singled out for execution, even though the woman is not. What's the case where the man is singled out for execution even though the woman is not? It could be a case of a man who commits adultery with a Kitana Hami'urasa. So again, she's going to be Keturah. Why? She's Kitana. And he's going to be Chayiv for that. To which the Gemara says, Kitanoi. The reality is, we'll say this point is in fact a machol against Tanoi. Umesukam Shnein, the pasuk is both of them will be put together. Bless you, Akshu Shnein, Shabbat Rabbi Yoshia. Rabbi Yoshia says in order to execute a couple for adultery, both of them have to have the same level of liability. And therefore, again, if it's adultery with the Kitana, since she's not put to death, he's not put to death either. Rabbi Yonasan says, Umeis Ha'ish Asher Shachadi Mar Levado. Rabbi Yonasan says, not true. There are sometimes where the man will be executed, even if the woman is not. What will be that case? Kitana Mu'urasa. So she's not going to be executed because she's a Kitana, right? But he will be because he's an adult. The Ida. What does Rabbi Yoshia do with that? What does he the Ida? Sorry. What does Rabbi Yonasan do with the pasuk that says which seems to indicate that again there's got to be equality and liability between the parties. That comes to exclude, let's say again, an act of intimacy that's not intercourse. So again, it's my second any other form of intimacy that's not intercourse. Halacha that's not adultery. Again, not good, right? But again, not liable for death penalty if one does that. The other part I'm going to say, of course not. You don't need a positive to exclude my sechidudim. Other acts of intimacy, that's not intercourse, that's nothing. Halachically, that's not recognized as anything. I don't need a positive to exclude that. The Gemara says, the Ida, Hai Levado, my dashi. What does the other thing do with the Levado? So, to the Sanya, What's the interesting case over here? Let's say again, 10 men have relations with the Nara Murasa, but she's still a Basuba. So how does that happen? Again, via Shaloki Darko. So 10 men have relations with her, but Lamaisa, again, she's still a Basuba. So again, physiologically, her Basulim are intact. So now, what is the liability for those men? So the Gemara says, Kulam Beskila. So the first opinion says they're all liable to Skila. Now we'll say, now why are they all liable to Skila? Because the Halacha treats it as if all of them had relations with a Na'ara HaMe'urasa. Because since she is still physiologically a Basula, there's all Chayev Beskila. Rabbi says, no. Arisha Beskila, not true. The first guy is Chayev Skila, right? Because he had relations with the Na'ara Murasa. But again, even though it was B'Yishma Kidarka, so I recognize B'Yishma Kidarka as a valid from Rabbi. Therefore, after that first act, therefore what? She's no longer Basula. So the rest of the guys are Chayev. What are they Chayev for? What are they Chayev for? Adultery. But the chayiv for regular adultery, it's just regular adultery, right? So the chayiv for regular adultery, which is not punishable again by skila, only punishable by chenek. Incredible. Ubas ish koin kisecha lisnos. What's the Torah talking about now? Again, we spent a significant amount of time speaking about again the bas koin. So the Torah says, Ubas ish koin kisecha lisnos. As a unique punishment for a bas kohen, ultimately again who is executed with Sreifa. So the verse is Bas ish koin kisecha lisnos. Rabbi says Tchilasa. So Rabbi Omer Tchilasa. Let's take a look at Rashi just a moment. Rashi says over here. Right. So Rabbi Omer Kisecha Lashon Tchila Ulakamim Mefarisha. So Rabbi says Rabbi says Tchila, that her liability is with Tchila. So the Gemara says, what does that mean? Hey Omer, Omeisa Isha Sheshacha Vima Levado. Michael, what does Rabbi say? Rabbi can be Shmuel Skirle. Rabbi also can be Shmuel. What does Rabbi Shmuel say? The Amar Arusa Yotza L'Sreifa below the Surah. So we'll say it is only in Arusa Bas Kohen. We have this some more. It is only in Arusa Bas Kohen. Ultimately, again, who is subject to Sreifa, not on the Surah. Not on the Surah. The Hakikam, this is what it means to say. In Tchilas, via Biznus, B'Sreifa, Ve'idach Bechenek. So we'll say, if a Bas Kohen who's in Arusa has relations with someone, the first man with whom she has relations with, that's the she is Sreifa. Any subsequent acts of relation ultimately again will be Bechenek. So again, what's that case? That's going to be the case of the Bishul of Kidarko. So the first man who has relations with the Bas Kohen, the Arusa Bas Kohen, he's going to be punished by Sreifa. The rest of them, even though she's still physiologically a Basuba, will be treated like regular pieces of adultery, and therefore again Chenek. So the Gemara says, "My bechein." Well, what's the bechein? So the Gemara says, "Kiyasam mahas in the tchilas biyakam shtaikra." Just like Torah is talking about over there, initial act of biyah, ha'kanami b'tchilas biyah mishkan mishra. So over here, Torah is talking about an initial act of biyah. Amalei Rabbi bar Abaye, Mar lo ha'piyah. So Rabbi said to Abaye, but Abaye, my Rabbi didn't do this. Who's Rabbi's referring to? Rabbi Yosef, Rabbi Meir, right? So Rabbi Yosef, who didn't say it? Rabbi Yosef. So Rabbi Meir Suri. Rabbi holds like Rabbi. The Amar Nises le'acham min ha'psulim Nisasa b'chenek. So ultimately, again, because Rabbi holds as follows. Don't say Halacha l'maisa. How can you ultimately again? How can you have? So Rashi points out. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Rabbi Meir Smirlei the Amar Bas Kohen Nesua L'Kasher B'Sreifa. Aval Nisis Le'acham Min HaPsulim. So let's listen to this. Rabbi holds the following. You see about Rashi's 2 lines up the bottom of the page. If a Bas Kohen, right? When is there Sreifa by a Bas Kohen Arusa? Only if she is married to a person who is kosher. However, again, Aval Nisis Le'acham Min HaPsulim. And let's say a Bas Kohen is married to a apostle, to a psul. Now she's married to a mamzer. So she's married to someone who's an apostle. Therefore, what's what Rashi? Shenischalal mishas nisuin shuv eina ella bechenek by tchila dekama Rabbi Yachikomer. So also Rabbi holds it very narrow. What does Rabbi Meir say? Rabbi Meir says like this. Rabbi Meir says, when is there a unique punishment for Arusa Bas Kohen? Only when she's married or has relation to someone who is kosher. But if she did need erisin to someone who's possible, let's say again she married a mamzer, in which case what? She's already quote unquote was been profaned. So therefore, again, the unique punishment of srifa to a bas kohen doesn't apply. So the Gemara says and therefore again it's still adultery, but it's regular adultery, only the chenek. Well, here what it means to say in tchilas achalasa biznus the sreifa. If halacha l'maisa the first time she was profaned was through the act of adultery, then there's a chi of sreifa. But if technically speaking she was already profaned, how? Through an illegal marriage, then a man who commits adultery with her will only be chayiv chenek, not sreifa. The idach. So we'll say the idach and the other, right? The idach, the chenek. And again, we'll say ultimately, again, the other case, right? The other person will be chenek. So we'll say ultimately, again, what's the case of, what's the chenek? Look at Rashi. Hacha lo kapit el atchilas chilo, v'lo atchilas bia, v'hasam atchilas bia nami kapit. So we'll say, so again, halach l'maisa, what is the chenek? What is that coming to teach? We have on Samas Zayin, Kamas Zayin, Simna ba'alma. Ultimately, again, the chenek by the other case, only Simna. What is it? Look at Rashi. U'b'tchilas shum davar akasum medaber. The tchilas chilo miha haba. So we'll say, so what it turns out is we have interestingly enough 22 different cases. In the case, ultimately, again, of Nara, so we'll say, let's kind of bring this together. So in Nara Murasa, that's the end of the Nara Murasa sugya. So what do we have in Nara Murasa? So I tell singles that Nara Murasa for a unique penalty of what? Of skila. Right? A man has relations with an Nara Murasa, a girl betrothed to someone else, skila. Even though what adultery normally carries with it what? The penalty of chenek. Nara Murasa is unique, but again, has to satisfy all these criteria. Number one, Nara. Number two, Murasa. Number three, Beis Aviyah. Beis Halacha L'maisa. Again, if you have those criteria, then Halacha L'maisa, it's skila. Anything else is going to be chenek.